morning, Bay Area. What is happening to everybody getting off their graveyard shift? If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal, Credit Union, Comcast Business Text Lines, Purdy, Love, and Chasky, all the janitors, all the garbage men, all the cops, all the beauty drivers, all you strippers, all you longshoremen, everybody out there, security guards, ushers, you name it. It's Frisco/Bay Area Friday, 50 Cent Friday. Look, man, we're getting ready to go. Dallas, San Francisco, Cowboys, Niners. Why do you hate the Dallas Cowboys? Why do you hate the Dallas Cowboys? What's the reason you hate the Dallas Cowboys for? And I got to get at some people here. Let me know, Spinoni, when you get the sound up. Mr. Ruiz, and I have it right here. We're going to start right here. Because you know what, Shasky? I was coming into this week saying, you know what, Brock's proven. Brock's proven that he could lead this team deep into the playoffs, but you still got naysayers. You still got doubters. You still got haters. And it won't stop. It will not stop. And if Brock struggles on Sunday, more and more and more of them are going to come out popping. Now, they say you ain't popping unless you got haters. But, boy, we got some sound that we're going to play in a second here that kind of alarmed me, Shasky. And I just wonder what the qualifications are for certain people to talk about Brock Purdy the way they do.
Well, I mean, you got haters everywhere. That's number one. Number two is that's what people do. They doubt. They doubt and they hate. I mean, think about anybody who's had any little bit of success in any field that they're in. People around them start acting a little different. People are always going to doubt someone who looks unconventional. And I think that Brock Purdy, because he doesn't have the stature of some of the other people, doesn't have the draft equity, or he didn't go one of the top-tier blue blood schools and do it for their team, there's a lot of people out there that want to tell you what he isn't. What he is a straight-up winner. And I don't know how much more data you need out there slapped in your face. I mean, we watched Justin Fields last night have maybe the greatest moment of his Chicago Bears tenure.
Right.
Outside of maybe beating Trey Lance in a thunderstorm.
Monsoon game, yeah.
That was a big win for him.
Huge.
And even then, I'm watching and I'm like, how much is there sustainable? How much rollover? And I'm not trying to be a hater. I'm just, he's got a very big body of work of not so good.
Right.
I'm still not ready to close the book on him.
No.
But I don't think that he's some drop back quarterback that can win, week in, week out from the pocket. That being said, he's got no weapons.
Yeah, exactly. I want to see him build an offensive line around him. I want to see him give him a capable running back who can stay healthy. He doesn't have any running backs who stays healthy, and he finally has a receiver in DJ Moore, and you see DJ Moore go crazy. So build around Justin Fields. Give him the resources to succeed. Chicago hasn't done that yet, so I'm pulling for the young man. I thought he was dynamic in that first half. At the same time, Jack Del Rio's a defensive coordinator. His days may be numbered. Maybe number. What were you doing? You're leaving DJ Moore one-on-one? You're letting him go deep? You're running the Bears dropping 27 on you in the first half? That's the Commanders' problem. Anyway, but Steven Ruiz, he's another guy, and we have Baldy on every week, and I trust Baldy. I trust Crocker. I trust guys who will play the game and know how to diagnose film and break it down and convey it to the consumer. Steven Ruiz, I don't know what his qualifications are from the ringer, but Steven Ruiz is not impressed with anything Brock Purdy's doing. Check this minute out, Roasters. Check this minute out what Steven Ruiz had to say about Brock Purdy.
I'm sorry. I watched the film and he's not doing anything. He's running the offense well. And I get the argument that he's a good quarterback for this system and he's the right quarterback for this system. And then I get yelled at when I rank him 25th. Here's my thing. I'm ranking these quarterbacks not based on their suitability for the Kyle Shanahan system. I'm ranking them based on what they would do in a normal offense, like a league average offense. And if we put Brock Purdy in the league average offense, this game isn't going to lead to top of the league results. The play that made me lose my mind this week was he threw a pass downfield to Brandon Ayuk over the middle of the field. It was probably 30 yards downfield. It was into double coverage. He underthrew the ball by about 10 yards. The Cardinal safety, number 34, overran the ball. He couldn't find it in the air. And then Ayuk tracked it down and caught it. And 49ers Twitter is celebrating this throw. Like when he went to throw the pass, he knew the Cardinal safety was going to overrun it. He knew it. And he knew Brandon Ayuk was going to realize and track the ball and cut off his route short and get it. And that's why he threw it short. He did it on purpose, which is ridiculous.
Oh, my God.
All right.
God. My head's going to explode.
All right. I got one more for you.
My head's going to explode.
I got one more for you. Here's the cherry on top.
The game is, can the 49ers win the Super Bowl like this? You think they can't?
No. It just goes against... If they do, I'm done. I'm not covering the sport again. If they win it with Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold, sure, I can get on board with Sam Darnold, not Brock Purdy.
So he believes
what?
in Sam Darnold
What?
more so than he believes in Brock Purdy. He believes in Sam Darnold more so than he believes in Brock Purdy.
In the words of young Guido, who's out there somewhere right now, get this guy out of here. I mean, seriously, what are we doing? Like, okay, have you ever played sports at any level? When a guy's back's turned and you're going to go try to make a pass to someone they're defending, that means green light time.
Right.
Like, if your back is turned to me, most people don't have eyes behind the back of their head. They're not going to make plays. Now, Draymond is such an instinctual, great basketball player. He's one of the few guys that can turn around and still steal that ball.
Right.
Ed Reed is an instinctual player as a safety who, even though his back is turned as he's chasing someone, can still contort his body, turn around. The essence of any sport is making a play with someone with their back turned and anticipating that your guy's going to make a play. Single coverage, triple coverage, double coverage. It doesn't matter. How many Jerry Rice plays did we watch from Joe Montana where he's throwing Jerry into drama? He's throwing him into drama.
Right.
But it's so pinpoint accurate. The ball hits Jerry Rice right where he evades any huge collision. That's quarterbacking. Tell me you never played sports in your life without telling me you never played sports before. Then to have faith in Sam Darnold. I mean,
more faith to Sam Darnold than Brock Purdy. So
where does that come from?
Steven Ruiz is the 2023 Adam Rank. Remember Adam Rank, NFL Network, and he's apologized, but NFL Network, he said the Niners were going to win like 3 games in 2019, and he was just like, yeah, they stink. They're not that good. He is the 2023 Adam Rank. Because Steven Ruiz, I didn't know who he was until 2 months ago, and he came out with his quarterback tears. The only quarterback tears I care about is Mike Sanders on The Athletic. That's all that matters to me. Steven Ruiz, I didn't know who he was. I still don't know who he is.
Well, I'll tell you who he is. He's one of the many people on the ringer unqualified to talk about sports. And there's lots of them. Kevin O'Connor for basketball. I don't know how, just because Bill Simmons tried to prop this dude up, like now he becomes a basketball expert. Like
that's right. He has Mac Jones 20th in his quarterback rankings. 5 spots ahead of Brock Purdy.
Of course he does. Look, B. Remember during like the mid-2000s when everybody was a rapper?
Including you?
Remember that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
We've gotten to the point now, every single person thinks they're an expert. Every single person has a microphone at home and has created a YouTube page and a podcast. And look, I'm one of them. All right, I admit it.
Right.
It takes one to know one. Just because you can speak into a microphone doesn't mean I need to listen to what you have to say.
Yeah. I know people say that about us, too.
Oh, that's fine. They're more than welcome. There's a guy in Philadelphia who can't keep our name out of his mouth.
Yeah, the little
keeps
fella.
Posting. Yeah,
the little fella.
Who's
the
been
little
accused of having fake Twitter accounts as well.
Yeah, the little fella. He's got, the Napoleon complex. It's all good. And look, we'll have some fun with that. Teal saying that Philly fans love him the most. That's fine. We walked ourselves into that one. It didn't go our way, but you know what? That's fine. That's how Teal feels. That's how he feels. I can't stand Philadelphia, and I'm glad they were able to get a jolt out of that, which I knew they would. Actually, I told the boss man, send it to Philadelphia. Let them have fun. Let's go ahead and send it to them. Here's some free content. Get our numbers up. People know who we are out there.
So I guess apparently, even though Brock Purdy outplayed Dak Prescott in a playoff game that mattered with the season on the line, means absolutely nothing.
It doesn't mean anything.
Can we all agree that the variables of that playoff game were very similar? Dallas got a great roster. The Niners have a great roster. And yet, like, we could all see with our 2 eyes, Purdy outplayed Dak. It was very obvious to me. And you're going to say that Brock is X, Y, and Z in a basic offense? Like, what are we doing?
Here's the other thing.
What are we doing?
Here's the other thing.
Like, he couldn't work.
Here's the other thing that kind of grinds my gears a little bit. And it's the wildest hypothetical that we do in sports, and we have no idea how it would work. If Brock Purdy played in the other offense, he wouldn't be as effective, which is why the Niners drafted him, albeit the last pick of the draft, and nobody else did.
If Draymond...
Teams select players based off how they feel like that player will adapt to their system that they run. Whether it's Chicago, Dallas, Jacksonville, who knows? Kansas City, they draft players that fits their system or they think that fits their system. So let's kill the argument that Brock Purdy wouldn't be good in that offense or that. He's in this offense. He's in the Shanahan offense. And right now in the Shanahan offense, the Niners have dropped 30, 30, 30, and 35. And he had one incompletion last week.
Ask the players who they like.
He hasn't lost a regular season game. But when somebody says, I have more faith in a guy who went, 5 of 13 or 5 of 15 in the last game with the Carolina Panthers and threw for less than 50 yards.
Seeing ghosts.
And he sees ghost. You have more faith in him than the guy who just had one completion in the football game.
Well, we do this with Draymond Green, not us. I'm saying nationally. Well, if Draymond had started his career off with the Kings, well, he didn't.
Right.
He's here. And here's the other part. You're not allowing for the evolution of his game because if he played on another team, he'd be a different version of himself.
Right.
That's the other thing that people never allow in these situations, right? We never can even comprehend it. Like, we've now seen Kevin Durant with Steph Curry, without Steph Curry. His game evolves. He's pretty good.
He's pretty good.
He's
no
pretty
doubt.
good.
You know, he talked about that underthrow, that deep pass.
It's just,
How many times have you seen Aaron Rodgers make that throw?
a million.
Devontae Adams doubled. He underthrows it just slightly to where Devontae Adams is the only guy who can get it.
Yes. He has to make an adjustment, and you know that the DB won't be able to make that adjustment with the same speed.
How many times I saw that with Antonio Brown and Ben Roethlisberger?
Wes Welker and Tom Brady.
I mean, Tom Brady and Randy Moss.
We saw Devontae. I hate to do this. We saw Devontae and Jimmy Garoppolo, for crying out loud, do this.
Right. Beat a double team.
Yeah.
Underthrowing a double.
And it wasn't a great throw.
So that's what we're dealing with. So is Sunday's game big? Well, it just got bigger.
Why?
And Brock's walking into that locker room saying, boy, I got to go out here and shine again. Now, Brock doesn't care. I'm sure Brock doesn't care. I'm sure the players doesn't care. But now the players are sitting there thinking, oh, we got some more motivation. We have some more. We have something else to prove now. Sunday Night Football. We beat up on the Cowboys 2 straight years. We've ended our season for 2 straight years. We're at home. We haven't turned the ball over. We're playing some really good football all around. With the exception of Jake Moody and 2 kickoffs going out of bounds. But he's perfect on his field goals and his extra points. And yet there's something else out there. So and honestly, what Steven Ruiz said, that he has more faith in Sam Darnold leading his team to a Super Bowl, and he doesn't see it with Brock Purdy. January is going to be the ultimate test. This is just another stepping stone to get to January, but boy, that feather in the cap for Brock Purdy on a Sunday night, national audience, people are looking to see him fail.
It's as if the Dallas game didn't happen. It's as if the second half against the Seahawks wasn't incredible.
No.
Do the playoff games not matter?
No. People forget selective memory.
It reminds me a lot, and I'm not saying that he's Steph Curry, but it reminds me a lot of how we talked about Steph Curry.
So here we go. 510 Comcast Business Sex Line. Aaron Rodgers never made that throw. Okay, maybe I'm just seeing things. Okay.
So here, let me flip it. Does anyone out there think that Sam Darnold will look exactly as good as Brock Purdy?
Yeah,
No.
Here again,
no,
Steven Ruiz.
Okay, maybe you think he'd be good.
Again.
Does anybody think? Just let me pick one. Kenny Pickett. Does anyone think Kenny Pickett in this system is going to look better than Brock Purdy?
No.
We've seen Kenny Pickett. Now, he would look better than he does maybe in Pittsburgh, but no one's saying he's going to look good. How could you get much better than what Purdy's doing? We're talking about a small list of guys that could look better than Purdy in this system.
The game is, can the 49ers win the Super Bowl like this?
They can't.
You think they can't?
No.
I think
just
they can.
goes against. If they do, I'm done. I'm not covering the sport again. If they win it with Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold, sure, I can get on board with Sam Darnold. Not Brock Purdy.
Unbelievable.
So how did Jalen Hurts go from a guy that none of us thought could throw to a year later being the MVP, and it's unanimous that we believe in them to be a Super Bowl contender no matter what?
Yeah, I don't
and
know.
yet we won't bestow that same credit toward Brock Purdy. He's a year 2 quarterback. He's a year 2 quarterback who has been unbelievable, and he's still getting better.
And he said he watched the film. Again, here's the full quote. He watched the film. Purdy's not doing anything special.
I'm sorry. I watched the film, and he's not doing anything. Like he's running the offense well, and I get the argument that he's a good quarterback for this system, and he's the right quarterback for this system. And then I get yelled at when I rank him 25th. Here's my thing: I'm ranking these quarterbacks not based on their suitability for the Kyle Shanahan system. I'm ranking them based on what they would do in like a normal offense, like a league average offense. And if we put Brock Purdy in the league average offense, this game isn't going to lead to top of the league results. The play that made me lose my mind this week was he threw a pass downfield to Brandon Ayuk over the middle of the field. It was probably like 30 yards downfield. It was into double coverage. He underthrew the ball by about 10 yards. The Cardinal safety, number 34, like overran the ball. He couldn't find it in the air. And then Ayuk tracked it down and caught it. And like 49ers Twitter is like celebrating this throw. Like when he went to throw the pass, he knew the Cardinal safety was going to overrun it. He knew it. And he knew Brandon Ayuk was going to realize and entrap the ball and cut off his route short and get it. And that's why he threw it short. He did it on purpose, which is ridiculous.
I feel dumber after having heard that.
I just don't. Why? I mean, you put Tom Brady in the league average offense like his last season in New England. Guess what? He didn't look like Tom Brady.
No, not even close.
All right. Deshaun Watson, does he look like Deshaun Watson right now? The one we saw before?
Not really.
Not even close, right? Not even close. All right? So stop with this.
There are not 25 quarterbacks better than Brock Purdy right now.
How's Russell Wilson doing in Denver? I saw it the last game.
Oh, everyone's saying he's looking good. He's much better than the numbers. I disagree.
How does Justin Fields look in a league average offense? Not good. Mac Jones, not good. Now, he may not be good. He just may not be good. But it's just lazy to say, well, let me go put Brock Purdy into the offense with the New York Giants. Well, of course he's not going to look good. He doesn't have an offensive line.
No, I'm
convinced. Saquon's hurt.
But I'm convinced he'd look better than Daniel Jones.
Right, but
I'm convinced.
Well, I don't think he survived there.
Oh, maybe, but you know what? Like, I don't think highly of Daniel Jones. I do not think Daniel Jones in our system would look better than Brock Purdy at all. I don't. I don't believe it. Well,
I don't believe that either.
Okay,
I don't believe that either. But this whole thing that you put him here and he's not there. He's here.
Exactly.
And right now, with Shanahan and Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel and George Kittle and Brandon Ayuk and Rodney Bell and Ray McLeod and Jawan Jennings, he's been pretty damn good. So, Stephen Ruiz, if the Niners win the Super Bowl with Brock Purdy, he said he'll never cover sports again. Well, this is a fan base that will hold you to that if the Niners do win the Super Bowl. But you lose me when you say I have more faith in Sam Darnold than I do Brock Purdy. I have more faith in Sam Darnold than I do Brock Purdy. It is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. This segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We got Butcher's Bets coming up later in the program. Butcher's Bets. It's going to pick 2 games. It's got 50 units yet. We were on ice last week. Where you got to go this week? Where are you going to go? Also, 95.7 The Game has you covered the best red gold coverage out there. Larry Kruger, Lorenzo Neal get it started Sunday with the kickoff show at 3 p.m. Then Grady, Sterling, and Allen have your instant reaction and analysis immediately following the final whistle on overtime. Hear it all right here on 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570. Anything you want to add to Stephen Ruiz? And why do you hate the Dallas Cowboys? Your keys to the game. I think there's going to be a fist fight. It really will. At the Niners prevailing, of course, I'm a homer, but what are some of the things that concern you about this football game? Is it Charvarius Ward? Is it that secondary? Is it Colton McKivitz? Is this the biggest game for Colton McKivitz this season? Probably. He didn't do so well against TJ Watt. Let's see how he does against Micah Parsons if he does line up over him. All right, your phone call's coming up, 888-957-9570. Oh, man, where else would you want to be other than a roast on a Friday morning, getting ready for the Niners and Cowboys? That's all coming up, brought to you by Live Nation. If you did watch the film, don't...
95.7 The Game.
What's up, Steve? Warriors going through training camp preseason opener tomorrow. LeBron James will not play, but Steph, CP3, Wiggins, Clay, and Kevon Looney will start tomorrow night against the LA Lakers, 5:30, a game you can listen to right here on 95.7 The Game, your home for Golden State Warriors basketball. Speaking of which, WNBA, they were announced that the Warriors in the Bay Area is getting a WNBA team. They made an announcement yesterday. And how about Joey Lightyear, Shasky? Joe Lacob said, we will win a championship within the first 5 years. We will get a championship within the first 5 years. Joe Lacob, you know he's talking that talk. And you know what? He walks that walk. He ain't no Farhan. He ain't no Larry Bear. It's Joey Lightyears, buddy.
They don't even belong. Farhan doesn't even belong in the same sentence as him.
No, he doesn't.
You know who Joe Lacob looks up to now in the WNBA ownership circle? That man, Mark Davis, defending champion.
Hey, you know what? Vegas Aces.
There's a lot of
Liberty.
videos of people yelling at Mark Davis from his suite, which is out like in the public area.
Yeah, SoFi Stadium.
And there's a
Go
lot
walk
of
on the
Raider
concourse.
videos circulating the internet.
Yeah, no doubt. Samantha on YouTube. First time on here. Let's freaking go, Niners. Bonte, huge favor. Morning to Bay Area therapist. You and Shasky make me laugh every single day. Thank you. Well, shout out to the therapist and the psychiatrist. Samantha, I may need a therapist, man, dealing with Shasky
Dr.
every single
Melfi.
day. Yeah, and I need a therapist dealing with these idiots like Steven Ruiz. I mean, come on. I need help. I'm trying to comprehend what the hell he's talking about. Let's go to the line, Shasky. Willis said it. Go ahead.
It's
Get
got
in
a
here.
Steph Curry feel to it. No one's sitting here saying that, Brock Purdy is Steph Curry to his sport. But in the same way, the similarity is like everything Steph Curry does is with a grain of salt. Well, the game is much easier to have freedom of movement. Well, he is surrounded by other Hall of Famers. Well, in that system with Steve Kerr and the ball movement, he's allowed to do certain things. He's not really a traditional point guard. Like, it's all these caveats instead of like, yeah, he's really good. Like, why do we have all these caveats on everything?
That's what we do in sports, apparently.
Like, okay, I don't think Kyle Schwarber's the most complete baseball player who ever lived. He's not Willie Mays,
Right.
a 5'2". He's really good. Yeah, he can't play defense, but he hits for power, and he's on base all the time.
Before we go to the line, it's got me thinking. Maybe this is just going to be the bit for 49er quarterbacks. And what I mean is, as long as Kyle Shanahan is calling the plays and cooking up the plays and coaching the 49ers, there may never be a quarterback who gets their due in San Francisco because of Kyle Shanahan.
Oh.
Because everybody deems him the best play caller in football, right? I still have Andy Reid, but he's on the short list. Shanahan's a top 5 play caller. There's no doubt about that. McVay, Andy Reid, who else you want to throw in there? Mike McDaniel, you can throw him in there as well. Maybe the quarterback in San Francisco, while Shanahan is coaching, will never get its due.
Kind of like the Ohio State quarterback throwing to great wide receivers over the years. We almost diminished them a little bit.
C.J. Stroud, Justin Fields, and they've had all these weapons.
Even more so, though, because of Kyle Shanahan being such a conductor.
Alabama quarterbacks.
What?
Alabama quarterbacks. Maybe we diminished Jalen Hurts and Tua Tagovailoa and Mac Jones because of the weaponry they had
I agree with
in
that.
Alabama.
I think
Same
that's a
thing with
good point.
LSU.
Yeah.
With all the weapons they've had. Maybe that's just the way it is. But you know what? I don't care about Steven Ruiz.
No.
I'll play it for the masses there to have them listen to it. It's just another guy who's going to doubt Brock, and I think that's a good thing for the 49ers. More haters, more doubters. And Brock understands, look, if I just win games, all that matters is my teammates and my fan base. I'm not out there playing for Steven Ruiz. I'm out there playing for Fred Warner, for Nick Bosa, for George Kittle.
But it does feel like for the masses, to your point, like no matter what the 49er quarterback does, unless it is you're down 30 with 2 minutes into the game and you're throwing to Lewis Murphy and, insert practice squad player here with, I don't know, Jeff Wilson Jr. at running back and no trouble. Like all these variables have to be in place for you to get an ounce of credit. So, that does seem a little ridiculous. You're right. You're really right.
I mean, it's kind of wild here. Let's go to Will in Santa Clara. Will, what's happening, man? You're on the roast. Good morning.
What's going on, man? I listen to you guys every morning. God bless. Love you guys. You're the best.
Thank you.
First off, let me start off by saying, quit playing with my guy, Brock Purdy, bro. Y'all play and run his name out there like he's nothing, man. I've been watching Brock Purdy since he was in training camp wearing the number 14 during training camp. I go to training camp every season. Brock Purdy used to wear the number 14, if y'all even remember that.
I do.
During training camp. But what I'm saying is, he was the best quarterback last year during training camp. He's the best quarterback this year. I mean, quit playing with this guy, first off. And I was going to talk about Bosa. That's what I originally called in for. But you guys are having this conversation about Purdy like he's nothing, which I feel is a little bit disrespectful to this man. Because he has done light years to this Niners organization.
Well, let me be clear. We're not disrespecting Brock Purdy. Steven Ruiz is. We think Steven Ruiz is an idiot. We're not doubting Brock Purdy. I told you, hey, Will, you listen every day, so you must have listened after the Rams game. After that game, I say, there's no reason to doubt this guy. This guy is the perfect guy for this offense right now. So it's not us disrespecting Brock Purdy. It's the naysayers outside of this bubble. Just want to make that clear.
There's a lot of naysayers out there. There's a lot of back and forth. And, you know what I mean? I think you got to give this man his credit, give him his flowers. They're due. This man has done phenomenal things for this organization.
No doubt.
But what I originally called in for was to talk about Bosa. Everyone is dragging Bosa like he's not doing anything. How would you feel about Bosa sitting out for a game and not doing anything? What would the alternative be?
Let's not. Will, thanks for the call, man. No, nobody wants Bosa to sit out. He's been a factor. I get where you're going, Will. I get where you're going.
I was not getting where you were going. That's okay.
I think he was trying to say
your
that.
Support of the station.
I think he was trying to say that people were saying Bosa's not doing anything, so let him sit out and not do anything and really see his impact on the football field.
I don't want to do that.
Just want to get there a lot faster than where Will was at. Johnny in Sonoma. Johnny, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Johnny Wingo here. What's up, guys?
What's up,
Johnny
baby?
Wingo, what's up?
What's up, Johnny Wingo?
What's up? It sounds like a stage name.
I got the Butcher Blues, man. Steve's tripping on Brock. That whole thing. I know it wasn't you guys talking that stuff. Will had to kind of listen a little bit better on that one. But anyway, I just want to say how about August 26, 1992, when Charles Haley left to the Cowboys. That was probably the biggest dagger in my heart. And it went with Dion and then T.O., but let's give those Cowboys the blues so they don't ever think that they can win against us Niners ever again. I'm just going to give you a little rip on those blues. Love you guys.
Can I get more of that? Johnny Wingo, can I get some more of that? Hold on. You got to give me more than 3 seconds. Come on, give me some blues.
B, I feel like I'm out on the dusty trail right now.
The Bluegrass Festival was just last week, right?
Damn, that guy needs
Johnny
to call
Wingo.
him. He needs to call him more often.
Give me little notes.
I knew it was a stage name. Didn't I say that from the beginning? And my guy performed.
I love it.
I did love it.
Hey, folks feel very comfortable with Shatsky and I. No, that was not snitching music. That was definitely not. No, that's not snitching music.
I got busted out. I felt like Back to the Future 3.
I mean, that's a candidate for a Doobie Award. Somewhere. It's a nomination, something. We got to figure out these categories because December's coming quick. All right? Doobie Award nominations. Johnny Wingo threw his name in a hat.
I mean, big time.
Just improv it on the spot. Straight improv.
Wingo.
Got a little blue note for you. I'm going to play some blues for the Cowboys.
I love it.
Oh, man. How long do we have here? Do we got time to squeeze in one more call? All right, well, Big T. Talk Big T on the other side. 888-957-9570. Why do you hate the Cowboys? Why do you hate the Dallas Cowboys? I'll let you know why I hate the Dallas Cowboys. And it has something to do with the man who owns the team.
Oh.
I cannot stand him and everything he's all about. And that's Jerry Jones. Why do you hate the Dallas Cowboys? 888-957-9570. This is your show today. 888-957-9570. Things are getting wild on the morning roast. We're not even in the 7 o'clock hour yet.
It's Friday. You ain't got no job. And you ain't got nothing to do.
Hey, smoke with us, drink with us, play some notes for us. You name it. That's what's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bake, full service baking, no compromises.
My little brother's friends have been...
888-957-9570. Why do you hate the Dallas Cowboys? We got some sound. I'll have some sound on why I hate the Dallas Cowboys. I know Shasky hates the Dallas Cowboys. Moving up the list is the Philadelphia Eagles, no doubt about it, but it's not that deep-rooted. It's not that deep yet. We'll see if we get there. But Steven Ruiz, he really set a lot of people off saying what he said. And look, he said he's going to quit sports if Brock Purdy wins the Super Bowl.
The game is, can the 49ers win the Super Bowl like this? And you think they can't?
No.
I think
just
they can.
goes against. If they do, I'm done. I'm not covering the sport again. If they win it with Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold, sure, I can get on board with Sam Darnold. Not Brock Purdy.
YouTube poll is up. Why do you hate the most? What do you hate the most about the Dallas Cowboys? The players, the star, the fans, Jerry Jones. That'd be our YouTube poll question of the day. What do you hate the most about the Dallas Cowboys? The star, the players, the fans, or Jerry Jones? Now, I know a lot of people say, can y'all destroy Nick Wright? Nick Wrong is, it's just stick for him at this point. I don't take anything he says seriously.
What do you mean by that?
Am I going to get my quarter? I'm listening to Baldy. I'm listening to Crocker. I'll listen to David Lombardi. I'm not listening to Nick Wright explain football terminology to me. Sorry. If I want to learn about football, I'm not going to Nick Wright. And I'm definitely not going to Steven Ruiz. Because he acts like he could just plug and play any quarterback in the system and you're going to go score 30. This offense is as dynamic as any offense they've had under Kyle Shanahan. It's light years better than the offense they had with Jimmy Garoppolo under center. Unfortunately, we didn't see much of Trey Lance. I thought it had the potential to be explosive. These are the things I envisioned with Trey Lance. But he wasn't able to stay healthy. And now he's gone. And Brock Purdy's taking his job, and they score 30-plus in 7 straight regular season games. So he's just saying you can't play like this. What, you can't score 30 a game and win the Super Bowl? The last 2 Super Bowl opponents, Philadelphia and Kansas City, last year they faced off, they both averaged 29.9. Why can't you average 30 and get to the Super Bowl? What is Steven Ruiz even talking about? I'm not going to get worked up over him because there's not once in my life, Shaska, where I say, I need to find out what Steven Ruiz thinks about this quarterback.
I've never heard of him until this morning.
No, we did the quarterback tiers when he had Brock Purdy 25th, remember? We were just like,
okay, I didn't hear about him until then.
Yeah, save here. If I want to get quarterback tiers, we'll go to Mike Sando in The Athletic because he actually talks to executives and GMs and coaches. Who does Steven Ruiz talk to? Nora Princiotti? No disrespect to Nora Princiotti. I mean, it's Steven Ruiz. Yeah. Let me go run to the ringer.com and go see what Steven Ruiz had to say about Josh Allen. He's watching the film. What is his qualifications? Talk Big T. Fairfield, what's happening?
Top of it, fellas. Top of it.
What's up?
I was just give me a second, man. I just want to say I'm tired of all these national media people like Nick Wright. So you kind of stole my thunder. Nick Wright and this Ruiz dude. You could tell these dudes clearly don't watch us. They haven't been watching us. And like you said, I think it's a shtick, and I think it's just a narrative that they trying to go by. But not to rag on dude, but Jimmy G, one of my complaints about him was that he left a lot of points on the field. Brock Purdy don't do that. You know what I'm saying? That's why our margin for error is a little more wider, and we running away with these games at the end instead of them being nail biters. So these dudes, like I saw Nick Wright give Brock Purdy 5% of the reason why. Like, it's ridiculous.
Wait. He gave. Wait. Big T. Nick Wright gave Brock Purdy 5% of the credit for why they're winning. 5%.
Yes, he broke something. I just listened to it this morning.
Oh my God!
And he broke down like a pie, and he gave the defense 30% and other stuff, and he gave Brock Purdy 5%. So at this point, man, I don't understand how these dudes still got credibility. I'm serious, man. So with that being said, I think this year just feels different, man. You know what I'm saying? I haven't got up and yelled at my TV not one time.
Yeah.
This dude got me so calm. I'm so confident in the squad. I'm just tired of all these naysayers, man. But, I think they just hating, and it's going against their conventional wisdom that this 7th rounder, Mr. Irrelevant, is doing this, and they just can't see it. But, it is what it is, man. And I just want to leave with this last nugget. Y'all peep how Jaquaski Tart haven't played a game since that NFC Championship where he dropped the interception.
Yeah.
So I said that to say I'm tired of these fringe NFL players costing me Super Bowls. Just like Kyle Williams, just like LaMichael James fumbling in the Super Bowl when we could go tied or take the lead against Baltimore. I'm tired of these fringe guys, man. So this year is different, man. We stacked, and I'm loving it, man. I really think this is our year. The only thing that got me worried is I feel like these games are influenced now more than ever, and these narratives that they pushing about the Cowboys or whoever else, whatever other team, they really don't push that for us. I don't understand why the hate for the Niners, where that came from. We're a blue blood franchise.
Right.
But I don't understand. Everybody goes against us, which is fine, but these dudes just lose all credibility with me when they start talking.
No, I'm
they out
do.
On that one, guys.
Hey, Talk Big T. Hell of a phone call. Good to hear from you,
call.
Talk Big T. Great call. It is something about West Coast bias, right? Or just West Coast hate. I guess you should say we got the West Coast bias because we have to defend our turf. Everything's about the East Coast. Everything's about the Midwest. Everything is about the Dallas Cowboys. Everything's about the Philadelphia Eagles. That's fine. I don't care. I do not care. We know what happened in January. We know where we'll be.
I think the number one thing that differentiates Jimmy from Brock for the casual fan, forget all the other nuanced things of pre-snap reads and understanding the offense and fluidly moving through second, third, fourth, fifth progressions, if you ever get to 5. It's the least amount of turnover-worthy plays I can remember from a 49er quarterback in like 25 years.
It's
I don't know if he's better than Garcia. I don't know if he's better right now than what Cap was at his moment in time or whatever you think the best version of Alex or Jimmy was. But I do know this, is that when I watch him week in, week out, consistently, there is a lack of turnover-worthy plays, whether that's sacks in the pocket, whether that's oh-no throws, whether that's balls that lead a guy into getting absolutely sandwiched, which can lead to a fumble. Brock Purdy matriculates the ball down the field with this team, and he doesn't put them in harm's way. He doesn't hold on to the ball in the pocket, take a big sack. He doesn't do any of those things. You're asking kind of at the top of this beat.
Right.
49ers, Cowboys. Why do you hate the Cowboys?
Right.
I've talked a lot about the 93 Giants, right? Like that was when I was like really formulating my love for sports and remembering following from the beginning to the end all of these sports seasons, whether it's the Warriors, the Niners, the Giants, etc. And that 92 Niner team, when they lost the way that they did to the Dallas Cowboys, I remember vividly being in the living room with my mom because my dad was at the game. I was not at that game. And the turnovers were the difference. We could talk a lot about Ken Norton Jr.
Right.
We could talk a lot about Alvin Harper catching balls over Eric Davis and all these things. When you give up 4 turnovers in a game to a team on paper that's very close to you, okay, and you look at all the statistics in that game and you watch that game, the Niners were playing catch-up in the whole second half. And especially at the beginning, giving them 3 points right off the rip on the kick return or punt return fumble. You can't turn the ball over.
No.
And when I look at like Troy Aikman for all those years, and I it's kind of a bit at this point for me on Troy Aikman, like, oh, Troy didn't do this, Troy didn't do that. Troy never put the ball in harm's way.
No, took care of the football.
And I look at the way that he led that team. He was the perfect quarterback for that team at that time, and he ran that offense brilliantly. And the difference between him having multiple Super Bowls as a starter and Steve Young not is the turnover-worthy plays.
No doubt. No doubt. And that's the difference here. Both teams so far this season have only turned the ball over once. The Dallas Cowboys, however, their turnover differential, they're +9 in the turnover department. Why? They have 7 interceptions and 3 fumble recoveries. They've forced 10 turnovers. The Niners so far this season have forced 5 turnovers. But to me, it's not only just the turnovers, Shasky. It's the penalties. And the penalties are going to be huge in this football game. Who's going to be the less penalized team? You look at the Dallas Cowboys, they average 7.3 penalties a game. That is 27th in the league. And, you can get a penalty on the 2nd and 3. You get a first down. Oh, holding, bring it back 10 yards. You want to stay out of 3rd and long in a game like this on both sides of the football. Because you're in 3rd and long, and all of a sudden Dan Quinn's blitzing left and right. Steve Wilkes is blitzing Fred Warner, Drake Greenlaw. You want to stay out of 3rd and long in this football game. The Niners, they're 22nd in the league when it comes to penalties. They're average nearly 7 a game. So who can get out of this game not getting penalized? Who can play the cleaner football game? So it goes with turnovers. But it also goes with penalties as well.
I agree.
In that 92 game, I feel like they got penalized a lot. I don't even know the numbers, but I feel like the yellow flags went their way or went the Dallas Cowboys' way a lot in that football game. I could be wrong.
So there. The penalties ended up actually being almost equal. 4 for 38 yards for the Niners, 4 for 25 for Dallas. But I believe Dallas got one late that was like inconsequential.
And the Niners had a touchdown.
Yes.
Called back due
early
to a penalty.
In the game.
Early in the game.
The Ricky Waters fumble in that game in 92.
Nasty.
The field's all muddy and chopped up.
We had an Eagle fan on the line. I wanted to get to the Eagle fan.
Oh.
Because the Eagle fans are taking a victory lap for what happened yesterday with T.O.
What?
Well, we asked T.O., who gives you more love, the Cowboys or the Niners? And here's T.O.'s answer.
Honestly, I would probably say the Philly fans.
Really?
Oh, don't say that, T.O. We got a beef with Philadelphia.
I'm being dead honest.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, like, there's some hardcore fans. I mean, when you think about the personality and just the blue-collar workers that they are, I remind them of themselves. A guy that kind of would just put on that hard hat and just go to work. So I think that's where the mutual love and respect, was when I played in Philly. Again, like I said, obviously great fan bases in Dallas and San Francisco. But, me, I have to be honest. When you talk about Philly, those fans, bro, they love me like no other.
Why does that hurt you?
That's one of my favorite 49ers of all time. And he's giving the Philadelphia fans love. And, Crossing Broad, Kyle from San Francisco.
Who are those people, for those that don't know?
Some Philly bloggers. Or it's a Philly blogger for Crossing Broad.
So the Stephen Ruiz of Philly.
And then the little fella, what's his name?
John Marks.
The little guy?
Hey, don't be ripping short people. Come on, man.
Well, he's gets ripped.
I'm sure.
He's got the short man complex, and it's on full display for everybody out there. And I don't rip on short people. My best friend, Philly Zeus, short as hell.
Well, here's the thing that I don't understand.
Size matters.
When people have these bios, it's like God first. And, they put like a scripture or they'll put their family or whatever. And then they're out here like going out of their way to start beefs. I'm like... Who are you, bro?
Does his bio say God first?
No, but he's got his whole family on the bio. And I don't want to bring any family. I'm not trying to do that. But what I'm saying is, like, you can't do that and then your actions say something else.
That's why I want to go back to Philly. I just want to see John Marks.
Whenever I see people, like, cussing me out in the comment section, I'll click on whatever their profile is, and I'll look at it, and it'll be like, whatever,
Yeah.
Pick the scripture, Genesis 7:14. God is him. And I'm like, dude, you just spent like 7 minutes swearing at me online. How can you? Those things don't line up. I don't know. It's just fun. It's just a funny contradiction to me.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HG1 San Francisco. Download that Odyssey app and go back and rewind the interview with Terrell Owens from yesterday on the Odyssey app. You don't want to miss that. Also, Jerry Rice joined us yesterday at 8 o'clock as well. It was a lot of fun. So download the Odyssey app to catch those interviews. And don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel. While you are there, it is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com and shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line and shout out to the phone lines. Let's go to Hector in Texas.
Oh, yeah.
Texas, are you a Cowboy fan, Hector? Is this a Cowboy fan?
No. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, we got you loud and clear.
Depends if you're a Niner or a Cowboy fan.
I'm a diehard Niner fan. I always will.
Oh, good deal.
Yeah.
Good deal.
And I wanted to, first of all, thank you guys for having me on the show. It's my first time. And Shasky, if I'm not mistaken, you're a Archbishop Reardon alumnus like me, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, anyways, I wanted to talk about, you guys asked, why do you hate the Cowboys? Well, my sister Angie and my brother Nico, shout out to them if they're listening. We all grew up with a Niner rivalry in our family. We have cousins who would kind of poke fun at us and say, your team is sucks. And keep in mind, we grew up watching the Niners in the 2000s. And as you remember, that was kind of rough. And there's a specific memory, 2011.
Ooh.
Cowboys came to Candlestick Park. I think it was week 3.
Week 2. Week 2.
We talked about this earlier this week.
Yeah, the overtime game. Miles Austin.
Tony Romo broke his ribs.
Miles Austin when he was dating. Wasn't he dating Kim K at the time? Miles Austin.
Was he?
Yeah, he dated Kim K, I think. But anyway, go ahead.
Keep going.
Go ahead.
Miles Austin.
Yeah.
That's a name.
It was the first year I thought we were going to be something because Harbaugh came. That was a big, a big fuss, big news. And we went to overtime. Tony Romo comes back from the bench because of injury. He beats us, and I just was crushed. And you best believe my cousins were in my ear the next Saturday. And so for years, I just resented that team so much, which made it feel so great to finally face them in the playoffs in 2 years ago.
Right.
Garoppolo was QB. We had Shanahan. And, I was at my friend's wedding, and I was that one dude who was glued to the TV watching this game because it meant so much for me. And we won, and I felt great, and then we beat them again last
I know, right? It was amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah,
we beat them 2 years in a row.
Exactly. Greatest feeling ever. And keep in mind, I'm about 28 years old. I didn't grow up watching Montana or Young. I grew up watching, Alex Smith and Cap and Jimbo. And I have respect for all those guys. I think they deserve a lot more respect than some of us give them. And I'm super excited to see what Brock Purdy can do this weekend. And I want to also shout out my beautiful fiance, Griselda.
Hey, shout out to your fiance. And that reminds me, Hector, thanks for the call. Great job. First-time caller. Not bad. Shameless shout-outs coming up 7:45. Shameless shout-outs coming up 7:45. 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs. If you're going to shout out why you hate the Cowboys, here's our boy Big Pun, South San Francisco. Now, follows me on IG. He sends me everything. Big Pun SF. South City. And Big Pun, South City, he sends me voice memos on Instagram.
Oh, he sends you voice memos.
Yeah, and he's fired up. Let me show you how much he's fired up. Here's one of his voice memos from this morning.
I f***ing hate when they say, how about them Cowboys? It's like, shut the f*** up with that stupid.
That's how I feel. I feel like Big Pun South City.
Oh, my God.
I f***ing hate when they say, how about them Cowboys? It's like, shut the f*** up with that stupid.
No, who is that?
How about them Cowboys?
Oh, no, do not. I hate that.
Big Pun South City.
God, I love Big Pun. I love South City.
And
Burberry.
Oh, by the way, I want to do
Park.
I want to do this once a show.
Huh.
Because I'm not feeling this guy being the president of baseball operations. That's Farhad Zaidi.
Uh-huh.
Here's Big Pun South City responding to the Farhad Zaidi presser.
Wait. He has Farhad takes?
He has Farhad takes, too.
Now I'm here for this.
All right. Before we get back to the lines,
I got to hear this. So
Big Pun South City's.
Big Pun. This is South City telling Farhan what they think of him.
Exactly.
Okay.
Stand up to Farhan, man, and f***ing call him out on that f***ing idiosyncrasy my ass. Or it's too cold here to f***ing play. Well, isn't it cold in Philadelphia? Isn't it cold in f***ing New York? Isn't it cold in other f***ing places? Him, he's full of shit. He needs to just own his shit. And he couldn't pull off signing some star players. He didn't do it. You know what I mean? He didn't build a team that was ready to add a star. And he needs to be accountable for his shit. Thank you for holding him accountable, Bonte. Thank you from a diehard Giants fan, dude.
Save both of those. Big Pun. Red carpet for the rest of time.
Well, Big Pun just sent me something like in the last 5 minutes. So during the break, I'm going to listen to what that is. Because, Big Pun in South City's not playing that.
Hey, well, if you've met anyone from South City, they don't play.
They don't play.
At all.
Big Pun.
Shout out Mike Dackinen, who I will be seeing at the, I think it's the Bud Light patio.
Who's Mike Dackinen?
Mike Dackinen is the homie. Okay. Go way back.
What homie?
He's just the homie.
Okay,
It's just what he is. Big Mike. He's got the ponytail.
Okay.
He knows who he is. And his whole crew.
There's a lot of guys out there with
I know,
ponytails.
but Big Mike is a legend.
All right,
and I love him dearly.
Is he a legend like Big Pun?
I f***ing hate when they say, how about them Cowboys? Like, shut the f*** up with that stupid.
Manny Sabatel.
Fans feel that way.
Manny Sabatel.
Let's go.
Manny Sabatel. What's happening?
South City, stand up.
Good morning, Vontae. Good morning.
Good morning, Manny.
Hey, shout out to Punk for real, because a lot of us feel that way.
Yes.
But real quick, I got like 3 quick things. First thing, why I hate the Cowboys, because of Jerry Jones, man. He's worse than Taylor Swift. They show him in the press box every time the Cowboys play. Like, we don't want to see the old man. We want to see the teams on the field playing, man. So that's one of the reasons why I hate the Cowboys, but there's 100 of them. Second, I'm tired of the hate on Purdy, too. Besides all these clowns on the national media, Nick Wright and this new guy talking about he's going to quit covering NFL, like, go ahead and quit, dude, because I hope Brock Purdy shuts all these guys up. You even got professionals like Mark Sanchez talking about, oh, the ball was underthrown on play-by-play. Can we get someone else besides Mark Sanchez calling the games, man? Because I don't know what he's watching. If Ayuk has to stretch his arms out to catch the ball, how is it underthrown?
I totally agree.
But then you got Hall of Famers like Aaron Rodgers saying they're fans of Purdy. So who are you going to listen to? You're going to listen to, you're going to listen to Aaron Rodgers. Or you're going to listen to Mark Sanchez butt fumble over there.
Here's what I would say to you. All Niner fans. Brock Purdy's so damn good. He has ended the civil war amongst 49er fans regarding the quarterback.
Oh, yeah. We're all in lockstep.
It's been a 30-year war.
We're all in lockstep. It's the Bloods and the Crips uniting 100%. As one. We're all there.
Okay, look, even when Steve won the Super Bowl, everybody loved him, right? But before that, there was a huge war, but I'll forget that. When he won the Super Bowl, everybody unanimously loved Steve Young, right? Yep. Obvious. I'm sure there were a couple of holdouts. Fine. It has been a civil war over quarterback play with the 49ers.
You know what?
What?
By the wow, some breaking news. Per Tim Kawakami, Steve Kerr plans to start Draymond Green over Kevon Looney after he returns from his ankle injury.
Good guy, Looney.
However, Tim Kawakami just quotes what he's saying, I didn't report this. See ya, Legion of Hoops. Gotta love bad aggregators. So
wait, okay.
So Tim
what's the breaking news?
So Tim Kawakami didn't say that. Oh. He's just going at them. I was reading the whole tweet.
Was that
breaking news? Tim Kawakami blocks someone on Twitter.
I mean, it's just another Tuesday.
I fucking hate when they say, "How about them Cowboys?"
That's just how good TK is. You know,
with that stupid.
It's breaking news. He's not even breaking.
Honestly, though, Purdy is so good. Well, we have all caused a ceasefire.
No.
What?
No, not everybody. Not everybody.
Well, you're never getting anything unanimous.
No, listen.
Can we agree?
Our boy TC and Sack.
Okay. Well, TC
our boy
and Sack.
Robin San-Bruno.
Okay.
You know, our boy Tyler Miller.
Okay.
There's many fans who are waiting in the cut saying, yeah, I ain't all in on Brock Purdy yet.
Yeah, we call
still
those,
a segment. So don't say all of them.
You don't know the Bible. That's Judas. All right? All right, dog? Like, I'm trying to win the big one here.
No,
all right?
No, you're not winning
all right?
the big
Don't
one.
turn your back on me now.
Listen, I'm not turning my back on you now.
Come on. Have you seen Godfather?
I'm saying.
Do you see what happens to Fredo?
I do see what happens to Fredo.
Don't turn your back on me now. Don't be an Uncle Junior and put the hit out on me, Dickie Molasanti.
Oh, man. All right.
That's going way deep into the cuts, Sopranos.
Big Niner, Gabriel, we'll get you on the other side. Why do you hate the Dallas Cowboys? Plus, shameless shout out to 745. Rhea Lancaster, let's shout out your husband who's going to be in for a long Sunday, Rhea. A long Sunday. Because ain't no way the Niners are losing to the Cowboys on Sunday. How about them Cowboys? Are you kidding me?
I fucking hate when they say, "How about them Cowboys?" I love the way it's like, shut the up with that stupid.
What's coming up in the case? Sponsored by Fremont Big Full Service Banking.
You're not kid friendly.
Your phone call's coming up.
Save on seafood at Whole Foods Market. Get 25% off.
know it's a 50 Friday.
Loon Dog! I love me some Loon Dog, sorry.
I know it's a 50 Friday, and you played your song to start off. There's a song that when I think of the good times for the 49ers, I think about the special teams unit. And I only bust this song out a few times. I think we need to play Tony Montana at some point this morning and get people fired up again. Come on, my special teams unit. Come on.
You don't think Big Pud's dropping this? You don't think Big Pud's riding around with this? Come on.
Booby Dixon?
Come on, Niner
Who
fans.
we saw in Philly?
It's the Cowboys. You know why you hate them. You know why. Let's continue to sun these dudes.
Cockroaches.
Those cockroaches are going to infest Levi Stadium with that ugly old blue on. Jerry Jones going to walk the sideline, smiling from ear to ear. And we're not having none of that.
Remember Blake Costanzo?
Oh, I do remember Blake
Costanzo.
And my guy Larry Grant. Listen, I go back to training camp, Shasky.
Crank this up.
I go back to training. Crank it up. Get
that music
up. What are you doing, Spinoni? Get that up. Crank it. Crank it. Listen, we're at the Hilton Hotel. We talked about the journey and the new dreams and the new hopes and what this year is going to bring. We know the goals, folks. I'm going to say it every single day. It is Super Bowl or it is bust. But we're going to enjoy this ride. And part of this journey, week 5, Sunday Night Football, Niner fans, you get to make another statement. The 49ers themselves get to make another statement. And 5-0 sounds about right to me. 5-0 sounds about right to me. How about you? Why do you hate the damn Cowboys? Why do you hate the Cowboys, Shasky?
I hate the Cowboys because that star is a Yelp rating. That's what that thing is, as in you're only worth 1 star. That star hasn't been worth a damn thing for over 30 years. You ain't won multiple playoff games since most people were in diapers. I mean, here's the problem, all right? We see enough Cowboys every single day on television. I don't need to see Troy Aikman anymore. I don't need to see Moose Johnson. I'm sick of Tony Romo. Oh, here we go, Jim. I don't need to see those guys. I am so Cowboyed out.
I don't like any of it, to be honest with you.
I'm sick of Skip Bayless. I truly am. Like, I get it. You're an important franchise because there's a ton of bandwaggers that love you. The same group of people that also love the Lakers and the Boston Bruins. Right. I get all that. I get all that. They probably like Duke as well. But, like, my God, I'm so sick of them. And when they went through us 2 times in a row, 92, 93, the 93 January, 94 January, it broke my heart. We got to get it again. We got to beat these guys. I'm so ready to beat these guys.
Frisco Shasky's back.
Let's go.
He's back, folks. Don't forget, 95.7 The Game has you covered with the best red and gold coverage out there. Larry Krueger, Lorenzo Neal get it started Sunday with the kickoff show at 3 p.m. at the Hilton Hotel. Then Grandy Man, Sterling Bennett, Alan Stiles have your instant reaction and analysis immediately following the final whistle on overtime. Hear it all right here on 95.7 The Game. Download Odyssey app. Go check out the T.O. interview from yesterday. Check out Jerry Rice from yesterday. We get the big stars here on 95.7 The Game. Let's go to Gabriel, Orange County. Why do you hate the Cowboys, Gabe, down there in Southern California?
Give it to me, Gabe.
Niners.
What up, guys? Oh, man, bro. You know why I hate the Cowboys? Because of freaking Dak Prescott's face. Every time he's in a freaking press conference, bro. In that last one where he's like, oh, you're going to make me mad? You're gonna, I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Bro, you can see the fear in his eyes, bro. I freaking hate how much the sports world continues to forgive Dak Prescott for all the bull crap and all the horrible play and all the freaking interceptions and all the choking, and they still consider him elite. And then Brock Purdy is tearing the league apart right now on paper before your very eyes, and still they don't want to give him his flowers, bro. And I just want Brock, bro. I love that Civil War comment you made earlier. I want Brock Purdy to just annihilate them, bro, this Sunday.
It sounds personal for you, Gabriel. This sounds personal.
It's real personal for me, bro. I mean, like I told you guys before, I'm a fan since '88, bro. I've seen all the crap. I've seen all the heartbreak against the Cowboys since in the '90s. And believe me, bro, like, this is one of the biggest regular season games in a long time, I feel. I don't know if you guys...
No, I'm with you.
I'm with you.
Here's what I would say to you. Here's what I would say to you. If you could do this, and like I'm getting way ahead of myself.
Gabe.
I'm getting way ahead of myself.
You can hear the passion from Gabe's
voice. If you
voice.
could go through Dallas in the regular season and Philly in the regular season, and then do it again in the playoffs, en route to a Super Bowl with Mr. Irrelevant, that might be the sweetest journey to a Super Bowl that you can envision as a Niner fan.
You hear the pain in Gabe's voice? He can't stand the Cowboys. You hear Big Pun in South City?
I fucking hate when they say, "How about them Cowboys?" It's like, shut the up with that stupid.
I'm with them.
Hey, Levi's about to be turned up.
And in that fear that Gabriel's talking about, he can't stand Dak Prescott. He talked about the fear. Here's the fear he was talking about with Dak after they beat up on the New England Patriots last Sunday.
Dak, what was the feeling leaving that locker room last January against those guys?
No, I mean, it's obvious. I mean, we're so far past that, to be honest with you, but that's obvious. I mean, you just want to piss me off going into this week, and I appreciate that. I do, actually. I do. Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate that.
That lost drive, you guys.
I mean, every day. Every day. Every day, Ty, every day.
I mean, does anybody in their right mind really think that with the game on the line in the playoffs, Dak Prescott's going to drive them 85 yards to win a game?
No, he's not. He's not. And look.
I mean, honestly, does anyone in America believe that besides Dak's parents?
No, Jerry Jones doesn't even believe him. Listen, Posy in P-Town, YouTube. I love you, Posy, because this, you know what? I'm going to take this mindset. He said it's not personal. This is strictly business.
Oh, is this the Mac Mall album?
No, it's Tommy Davis. It's Strictly Business. Remember that movie?
I do, but Mac Mall also had an album, Strictly Business.
I think of the movie.
Yeah. No, it's okay.
It is Strictly Business.
And your boy David Sampson, that's the name of his podcast.
Oh, is it?
It's nothing personal. It's Strictly Business.
It's a podcast I don't listen to. Big Niner, Richmond. What's happening? Big Niner. What's up, Big Niner?
What's up, man? What's up, bro? Can y'all hear me?
Oh, we got you turned up.
Hey, man, listen, man. I am a Niner fanatic. I am not a fan. I'm a fanatic, bro. I called to talk about the game, but first and foremost, Shasky. How Papa Shasky doing? That's my man right there. I love when Papa Shasky come on, man. How's he doing?
He's not doing great right now. He's got a little thing that he's going to go into next week, full disclosure. But Pops is good. He's in a good frame of mind. So I appreciate your concern. And if you could say a prayer for him out there, Bay Area, he needs it right now.
Oh, most definitely, man.
I appreciate that, though.
I'm going to send one up to Papa Shasky.
Will do.
Send one up for him, man.
Yeah,
I appreciate it. So now, I hate the Cowboys. When I was a kid, I argued with my friends that are Cowboy fans. I always argued about Jerry Rice is better than Michael Irvin. I always argued about Steve Young is better than Troy Aikman. And third, and most of all, I hate the Cowboys because of that Montgomery Burns, a.k.a. Jerry Jones. Oh, my God. So I want this victory bad. I understand it's only week 5 and it's like, it don't make to break the season. But as Niner fans and as the disrespect we get outside of the Bay Area, we need this. But offensive line, hear me clear. Please just do your thing.
Yep.
Block. Yep. Don't worry about number 11. Block him, ship him, do whatever you need to do. Because if you block him, Brandon Ayuk is going to be Mac Mall wide open. Let's go. Let's get it. Hey, listen, man, I love y'all. I love listening to y'all, man.
Thank you, Big Niner.
I appreciate y'all picking up, talking to me, but let's go, baby. Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Let's go, Big Niner. Shameless shout-outs coming up in 19 minutes. Shameless shout-outs, 19 minutes. 888-957-9570. High school football in full swing. Girls flag football in full swing. Let me know what's going on out there in the high school world. Shout out whoever you want to shout out. If you're getting married, your wife, your kids, your teachers, your professors. Shout out whoever the hell you want to shout out. That's coming up at 7:45. Shameless shout outs. Let's go to Lucky. Phone number, by the way. Let me give it out again. 888-957-9570. Lucky in San Francisco. Lucky, what's happening?
What's up, man? Bonte, Shasky, man, y'all know what time it is, man. I've been hating the Cowboys since Danny freaking White, man. big bottlehead Emmitt Smith, man. This rivalry goes back all the way, to the 50s, man. I just bought a hat and a shirt and a sweater in 1947, man, with the Niner man on the horse, man, shooting at these Cowboys.
I love that logo.
Get these dudes.
I love that logo. I love that logo a lot. And I love the Niners beating up on the Dallas Cowboys. And I love the Jerry Jones hate. The Jerry Jones hate goes deep for me. It's a deep one. And
Why is that?
Because this guy thinks he invented the NFL. He's the puppet master. He pulls all the strings. Hey, Raider fans, he's the reason you're in Las Vegas and not L.A. He's the reason for that. You could have had that L.A. market and a great stadium as SoFi Stadium.
He didn't want Stan Kroenke splitting that fan base with the Rams, and he wanted to have a trip to Vegas every year. Yeah. I mean, it's really essentially what happened. Right. That's how it went down.
That's how it went down. And now you have no true home field advantage because of Jerry Jones.
No.
He took that away from you, Raider fans. He took it away. Jerry Jones. Now, he bought the Cowboys back on February 25th of 1989. He bought the Cowboys for $140 million.
What an investment.
They're now worth $9 billion.
Wow. I mean, if they went on the open market, they might get more than that.
They might get $11 billion.
I mean, seriously.
I mean, he bought them for $140 million.
Is there a bigger brand in football?
No, there's not.
I mean, the Texas market, that logo, that fan base. Wow. Keep going.
Huge brand. And, I mean, they haven't won a Super Bowl since 1995. And they keep on getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. The starter coats, the hats, the jerseys. They hype up their players. They hype up their quarterbacks. The white jerseys at home. The Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders, which, you know what? I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie to you, Shasky, this morning.
Shout out to the cheerleaders.
The performance they put on before that wild card game, I said, I see why the Cowboy cheerleaders are held in high regard.
Were they system cheerleaders, or did they supersede the cheerleading system that they had down in Dallas?
Whatever they did, the system was, they mastered the system. All right, let's just say that.
My brother, you are not Bernie Mac.
I don't even know what we're doing.
I mean, they put on a show.
Your lower extremity.
No, yes.
The Cowgirls or the Laker girls?
Well, the Raiderettes, too. Don't forget about them. Yuck and Numbskull. I'm a Raider. Oakland Raider.
From the Bay to L.A. to Las Vegas.
Well,
it is a great song.
It's an amazing song. But Jerry Jones just gets on my nerves. Like, he talks about weight loss and appearances. This is way back in, the late 90s.
Oh.
He's talking about weight loss. Listen to this fraud.
Well, it was done deliberately, and I wanted to lose some weight. At last training camp, I looked at my pictures and looked at the way I was feeling and said, hey, I needed to get some of this weight off, and went about that and didn't have a drink for a year, and basically watched my intake and lost 55 pounds. So thank you, Jim.
55 pounds. Was that tough to lose?
Toughest thing I've ever done, and I've done some tough things, but I thought that you could just do, let's say, stop drinking and it would just come off, but that didn't happen for me, but it's something that I'm real proud of, and it feels good, and there's nothing wrong.
It's good to know that he didn't drink for a year, because we know he's been drinking now.
Yeah, Johnny Walker Blue is literally injected into his veins the way saline was injected into my veins when I fainted of COVID at Target.
There you go. And we saw some of the photos, some of the nights he's had, some of the boat rides, some of the yacht rides.
It's so funny how photos like that just get swept under the rug.
Right.
Just hanging out with 20-somethings.
Yeah,
it's fine.
It's all good. There was no alcohol involved, I'm sure.
Do you think if that happened today, would he get canceled?
That just happened 4 years ago.
Yeah, that's true.
Jerry Jones got a slap on the wrist.
Well, he is Jerry.
You know?
He is, to that era, what Eddie D was to his era, correct? Not currently. Right. I'm just saying when he first came in.
When he first came in.
Swashbuckler,
right.
Trendsetter, upset the apple cart. Everybody hates him. Instant winner, right?
All that stuff. And just listen to him with the weight loss. I lost 55 pounds. Well, he's gained it all back. So if you're asking if he's on SOTAweightloss.com, no, he's not. Not even close.
You know what's funny? I'm looking at it right now. The Dallas Cowboys are actually partnered with SodaWeightLoss.com.
No, they are not.
I swear to God, I'm on their website right now.
They are actually.
Yes.
Well, how come Zeke never got on it?
Well, maybe they partnered after.
See, look at this. 510 Comcast Business Text Line. No doubt, Bonte, Raider fan here, they can't stand Jerry Jones. Will someone please tell Jerry he died years ago? Oh, weekend at Bernie's looking ass. That's for the 510.
I mean, when we think of ownership destroying its own dynasty from within, we think of Jerry Jones and the clash of egos with Jimmy Johnson. Do we not?
Absolutely. And we have that sound coming up here. Let's go to RJ in Fairfield. RJ in Fairfield, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yo, good morning, guys. Hey, big matchup, man. This has a Tyson Holyfield feel to it. You know what I'm saying? We got red versus blue, Texas versus Cali. I'm so hyped for this game. I just wanted to say, man, who voted on the term America's team? How did they get that term? I don't know who voted for that, but I know I wouldn't vote for that. Cali didn't vote for that. Another one. Hey, my wife heard that dude Ruiz, and she said, "Ew, he's stupid." Oh my God! If she say that, you must be you probably don't know what you're doing in your job. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, I just want to say that we done seen Dak Prescott this year already, and his name was Josh Dobbs. Josh Dobbs did his thing out there on the Niners defense. You telling me Dak Prescott's going to do better, or he's probably going to be similar to that? So I got this game, man, 27-17. It's going to be a good one. And, man, I'm so hyped for this game. I appreciate you having me on, guys.
No doubt.
Thank you.
Jordan, Lubbock, Texas.
What's going on, guys?
What's going on, Jordan? What you got?
Hey, so I want to say right off the bat, I'm calling from Lubbock, Texas. I am a Dallas Cowboys fan. I've been listening to you guys' show since you guys started this morning, and I just want to talk some football with you guys. I don't hate the Cowboys. Only in January is when I hate my Cowboys. Listen, our defense, you guys haven't really played a defense like our defense yet this season. So what I'm excited to see is how our defense stacks against that offense. And our offensive line is all healthy for the first time in like 2.5 years. So what do you guys think about our offensive line and our defensive line going up against yours in the trenches?
You know what? You sound like a reasonable Cowboy fan, so I'm not going to get on you. And you live in Lubbock, Texas, where the only thing you got to do is go to Texas Tech games and go watch the Red Raiders, who aren't doing a damn thing this year. Look, Jordan, the game's going to be one in the trenches. No doubt about it. When it comes to these big boy games and it comes to these big boy teams, it's always who's going to control the line of scrimmage. How's Colt McKivitz and Spencer Burford and Jake Brindle going to hold up against that Cowboy defensive line? And apparently, according to Mike McCarthy, who's just on 105.3 The Fan out in Dallas, those guys didn't want to do the crossover this year for God knows what. Whatever. They didn't want to do any radio with us this week, so that's fine. Apparently, their offensive line is going to be healthy this week. So can the Niners apply that pressure on Dak Prescott, who is getting the ball out a lot faster this season? That's always the key when it comes to these big boy football games. Who's going to control the trenches? Last week, Buffalo, Miami. Shasky, Buffalo controlled the trenches. They end up winning that game going away.
It's funny how we always say that. And people aren't wrong. Control the trenches. The Niners are dominant on the edges, though, on the perimeter. Like, you look at Ayuk and Debo and George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey, like they on offense, I'm talking about offense. And I think that's where the biggest mismatch is in this game. To me, the Dallas Cowboys secondary versus the 49er perimeter players. And then I look at what Dallas can do offensively. I don't know if they can expose this secondary in terms of doing what the Rams did. Right. The Rams have some pretty good personnel, and Stafford can really sling it. Mm-hmm. And they played very soft coverage in that game. I think that CD can have a game with a lot of catches, but can it be an inefficient? Like, can you keep him under 10 yards per catch? Right. Like, that to me is very important. Like, if he's going over 10 yards a catch, that means he's getting big chunk plays and beating you downfield. That's the one thing I don't want to think. Do you fear anyone outside of CD?
No, I mean, Brady Cooks can get over the top. He does have speed.
Okay.
And if he gets matched up on Ambry Thomas, that does concern me. There better be a safety over the top to help out AT, Ambry Thomas. Because that does worry me with Brandon Cooks. He will get down the field. That's the one thing he can do. He can run and go right with the best of them. He's got speed. So don't let him get over the top. Make sure if he's matched up on Ambry Thomas, do not leave him in one-on-one coverage. All right? Ambry, I do not have a lot of confidence in right now. I really don't.
Well, Diamondor Lenore had the big interception in the playoff game last year where Dak just held it through late to the flat, or not the flat, but out to the side, and he just cut right in front of it. So I worry about Travaris Ward a lot in this one. The groin, the heel, everything that's going on there. But it doesn't. I don't know. I think he's more banged up than he's admitting.
Probably. Probably. He's a
That's
little
not
banged
good.
up. No, it's not good. But CeeDee Lamb, is he going to beat you over the top? He's more of a possession receiver now. He'll try
That's
to get
true.
deep down the field. But I think they'll have a nice little game plan for CD. And if they want to try to short stuff and get the ball out quick, they're going to get hit fast.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure they want to handle that.
That's a good point.
I'm not sure if they're going to be able to handle that. And Dallas is going to need that run game. If you turn them into a one-dimensional team, that favors the 49ers big time.
I thought Van Der Esch was really good in the playoff game, and he's a guy is stuffing the run that I'm very interested to see how they try to make him guard CMC. Like that, to me, I would try to get CMC out in the flat, on that stuff going over the middle and make him chase him downfield.
Dallas is middle of the pack when it comes to run defense. They're giving up 112 yards on the ground per game, 112 yards on the ground per game. The Niners in that top three. It's Detroit giving up 61 yards a game. Philadelphia giving up 63 yards a game. Then you have the 49ers giving up 66 yards a game. So make sure you stuff that Dallas run game. See if you could get some yards on that Dallas defense. They're giving up 112 per game here. Let's go to David up in Santa Rosa. David, what's up, man? Why do you hate the Cowboys?
Oh, man, I hate the Cowboys since I was a child. I grew up in Mexico, and the Cowboys were the number one band over there for the 90s. And I'm so glad that the 49ers are taking down that fandom in Mexico. I mean, you guys just saw it last year on the Azteca Stadium. I mean, they're totally rocking over there. And I hate him since I was a kid. I hate him so much because most of my friends used to be Cowboys fans, and they gave me so much crap when they beat us on those championship games. But I finally got my revenge in '94, and I'm so glad I'm still a 49er fan.
There it is, David in Santa Rosa. Robin, what's up, Sugar? Shameless shout-outs coming in 6 minutes. Shameless shout-outs. Robin, what's happening?
Hey, Sugars, thank you for taking my call because it's the second time this week. But I wanted to tell you guys, because I'm old enough, the reason why I don't like the Dallas Cowboys, I want you to understand that I grew up here and I also grew up in Ohio. I'm a bit of a rebellious person. No kidding, huh? And so I started watching football, probably, when Jim Plunkett was playing. But here's the deal. So I don't like the Dallas Cowboys because they represent the status quo. Okay, they're all perfect team. Tom Landry in his hat, and the shotgun. I hated that, and they just represent, America's apple pie. And I'm kind of rebellious against this. Maybe that's why when I was younger, I used to like the Raiders because they were the opposite of that. And that is why I don't like the Dallas Cowboys, okay? Since then, it has morphed into more than that, but it still has that basic foundation. You understand? And so that's why I don't like them. And then the second thing I just want to say, because you got to go, I want to get on my boy Shasky with all love. Don't ever ask the question if Beyonce is on the same level as Taylor Swift. I don't care if she's made more money. Beyonce is the trailblazer. Peace out, baby.
I don't think I did question her. I said people would have it would be a great argument because they're like neck and neck. One of them's worth more than the other. One of them gets more Spotify. The other one gets more Apple Play streams. They're literally the two top of the charts.
Yeah. And Dallas and the Niners literally have two of the top defenses. You got Cleveland, Dallas, Baltimore, Detroit, and San Francisco. So even looking past the Dallas Cowboys, just a peek ahead, next week against Cleveland will not be easy for the 49ers. That defense is legit. They're going to be hitting on all cylinders. So I'm going to make sure you win this game and not look ahead to the Cleveland Browns because that's not a gimme at all. Let's go to Manny on the Dumbarton Bridge. Manny, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Hey, I'm going to tell you why I really hate the Dallas Cowboys, and this is going to bring it to the Taylor Swift thing. Who cared about Romo and Jessica Simpson? That made my stomach sick to the core. But now, moving on to the game, fellas. I told your screener, I'm calling it Niners 38-10 because this is the same brain trust that thought it was a good idea to have Zeke as center on the final play of the oopie-doo-oop game, as I call it. So you know what? I'm not even worried about it, fellas. I really am not. The only reason I got passes in those championship games in the 90s is because Keith DeLong loved getting run over and Ted Washington was fat. But against this defense, last year, we knocked them out. This year, we're even better. And if James Conner can gash that defense, what do you think Christian McCaffrey's going to do to him? And finally, fellas, this is what I'm calling it. This is Nick Bosa's get it right game. 3 sacks for the Bows this weekend, fellas. Mark it. Have a good weekend. Enjoy the game. Enjoy the victory. I'm calling it, guys.
There it is.
DeLong.
Keep the long
Now, that's a name I haven't heard in a long
Ted
time.
Washington just suddenly said
Well,
Ted
Ted I
Washington
thought
was
of.
fat.
Ted Washington was huge.
Now,
He
that's
was
a name
huge.
I've not heard in a long time.
I fucking hate when they say, "How about them Cowboys?" It's like, shut the up with that stupid.
Uncle Charlie, Rodeo.
Uncle Charlie.
What's happening?
Purdy make you whirly?
Hey, let me say this, man. Oh, baby. Well, I used to say, Lance make it dance, but he's gone. I got baptized by Rock Purdy. He's pretty good. All I want to say is, man, we going to whip them tricks. You know the trick, the cowgirls. The cowgirls. I always hate the cowgirls because I'm a 49ers, and you will see Uncle Charlie there at the game.
I don't even know what is going on this morning. Uncle Charlie's going to be at the game. Be careful looking out for Uncle Charlie.
Is Big Pun South City going to be at the game?
Oh, facts.
The Cowboys, though, I never seen a more arrogant organization that's been mediocre at best, subpar football product out there, and they're so fucking arrogant. Like, you'd think they won the Super Bowl the last 3 fucking years. They haven't won shit. That's what bothers me about the Cowboys. Their fucking arrogance and their fucking mediocre at best. Yeah, they're pretty good right now. I'm not sold on them right now either. In my opinion, they're fucking Charmin boys. They're soft as hell, dude. The Niners are going to run that ball right down their fucking throat. I guarantee it, dude. We're going to fucking hammer the damn Cowboys this weekend.
If we did a draft of players,
I thought
you were
going to say cowlers.
No.
Or roasters.
I love it. It's so good. If we did a draft of players, we agree, right? Parsons would be somewhere at the top.
Yeah, he'd be
if we were going Niners, Dallas, you have both rosters.
Right now.
Okay. I mean, could you make the argument 6 or 7 of the top 10 are Niners, or am I tripping?
Well, depends, right? Parsons, Bosa's going to the top 5.
Yeah, let's just say 1, 2.
Fred Warner.
3.
Debo.
4.
Throwing CD Lamb in there.
5. Ayuk.
Oh, Christian McCaffrey.
6, 7.
Kittle.
8.
Trent Williams.
9.
Taking them any over
I would
any
put
offensive
Tyron
lineman?
in there. 10.
All right.
So you see what I'm not even like. Am I omitting like Vander
Trayvon
Esch?
Diggs was there. He'd be a high pick.
He would, but he's not.
Yeah.
He's not.
He's not.
You know, and the other guy who has been very quiet this year, and I'm expecting a big game from, Talanoa Hufanga. He's been quiet this year.
Has he? He had the interception in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I know, but I haven't seen a lot of the woo hits.
Didn't he have an interception against the Rams? No, not the Rams. He hasn't had that woo hit, but he's been around.
No, I know. I'm just saying it feels like that everything's been so underneath. He hasn't had an opportunity to have one of those kind of games. I feel like he's going to pop in this one.
We'll see.
You're still not sold on him?
No. I never know how to predict a game in terms of what player is going to shine out. You know what I'm saying? You could guess and say, oh, this defense. Like, I know the constants, right?
Well, I know they're going to throw to CD.
Fred Warner's going to have, Greenlaw's going to be cleaning
You
things
can say that
up.
for every game of the rest of their career.
Hufanga being quiet isn't necessarily a bad thing. That means you're getting very good safety play.
I would agree, but I think that
mean?
they're going to target CD so much in this game, downfield. I don't know. I think he's going to be very important.
Yeah. No, I think he's had a very solid year.
Okay.
So far, so good, right?
It's just been quiet because there's no interceptions.
Well, you had the interception against Pittsburgh.
No, I'm saying outside of that.
All right. Let's go to, we got shameless shout-outs. Let's go, 746. Let's go, 888-957-9570.
Oh, boy.
Wow. Chase Claypool from the Bears, who was told to sit at home yesterday, has been traded to the Miami Dolphins. He'll be a 2025 6th-round pick from Miami for Claypool and a 2025 7th-round pick. Chicago flipped the 2nd-round pick for Claypool. Doesn't even use him.
Yeah, it was like the 33rd, 34th overall.
What a bad return for them.
All right, let me start off shameless shout-outs. It's Fleet Week. It's been a beautiful week weather-wise here in the Bay Area. And I just want to give my heartfelt, sincere thanks to the great men and women of America who protect us, the first responders, the Marine Corps, the Navy, the Army. No, not Cash Money Records. The Coast Guard, everybody out there that's going to be celebrating right now for Fleet Week. Like, as an American who loves this country, and I know it's not perfect, nothing is, I appreciate people like you who sacrifice every single day your own family's shortcomings for the greater good of our country. Without you, we wouldn't have a beautiful city that we live in. We wouldn't have this country that we live in, the liberties that we enjoy. Blue Angels, as a San Franciscan, is one of my favorite things to see up in the sky this week. And shout out to all of you, the great people, the backbone of this country, the first responders, and the military. My hat goes off to you. I salute you.
Well said. Well said. Shout out to Cake and Cuts Barbershop, 415 Comcast Business Text Line. Happy birthday to my wife, Wycinia. That's from Oscar at EPA. Nice. Oscar's a roaster. He's a day one. What up, Oscar? Shout out to my daughter, Mia and Kaya, for always having their daddy's back, no matter what's going on. Shout out to the Martinez Youth Football Bulldogs. Homecoming week versus Livermore. Go Bulldogs, baby. Let's go, Martinez Bulldogs. Get that W there. And a lot of shout-outs here, James _1982.
What's that?
Shout out to Bonte's driver for getting him to work safely.
I like that. And I guess I omitted the Air Force. I'm sorry. Have to get in the Air Force. I'm sorry. This is an ad-lib. I'm doing the best I can. And if you are going to Fleet Week, support people who support us. Yeah. Support Squad and Gobble on Chestnut and my boy JJ and his dad Issa, Bonita Taqueria right next door.
And shout out to Muni and Bart, because you'll need to take that if you want to drive within the city. You don't want to drive around there. It's going to be gridlock out there.
And you can go to their patio beer garden in the back and have a nice little cocktail.
What's up, JJ?
What's up?
JJ owes me a free something.
Well,
Owe me something.
I mean, come on.
Kelly, San Francisco.
Jesus.
Kelly, what's happening?
Hi, shout out to our son, Timothy Jones III, turning 13 on Sunday, who happens to be your number one fan.
Oh, wow.
Very cool.
Shout out, man. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Who's his favorite player?
Who's his favorite player?
Yeah, just in sports.
Steph.
Of course, it's Steph. When you guys come to a Warrior game, come by the Gay House, come see us, say holler at us, man. We'd love to meet you. Hopefully you have a great 13th birthday. I remember being 13.
Your birthday is booming.
Yeah, I do too, man.
Happy birthday, young man.
Happy birthday, young man. Let's go to our boy Duke, and then we'll get to Uncle Gene and Steve. Duke in the city, what's happening?
Man, you already know what it is. YouTube, Twitch, man, y'all know what it is, man. I'm gonna give us, man, shout out to Hope Papa Shasky, get better, show, man, and hope get a full recovery, man. You know, for real, man. That's a serious life, man. And my boy, Phil Rodriguez is out here on the waterfront with me, man. He lost his wife last Saturday to pancreatic cancer, y'all. So keep him in y'all prayers. I know y'all don't know him, but he's my guy, and I've been working with him for 20 years straight, man. So, y'all keep him in y'all prayers. And everybody from Local 10 and 75 and 34 that support this show, man, y'all know what we do, man. Face up 49ers, Fatal Flaw, Mortal Kombat. Don't ask me. Ask that boy Dakota Prescott. He will rolling hard on them 26-4. McCaffrey is the one with the 450 mode. Kiddo serving you like the all-night market. I'm here with Ted Chesky Morning Road. Super Bowl is the target. My team is the none. We taking red and gold. We smashed out Mob. Got Cowboys. We come to take the soul. Niners. We're here.
Let's
go. Duke in the city. Duke in the city. What a shutout.
All the hair standing up on my arm.
What a shutout there. We go from Duke to Uncle Gene in Oakland.
Uncle Gene,
what's happening, pimp?
Hey guys, boy, do I hate to follow Duke. Anyway, I got three quick ones. First one is shout out for Dick Butkus.
Yes,
linebackers of all time, man. Up there with the likes of Ray Allen, Lawrence Taylor. I followed him back in the day. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
Second is I also
go ahead.
I also want to shout out your dad, Joe.
Thank you.
I don't know what he's going through. I know you told me he loves me, and I love him too. So
I appreciate that, Gene. It means a lot.
And finally, shout out to all the fans that are going to go to the game on Sunday. I'll be there with my grandson.
Oh yeah,
let's
Game's
go.
Over, and when we won the game, and as the Cowboys are leaving the field, I want to invite all the fans to join me in a chant. All right, in your best Jerry Jones voice, and say, "How about them Niners?"
Yeah!
Let's go, Uncle Gene. Cut that. Save that drop, baby. Javier, San Bruno. Javier, what's happening,
up,
Jav?
Hey, I'd like to give a shout out to you guys. Thank you so much for making me feel good in the morning in that drive and that Friday. You guys are the best. I'd also like to give a shout out again to all the Godzilla fans. Godzilla -1 is coming out in November in Japan and then in the United States on December 1st.
Absolutely. Good stuff, Javier. Love the shout out. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not reading this from the 267. You Philadelphia fans. Screw you guys, Philly. Screw the Phillies. I hope the Braves kick your butt.
It's always tough when people send me shameless shout-outs to my Instagram, and then I go to try to find it, and I can't find it in the Instagram. So if you've been sending me shameless shout-outs on Instagram, I apologize.
You sound like you're 70.
I'm having a tough time finding all these messages.
I don't know how to work the internet.
Well, there's like primary and general,
and then there's like requests. Can you help me, Joe Spadoni? Steve in San Francisco. Steve, what's happening?
Sorry.
Shout out, Gage.
What's up, Steven?
Hey, what's up, man? I just want to shout out my girl, Andrea. We're about to have a baby at the end of the month.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Right on. Beat Dallas. Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah. Hey, enjoy it now, because you might not get much time for yourself over the next couple of decades.
Trust me. I know all about it. Shout out to you guys. Hopefully you have a healthy pregnancy out there, Andrea. 510. Shout out to my father, Rolando Escobar. Mr. Salso has to lose 20 pounds before colon cancer surgery. I love you, Pops, and we love you, too.
We love you.
Go ahead and kick colon cancer's ass.
Hell yeah.
Lose those 20 pounds. You're going to be better than ever. I know you're going to get through it because you're a tough guy, Rolando. Shout out to you. Steve in SF. Steve, what's happening?
Up, Steve?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? The first time I started to hate the Cowboys is when I was a kid. I was probably about 10 years old, 12 years old or something. And the Cowboys beat us in 2 consecutive years, once at Kezar and once at Candlestick. And it left a bad taste in my mouth because I just hate the America's team thing, all that stuff. So that's when I started hating them, and I was so happy when we started beating them in 81. So, hey, I hate the Cowboys, bottom line.
Let's go.
I hate them. I got Spadoni and Lubman getting here for shout-outs.
That's the bottom line.
I got a few rat-a-tat-tats here. Go ahead, Spadoni.
Shout out all the fans that hold bad ownership accountable. Shout out to the Raider fans specifically at SoFi Stadium last week, letting Mark Davis know that Josh McDaniels is a weasel in over his head. He sucks as a head coach, doesn't know what he's doing. He is the greatest wide receiver in the game. He is the best running back in the game and can't score 20 points in any one of these. He sucks. So do you, Mark Davis.
Jacob's like 2 or 3, but
last year he was the best running back in the league, and now he can't do anything.
You know what?
Christian McCaffrey, that's fine.
Right.
Last year he was first team All-Pro.
You're right. I'm sorry. I'm ruining a Picasso. I apologize.
Lubman, what you got?
Yeah, shout out to all the fans who listen to Garlic Fries and Baseball, guys, this year. Really appreciate you guys all tuning in. Guys like Vinny Sestoni, Charles in South City, D. Ruiz, Alex in Atlanta, Steven Ruderman. You guys were all listening, among others. Really appreciate you guys tuning in, and we're not done yet. Shasky and I are going to still crank out a few episodes during the offseason, but again, this podcast is made possible by Giants fans like you, so very much appreciate all of our Garlic Fries and Baseball guys fans.
All right, couple shout-outs here. Shout-out to my grandma, my restaurant grandma, Bablik. It's her birthday on Monday. We're going to have a birthday dinner. She turns 80, I want to say 87 or 86.
Hey, man.
I could get that wrong. But she's still kicking.
That's amazing.
And you know what?
Yeah.
She's been taking care of baby Ches. Yeah. She's able to hold down baby Ches. It's giving her new life. She's excited whenever baby Ches goes over there. So shout out to Bablik. Shout out to Dante. He's a Sonic internet technician. He was on a light pole at 9th and Cabrillo when I was taking a walk with Philly Zoo, and he came down. Bonte came all the way down from the light pole.
Down like a Ghostbuster?
Dude, he came down and he goes, I'm a roaster. We all listen to the roasted Sonic.
That's savage.
So shout out to Sonic out there working on the internets, the fiber internets and everything. Dante and Sonic and the rest of the crew over there at Sonic. Shout out to you guys, man. That's amazing, amazing stuff that you guys are doing out there. And shout out to the Niner fans from Mauricio in the National Laboratory in Berkeley, at the National Laboratory in Berkeley. Shout out to you guys out there in Berkeley at the National Laboratory, Mauricio, and everything like that. So, we got to keep it moving here.
Yeah, we're injured.
I'm not going to read that one. Shout out to my daughter, Ellie. She had her senior night for volleyball at Tracy High last night. Shout out to Ellie. Shout out to Tracy High. Guys playing some good volleyball out there. All right, injury report. Several 49ers are back on the practice field this week. Drake Greenlaw, Travarius Ward returned to the field after missing practice with an ankle and heel injury, respectively. However, John Feliciano remains in the concussion protocol. and Elijah Mitchell might not be available Sunday night as he continues to battle with a knee injury. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Girls in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm. Help you get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Hey, Shasky, isn't it ironic that Hillary hasn't called us in a long, long time? I haven't seen Hillary since the A's-Giants game. Does she have a rant like Spadoni when it comes to her Raiders?
I don't like to kick people when they're down.
Oh, I do all the time because Hillary does it, so I'm going to do it to her. Shout out to Hillary and Boxer and Girls, and we love you guys. 888-957-9570. Why do you hate the Dallas Cowboys? Why do you hate the Dallas Cowboys? There's a couple reasons why I hate the Dallas Cowboys. And then Steven Ruiz. He said what about Brock Purdy? He said what? We'll play that sound on the other side as well. That's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Are you facing the daunting aftermath?
We are ready. But Spadoni, before I get into the old baby and set up the 8 o'clock hour, let me know when you find that Tony Montana. It feels like a Tony Montana day. It just does. The vibes. You hear from Big Pun when he's talking about.
I fucking hate when they say, "How about them Cowboys?" It's like, shut the up with that stupid.
Give me that Tony Montana, Spadone. Give it to me.
Crank it.
Crank it up. Crank it up. Crank it up. Get it up. Oh, baby! Sunday can't get here soon enough. Niners, Cowboys. Why do you hate the Dallas Cowboys? 888-957-9570, your keys to victory. Getting to the game here. We got injury reports galore. What has to happen Sunday for the Niners to improve to 5-0 on the season? Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. Good morning to everybody out there getting ready for work. Good morning to everybody out there on those roadways, Comcast, business, text line. Good morning to you, YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We see all your tweets. We see all your texts. We see it all here. Good morning to Spadoni, Loveman, and Joe Shasky as we get ready for Niners and Cowboys. Warriors, by the way, preseason opener tomorrow. We got a lot of sports happening. It is Fleet Week. A lot of things going on, but the main event, the feature act, Niners, Cowboys, 5:20 kick, Sunday night football, a rematch of the last two playoff appearances where the Niners have ended the Cowboy season.
You know Scarface, one of my favorite movies of all time.
No doubt.
It's so ridiculously over the top, and I love everything about it. One of the great lines of all time, and from now on, when people talk down on Brock Purdy, I'm not going to lose my mind. I'm going to say hello to my little friend. Because he packs a big punch.
Yes, of course. He does pack
Look at you,
punch.
you stupid.
Mr. D in the city.
Let's go, Mr. D.
Mr. D.
Let's go.
What's happening?
Hey, listen. I don't hate the Cowboys. You have to care to hate. I don't hate them. I'm not worried about them. Listen, I was watching all those playoff games when Dallas turned us away year after year after year in the playoffs. But I was also at the game where Clark made the catch. I was coming out of Candlestick Park, and I was seeing people dancing and singing in the streets. It was that day that I cared nothing more about the Cowboys. I already knew we had them. Anytime they come and play us, they know it's over. So I don't care about the Cowboys. I'm looking at the Eagles. The Cowboys are over. It's through. It's done. Don't worry about them. But here's the thing. I saw the last game at Candlestick when Atlanta was driving on us. I saw the game when Tina Turner knocked out Andrew Franklin on the field for Atlanta. So I've been a Niner fan for years. I ain't worried about the Cowboys. They over.
There it is. He's not worried about him. Are you worried about him?
I respect Micah. I respect that offensive line. I respect that defensive front. I got to see Dak do it against us.
Is anybody worried about Brock Purdy?
Why do you ask?
Because Steven Ruiz from The Ringer is worried about Brock Purdy. He doesn't think Brock Purdy's doing anything special. Now, I can't find 6 or 7 quarterbacks playing better than Brock Purdy right now, especially after last week. 20 and 21, 283, pinpoint accuracy. You want deep balls, he threw them deep. You want intermediate routes, he threw them. He threw the intermediate stuff right on time with good velocity. It's not hard to say, but Steven Ruiz at The Ringer, apparently he watched the film and he didn't come away impressed.
I'm sorry. I watched the film and he's not doing anything. He's running the offense well. And I get the argument that he's a good quarterback for this system and he's the right quarterback for this system. And then I get yelled at when I rank him 25th. Here's my thing. I'm ranking these quarterbacks not based on their suitability for the Kyle Shanahan system. I'm ranking them based on what they would do in a normal offense, like a league average offense. And if we put Brock Purdy in the league average offense, this game isn't going to lead to top of the league results. The play that made me lose my mind this week was he threw a pass downfield to Brandon Ayuk over the middle of the field. It was probably 30 yards downfield. It was into double coverage. He underthrew the ball by about 10 yards. the Cardinal safety, number 34, like overran the ball. He couldn't find it in the air. And then Ayuk tracked it down and caught it. And like 49ers Twitter is like celebrating this throw. Like when he went to throw the pass, he knew the Cardinal safety was going to overrun it. He knew it. And he knew Brandon Ayuk was going to realize and track the ball and cut off his route short and get it. And that's why he threw it short. He did it on purpose, which is ridiculous.
All right. So then he also added this.
The game is, can the 49ers win the Super Bowl like this?
They
and you think they can't?
No.
I think
just
they can.
goes against. If they do, I'm done. I'm not covering the sport again. If they win it with Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold, sure, I can get on board with Sam Darnold. Not Brock Purdy.
A guy named Steven Ruiz, who watches a lot of film, according to himself, writes a lot of articles for The Ringer, has his own quarterback tiers, which had Mac Jones at 20 and Brock Purdy at 25. And we've seen how Mac Jones has played this season.
I mean, they might bench him for Bailey Zappi this week.
Yeah, I mean, he's been awful.
He's going to get Belichick laid off.
He has more belief in Sam Darnold, who once saw ghosts on the football field, than Brock Purdy, who hasn't lost a regular season game yet. I mean, it's just unbelievable. But then I want to listen to the Baldies of the world. I want to actually listen to the guys who played the game, like Jesse Sapolo. He won a few Super Bowls with the 49ers, right?
Yeah, center and guard, all pro.
So this is what Jesse Sapolo yesterday said on Willard the Dibs about Brock Purdy.
Well, I think he has a gift, the gift of ability to process things in a short period of time. I think that's where his success comes from. And I know the media is talking about, Brock is a product of the of the Kyle Shanahan, offense and system. And to a certain extent, but they're overplaying that. The kid is a great player. I saw that early. If you remember correctly, when Jimmy went down against Miami, it's almost like the air was let out of the balloon at Levi Stadium. But Brock came in, Miami threw the house at him, and started playing with flying colors, and he hasn't lost since. Keep our fingers crossed that he stays healthy. But that's what's making this matchup exciting, and that's what excites me about this particular team is we found a quarterback.
I feel like outside of the Niner believers, no one is ever going to give this quarterback credit. No matter what he does. What you said earlier today rings true, and the more and more I've been thinking about it, marinating on that comment you posed to me, I think you're right. And so you should probably reiterate it right now for people that are just joining us.
What did I say? Oh, that any quarterback that plays for Kyle Shanahan may not get their proper respect or their due to who Kyle Shanahan is as one of the top play callers in football.
Which we all agree he's great.
Right.
But, why didn't C.J. Beathard have a winning record? Why didn't Brian Hoyer have a winning record? Nick Mullins have a winning record. What, Trey Lance?
Why did he not have trust in Jimmy Garoppolo?
Why is it that it clearly looks infinitely better with Brock Purdy, and it didn't look good with all of those? Am I supposed to, not acknowledge the 6-7 years prior? I don't get it.
What did they average? Jimmy Garoppolo with Chris McCaffrey. I had it written down somewhere.
24 points.
26 points, I want to say, with CMC or whatnot. They averaged nearly 34 points a game when Brock Purdy and CMC got together. All right? They've scored 30-plus 7 straight regular season games.
It's pretty incredible. I want to dive into something we haven't talked about. We always talk about the big one. Win the big one. Kyle Shanahan cannot win the big one. Mike McCarthy's won the big one. Does anyone out there in any walk of life, media, civilian, fan of either team or of no team at all that's involved in this game Sunday night, does anyone think Mike McCarthy is better than Kyle Shanahan?
No.
Nobody? We can't find one person?
No. But the whole, I'm going to go back to something John Madden said. Rest in peace, John Madden. John Madden said, they asked him, boy, John, you can't win the big one with the Oakland Raiders. You can't win a big one. He goes, I can't? Sure, I haven't won the AFC Championship. Sure, I haven't won the Super Bowl. But we have some pretty damn big games to get to this point.
Yeah, the journey.
Shanahan has won some pretty damn good games.
Yep.
Big games. You want to say Cleveland Monday Night Football 2019. You want to say Seattle Week 17 to win the division. You want to say in the Superdome against New Orleans.
To win against the Rams and knock them out of the playoffs.
Halloween or against the Arizona Cardinals, or coming back from 16-0.
Yes.
Against the Arizona Cardinals. Beating the Vikings, beating the Packers on the way to a Super Bowl. Week 17, the Rams, as you mentioned, 2021. Last year. Won some pretty damn big games against Dallas and Seattle. Hell, you won 3 big games against Seattle. So this thing that Shanahan hasn't won a big game before, he hasn't won the one, which is the biggest game. But along the way, they've won a lot of big games.
Currently, there are how many coaches in the NFL that have won a Super Bowl? Sean Payton, Mike McCarthy,
Mike Tomlin,
Belichick,
Andy Reid,
McVay. 6 guys.
Is that it? Peterson, Doug Peterson.
7. All right, we're doing this off the top of our head.
Right.
Pete Carroll.
Pete Carroll's, that's 8.
That's 8.
That's it.
And I would say 3 of those guys are in their 70s. Andy Reid, Belichick, and Pete Carroll. So, I mean, can't win the big one. I ask you, Pete has the one Super Bowl. When was the last time he won the big one?
Yes, and look, I get
the
that
last time Sean Payton won a big one.
John Madden won the Super Bowl in 1977. When he said that quote, it was before he won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, because they had lost.
He was sitting in the stall in the locker room saying, you guys say I can't win a big one. We won a lot of big games. All these games are big games. 4 or 5. Mike McCarthy is better than Kyle Shanahan, you idiots. Okay.
At what?
Why the hatred for the Cowboys? Before we get back to the Lions, because it is Cowboys.
Well, I don't know. I want to explore that. What is Mike McCarthy better than Kyle Shanahan at? Building a staff?
Yeah, he doesn't know. He's not better at building a staff.
Okay. Is he
not better at anything?
Is he better at play calling?
Right now, he's not better at anything.
Okay. Is he better at elevating his quarterback?
He doesn't even have control of his own organization. Jerry Jones went out to make the Trey Lance deal without conferring with the head coach.
He's never had a run game.
Confiding with the head coach. He said, I'm getting Trey Lance, and it's my deal.
Yeah.
Mike McCarthy don't know.
Devontae took heights to higher heights when he got with another coach. Last I checked, Aaron Rodgers won multiple MVPs with another coach.
He's not better.
He's not better.
He's not better.
He doesn't do anything in the run game. I don't see that. In fact, he had to get rid of his offensive coordinator, and that's his side of the football.
No doubt.
The guy who's running the offense for Dallas now is new. The guy that is down in San Diego or L.A. running their offense.
So McCarthy isn't better. But the hatred for the Cowboys. Here's Jesse Sapolo with Willard and Dibbs.
It is what it is. It was 2 organizations that were racing to see who was going to win 5 first. Till this day, I have Cowboy fans that are friends that I trained their sons. And believe me, they are as delusional as they've ever been, They still talk about, we were the last ones, you guys won your Super Bowl and then we won it the next year. And I'm like, but the most important thing is who got to 5 first. That's what's going to be in history. And I said the Cowboys were never first to anything, So those are the kind of talk that goes on. I'm sure it's just not with me and the people that I know, but with all the Cowboy fans and 49er fans that are friends doing business and everyday life. That's what's exciting about this matchup.
I fucking hate when they say, "How about them Cowboys?" It's like, shut the up with that stupid.
Now,
I love Justice Apollo so much. I can hear his voice forever.
So smooth.
He's just the best.
Soothing. Very soothing.
Yeah, he represents that Polynesian community so well, and there's so many great Polynesian 49er fans. I love Jesse.
And then you got Big Pun in South City who represents Niner fans. It's in this way.
The Cowboys, though, I never seen a more arrogant organization that's been mediocre at best, subpar football product out there. And they're so fucking arrogant. Like, you'd think they won the Super Bowl the last 3 fucking years. They haven't won shit. That's what bothers me about the Cowboys. Their fucking arrogance and they're fucking mediocre at best. Yeah, they're pretty good right now. I'm not sold on them right now either. In my opinion, they're fucking Charmin boys. They're soft as hell, dude. Niners are going to run that ball right down their fucking throat. I guarantee it, dude. We're going to fucking hammer the damn Cowboys this weekend.
What position group would the Dallas Cowboys have the edge in the 49ers?
Secondary. Even without Trayvon Diggs. I really like their secondary.
Okay.
Offensive line, if they're healthy.
I think so, too.
But outside of that,
I think linebackers, I give the edge to the Niners because I don't classify Micah as a linebacker, though he can do linebacker things. And then D-line, is it a wash?
Niners.
I think it's closer than that, but okay.
It's Niners.
Okay.
Advantage Niners. Offensive line, advantage Dallas.
Yes.
Quarterback?
I think advantage Niners.
Running
I really
back.
do believe that.
Running back.
I trust Brock more in this game on Sunday night than I do Dak Prescott.
What about running back?
Well, I mean, come on, it's Christian McCaffrey, bro. I mean, Pollard's really nice. Who's taking Pollard over McCaffrey?
Wide receivers. We're taking the Niners wide receivers.
Niners.
Tight end.
I'm taking George Kittle.
Kicker.
Now, there's where...
Do you even know who the Dallas kicker is?
No. Nick Folk still kicking for the Cowboys?
Nick Folk. Who is kicking for the Cowboys?
I have
don't
no
even
idea.
know that one either. Is it Greg Zuerlein? I think it's Greg Zuerlein.
The leg?
I think it's the Legatron. I think it is Legatron.
No, they got the MLS guy thing, Brandon Aubrey.
No, Brandon Aubrey.
I think he's a rookie.
13-13, 55 yards is his longest of the season. 4-4, 30-39. 1 of 1, 40-49. 1-1, 1 for 1, 50-plus field goals. He has missed one extra point, but Brandon Aubrey having a nice start to the season.
This actually brings up a great point for me to get to that. Something I did want to get to weeks ago. If you're in a fantasy league, kicker is the dumbest position. I'm so over the kicker thing. People that prioritize kicker and again, I don't know. I think kickers should not be in fantasy. That's just me.
Let's get your points. Who wins your weeks? People are complaining about defenses and kickers.
No. Defense is different. Like, kicking is so dumb. It's
Myers won me 2 weeks ago. He had 20 points.
Let me
That's
tell you,
Seahawks.
a kick cost me a parlay yesterday.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Sly missed the field goal. I had a prop.
Kicker.
Sly to score over 6.5, and I had Liberty first half. Liberty did their part. Sly didn't do his. That's why I hate kickers.
I drop and pick up kickers on a weekly basis.
No, you got to get the kickers on good teams. Steve in Vacaville, what's happening?
Yeah, that's stupid.
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? You want to talk about Brock Purdy and how the offense runs? He definitely runs it way better than Garoppolo. It's just the eye test. And
exactly.
And we also had a quarterback who could throw a nice deep ball. That was Trey Lance, but he couldn't do anything else good. So, I mean, pick your poison. I'd rather have Brock Purdy all day, every day, and all those ESPN writers thinking they can't win a Super Bowl. Like Jimmy Garoppolo was one throw away from winning a Super Bowl, and he didn't even play that well. So with Brock Purdy, we definitely have that. I'm just waiting for the collision course with the Eagles and the Niners. Go Niners all over the Cowboys tonight, probably by 14. Thank you.
Can I tell you why I hate the Dallas Cowboys? It's because of this fraud. Who owns the football team? Jerry freaking Jones bought the team in 1989, February 25th, 1989. He bought the Cowboys from H.R. Bum Bright for $140 million. You talk about a come up. Dale Hansen had a feature on him when he first bought the Cowboys. And I get, it's cringy when I hear it now. Like when you hear him talk now, you're like, just shut up. Like Montgomery Burns is right. Like he reminds me of Montgomery Burns. He does.
Excellent.
Here's Jerry Jones when he became the Cowboys owner.
While Jones was taking care of business, his family was getting the royal treatment, a guided tour of the football complex.
Well, we've worked real hard today, and I guess it's 6 o'clock, and we'll be here till probably 3 this morning tonight, and we're basically working on the details of the acquisition, and not spending any time back here footballing now.
Meanwhile, on the other side of Valley Ranch, doctors examined the new players this afternoon, and each player received at no cost jocks and socks, courtesy of Jerry Jones.
I intend to have an understanding of the cleat situation. I intend to have an understanding of the player situation. I intend to have an understanding of jocks and socks.
Jones brings in a new era, a new philosophy, a new attitude. But will it rival the success of the old guard?
That's when he got introduced.
Okay, that cannot be real. That guy sounded like he was doing a parody. Was that local television?
That was local. That was Dale Hansen. He's a legend out there in Dallas. A legend.
And Jerry Jones got us socks.
Oh,
that is unreal.
What about when Jerry Jones felt really good about Brandon Wheaton from Oklahoma State?
Oh, my God.
We've got to have a quarterback that can drive the ball downfield. This quarterback, Wheaton, can drive the ball downfield. Now, he's a thing of beauty on throwing a football. His passing motion or his arm, frankly, you won't see a more gifted passer. If he can basically prepare, be the starting quarterback, and come in and execute and keep his head right, then I feel good about Wheaton.
That sounds like Greg Papa talking about Brandon Allen.
I don't have time to have a bad time. It isn't on my schedule.
How did he say it?
I don't have time to have a bad time. It isn't on my schedule.
Schedule. I'm going to start saying it that way.
You're turning into a little George W. Bush there.
Michelle, if it ain't on the Outlook schedule, it don't exist.
He's also apparently a big Monkey fan.
Brandon Wheaton.
I am a Monkey fan. I can stand in a zoo and look at them all day long and die laughing. And my dad was in the wild animal business and had over 5,000 wild animals. And he always was, no matter what, he would hand somebody a card and said, be sure and come out and visit my monkeys.
What? So his dad was Exotic Joe?
Yeah.
Or Joe Exotic, or whatever the hell his name is?
To have a bad time. It isn't on my schedule.
That's just some of Jerry Jones. I can't stand that.
Bonte, where did you find all this audio?
Hey, YouTube has everything. YouTube is your best friend.
I mean,
I get racial vibes. I don't know where he was going with that.
5,000 animals?
Yeah, I don't know where he was going with that. I mean, somebody needs to stop Jerry Jones. Somebody stop him.
Do you remember in the Exotic Joe or whatever? Is it Joe Exotic or Exotic Joe?
Joe Exotic.
Okay, Joe Exotic.
Tiger King.
Well, yeah, thank you. When they meet the guy from Miami who has all the little small...
the mob boss.
Yes.
Yeah, the mob boss.
And he dresses them in like little outfits.
Hey, weight loss tips from Jerry Jones.
Well, it was done deliberately, and I wanted to lose some weight. At last training camp, I looked at my pictures and looked at the way I was feeling and said, hey, I needed to get some of this weight off, and went about that and didn't have a drink for a year, and basically watched my intake and lost 55 pounds. So thank you, Jim.
55 pounds. Was that tough to lose?
Toughest thing I've ever done, and I've done some tough things, but I thought that you could just do, let's say, stop drinking and it would just come off, but that didn't happen for me, but it's something that I'm real proud of, and it feels good, and there's nothing wrong.
Well, he had a drinking problem a few years ago.
With Jim Rome mixed in there at like, wow. You forget that Jim Rome's ancient too.
Yeah, it's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California.
Wow.
To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. What's coming up in a game sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track. Overdue tolls. Vehicles with overdue unpaid tolls may not be able to renew their DMV registration until outstanding balances are paid. Payment assistance is available. Visit bayareafasttrack.org/assistance. Today, your phone call's coming up. Jerry Jones. That's why I hate the Dallas Cowboys.
Get a bounty.
the pig.
I don't have time to have a bad time.
The Morning
It isn't on
Roast
my
is live
schedule.
on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
What? Okay. I got to peel the onion back. Start with the guru drop. I had never heard that in my life. What was that?
If you take the pig around the barn and you come back with bacon, what happened to the pig?
What is he doing? Who is he talking to?
I don't have time to have a bad time. It isn't on my schedule.
Who is a more ridiculous embodiment of the Cowboy organization?
It's Jerry Jones. It's Jerry Jones.
Over the goo?
No, it's Jerry Jones. Raider fans should be pissed off at Jerry Jones because if it wasn't for him, you'd be playing in L.A.
Goo is the only Cowboy fan I love.
Sometimes. Not this Sunday. How does Guru feel working with us? That can't be easy.
Well, you know what he's going to do today. Today, he's going to be, oh, the Niners are going to win. You know, I mean, I just don't see a path to how the Cowboys can win.
And he'll bet on the Cowboys.
Is he, I forget, is he a Dak guy?
No, he's not a Dak guy, even though he has his jersey.
Wait a minute. He's not a Dak guy, but he owns the jersey? Is that even allowed?
Owns the jersey. Hey, man, Jerry Jones.
That's one thing I'll be happy. I never was an Alex Smith, lover. Never owned his jersey. And I feel pretty good about that, even though he's a good person.
Yeah.
I've been holding it in all week, guys. Bonte, I hope you have a great flight, but I also hope you have the worst experience of your life.
Jerry Jones once believed in Brandon Wheaton.
We've got to have a quarterback that can drive the ball downfield. This quarterback, Wheaton, can drive the ball downfield. Now, he's a thing of beauty on throwing the football. His passing motion or his arm, frankly, you won't see a more gifted passer.
Okay.
If he can basically prepare, be the starting quarterback, and come in and execute and keep his head right, then I feel good about Wheaton.
Brandon Wheaton was like 40 years old when he played quarterback at Oklahoma State.
Thank you. Because
He was
Spadoni
Chris
got in my
Winkie
ear.
3.0.
Spadoni got in my ear. He's like, oh, Breeden was slick. He could throw it. And
he was 28 years old.
You know who I thought of immediately?
Chris Winkie.
No.
Who?
Justin Blackman, who carried his
Oh,
jock
yeah.
the entire time they were together. Look, I know we've forgotten. History has forgotten Justin
Blackman was sick.
He was that dude in college.
Justin Blackman, really good friends with Anthony Slater, our Warriors.
No way.
95-7 a game. Yeah.
No way. Did not know that.
Yeah.
Learned something new.
Jerry Jones also a big monkey fan.
I am a monkey fan. I can stand in a zoo and look at them all day long and die laughing. And my dad was in the wild animal business and had over 5,000 wild animals.
Bro.
And he always was, no matter what, he would hand somebody a card and said, be sure and come out and visit my monkeys.
That cannot be a real sentence.
I mean, I swear to God, he said he loves to just go look at the monkeys and laugh.
Bro, I thought he was talking about the monkeys, like, hey, we're the monkeys.
No.
People say we're monkeying around.
No.
You don't even know what I'm referencing.
I have no idea.
It's like a knockoff American Beatles band.
No, you know
I
the
don't
song's
have
Now I'm a
time
Believer.
To have a bad time. It isn't on my schedule.
Dude, that is just schedule.
I can't stand this guy. Now, I understand the business aspect and everything he's brought to the NFL, Pepsi, Nike, thinking outside the box, Jerry's World. He's done a lot of good for the league, but he also has tried to run the league. And that's a no-no. This guy, you don't get that clout. You're trying to be Al Davis. You don't have anything on Al Davis. Okay, Jerry? Okay, Jerry? The whole kneeling thing. When that was a thing. And when he winked into the camera on Monday Night Football.
When he looked into the camera before the flag came out.
So,
I totally forgot about that.
That game where the Cowboys destroyed the Niners. What was it, 40-10? You know, Jerry Jones likes to hold his own press conferences after the game.
Yeah, I'm jealous.
McCarthy.
That's what you would do.
I would do that. I'm not going to lie. That's one thing that I probably would do. But he holds
gather
them.
around. Gather around. I'm going to talk about my coach.
I asked Jerry Jones a question. I said, you know, the whole kneeling thing was going on. I said, hey, did you and Jay York speak before the game?
Wait, you asked him that?
Yeah, I asked him that. He goes, he looked at me. No, we didn't. And he gave me a wink and moved on. I swear to God.
Wink?
It gave me a wink.
What? How did you interpret that wink?
I didn't know. It was like, oh, you just don't want to touch that. Like, oh, just shut the hell up and just know your role. I'm not answering questions like that. Like, Jerry is something that did we have.
So stop asking.
I mean, basically, we have his weekly pressers with RJ Sean. And he's all talking on 105.3 The Fan. He checks those guys every week. I mean, he checks them. I mean, they got no clout, no backbone when it comes to talking to Jerry Jones.
So I don't understand. His dad, like his origin story, when you look at it, like, oh, they had this small little supermarket and he would cut open holes in watermelons so that, customers could look inside and check out the ripeness. Like that's part of his like story. Is like we grew up with very little humble beginnings. And now he's telling us that his dad had 5,000 monkeys. I mean, 1,000 monkeys is a lot of monkeys.
I am a monkey fan. I can stand in a zoo and look at them all day long and die laughing. And my dad was in the wild animal business and had over 5,000 wild animals. And he always was, no matter what, he would hand somebody a card and said, be sure and come out and visit my monkeys.
I mean, the fact that he said I could sit there at a zoo, look at monkeys all day, and just die laughing. I mean, how boring is life if you just, let's go to the zoo, let's just laugh at the monkey. It's so weird. So weird.
The monkey thing, B, I don't know where you found that.
Hey, the internet has some great things.
I will never forget him on that Monday Night Football, whatever that was, Sunday Night Football, where he looked at the camera, literally
Monday Night Football,
winked at the camera like, I got this.
Yeah.
And then kneeled in lockstep with everyone, and the flag wasn't even out.
And
they weren't even doing the national anthem.
Weren't no Dallas Cowboys.
He played both sides.
Hey, well,
didn't he like announce the next day that like any player caught kneeling on the sidelines after that is going to be like kicked off the team or something?
Essentially, and everybody in Dallas was like, we're going to listen to Jerry because he will cut us. He will cut us. He will. I mean, that's just what he does. Here's Jerry when he first bought the guy. Like we should have known. We should have known that this guy was going to be in over his head, or that he was going to think his stuff didn't stink when he got announced as the owner of the Dallas Cowboys. This was his first day on the job.
First day.
First day on the job, February
I'm here for
25th, 1989.
I'm here for
While
this.
Jones was taking care of business, his family was getting the royal treatment, a guided tour of the football complex.
Well, we've worked real hard today, and I guess it's 6 o'clock. And we'll be here till probably 3 this morning tonight, and we're basically working on the details of the acquisition, and not spending any time back here footballing now.
Meanwhile, on the other side of Valley Ranch, doctors examined the new players this afternoon, and each player received at no cost jocks and socks, courtesy of Jerry Jones.
I intend to have an understanding of the cleat situation. I intend to have an understanding of the player situation. I intend to have an understanding of jocks and socks.
Jones brings in a new era, a new philosophy, a new attitude. But will it rival the success of the old guard?
Dale Hansen, Dallas legend.
I am Dale Hansen.
Great voice.
Phenomenal.
Voice.
I mean, I don't even know. Like it's clearly an act.
Yeah. Well, it ain't no act from Big Pud, South San Francisco, because he keeps on chirping.
You know what they say? The more haters you got, you're doing something right. I see all these haters for Brock Purdy, but Brock Purdy, he gives them the old Mano treatment. Hi, hater. Steven Ruiz, you are a clown, bro. Straight f***ing clown. Quit your job, dude. Go work at UPS, bro. You don't know football. Jesse Sapolu, boom, hits the nail right on the head. That's a man that knows the sport. Purdy processes information very fast. That's some in-depth insight. You know what I mean? Not worried about if the guy made 21 or missed 2 completions or 1. Steven Ruiz, you clown. Hi, hater.
Dude, my guy is like in the tailgate section right now at Levi's. I'm feeling big pun.
Taker, San Francisco, man.
Can I ask you a question? Are you worried?
Taker.
Okay, go to Taker.
What's up, Taker?
Yo, man, I get a little Crypt Keeper vibe from Jerry Jones these days. He's got, maybe
is it the decaying flesh on his face, or?
Yeah, I mean, he has had a couple
those
facelifts.
Eyes, man. Jesus. I mean, okay, with the Steven Ruiz thing, dude. This is very easy to debunk. Look at Jimmy. I mean, remember when they load the box? You don't see that with Purdy. Obviously, we have a dominant run game. They can't load the box on him. Purdy will burn you. So it's like, you think this guy would understand easy binary movement in football, like the next move. And as far as like just you don't see like this is the thing with Jimmy. A lot of people are saying, "Oh, I feel confident with Purdy." Yeah, Jimmy was the hunted. Brock is a hunter. You know what I'm saying? And with the Cowboys, this is the hurdle. Everyone's gunning for us. They know we're doing it right, and we can't take them lightly. But at the same time, shout out to Scarface. The world is yours, gentlemen.
Exactly.
There it is.
Exactly. And all I have is my balls and my word, and I'm not breaking either for anyone.
These two teams right now, Dallas, they force teams into a lot of turnovers. Their defense is legit, even without Trayvon Diggs. They're +9 in the turnover department. +9.
Can I ask you a question about Jerry Jones, though, that I wanted to ask you? Is a small part of you worried Joe Lacob would devolve into someone like Jerry Jones?
No, because he has the right people around him. He doesn't have his son enabling him. Joe Lacob, I don't worry about that. Not right now.
That I didn't mean it like that.
No, I know what you're talking about.
It sounds probably like I'm dissing Joe.
Like winning championships and it forces somebody out, and then all of a sudden they don't win anything for a long, long time.
Becoming so powerful from your own success where you can't see some of your own flaws.
You worry about that?
I just worry about that with we've suffered from that, as a show at times where we got a little too big for our britches. I think everyone does at some point in their life, right? And you got to kind of get snapped back to reality. So, yeah, Joe Burrow, I feel like, is going through that right now, and he's obviously got an injury. But, when you're not performing, that Joe Burrow vibe don't hit the same.
No, it don't.
And it's sports is the ultimate meritocracy.
And he hasn't been to an NFC title game since 1995.
Well, yeah, he's living in the past on a lot of things, right? But they've been really, if you look at their record, they've done a really good job maintaining their success level and drafting and filling that cupboard.
But like the Lakers, like the Warriors now, like the 49ers, the only thing that matters for Dallas and their Cowboy fans is the Lombardi.
That I agree with.
That's the mentality they have. We had a call yesterday. He said, I'd rather lose in the first round than lose which was stupid as hell. Anybody who'd rather lose in an NFC title game. I know we say that sometimes, but you'd rather get there. Nobody wants to lose in the first round.
No. Some of my favorite football moments are second and first round victories.
Right. But also,
some
of my greatest memories, even though their losses, are in the NFC title game.
Yes, I agree.
In the Super Bowl. But Dallas they've had a very good team. 14 sacks on the season as a team. Michael Parsons with 4. They are terrible when it comes to penalties. They're 27th in the league, I believe, when it comes to penalties. But they turn you over. They're a +9, which leads the league in the turnover department. And Brock Purdy hasn't thrown an interception yet. He's not going to go through the season without throwing one pick. He's going to throw a pick at some point. That's going to happen. There were some low-no throws in that game against the New York Giants. An interception will happen. But that could be the factor here. And that's been the determining factor in the last 2 games between the Niners and Cowboys, is who doesn't turn the ball over. If you don't turn the ball over, it's simple. You're going to win under Kyle Shanahan.
I worry about Pollard in this game because not having him in the last playoff game really changed the dynamic of their offense.
He doesn't seem like he's right, though.
I agree with you.
He doesn't seem like he has that burst. I'm not as concerned about him this year
as
I was last year because of the injury.
Okay.
That was a gruesome injury, and he's rushed himself back. I don't think he has that burst. He may not get that burst back until next season. Like Chase Young, they were saying on the broadcast yesterday, Kirk Herbstreit. Chase Young tore his ACL a couple seasons ago. Chase Young yesterday told Kirk Herbstreit, I finally felt like myself. He's a year and a half, 2 years removed from that injury, the ACL injury. So what Tony Pollard suffered, what was it, the broken ankle?
Yeah.
I'm not sure he's going to be right until November, December. So sure, he could pop one, but I'm not worried about their running game.
Okay.
Niners are giving up 66 yards a game on the ground. Nobody's running the ball on them. Come on. Dallas better pass the ball to win this game. And I don't even know if you could get one-dimensional. The Rams got one-dimensional on the 49ers, and it did not work out for them.
You're going to have to stay balanced. But that's the thing about Mike McCarthy is he's a very one-dimensional play caller. He's not known for his running game.
Nah.
And he doesn't want to stay physical in the run game. And I feel like his teams tap out in the playoffs because of the inability to try to force the run. Mm-hmm. There's something about playoff football. You have to be able to run the ball.
You know, Berkeley Creek on the Comcast Business text line, back to Jerry Jones for just a second. He did say Jerry Jones, it feels like it's a shtick.
What do you mean?
Joe Lacob, it's not a shtick. Joe Lacob is a real businessman, according to Burke, a super successful venture capitalist.
So was Jerry Jones.
Jerry Jones is a very good businessman.
I mean,
I'll give him that.
The NFL as a whole, like you could say it's the television money and all that. His business partnerships spurred what we see now, the corporate sponsors at a national level for the league. Every other league looks to the NFL as the gold standard, and a lot of it comes from what Jerry Jones set up. So in the same way, I think as time went on, we forgot about the real true impact on layers of the game for Al Davis. We have kind of forgotten the true impact on the layers of the game that Jerry Jones has had. His place in NFL history is solidified.
Yep. Let's go to Rhea down in Lancaster. Rhea, what's happening, Rhea?
I love you, Bonte. I heard you earlier. Hi, Joe.
Hi. What's up, Rhea? What's up? Hey, tell your hubby, man, it's couch day. It's a couch weekend for him.
I've been telling him all week. We're getting married in February, but we've been together for 10 years, so you can call him my husband.
In the state of California, it's legal.
Exactly.
10 years.
So I want to talk about what I need to see from Kyle in this game.
Yeah.
If we win the toss, if he has 3 timeouts before half, and we have some time on the clock, it might be a little bit, I don't know, try to go down and score again. Because he kneeled the last game before half, and then we came back after half, and we didn't score any points. I need to score before the half if you got 3 timeouts, and I need you to come back after half and score if we win the toss. I need that from him.
I'm with you.
I'm trying to run this score up. I'm not trying to be nice. Let's go.
Let's go.
Hey, Rhea, who do you think Philly fans are rooting for in this game? You think Philly wants the Cowboys to win or the Niners to win? Because I think they want the Cowboys to win.
That's exactly how I feel. They don't want to see us again. They know that this time we're probably going to go ahead and dominate, and I think they're scared of us. I think they know they can pump the Cowboys, so that's who they want.
I agree with you. I agree.
Yeah, they're going to.
And I want you to know I am on my way to my pedicure appointment to get my toes painted red.
Nice.
I'm going to have my 49er onesie on Sunday night in front of my 86-inch TV, willing my boys to victory.
86 inches.
Yeah, she went 1 inch bigger than my TV.
Yeah, I think I got a 70.
Mine's 85.
Yes, I heard you say that. I was like, ooh, I got an inch on you.
Yeah, you're not the only one.
You gonna mention that publicly?
I mean, the joke was there.
You have some serious deficiencies.
I love Rhea.
I got scolded for saying something yesterday, so I'm going to sit this one out.
Scolded at home?
No, by the boss man, I guess.
Well, now I know.
I referenced Shaq when he was on stage.
Oh, well.
Somebody snitched on me and didn't like it. I'm going to leave that one alone.
Sick reference, though, bro. Oh, thanks, bud. Dude, your references are out of control. Everyone knows that.
You know, I going to think about getting a pedicure. I was thinking about getting a pedicure today, actually.
Oh, really? It will be funny to see all of the reactions. To this day, my favorite part of beating them in that first playoff game was the memes of sad Dallas fans. Nothing was better than that. It was so sweet. I mean,
what about the guy who got caught?
I was ready to lick the television and lick them tears.
What about the Cowboy fan who got caught taking another girl to the stadium?
Oh, that was great too. I mean, I've seen that all throughout. Or when they rip the television off the wall and then shoot it with the gun.
That's a shtick. When people break their televisions, come on, what are you doing? Yeah, the guy shot the television.
That was the best.
Cowboy fans are just so jacked up in the brain.
I've never wanted to rip my television off the thing, but I have seen an uncle throw a cap in disgust at the base of the television.
Well, I've definitely broken
that is when you know you're getting up
I
there.
have slammed some remote controls on the ground.
Well, the breaking controller is different.
Yeah, I mean, I've done that.
That's different.
Just slamming the hell out of it.
I kicked my boy JV out of the downstairs room one time. We were playing video games. He broke multiple controllers over like a 6-month span. I'm like, dog, you're never allowed back.
The roast is getting shut down one day. I'm convinced. People were playing the flute. Our guy played the harmonica on here today. Kidja Andrews is dropping curse words. FCC has circled this show saying These guys will not be. Don't worry, Philadelphia. We won't be in your lives for too much longer. I can promise you that.
I fucking hate when they say, "How about them Cowboys?" It's like, shut the up with that stupid.
My guy's cooking.
Can I sneak this in before the 9 o'clock hour, please?
Sure.
Can I sneak this in? Because Farhan Zaidi, we haven't forgotten about you.
Oh, my God.
Stand up to Farhan, man, and fucking call him out on that fucking idiosyncrasy, my ass. Or it's too cold here to fucking play. Well, isn't it cold in Philadelphia? Isn't it cold in fucking New York? Isn't it cold in other fucking places? Him, he's full of shit. He needs to fucking be, just own his shit. And he couldn't pull off signing some star players. He didn't do it. You know what I mean? He didn't build a team that was ready to add a star. And he needs to fucking be accountable for his shit. Thank you for holding him accountable, Bonte. Thank you from a fucking diehard Giants fan, dude.
Big part of South City.
It's my guy.
Keep cooking, my dude.
It's my guy.
Keep cooking, my dude. Jerry Jones' biggest regret in his history as owner of the Dallas Cowboys. He's got a lot of regrets. Was it the regret of saying Brandon Whedon could drive the ball down the field? No. Was it Jimmy Johnson? Was it Jimmy?
What was it?
Oh, I think that you could speculate a little bit or think what might have been. On the other hand, we'd had 5 great years together, and they were very intense years. And we'd known each other a long time in our lives. It didn't turn out exactly the way I intended it for to. I'd given him a 10-year contract. I actually could see it basically happening the way it happened with Coach Landry, who was with the Cowboys for 29 years. But it just didn't work out that way. And we knew that we had to separate right then, or otherwise we had to separate in a more embarrassing situation. Of course, the good news was that by bringing in players like Larry Allen and Deion Sanders, who may be the greatest at their position that have ever played, we were able to get that other Super Bowl under Barry Switzer. And, I don't know if that would have happened or not had we just stayed the mark and basically kept on as we...
That's Jerry Jones. And listen, I watched Jerry Jones' speech. How about them Cowboys and Jerry Jones rushing out of the locker room? What it was is Jerry couldn't stand the spotlight and the headlines that Jimmy got. He wanted his credit too. Jerry wanted to be up there, hoisted that Lombardi more so than Jimmy Johnson.
Kind of like where Sam Lubman when Larry Bear got mad that Bill Newcomb got the championship trophy before he did.
Yeah,
You're the only person that sets off.
Right. I know, love it. I know it is. So Jerry, he doesn't even regret it. Now they've kissed and made up, blah, 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 blah.
Have they? Sounds like T.O. and him have not kissed and made up.
No, T.O. hasn't. Jerry Jones can kick rocks, right?
Loved it.
Where's that T.O. child? Where's that at? Where? Gosh dang it. But T.O. might be on our bad side. T.O. might be on our bad side. Because I asked T.O., who gives you more love? Cowboy Niner fans. Here's what T.O. said.
Honestly, I would probably say the Philly fans.
Really?
Oh, don't say that, T.O. We got a beef with Philadelphia.
I'm being dead honest.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, like, there's some hardcore fans. I mean, when you think about the personality and just the blue-collar workers that they are, I remind them of themselves. You know, a guy that kind of would just put on that hard hat and just go to work. So I think that's where the mutual love and respect, was when I played in Philly. Again, like I said, obviously great fan bases in Dallas and San Francisco. But, me, I have to be honest. When you talk about Philly, those fans, bro, they love me like no other.
Not going to lie, that disappointed me.
He was in Philly for 2 years. He was doing sit-ups in the driveway. Remember, he got deactivated.
Yeah, I know.
T.O., I love you. No way. I've been to that city. They do not see you and they're like, yep, that's us. Love you, bud. Like, and what you did was iconic, being able to play in that Super Bowl. Iconic. And trust me, I was rooting for you. Believe me, when you came out and you were doing the bird, I was doing it. When you did the Ray Lewis dance, I was feeling it. You were playing on a broken leg, my guy. I love you. That hurt my soul, though, when you admitted that.
That did hurt my soul. How about SF Pusoy Boy in the chat? Philly fans remind me of bankruptcy. That's what he said about T.O. Philly fans remind him of bankruptcy.
Oh.
That's not right.
That's not fair.
Calvin in St. Louis. Can opener Cal. What is happening, Can opener Cal?
Guys? What's going on, man?
What's
up? I want to say
Shout out, man. Shout out to Drew Down, man. I just now woke up because I was practicing the father-daughter dance with my daughter getting married on Saturday. I want to shout out to my daughter, Mariah. You know what I'm saying? And Drew Down, you showed up. But Shansky, I woke up to you, man. I woke up to you, man, and you really funny today. And Bonte, your reaction, man, oh my God, that's so funny. Y'all guys are funny.
Thank you.
How's the wifey? How's the wifey, Cat over the cow?
She wanted to.
Hey!
Hey!
What's going on, y'all?
That's all I wanted to hear.
Cal, what are you wearing? What are you wearing tomorrow? For the wedding.
What was that?
What are you wearing for the wedding?
Hey man, I actually got on all gray and stuff like that. I went over the outfit with my daughter. She said, "Daddy, you tell the mama not to outdo me, but this is gonna outdo my husband." I said, "Okay, daughter." I had to put on some gray, but it looks good, guys.
Oh, you had to taper it down.
I got a question for you.
Huh?
I'm so optimistic because y'all seen what's been going on with Chicago, man. I just want to borrow y'all's offensive line and y'all's defensive line, basically y'all's whole team. But is Miami on your schedule? Because I would love to see that game.
No, they were on the schedule last year. The only way they could play Miami would be the Super Bowl, Cal.
Yeah.
And that's what y'all gonna do, right?
Well, that's what I'm hoping to be.
Yeah, we want to be in Las Vegas.
Oh my God! One more last question. Okay, since the Warriors really didn't reach out to Dwight Howard or anybody like that, are we still looking forward to seeing what the coach is going to be doing this year and how they change their strategy and everything? What do y'all think about that?
Oh, they definitely are changing the strategy. They're running some Chris Paul. He said he's going to be running up and down the wings when Draymond Green is pushing the ball. And I got to tell you, Kato Cal, seeing Jonathan Kuminga the other day, he was in great spirits. And you'll get this. Andrew Wiggins is in tip-top shape, Kato.
Nobody cares about that. Cal, I want to ask you about the wedding. All right. Is there going to be a band or a DJ?
Oh, it was a DJ, and, man, he was doing good last night because, like I said, everybody was practicing and walking and everything like that. Yeah. But it's going to definitely be a DJ. And, I'm not lying, man. I wish you guys was there because your knowledge on music and hip-hop and everything like that, man, being around y'all guys, I would love to see y'all on a couple or a few drinks.
So Cal, what's the best wedding song of all time, in your opinion, that you got to hear at your daughter's wedding? I want to know this. I just want to know.
Uh-oh, he's underwater.
Happily after. Okay.
Okay.
Happily
all right,
ever after. All right. They were cutting out there.
All right.
Sounded like a duet was happening.
Yeah, I thought. Wait, can you guys sing that over? I can't hear you guys cut out a little bit. Cal, can you and the wifey sing it over? Luther Vandross,
Sounds like he's calling from Mars.
All right, Ken, over to Cal.
I like
you go
it.
Show out, baby.
Hey, only
show
our
out,
show.
Baby.
Only our show. What's your favorite wedding song?
The Wobble's really been fun.
The Wobble.
The Wobble's been
I did
fun.
not expect you to. Okay.
Like Candy.
Yeah.
That was a big one.
Well, I like the Master P one. Crack cocaine.
Yeah, well, that's
the remix one.
Yeah,
I love that one.
You love crack cocaine. I get it. Of course, it always comes back to crack.
Well, no, it's a Master P from way back in the day. Mama's Bad Boy.
It always
come into play.
It always does.
It always comes back to crack on this show. We are not going to survive the new year, man. We're going to get canceled. You guys are going to get me fired from television with all this talk. It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HG1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch stream, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. I thought we were going to get into some more X's and O's today. This show, you can nominate for a Doobie Award.
It's all time.
All time. What about Sid and San Bernardino?
Psycho?
He's got a Brock Purdy metaphor. Let's go, Sid.
Hey, what's going on, people?
What's up?
Hey, man, I just wanted to say, man, I just want to give a little breakdown about teamwork and what I've been seeing in the Niners, bro. Everybody talking about Purdy this and Purdy that. I just want to break down the scheme and the system that Shanahan's putting together, and I want to use my metaphor as a body, as your body. The eyes can't tell the fingers on how to see, right? The hands touch and feel. The eyes see. So it takes a whole body, which I'm using the metaphor as in teamwork. Our San Francisco 49ers is working as a whole one body to complete the body, as in, the different aspects of what they do. So all together, it works as a full body, which is teamwork. It's teamwork. This is why we're 4-0, about to be 5-0, because we work together.
Teamwork makes a dream work. You're right about that.
Together,
Sid.
everyone achieves more?
Yeah, absolutely. You want to get into butcher's bets? Are you ready for butcher's bets, or do you not have any bets ready?
No, I've got a bet ready.
You got a bet ready? You got a bet ready?
Oh, I love this music. What is this bet?
I don't have time to have a bad time.
I've got one bet
It
this
isn't on
week.
my schedule.
I've got one bet this
Are you
week.
going all the house on it?
No.
50 units or 25?
So right now we have 50 units left.
Yeah.
So I'm going 25 units. And this is for entertainment purposes only. And I got to shout out my boy, the lucky lefty, okay? Sharper than a tuxedo as we talk weddings. My boy, Young Guido.
He's not that sharp. I've met Young Guido. He ain't really that sharp. Not when it comes to dressing.
Chester like Cheeto. All right. I'm going deep in my bag here. This is the showcase range, like Brock Purdy. Sometimes when the audience wants you to prove that you're the man, you got to have a Sunday night performance against the Cowboys with the entire world watching where you ball. Rice, -9, beating UConn. Christian McCaffrey's little brother, Luke McCaffrey, is on Rice, and he's a wide receiver. We are taking Rice over UConn.
Only because McCaffrey's on the team?
Rice over UConn.
-9. Where's that game at? Is it at Rice?
I have no idea.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
So, full disclosure, I'm up in Tahoe last week. And I'm with the young guys. I'm with my boy, JR, Dom, all the young guys from the club. And they bet on North Carolina versus Notre Dame. And they said, we're going to take North Carolina. It was 5.5. Did you watch the game?
No, you mean Duke.
Duke, excuse me.
Duke. Yeah,
Notre Dame.
yeah.
Duke, Notre Dame.
Duke,
excuse me.
I watched
Duke,
the end
Notre
of that
Dame.
game. Yeah,
okay. Notre Dame had opportunities to put the game away early, didn't.
Yep.
Duke missed 2 chip shot field goals. And then in the final stretch, they don't convert to get a field goal to put them up even more, to basically guarantee that they're going to win. They're only up 1 point. Notre Dame can just kick a field goal and win, and they cover the bet. 4th and 16, they convert. And Hartwell runs for a first down, barely gets it, okay? Then the next play is a running play. The guy slips through, boom, touchdown. They lose. Notre Dame wins by 6. Unbelievable loss.
It is unbelievable.
I couldn't believe it.
It is unbelievable.
And I said to these guys, I go, could you name one player on Duke before you place this bet? They said no. And I said, you know what? That might be my strategy moving forward.
Listen, yesterday I took Liberty to score over 16.5 in the first half.
Liberty was involved in a very, you keep going.
Yeah, but I can't name, to your point about not naming one player.
Yeah.
I can't name one player on Liberty. I just knew they were going to score more than 16.5 in the first half. I'm watching the game. It's about 3 minutes left. They're at the 50. Guy throws a bomb. Corner falls all over, trips over his foot. Guy's wide open, touchdown. Liberty covers. But I didn't hit the bet because Sly from the Washington Commanders, I had him to score 6.5 or more points. He was stuck at 6. He kicked the field goal there late in the game to make it 30-23.
Oh, my God.
He missed the field goal. I did not cover. I lost the bet. That's how it happens sometimes.
Well, there's an evangelist doc about how scandalous the guy who was running the entire evangelist church or whatever was. And Liberty was the university that was founded by this particular sect of the religion. And there was a lot of things that I just didn't know about the college and the people that were running the college.
Right.
And now the college is much more, on the up and up. Malik Willis, I believe, went there.
Yeah, he did go there. That's where he got drafted. He's playing for Hugh Freeze over that. Hugh Freeze, a coach now at Auburn.
It's a very
was just at
Christian
Liberty.
place.
Yeah, that's why Hugh Freeze was there, right?
Wow.
Just really quick for the record, Rice is hosting UConn.
It's good to know. Good to know as I place my bet.
There you go.
25 units.
There you go.
Entertainment purposes only.
There you go.
UConn's 0-5.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
510. Joe is going to make you file for bankruptcy placing his bets.
I didn't say that you should be doing them. These are my bets.
These are his bets.
All right. If you
Those
really
his
want my
bets.
true bets, invest in real estate. Don't bet on slow horses.
I second that.
Yeah, let's
Jerry
go.
Jones can kick rocks.
Oh, I just want to,
I don't have time to have a bad time. It isn't on my schedule.
Did he have a bad time last year when he watched Zeke snap the football in the divisional round loss? Did he have a bad time watching Dak Prescott run a quarterback draw with no timeouts to the point where you couldn't even get a playoff? Did he have a bad time then?
I second that.
Yeah, let's
Jerry
go.
Jones can kick rocks.
I am a monkey fan. I can stand in a zoo and look at them all day long and die laughing. And my dad was in the wild animal business and had over 5,000 wild animals. And he always was, no matter what, he would hand somebody a card and said, be sure and come out and visit my monkeys.
I fucking hate when they say, how about them Cowboys? It's like, shut the up with that stupid.
That's how we're feeling. 888-957-9570.
Hi, hater. Hi, hater.
Wide open phone lines. Even if Big Pud in South City wants to call, we'll probably have to dump him after 5 seconds, but he can call too. 888-957-9570. Where's Juice at? I haven't heard from Juice all football season.
I have an opinion about Pat McAfee you may not hear anywhere else.
Okay, all right. Cowboys, Niners. Why do you hate the Cowboys? Your last time to get in here. What's your key to the game? Key to the game to win on Sunday. To mine, it's simple. Don't get penalized. Play a clean football game, but don't turn the ball over. You'll walk out 5-0. It's simple. I know it sounds simple, but it's that simple for the 49ers on Sunday against the Cowboys. What's coming up is your phone calls. 888-957-9570. That'll be brought to you by Live Nation.
Hi, hater. Hi, hater.
I don't have time to have a bad time. It isn't on my schedule.
This is Clay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Bonte, I know it's Cowboy week, and when I think of Niners-Cowboys, I do think of Deion Sanders. Jumping to the Niners, jumping to the Cowboys. Out this morning on Time.com, Time Magazine, basically, The Believer, Deion Sanders on the cover. He talks to whoever about turning Colorado into the biggest sports story in sports. Deion has made the cover of Time.
That's insane. I know
it doesn't hit like it used to.
No, Time Magazine is huge.
Right?
And
are you kidding me?
ESPN.com had a very insightful. They had a couple articles on Deion this week, but they had one on what it's like being recruited by Deion Sanders.
I'm gonna have to check that out.
Yeah, no, it's so long, but I really got a kick out of that. I don't want to spoil it in case you didn't read it. So check back in with me on Monday on what it's like being recruited by Deion Sanders.
We are going to get right back into Niners-Cowboys. It's Friday. I'm feeling good. We got a big Sunday night matchup, Dak versus Brock Purdy. Real quick, Pat McAfee has been on game day now for quite some time. There was a rant of him kind of ripping the Washington State flag, which is on all the game days, and it's been there forever. And anyway, long story short, Pat McAfee's brand has gotten really big in a short amount of time. And I actually respect his entire brand. He gets great guests. He's got the ESPN power. He's getting tons and tons and tons of dough. But there are certain legacy shows, like the TNT Inside the Studio show.
Inside the NBA.
Inside the NBA. That's like a legacy show. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, it's to me the greatest studio show ever.
And not anyone can work in that environment, even if you're a big star.
Yeah, Ernie Johnson. I mean, Kenny, Chuck, Shaq. I'm jealous of their show.
It's incredible.
Like it's the best studio show in the world.
Right. Pardon the interruption. Right. Is one of the seminal shows in sports culture. You know, obviously Kornheiser and Wilbon, and when they're not in there, it's not the same. Right. We all agree. McAfee has been added to College Game Day, and I've liked it. Whatever. I'm flipping back and forth. I actually prefer Big Noon or whatever it's called, the Fox one, which is shocking. It just feels younger to me. People, the young people in particular, are really not feeling Pat McAfee.
Right.
Really not feeling
why?
Pat. And I'm surprised. I don't know. Is he overexposed?
I don't have a problem with him. He doesn't bother me.
But I don't know if he fits the college football brand. And we've talked about like Stephen A. Smith because he's the ESPN brand. They throw him on the
UFC
ABC
or boxing, and he doesn't fit that.
Exactly.
Like, he's not that guy.
Is it McAfee doesn't fit the College Game Day brand?
I don't know. I haven't watched enough of it. But what I learned early on, Tanika Smothers, who does a great job, she engineers the Stanford football and basketball games. She's at the Athletic. Tanika's a big sister of mine.
Yeah.
Shelby, just people don't like change.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So even when radio, think about it. When we first started the morning roast, we missed that show. We missed this show. We missed that show. After 3 months, you don't see those texts anymore.
No.
When I first joined Pop on the Afternoon Delight, we missed this guy. We missed that guy. We missed this guy. 3 months later, you don't see those texts anymore. So people just don't like change.
Yeah, I agree with
that. Let McAfee get through a season. Let him get through a season, and we'll come back and we're like, okay, this guy fits. Well, like Chris Fowler was a longtime host on College Game Day.
I love Chris Fowler.
When he left Game Day, who's it now? Reese Davis?
Yeah.
At first, I was like, I don't know about Reese.
Now
Reese is great.
Yeah, yes.
He's fine. Desmond Howard, when he first joined, I was like, he's going to mess up the chemistry. Remember Craig James used to be on College Game Day.
Yes, I do.
Herb Street. They had it. I don't know about Herbie. It's fine. People just don't like change. But is Pat McAfee the greatest thing ever since sliced bread? No, but I don't knock his hustle.
No, I'm not knocking his hustle. What I'm saying is here's the opinion that I'm giving. I just think ESPN better be careful when you're paying two guys, Stephen A. Smith and Pat McAfee, all the money. Like, they're worth it. Clearly, they bring in advertisers. People view them. They love them, etc. There is an overexposure point, right, where too much is now depreciating the brand or depreciating the product. And I look at someone like Stephen A. Smith. No one is in here, I need more Stephen A. Smith. We get enough of him. You know what I mean? You doesn't need to be on everything. And that's the same thing I would say with Pat McAfee. I think they should think about just don't oversaturate us with Pat McAfee. He's really good, and people really like him.
I don't get the tank top thing. I don't get some of the moving around.
I don't either.
The chain and, I whatever.
Do you get where I'm going?
I do.
There's an oversaturation period.
No, there is.
And I think that they better be careful with it.
And that happened with Stephen A. Smith.
I agree.
And it's still happening with Stephen A. Smith. No doubt about that.
Colin Cowherd, I think, is victim of this currently.
Yeah.
He's oversaturated.
He's on Fox football. Man, they're making some serious money right
now.
Oh,
dude. Well, Fox is really, they really kicked off what ESPN was trying to do. They eliminated all their writing and all their website writing, and they were like, we're going straight to video.
Straight digital.
And it was a great move.
Digital, no doubt. 888-957-9570. How can the Niners win? Why do you hate the Dallas Cowboys? Jesse Sapolo brought this up with Willard and Debs, and I think it's very important. And I could tell by the way the Cowboys are talking this week that there is a mental hurdle. They need this win in the worst way.
Yes.
For their mentals. Here's Jesse Sapolo talking about the mental hurdle.
We lost 2 straight NFC Championship games against them. And this game kind of felt similar because then when they came back to Candlestick in the regular season, we lost 2 key games against them. And it was more of a mental thing. You know, when you hear the media talk about they need to overcome the mental hurdle of being sent home by the 49ers 2 times in the past 2 years. We kind of went through that when Steve Young scored and we went up 14-0 in the regular season. And guess what? We ran into them again in the NFC Championship game, and we kept them from doing the three-peat. So I understand that mental hurdle that the Dallas Cowboys have to go through, but I think we have a real solid team, a real young, solid team that's going to fight them tooth and nail. And at the end, I think we're going to pull it off.
So McCarthy's jacked up in the brain. Dak Prescott, oh, don't piss me off. Don't piss me off. Oh, now you got to piss me off for the week. They are screwed up in the brain trying to think about getting over the 49ers. The Niners have pushed them in about 2 times in a row in the playoffs at the end of their season. So that mental hurdle, yes, this game is bigger for the Dallas Cowboys. But you know the Niners want to win this one just to keep the haters talking.
Yeah, I would push back on you and say, like, I'm sure if the Cowboys believe it to be bigger for them. No. Every NFC game for the Niners is bigger for them than any other team because they have told me from day one, getting off to a good start is everything. And if you read between the lines, basically get the first seed.
Right.
We need the number 1 seed. We need the bye.
advantage huge.
Yeah,
No
and
doubt.
so I think beating a team that will give you the tiebreaker on in Dallas, beating Philly, like they can't split those 2 matchups.
But I like what Posey and P-Town said earlier. He said, this is strictly business.
Yeah.
I don't think they're putting this emphasis that, oh, man, we have to beat this team. They're like, we just need to win to make sure we're steady with the Philadelphia Eagles because we're watching them at SoFi Stadium early in the day when they play the Eagles. When they play the Rams. What are they doing? Make sure we're neck and neck with them by the time we face off against them December 3rd. We can play for home field advantage. So it's strictly business. But I think the Cowboys, for them, they're like, oh, this is up. They're almost hyping it like it is a Super Bowl. Like, dude, you got to go win your division.
Well, from their point of view, this is the team that ended your season 2 years in a row. But even if they beat the Niners in the regular season, does anyone really think that they can do it again in the playoffs?
Well, this could mean them winning the NFC East. They don't win this game, all of a sudden you're 2 games behind the Philadelphia Eagles, and you can't win a division, and all of a sudden you got to play on the road throughout January because of this whole 1 bye week system. So they could be screwed up here. They have to win this game. The Niners are still being lined to win the NFC West, still get a home game in that first weekend, but I get your overall point about home field advantage. I think Dallas is hyping it up so much more.
This year more than any other for the Niners, I feel like is like mandatory to get number 1 seed.
No doubt. Let's get to Nick and Berkeley. Then, we got a special guest coming up. Nick and Berkeley, what's happening?
Man, I'm out here getting my tailgate ready early, man, you know what I'm saying? But check it out, man. Shavarius going to get him a pick. My boy Warner going to get him a pick. Bolster going to get a sack. The Gravedigger Hargrave going to get him 2 sacks. And Dak thinks he's rattled this week. He's about to be really rattled on Sunday because we're about to let him have it, dude. The Cowboys are done, dude. How about them Cowboys? How about them Niners, baby? Let's go. You know what I'm saying? We're about to let them have it, dude. They're going down in the dumps. And I'm going to tell you, the keys to the game is just defense, defense, defense. Brock Purdy's going to get his. CMC going to get his. Ayuk going to get his. Man, we about to let him have it. This is a statement game. This is a big statement game. Dak has been rattled all week long. It's not going to change, man. On Sunday, he's going to be like a little bird in the cage, get shook up, man. We about to let him have it. Ain't nothing going to stop us, man. We about to go into the Eagles 1 game at a time. We got to get this one, though. But this is a statement game, and we're letting the whole NFL know that we're not playing, man. And there's no way. Now, I hope the Rams go ahead and whoop on the Eagles early that game, because think how hyped we'll be after that. Let's go!
Nick and Berkeley.
He sounded different.
He did sound different. Kyle says, man, you start tailgating now, you'll be watching the game from a hospital bed. Nick at Berkeley. But you know what? Let's get down to South City.
What is it?
Let's get to Big Pun.
Oh,
South
Big
City.
Pun.
Big Pun is called.
Hey, Big Pun, this is live radio.
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, dog? Pun?
How you guys doing, man? First, I always been wanting to say this, first time caller, long time listener, man.
I love it. I love it. You are a long time listener. We get all your hits.
Yes.
We get all your voice memos, Big Pun. We love them all. Keep them coming.
Right on, man. Right on. Yeah, man. You know, there's nothing like that Cowboys-Niners game week, man. And this year, more so than ever, I really think the Niners got it. Purdy is playing outstanding. Contrary to what our boy Ruiz is talking about over there, it's like these haters are waiting for the other shoe to drop. What happens when Purdy does throw a pick? You're going to say, I told you so? I mean, the kid, nobody's perfect, man. The kid playing outstanding football. Shanahan, we're rolling right now. The Cowboys, in my opinion, they're softer than the 49ers. They're not physical enough for us. McCarthy cannot, Shanahan will run McCarthy out of the building as far as coaching. And Cowboys are in trouble. And they're making it a big deal because to them, this is like, they have to get over this mental hurdle. We pound them this weekend. They are through. No way they're going to see us in the playoffs. But for the Niners, it's strictly business. We want that bye, we want that home field, and we want that easy route to the Super Bowl. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
All damn
Big
day.
Pun. Big Pun.
I f***ing hate when they say, how about them Cowboys? It's like, shut the f*** up with that stupid.
I like the rated R version better. Jerry Jones. Can somebody ask him about this?
Okay.
I am a monkey fan. I can stand in a zoo and look at them all day long and die laughing. And my dad was in the wild animal business and had over 5,000 wild animals. And he always was, no matter what, he would hand somebody a card and said, be sure and come out and visit my monkeys.
That's Jerry Jones. We go from Jerry Jones talking about monkeys to Jerry Rice talking about a statement game on Sunday.
Statement night is Sunday night. You know, we probably going to face this team maybe down the road. If it's not Dallas, it's going to be Philadelphia. Sunday night football is statement night, and it's a great opportunity for those guys to go out and showcase their abilities and show what they can do. So let's go do this and just take one game at a time, get to the playoffs, and get to the ultimate prize. It's the Super Bowl.
See, the reason why I'm starting to think this is a statement game is because of guys like Steven Ruiz from The Ringer. And we started to show off playing this. And we've been talking about it. And, you know, you wonder why people write stuff like this. You wonder why people say things like this. Like, you lose all credibility when you say something like this.
The game is, can the 49ers win the Super Bowl like this?
They
and
can't.
You think they can't?
No.
I think
just
they can.
goes against. If they do, I'm done. I'm not covering the sport again. If they win it with Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold, sure, I can get on board with Sam Darnold. Not Brock Purdy.
You can get on board with Sam Darnold, but you can't get on board with Brock Purdy. Just listen to that. You could get on board with Sam Darnold, and you wouldn't be shocked if he led you to a Super Bowl, but boy, if Brock Purdy does it.
See, this is where I'm glad you're coming over to my side of the table.
About what?
About Brock Purdy. Every time there's a standalone game, it means more for him. Not internally, not with the team. His teammates know who he is.
Oh,
the coach knows who he is.
Nationally,
the national
idiots,
perception.
Which I don't really care.
But I'm sick of hearing people doubt him.
But you know what, though? You know what? That's not going to change after this game. It won't change after next week.
No, you're right. They'll move the goalposts.
It won't change after they play Minnesota on Monday Night Football. It will not change unless the 49ers win the Super Bowl.
But remember when Colin Kaepernick had his debut, and it was a debut, so it was different, against the Chicago Bears on Monday Night Football? Didn't that mean more? Didn't that send a message throughout the entire NFL?
Well, it was obvious that Colin Kaepernick made the offense look different than Alex Smith.
Right? I thought because he won 2 playoff games in the way that he did, against the opponents that he did, Seattle and the Cowboys, those are big brands. Big brands. I mean, he played good.
No doubt.
In those games.
No doubt.
And we're acting like they don't exist. I truly believe that this Sunday Night Football game is going to be watched by everybody in the country, especially up in the Northeast, and they're going to be watching with a fine-tooth comb. They watched that New York Giants standalone game on Thursday night, and they're like, oh, Purdy looks a little shaky.
Right.
In that first half.
Right.
Which then they don't obviously give him enough love for the second half and whatnot.
Or the short week or the injuries and not having Brendan Ayuk as your top wide receiver. He's out. He's the number one wide receiver for the 49ers.
So, which leads me to this point. Thursday Night Football, Amazon, I'm not sure where it's at right now in the lexicon. Monday night was always the night for me. Monday Night Football was the big one. I feel like it's shifted in the last, 10 years.
Oh, Sunday night's become the game.
So for you, Sunday night's bigger than Monday night?
Well, when Madden went over to NBC and started broadcasting Sunday Night Football with Al Michaels, and Al Michaels still had something left in the tank, that was it. And then ESPN, on the flip side, like Tirico and Gruden were really good together.
I agree.
If they would have kept Tirico and Gruden together, and I get it, Tirico went on to NBC where he gets to cover golf and he gets to cover college football, and they brought in Sean McDonough. And nothing against Sean McDonough. I think he's very good, but he doesn't bring that it factor like a Joe Buck, right? And I like Sean. I don't even like saying that because I think Sean's been very good for a long time. But when Sean McDonough got into that booth, they lost a little something. They lost a little something in that booth with John Gruden. And there was a disconnect with John Gruden and Sean McDonough. And you could hear that. And then Gruden leaves Monday Night Football, and they bring in Jason Witten, they bring in Booger McFarland, they bring in Joe Tessitore, and it just didn't have the same cachet. And then the schedule makers didn't do Monday Night Football any favors.
That I agree with.
The flexing of Sunday Night Football to where you could flex a game changed everything. So right now it is Sunday Night Football.
Even with Collinsworth?
Yeah, I like Collinsworth. I don't think he's that bad. Now, is he getting a little long in the tooth? Sure. But I like Collinsworth.
So when I go to a game and I get home after the drive home when I go to a Niner game and I hear this sound as I'm sitting down on my couch, right here, this sound.
Is that what you're trying to work on? Yeah, Sunday Night Football.
It does hit. I'll give it to you.
It hits harder.
It does hit.
It hits harder. The production, the graphics.
Collinsworth's kid.
Well, hey, that's for you.
Rodney Harrison calling players garbage.
Yeah.
I mean, look, here's the thing on Rodney. Rodney Harrison's got some equity in the game, so, whatever. Yeah. But this sound, like, when I hear this, if I played this 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, I don't know if it hits the way it does today.
Monday Night Football, their theme, because of the guy who sung it, and, of course, what was his name? Who's the singer for Monday Night Football? Monday Night Football!
Hank Williams?
Hank Williams. He said some things in the past where didn't paint him in a good light. He said it, not us. He said it.
It was a great intro, though.
He said some very racial
personality
things.
aside, can we agree the intro was
good? You can't
good?
Overlook that stuff, though. A lot of fans can't overlook that stuff.
I didn't say that.
Hank Williams, get this racist dude off of there. I don't know if he's racist or not. He said some things that didn't paint him in a good light.
We got Hank and Al, and then we're going to get this thing started.
Doesn't hit the same. So Monday Night Football lost that. Now, I think they're starting to gain something back. Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, I think, are really good together. However, the many cast takes some things away from it because you got Peyton and Eli, and you got some people saying, well, I'd rather listen to Peyton and Eli break down quarterback play. I'll question some of the play
calling.
Well,
it's more fun, especially in a matchup where I don't care that often.
This guy's pretty good.
I think it's a lot more fun. And then you got all the different guests, and hey, are some of my favorite athletes or musicians or actors going to be involved in it? What's Peyton's honest reaction to some of the quarterback play? Right. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I'm a Tirico lifer. I think Tirico's awesome.
Tirico's one of the best in the game.
I totally agree with you. So I love the Sunday Night Football broadcast with Tirico in it now.
The presentation's so much better. Now, Amazon Prime, I do think their panel's getting a little bit better, although, Ryan, if they just had Whitworth, Richard Sherman, and I'm actually warming up to Tony Gonzalez. Fitzmagic, I don't get the hype.
Do you know why? I guess Tony Gonzalez's ex-wife is dating Bezos?
Oh, I didn't know that.
That was like the backstory.
So that's why he got a job?
I'm just telling you what the backstory was.
He felt sorry for taking his girl, so he gave him a job? Is that what you're saying?
It's all in the family, I guess.
Well, that's very interesting. But their presentation is getting better. It's just Al Michaels is old.
He's done.
Because I think Herbie, there's something there with Herbie. He can get better as an NFL color analyst, not, college, I think he's A1. Him and Fowler do a great job. Fowler, by the way, is great on tennis. You ever hear him on tennis? Oh, my gosh. Him and McEnroe. And then you get in BG, Brad Gilbert. Then you get Patrick McEnroe. Tennis has it down packed, man. Their broadcast coverage. Wow.
James Blake up and comer there too.
Yeah, Mary Jo Fernandez.
I don't know. I'm not real big on Collinsworth. I'm just. I mean, look at Aaron Dahl push this guy around.
Why aren't you not? Why?
Because Collinsworth was always a Niner hater.
That's what you thought Joe Buck was too.
Of course, I still do.
Oh,
Hi, I'm Joe Buck. I've got hair plugs.
Hates the Giants, Joe Buck, because his dad and him called the Cardinals games, right? There you go.
There's a base hit up the middle, and the Giants beat the Cardinals, and they're on their way to the World Series.
With Al Michaels, he always hated Al Davis. Him and him like had a feud, so he hates the Raiders. He always rooted against them calling his games.
He did hate the Raiders. He loved when the Raiders lost on Monday Night Football. Oh, Alakits, dead. Al Davis, Al Michaels. He's getting old.
And I feel like Philadelphia as a city is going to be sitting back watching this one with a fine-tooth comb.
Let's get to Philly in just a second. Gilbert, San Jose. What's happening, Gilbert?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Enjoy listening to your show.
Thank you.
Out of you two, it was Bonte and the other gentleman. You guys were like Batman and Robin.
Shasky, Joe Shasky. Yeah, there you go. He could be Batman. I'm his Robin. I'm Batman.
Oh, okay, that's cool, man. All right, yeah. So I'm a lifelong Cowboys fan, and
sorry.
Yeah, it's pretty tough, man. These last 2 years, man, you guys knocked us out the playoffs. And I'm in my 50s, so I know this rivalry goes all. It's about 50. This is about a 50-year rivalry because this goes all the way back to the 70s. And I remember I was a little kid. I was too young to remember, know about football. So I remember in the 70s, the Cowboys had knocked the Niners out of the playoffs 2 years in a row, like how you guys just recently did. And then we went on to win like 1 or 2 Super Bowls. And then in the 80s, the catch. Then you guys came to the stage, and we couldn't get back for like 10 years. We had to wait 10 years to get back at you. And it's just like a revolving cycle. So it's our turn. I really think it's our turn now to get on the top stage.
It's your turn. So it's your turn. You guys are winning on Sunday?
Dak, huh?
You guys are winning on Sunday, Gilbert?
Yes. I'm ready. I'm very confident that we're going to win on Sunday. And I think the pressure is more on you guys than it is the Cowboys.
Why?
Everyone, Bay Area media, national media, saying there's so much pressure on the Cowboys to win this Sunday. Man, this is a Super Bowl bust season for you guys, because if you guys don't make it this year to the Super Bowl, you guys ain't probably gonna make it back for a minute, because you guys got a lot of contract issues going on after the season. You guys got 3 star players that are long in the tooth. So yeah, there's a pressure on just you guys, and you have to really inflate how much.
So there's no pressure on you guys, Gilbert. Let me get that straight. Going in on Sunday, no pressure on the Cowboys.
Go ahead, my man.
No, I was going to say, Gilbert, this Sunday, I just want to get this straight from you, because you're a Cowboy fan. I want to get it from your perspective, because right now you're speaking for all Cowboy fans, whether you like it or not.
Yes.
The Cowboys have no pressure this Sunday night.
Pressure? You guys have pressure. This is the playoff game.
The Cowboys have no. I'm asking you. The Cowboys have no pressure this Sunday to win this football game.
No, this is pressure for the Cowboys to win.
Well, Gilbert, can I ask you a question? On your elbow, what was the rehab process like?
On my elbow?
Yeah, because you're reaching.
Oh, that's a 2.
Wow, that's pretty incredible.
It's just
I matey, go Jerry Jones.
Listen to Dak right after the game Sunday.
What the hell was that?
I don't have time to have a bad time. It isn't on my schedule.
Dak, what was the feeling leaving that locker room last January against those guys?
No, I mean, it's obvious. I mean, we're so far past that, to be honest with you, but that's obvious. I mean, you just want to piss me off going into this week, and I appreciate that. I do, actually. I do. Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Lost drive, you guys.
I mean, every day. Every day. Every day, Ty, every day.
I mean, could you imagine, like, what, really? Like, that's his motivation every day to wake up. I got to beat the Niners.
They're so jacked up in the brain. Don't tell me that there's pressure on the Niners. The Cowboys can't get over this mental hurdle.
Is an angry Dak the most dangerous? Is that what we're going to start hearing?
I want Dak to be angry. Oh, my gosh. I want him inside his dome. Oh, he's going to throw a couple up.
Why do I have a feeling Bosa's going to have a monster game in this one?
This could be it. Yeehaw!
Have you ever worn cowboy boots?
No.
I think I put them on when I was 10 once. No. How about a cowboy hat?
No.
You never worn a cowboy hat?
No.
I second that.
Yeah, let's
Jerry
go.
Jones can kick rocks.
That's why I don't wear cowboy hats. I just wanted to play that.
Well, I've tried them on at when you go to a pawn shop or a thrift shop or something, and I always joke with Michelle. I'm like, "Hey, what do you think, cowboy hat?" She's like, "No." What if I just showed up one day and I started wearing cowboy hats?
Oh man! By the way, in case you're wondering, Warriors play the Lakers tomorrow, 5:30. No pregame show, no pre and post during the preseason. We're ramping up for the regular season, but you will get some Fitz and Buki at 5:30 on NBC Sports Bay Area.
I like that. Can you wear a cowboy hat with Jordans, or do you have to wear cowboy boots?
I think it depends how much swagger you got, how much confidence you have. I think you can pull anything off.
Well, I don't know about anything.
See, you brought up Bosa, and somebody said, about time Bosa showed up. That's the thing in this game.
About time Bosa showed up.
I mean, seriously, have you not watched the games? Bosa is pushing the pocket. Pushing the pocket left and right. Focus, Shasky.
Oh, I'm focused. Wow, that's just pretty incredible. Old Town Road.
I fucking hate when they say, "How about them Cowboys?" It's like, shut the up with that stupid.
You and Jock playing cards together?
We got a Pasoy problem. We talk about the P words all the time.
And we got a Pasoy problem in the clubhouse.
We talk about the P word all the time, like patience.
Prime time.
Prime time. It's a good P word. Patience for Brock Purdy. Be patient.
Preparation.
Be patient, Brock.
Pre-show meeting.
Pre-game show, Joe Spadoni.
The pre-game show with Joe Spadoni. That's phenomenal. You slip that in there.
5 to 6, Monday through Friday. New building apparently next Wednesday, by the way, boys. You excited?
I am. Like Jock slipping one of them cards out, playing card tricks with people who he's trying to steal money from.
Bye.
Pushing the pocket.
Pusha T?
Yeah, he's a great rapper. Pre and post Pasoy. We do have a Pasoy problem.
And we got a Pasoy problem in the clubhouse.
Is Jock going to be back?
No.
So mad. Sam, so mad.
I want a minute. I want a minute on Jock.
A minute on Jock?
Give me hold on. I have to hear it.
Let me rev him up.
He was dying to get that Jock up.
Let me rev him up.
Stand up to Farhan, man, and fucking call him out on that fucking idiosyncrasy my ass. Or it's too cold here to fucking play. Well, isn't it cold in Philadelphia? Isn't it cold in fucking New York? Isn't it cold in other fucking places? Him, he's full of shit. He needs to fucking be just own his shit. And he couldn't pull off signing some star players. He didn't do it.
All right.
You know what I mean? He didn't build a team that was ready to add a star, and he needs to fucking be accountable for his shit. Thank you for holding him accountable, Bonte. Thank you from a fucking diehard Giants fan, dude.
As Pinoy Mamba says on YouTube, 99 problems, but...
"99 problems, but a Pasoy ain't one."
And we got a Pasoy problem in the clubhouse.
Hey, honestly, Jock got slapped and said, "You know what? I am not going to run fantasy games anymore. I am going to only run the card circuit." He quit fantasy altogether.
And that became a problem.
And now he's running Dude, he's like Tony Soprano in 7th grade at the Catholic school, running gambling, running numbers. He is trying to steal money from his own teammates. Lubman,
Gary stole $20 million from the team that employed him. There, that's my minute on Jock.
No, I want a minute on Jock because you loved Jock last year.
No, you said he was good for the clubhouse. No,
well, yeah, it's called
he's good for the clubhouse. He's good for clubhouse synergy, and all of a sudden we find out we have a soy problem.
Just give it to you. See Jock every day in that clubhouse. What do you say to him?
I don't say anything to him. What is there to say to him?
Is he nice to you?
I don't think he's really nice to anybody.
We found that out Tuesday.
So why do you don't think he's coming back? Thought he was a perfect DH?
No, because perfect DHs get hits.
How many home runs Jock hit?
14.
He only 14.
Yeah.
$20 million.
He got like 243.
I
think he had 43 RBIs. This is off the top of my head.
So
he put on more weight than he got home runs.
So he wasn't on the SOTA weight loss program, huh? SOTAweightloss.com.
No. He was on the card dealing shark program.
Let me let you know, Jock. It's not a bad thing. I know you got millions of dollars. But check out SOTAweightloss.com. It's not a workout program. No counting calories, no pills, no appetite suppressants. All about learning healthy, Jock. Healthy is the key word. Healthy, sustainable nutrition. Eliminating junk foods. Because I know at the Pasoy table, you probably got some peanuts, some cashews, some other snacks.
They do bring you drinks.
Oh, they bring them drinks too. So it eliminates junk foods and beverages and bad eating habits that you can pick up playing Pasoy, while creating good habits via a personalized eating plan, accountability.
So do you think Jock wears...
Hold on. Hold on. Let me get to the read. We pay for this stuff. They pay for this stuff. Simple to follow with big results. Visit SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTAweightloss.com, Jock. And say it with me now, Jock. SOTA is state of the art.
So, like, when they're playing Pasoy in the clubhouse, is Jock wearing like a bow tie with like the vest, or is he got the green hat on? You know, the plasticky green hat on. Like, what's he wearing? I want to paint the visual.
Jocks and socks, as Jerry Jones said when he bought the team.
No, I mean when he was playing this, last weekend of the season, was wearing a big sweatshirt, sweats. I mean, it's like what you would wear on a normal Sunday afternoon when you're relaxing at your home with no other things to do.
My guy was in Crocs, huh? So he's just dealing cards in Crocs. Who is at this table on the Giants roster?
Ooh, it's a rotating list of guys that goes in and out. I think you would see Conforto there every now and then.
Here's my favorite. No, like a jack gets dropped on the table. Like, wait a minute. Get slates. We got to platoon slates for the jack cards.
It's Cowboys week. Let's not talk about that P word. The P word is ruining everything around here. It ruins lives.
Brock Purdy was the ace up the sleeve for Kyle Shanahan.
The P word has gotten a lot of people in trouble.
They're saying Jock has a donut problem, not a Pasoy problem.
This show is about to set the record for the downhill. Yes, you're right. We are downhill. It is bad right now.
It's the bobsled team.
Oh, the P word. Patience. Pasoy. Get a lot of people in trouble.
Could you imagine wanting to invite that into the locker room? Could you imagine him, like, the Niners are on Operation Super Bowl, right? You got Trent Williams, Fred Warner. You have, like, the classiest, highest integrity guys of all time. It's like, hey, guys, I'm Jock. Sit down. Let's play cards. Like, imagine how that would fly in the Niner locker room.
Christian McCaffrey is a big Pasoy player, actually.
No, he's not.
Yes, that's a joke.
Okay, I was going to say. Like, you imagine, like, Chris Paul's running the card table right now for the Warriors.
Oh, man. What's worse, Jock and the
they're saying
Pasoy problem? Say it slowly because you will not get caught up. Pasoy, which I never heard. Or is this worse?
I am a monkey fan. I can stand in a zoo and look at them all day long and die laughing. And my dad was in the wild animal business and had over 5,000 wild animals. And he always was, no matter what, he would hand somebody a card and said, be sure and come out and visit my monkeys.
The uncomfortable laugh from the radio host and chuckle. in the middle of it.
I would love to.
I should not be laughing at that because I don't know what the context is.
I would love to interview him.
So
every
I would
week.
love to interview Jock Peterson as well. Can we get Jock on to ask him about this new card game?
Yeah, the new card game. Get your eagle on.
No, not.
It's been a long week.
Philip Estrada. I guess we might as well leave the show with this one. Calm down, fellas. Calm down, fellas. Willard plays Pasoy.
No, he
with
doesn't.
Jock.
No, he doesn't.
And we got a Pasoy problem in the clubhouse.
He didn't say $19.6 million. That's nothing. Remember that when Jock signed? I was like, Mark, $19 million for Jock. $19 million. That's nothing.
Welcome to Liquidate All Assets. I'm Daryl the Guru Johnson, and he's Dan Dibley, and we have our great guest, Jock Peterson, on today.
If you take the pig around the barn and you come back with bacon, what happened to the pig?
You make sausage. All right, here's my final thoughts. Niners are going to beat the Cowboys this weekend. I'll be out there. Bang, bang, Niner gang, section 327. Let's do this. Let's have some fun. And let's kick some Cowboy double dollar signs. Let's go. Let's do this. Stand up. Niners, let's go.
415, Cop Guys Business Text Line. I'm with him, man. He wants to stop pussyfooting around and move on. That's Tennis Yoshi.
You gonna mention that publicly?
Oh my God.
11 minutes, baby. 11 minutes.
My brother, you are not Bernie Mac.
All right. So Jerry
Crack the
Jones.
keywords.
Jerry Jones and his that whole monkey rent thing. So I guess his parents sold their insurance company. That's where they got all the money from and stuff like that. They got this acreage, that Buena Vista acreage, and they got exotic animals. So 400 acres of their ranch to start this, animal safari, and it's still there today in Stratford, Missouri, just south of Interstate 44. So yes, Jerry Jones was not lying. His dad and mom got this huge ranch and got a bunch of exotic animals. Maybe they know Joe Exotic.
When I think of exotic animals, I don't think of Missouri. Am I? Like, what?
Who would get the first TD, Bonte, Niner or Dallas? That's 49er life for $2. Bet on the Niners, man. Why would you bet on the Niners getting the first touchdown? Lutman, what you got?
I mean, we're talking about statement nights. I mean, Sunday night, yeah, you definitely could be some statements made. Big statements could be made tomorrow night, though, when Miami takes on Georgia Tech. Got to get off to a big start on that ACC schedule. Got to put those Yellow Jackets down. Roll Canes.
Yeah, let's go. It's all about that Let's go.
All about
Where
that
they ranked? Miami?
Just wait till November 11th.
Where are they? In the 20s?
I think they're up to 17 now.
Oh, great. Where's Florida State?
They're waiting to get their butts kicked on November 11th.
Ooh, spicy.
Who does Florida State have this weekend?
Virginia Tech at home. 23-point favorites.
Beamer Ball?
Yeah.
Beamer Ball's dead.
That'll be a fun first 6.5 minutes.
Yeah. Well,
I'm looking at the AP Top 25. Florida State just outside.
Hey.
Oh, they're outside looking in right now, Bonte.
that's fine. Michigan and Ohio State have to play each other. We know Ohio State lose that game. Georgia's looking suspect. And I'm rolling with Kentucky this week. Kentucky Wildcats.
Wow.
My guy, Ray Davis, scored 4 touchdowns in City Stand Up. We got Harrison in Colorado. We got Ray Davis in Kentucky playing the Georgia Bulldogs. Let's go, Raymond Davis. And little Ray Davis. You better be out there, Raymond Davis, in Athens, behind the hedges. That's it for us. What a show. All right. Could be our last show, considering what was produced over the last 30 minutes. Boss is probably not happy about that one. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. Next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny. I'm not even going to say the other guy's name because he's got that stupid jersey on. It's the Cowboy fan and Steiny. That's what's coming up on 95.7 The Game.
I fucking hate when they say, "How about them Cowboys?"
All righty. Yeah. Steiny Guru with you. We'll be here the next 4 hours talking about, I don't know, football maybe?
Big game?
You know it. Biggest game of the NFL season. No
Thus
doubt.
far, yeah. Because when you get to Philly, I know it's Dallas week, but when you get to Philly, they beat this team.
We'll see. We'll see. Oh, that's me.
Oh, I was like, it's down and down. I said,
that's me.
All
My
right.
bad. Yeah, so 49ers, Dallas, 5:20 Sunday, NBC.
Chris Collinsworth.
I'm excited. And here's a couple things I'm thinking today, just off the top of my head. Brock Purdy. Is there anything more to really talk about with Brock Purdy? Leading up to the game. I mean, there's going to be stuff to talk about throughout his career, but I mean, he's either going to respond, he's either going to play well, he's probably going to, at worst, be serviceable. Like, there's got to be something other than Brock Purdy to this game, right?
Oh, there's no doubt. It's about this defense, which he is not a part of, Steiny. I did a hit this morning on a station in Texas, and they asked me about.
I think you got to be a little careful.
What you mean?
Well, you know,
they wanted Niner information from me.
No, that's fine. I just see some already some comments coming back. They're not crazy about your jersey.
I'm one of you. I am a Bay Area native, born and raised in Oakland, California. I'm not a hater. This was passed down. I'm yours. I am yours, okay? I don't hate on anybody. So anyways, now as I was saying, yeah, this defense to me is, hey, Brock, great, big story, Dallas without Diggs, but I want to see if Dallas can give us more ammunition in regard to where this Niner defense is at in totality, Steiny. I want to see Bosa. I want to see Hargrave, Eric Armstead, and I still can't get over the Leroy call Monday. Oh, you were gone. He called JD and I and said, he wasn't disappointed, but he's looking for him. So I want to see from that standpoint, can they shut this new West Coast, Texas Coast offense down, led by McCarthy, Steiny, who is kind of taking the ball out of Dak's hand, and they're trying to do ball control. So I've told you ad nauseum this week that to me, the Niner offense is ahead of the defense. Will that be the story Sunday night? Can Dallas somehow do what Arizona did, portion of what the Rams did? So that excites me also with the natural, what is Dak going to do? I told you guys last night, Spadoni, Evan, and you, I was in the lab watching the 94 NFC Championship game, which the Niners won over Dallas, and I said, oh my gosh, if Dak were to pull this off, this would be the second best win of his career after beating the older, but yet Tom Brady last year in the playoffs. That's what's at stake for Dak.
He's got 2 playoff wins.
He's got more than that. But this one would be this win, and what the Niners represent, being their daddy, is bigger than that.
I thought Dak was like 2-4 in the postseason.
Yeah, he beat the Seattle Seahawks. He beat Tom Brady last year, so that's 2. Lost to the Rams.
I think he's 2-4.
Lost to the Niners. Yeah, that's his record, 2-4.
2-4.
So Brock Purdy already has a better playoff record than Dak.
So far.
Yeah.
So far.
But he's off to a good start. How about that?
I noticed you didn't say better, because Dak Prescott got off to a darn good start his NFL career.
Yeah. But he wasn't undefeated up until this juncture.
But he's pretty good, right?
Didn't get him to an NFC Championship game. And you don't do it by yourself. I'm just saying, Brock Purdy, this is – let's be honest, partner.
Okay, sure.
Do you think – I'm asking you, are you waiting for the other shoe? Do you think the American football public is waiting for the other shoe to drop? Because that's what the other station asked me about Brock Purdy. You think – I
don't think so.
I love myself for coming up with the phrase, he is part of the reason it looks like he hasn't faced adversity. I like that.
That's fair.
That works for me.
That's fair.
Right.
I mean, there's some truth to that, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
888-957-9570. It's the number. You know it's the number. You want to jump in here and talk about this game. We're going to talk about Brock Purdy, obviously, but we could also veer off a little bit and talk about give me something else that you're looking for in this game other than Brock Purdy.
You got to give. You got to answer too.
If Purdy has a bad game, we're going to say he was.
Wouldn't that be unfair?
Of course it would be. That's what it's like.
We got to see 2 or 3.
We got to see a trend.
Yeah, you're right.
So Purdy's. We got plenty of time to talk about Purdy Monday after his performance. I did look at, and this is interesting. What do you think this says? I went to the lab last night.
Look at my guy.
Your boy.
Documentary did you watch?
Your boy.
Sports.
Your boy. This is the first time I've made curfew with the family out of town in about 6 months.
And you're smiling.
So
like
I made curfew last night. I was tucked in bed by 11 p.m. I went into the lab. I watched a little of last year's game. I didn't go back to 94. I mean, that's a little irrelevant.
Dallas moved the ball.
I went to last year's game.
Talk to me.
Couple things.
Oh, man. Look at you.
First of all, this is going to be the first team other than the Seahawks that Purdy's going to face for the second time. Does that matter? 49er fans.
I like that.
That Brock Purdy's facing the Cowboys defense for the second time. Is that a help or hindrance for Brock Purdy? Does it help Dallas? Does it help Purdy that they're seeing each other for the second time? Does it not matter? Last year's game, 49ers, they couldn't run the ball in the first half. 11 carries, 27 yards. Yep. That's a 2.5 average. They got running in the second half, but the first half, they did not run the ball effectively. Here's the other thing that I forgot happened in that game. And I'm not saying it, but
dude, I love this.
Remember when Brock Purdy almost let the first half clock expire when he threw a ball away?
And there was 1 second
left.
1
second left. And remember, Kyle Shanahan put the play sheet over his head, and he was livid. They ended up having a second left, but it was super close, and they ended up getting a field goal right before halftime. So that was another thing that happened. Here's something that happened also in the last game, and how do you square that with the 49ers team this year?
Okay.
The most targeted player for the Niners and the player with the most catches?
I know the answer.
George Kittle.
Yep.
George Kittle.
Had the biggest play of the game, if you ask me.
Yep. Who's probably been the least used weapon on the Niners this year. So does Kittle have a bigger role in this game because of the way Dallas defends? By the way, I watched that play again last night. You know what? I get it. I'm not a foot. Diggs.
And he got a new
Diggs.
contract.
Hit the pike, Diggs.
He got a new 90. He caught hell.
He wanted none of Kittle's smoke.
Ronnie Lott would have broke his neck.
You know what? Word came to mind. He could have dislodged that ball from George Kittle so easily.
Oh, man.
He ended up hitting his own guy. He took the wrong angle.
I need some tissue, man.
But
my
you know
man
what?
went to the lab.
And it's easy to say, God, he didn't want it. He didn't want to. Kittle had a full head of steam with bop, bop,
But
bop.
Steiny, you're right. Just a shoulder would have jarred the ball. He wanted nothing. And then this the worst part. The football god said, okay, Diggs, you cowered out on that. Here's a game-changing pick right through your hands.
Yep.
Oh, he caught hell for that, Steiny.
I'm pretty sure that was a third down with Kittle.
Oh, it was everything.
And, I mean,
hit him.
He wouldn't have even had to ring his bell. All he would have had to do was stick him, and there would have been no way Kittle was going to catch that ball because it was still in the air when he had it anyway. So that was a huge play.
Play the game to me.
And yeah, that was the one that kept the 49er drive going. So anyway, last year's game, 19-12, Cowboys got beat. No picks for Purdy, 2 picks for Dak Prescott. And I guess my question to 49er fans is, if you remember that game, what do you think will be similar? What do you think could be different? To me, the thing that sticks out is in that game last year, George Kittle was a huge weapon.
That's interesting, man.
And does he become a big weapon for he had a.
And will he be ready? But it ain't
Who's
like
that?
George Kittle. Because, it ain't like they've been making a lot of connectivity.
Right.
But it's any given Sunday, Goo. Come on, answer your own question. But you know what's funny, Steiny, is I thought about you without even seeing you. While I did this hit, guess what question they asked me? The usage rate on McCaffrey. And I go,
course.
this thing's growing. I said, my partner,
Did you say
Matthew.
48%?
Yeah.
Did you use 48%?
Yeah.
Nice.
Because I asked
Did you say
Evan
Pollard
yesterday.
37? Pollard's 37% for the Cowboys.
That I didn't know.
Yeah, we did Pollard 37% of their offense. McCaffrey's been 48% of the Niners' offense. Derrick Henry's 45% of the Titans' offense. So,
do Niner fans expect McCaffrey to get a boat? Yeah, hell yeah. 48% of it, or
he didn't run. He wasn't able to run up the middle in the
Dallas
first half
had
last year.
integrity, Steiny. They
love
guard the edges. I was like, I keep watching that. Like they played almost as perfect as you could play against this offense.
There's gap integrity. Their polos are pristine. Their khakis are.
Oh boy.
Bad. That's a 0. I got you. A couple other things. We got Merton Hanks. Merton Hanks is going to join us at 11 o'clock.
Dance.
Super Bowl 29 champion, 8 seasons with San Francisco, all-pro safety. Merton Hanks will be joining us. 30 career interceptions from Merton Hanks.
He was a player.
And we'll talk to him about one thing I do want to ask him is a subject that's come up this week as the teams prepare for each other is, well, how much does Trey Lance matter in terms of the information that he may have brought to the Dallas Cowboys? Does that matter at all? I don't know. I want to ask Merton Hanks if a former teammate's information on a team could possibly matter.
But you played this team too. They asked me, I kind of scoffed at it. Like, you almost want Trey Lance to be the guy giving them the info because he didn't master the offense, but I'll leave that there. But, Steiny, you already know this team. Dallas does, right? What could Trey actually give you that you don't know? Cadence? Maybe the cadence at the line of scrimmage?
Maybe. I don't know. Merton Hanks played most of his career with the Niners. Then he went to Seattle. And I don't know, was he helpful to Seattle when they went up against the 49ers when Merton Hanks was with Seattle? So we can ask him about that, too. Let's get started with CJ, baby. CJ's in the city. Wants to talk about this game. Give me something that's going to happen, maybe even outside Brock Purdy. What's up, CJ?
Hey, good morning, Steiny.
How are you, man?
Hey.
Good, man. I can't wait for this game.
Me neither.
Man, I'll answer your question in a bit, but my first thing I want to ask you guys is, or actually I should answer your question, then I'll ask my question. But one thing that I could expect is like, I don't know, Kittle going off possibly because they might be so focused on CMC that, it might open up these other weapons to go off. But I want to ask you guys about Debo and other players when they're not being used as much, or there aren't many plays that they get to be a part of. So if you look at Debo when he's not a part of a play or anything, he's not going 100%. And I guess like what I'm asking is like, how do you guys think is going to play off in the long run and in the locker room, like with these two dogs who want the ball in their hands but they're not getting the ball in their hands? And are they going to start blocking less or start not going 100% on all the plays? That's all I got.
Yeah,
I'm genuinely curious about that.
Well, I've heard a little bit about that from last game, that Debo wasn't healthy, and so if he wasn't getting the ball, I mean, that ain't going to work for Kyle Shanahan. I think if you look at I think Kyle Shanahan demands his receivers block. And his running back, Christian McCaffrey, blocks when he's downfield, and Debo blocks.
Shenanigans.
And I think that's one of the things that was one of the reasons that Ayuk struggled early. So maybe they did use Debo Samuel as a decoy, but I'll tell you what, if he's
hurt, Steiny.
If he's hurt and he can only, let's say, go 100% on the plays that he gets the ball, I don't like that.
Well,
I don't like that.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
Because he's got to be the threat that he always is.
And it might be adrenaline. And I know Arizona is not Dallas, and he knows this is a big game. But I just feel like the caller CJ was making something or thinking about something, and I get it. It's not there. And when you see Debo and Trent Williams come out the tunnel with the boom box, this team, to me, is connected, Steiny. So we've yet to see Debo. I've seen him downfield blocks, Ayuk, all of them, Kittle. So I guess my question to you is, I thought Debo showed the world he was so ginger when he was out there. Why would CJ go there about the balls and maybe not getting your number called and then, half-ass? Like, I thought we already know that's not how this Niner team operates. I just think Debo
Did anybody
is
else see
hampered.
that? Did anybody else?
I saw a hampered Debo.
Okay. Well, if he's hampered, then he's probably not going to block like he normally blocks. He's probably, and he didn't get last week. Let's say he wasn't 100%. Well, then that's probably the reason he didn't get the ball more than he got. What did he get? 3 rushes, 1 target on through the air, and he didn't. The ball didn't get to him, or he didn't have a reception. That's all I'm trying to say. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Looking at some stats from that game last year, 19-12, Cowboys and the 49ers. 49er fans, do you expect a game similar to that? 31 total points last year. Got to be more than that, right? It's got to be more than that.
Diggs is, as much as I'm talking crap about him about that play, I just think, that bodes well for the Niners. And, what are they going to try to do? Both, establish the run and go for big plays. But I just know this Dallas defense is vaunted, is dope as it is, Steiny. Arizona carved it up with creativity. And I know Kyle is looking at that, I know it's different players or whatnot, but I feel like can take some things. Now, Purdy's not Dobbs, right? He's not a running quarterback. But if you're going to tell me this is going to be the Kittle game, I got my popcorn ready. I can't wait to see how Kyle tries to, along with Brock, carve this Dallas defense up. Or do they turn in another gym like they did last January?
It's a good question. 510 on the Comcast business text line. I do think Kittle will have a bigger role in the passing game this week. Cowboys are going to do all they can to stop Christian McCaffrey. Big Kittle down the middle game Sunday night. That's from the 510.
Kittle like a Niner.
415 also on the Comcast business text line says, I knew Debo wasn't 100% when he needed 1 extra yard to get a first down, and instead he ran out of bounds to avoid getting hit. He never avoids contact. So we'll keep an eye on Debo Samuel Sunday night. Are you excited to go?
Yeah, I'm super excited, man. And like I said, the season's not over no matter how this plays out. But, Steiny, I got some Dr. Phil to me. I just need you to help me bring it out. Listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
A rivalry is when it's 50-50 or 60-40. Here recently, Dallas has been owned, and their season has come to an end by the San Francisco 49ers. And in a way, I wonder, the way the offseason went, it wasn't Dallas players squawking on X with the Niner players. It was Philadelphia. It was the Eagles. And the Niners will never say this. And again, the nostalgia, all day, Dallas Niners. All day, I get that. I just wonder if the Eagles got the Niners' attention more than the Cowboys, because the Niners feel like, you know what, we're going to go out Sunday, do what we did last January, do what we did when we had Jimmy. So I'm eager to see that play out. And again, you said something yesterday, and I'll leave you with this about Dak. I am so ready to say Dak. I know Steiny said you can't turn the noise off, but if you could get this win over this Niner team, this undefeated 4-0 Niner team, that people are saying is a favorite to win the Super Bowl, Steiny, that would turn the volume down enough to where this regular season and their mental would be on cloud 1,000 to where, we should have got him. We got him. We see him again. We got action, as opposed to, oh, my God, we lost to him again.
Yeah, I mean, I thought you were going down the road of, do you even think it's a rivalry? But I do. I absolutely do.
The 90s make it a rivalry.
Yeah, and you know what? Even the last 2 years make it a rivalry. Well, even though it's not a rivalry just because they haven't split 2 games.
All right.
I mean, if you want to play the game of, let's say the Niners win Sunday night, and it's not a rivalry. They've won 3 straight times. That's fine, but it is. Right. We know it's a rivalry, and we know the Cowboys are good, and we know the Niners are good.
It was like the Cavs and the Warriors. You know what I mean? Like, you knew who was coming out the East. You knew who was coming out the West. And I'll say this to you. The 90s, this is different than the 90s. Let me just tell you why. I know you didn't ask. Steiny, whoever won that NFC championship game, and I know Young lost too, Steve, Steiny, they were going to win the Super Bowl. Whoever wins this game this Sunday, there's still Philly lurking.
Right.
And that's why it's not, to me, up there yet, because Philly was in the Super Bowl, if that makes any sense. And Philly's going to play the Niners, what is it, week 13.
When does Dallas play Philly? Do we know that offhand?
You would think I would know. I don't have
But
that.
I love that you don't. I love you don't.
Tell me why you love it.
finally, you're taking it
wrong.
one game at a time. I love it when you do that.
I kind of wish that was the reason, but like Evan would have known.
Evan has no clue.
Shafsky would have known week, blah, blah, blah. Spadoni would have said Raiders versus who?
November 5th at Philly.
Okay, there you go.
So about a month from now, and then December 10th in Dallas.
You know what you're doing for the game?
Sunday.
I wish we could get you there.
You know what? And
no, seriously, I wish we could get Steiny in the house.
Can I be honest with you? I feel like I'm so much more locked in when I'm watching it on TV, and I got my little notepad,
it's real.
and I can put really insightful
do that
things
even if they win or
into
lose when I get back to the lab. You're right. Fumbles at a game stand, you're like, what happened? What's a scrum? But at the TV, it's like fumble.
You ever go to a Warrior game and you're not really working, so you're not getting the box score? You don't have the box score up on TV on your computer screen, and you're just watching the game, and Curry scores, and then Clay scores, and then Lou Dort makes a 3, and it's third quarter, and you're like, it's a pretty good game. Warriors are up 9, and you're like, Curry's got 37? Curry's got 37? And then you look, and it's like, Curry's got 37. Yeah. I didn't even realize it. Well, that's why I like to watch games at home, because I'll get fit saying, that's 5 made shots in a row from Steph Curry, and he's got 33 as we, I kind of like that, because then you're very aware.
I was looking for him Monday. Didn't find him.
No, he was around.
You saw him?
No, but I think he was avoiding us.
Nah, never.
Oh, yeah.
This is he loves our show. Come on.
Yeah.
You can't say that out loud, and then if he's listening, make him think we ain't cool. Dude, he loves us.
No. I don't want to, if he's listening, I don't want me to say something like, or I don't want you to say, he loves our show, and then he's sitting somewhere down on the peninsula listening, saying, I actually don't. So I just saying.
So, you know what, partner? I don't tell you everything. Sacramento playoff game, Warriors, I caught Fitz. He caught me, pulled me to the side. Had a nice little conversation.
Okay.
He talked the majority of it. Let some stuff off his chest.
Okay.
I know he loves us. Don't leave that there. I know
Mike,
Fitz loves us.
Dude, Mike Dunleavy said Jordan Poole was going to play the rest of his career. Same thing.
But Jordan wasn't there.
He's telling you what you want to hear.
We had a convo. Yeah.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. The 49ers, they beat the Cowboys 19-12 last year in the NFC divisional game. 31 total points. You expect something similar, something way, way different? Talk to me about Sunday's game, because it's a big one. It's the biggest one of the NFL season, at least this far. On the other side, I'm also going to have to reiterate clearly something that I like to emphasize every once in a while, and that is you always, you have the right to question. And I got to question something on the other side on 95.7 The Game. And that segment was brought to you by Local Arena Ticks.
unite.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Remember when we used to have Phil Collins Fridays?
Man, I'd never. Dude,
what an
you were
awful
special.
idea that was.
We could have went national.
Whose bad
with that
idea was
performance.
that, by the way?
We could have went national.
I think it was Spadoni's.
Please. It was mine.
Studio?
No, it was doo-doom, 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 doo-doom. I've been waiting this moment. Oh, my. You grabbed the mic like Elvis with two hands.
That's something different.
No, that was it.
I don't want to jinx the Niners. You should sing it. You should sing it. You know why? Because the Warriors lost the game that we did all this. So why don't you sing it?
Hey, I forgot.
To mollify Niner fans.
Zach came and kicked their ass. Wow, boy. You remember
And then
that.
Steph went out and got 50. But
he did the speech before.
More impressive. I'll tell you what was more impressive? Steph scoring 50 or him ripping the microphone out of Draymond Green's hand saying, "Don't you dare address this team."
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Why'd you look at your watch like that?
Because I got phones ringing.
Oh. What was it?
Roseville, Michigan. That has all the makings of a call in Mandarin. Okay, here's the bottom line.
That's a 2.
Here's the bottom line. So, you know about my buddy Ron Limpus.
Yeah.
He's not my buddy, but he's a guy who
I
was
hate that
older,
last name. Yeah,
long time ago, and he taught me just something that it's always stuck with me. You always have the right to question, not a complaint, not crying, just asking questions. That's all. Just a question.
I tell my kids that all the time.
And so I caught some backlash for this last night. I'm just questioning. It's just a question. That's all. Why do the Blue Angels get to come in here for 4 days and disrupt things in the Bay Area with noise pollution, creating traffic problems, and scaring every pet that's got any kind of sensitivity to loud noise? Now, listen, I got nothing against the Blue Angels. I used to see the Blue Angels at the Reading Fair when I was 9 years old. But you know what, Goo? We went to the Reading Fair to see the Blue Angels.
Okay.
They didn't make us see them and hear them. So while I enjoy the Blue Angels, I just wonder why they get to run roughshod over the city for four days.
Norm ain't liking this. A Navy guy, Stoney. He's not liking this.
Hey.
Nah,
my dad's a Navy guy.
Marine Corps.
Hey, has your dad ever seen Navy football in Annapolis, Maryland?
No.
I used to go to Navy football games all the time. So I love the armed forces.
All right.
You ain't gonna
just say this because some people are asking.
Okay.
And I saw the Vine. I won't throw Evan under the bus either. But what about 4th of July? Same thing happens, right?
But that's one day. Like, why do everybody hates the fireworks?
Yeah.
That are overdone.
Yeah. But they do it at ballparks.
And this is a 510. I get it. They got to practice, Steiny. Can't they practice up in the Siskiyous? Then come down here on Sunday and put their show on?
Dude, they were formed in 1946. This is tradition, man.
I know. It is. Look, again.
But you could bring your dog in the house. Your dog's in the house.
That doesn't help.
I wanted to type that last night.
No, she's under the
fix problem.
She's under the bed.
Oh,
and
even
again,
in the house?
Yes. And again, I'm just questioning why. I'm not saying get them out of here. I'm not saying they're no good.
I'm not saying display, they don't. Though. You guys see I left the chat when you guys start throwing haymakers.
Right, let me ask you a question.
I couldn't have nobody noticed, but
okay, I got to be honest with you. I remember watching the Blue Angels when I was 9.
Oh, wow.
10 years old.
What happened?
Puts me at about 1975. Have they changed their routine once?
It works.
It's the same routine and drill every single year. How about some more loop-de-loops? How about some more under the bridge and through the... Just give me more Daredevil stuff. All right, let's go to Chucky.
I feel like you got a shovel digging a hole.
Chucky's in Oakland. What's up, Chucky?
Hey, man.
My dog needs to grow a pair. It's a girl.
Chucky.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, Sean, you be starting some stuff, man. You gonna get a whole bunch of texts behind that Blue Angel.
I tried to tell him, Chucky.
You know what's funny, though, Chucky? You put something on Twitter and you walk away from your computer. You don't have to hear it.
Hey, look, man, I need some therapy, a therapy session with you guys, man, because I'm working with some fillers, man. I appreciate you guys. I listen to you guys all the time, even though I rarely call. But the deal is this, man. I grew up in Oakland, right?
Yep.
You know, I'm talking about Franklin Muley when he was owning the Warriors, man. I'm talking about Al Adams, man, old Rick Barry, man. Keith Wilkes, you know, when they was doing the thing, man.
Silk.
And the fillers that I'm working with, man, I'm asking you guys to please let me know we got a WNBA team now affiliated with the Warriors.
Yep.
And they coming they're not coming to Oakland, man. So is there any reason why they could not have come to Oakland?
Well,
what's the possibility? Could that have happened if the Warriors wanted them to play in Oakland? What's going on with that?
I tell you what, Chucky.
I'll let you get
here's
take it.
It's a good question, and I know the Blue Angels are here for Fleet Week. Every year they're here for Fleet. So the WNBA team that's going to be in the Bay Area, they're going to be headquartered in Oakland, where the Warriors still have their old practice facility. So they're going to practice at their old Oakland facility atop the Marriott.
Let's go.
In downtown. The games are going to be played at Chase. And I can see why someone would say, well, why can't the games be played in the old or Oracle?
Because they're still dealing with the pain of the Warriors leaving
Right.
Oakland. Okay.
But you can't have a professional women's team here and not play at Chase Center. They have to play at Chase Center. It
wouldn't be right.
It would be a bad look to
doubt.
put them in the old arena in Oakland, I think. Now, here's what I would be open to. Just like and NBA teams used to do this all the time. We're going to get back to the Niners. Don't worry about that. You know, like for example, the Atlanta Hawks every year back in the day would play 3 games in New Orleans. The Boston Celtics would play 3 games in Hartford, Connecticut. So I don't see any reason why some of the WNBA's game couldn't be at a venue in Oakland or even San Jose.
Yeah,
that's because it's going to be the Bay Area's team. 888-957-9570 is the number. And the 49ers and Cowboys, they play Sunday at 5:20. It'll be their first meeting since last year's divisional game that the Cowboys lost 19-12.
You didn't answer your own question. I asked
Give it to me, baby. Rick James.
Boy, your concert.
Mm-hmm.
You said, what are you looking at other than Brock Purdy in this contest? I told you the Niner defense. I want to really see if I've been kind of, and I ain't panicked about them, if they can, this will be their statement game.
I'll answer that in 1 sec. But first, it is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Also, don't forget, 15 minutes from now, Merton Hanks, 8-time, played 8 years with the 49ers and won a Super Bowl 29. Honestly, it's the Cowboys' defense against the 49ers' offense. Because I think it's obvious that the 49ers' offense has been excellent, and the Dallas Cowboys' defense has been absolutely phenomenal. To me, that's what it comes down to. I'm trying to look, not overthinking.
Yeah.
30 points a game, the Niners have averaged more than that, really, 31, 32. Cowboys have been phenomenal on defense.
41 total points in 4 games.
Exactly. So last year, the Cowboys, is there any doubt if you told Mike McCarthy right now, hey, you're going to be able to hold the Niners to 19 again?
He would give his right arm.
He would take it, right? He would take it. So that's kind of what I want to see. I want to see if the Cowboys are capable of not dominating, just if the Cowboys, can they hold the 49ers to 20-ish? You know what I mean? To 21, to a workable number where you can say, hey, Dak Prescott, do you think you can you score 3 touchdowns against the Niners? Because if we can score 3 touchdowns against the Niners, we can win the game. Kenny?
We'll see. And you know me, I don't think he can. He had the opportunity last game in the playoffs, Steiny, going to the wrong read, hit CeeDee Lamb for a bomb, and Brandon Cooks is running all alone. But my other one I jotted down is the turnover battle. And I know even on any level of football, whoever wins the turnovers, you win the game. But can we see Brock Purdy, or will we, his first interception? He's thrown some balls that were worthy of the INT, Steiny, but for whatever reason, that didn't happen. On this stage, Sunday night in Santa Clara, if I set the total at a half for Brock Purdy's INTs, well, it'd be 1. Would you take it? Like, is he going to make that oh-no throw? And he could get a pick and it could hit somebody in the hands. Like we
See,
saw
that's
the
what's going to
Rams
happen.
The
You
Williams
watch.
with the Rams where Stafford hit him.
I told Evan.
Right in the kisser. Bloop, bloop. Oh, it's a pick on my ledger. But it really was a perfect pass.
No, it's not.
I think there should really be something done.
Remember I said that to you yesterday? I said, you know what's going to happen, don't you? And Evan goes, what? I'm going to go, Purdy's going to hit 2 receivers in stride, and it's going to go off their hands. Dallas is going to intercept it. And then the whole conversation Monday and Tuesday is going to be, well, wasn't his fault. Wasn't his fault. Still hasn't really thrown one. Now Kittle's got to come up with that. Ayuk didn't high point it. It's going to be something like that.
Because it's what we do if it's obvious. It's just like baseball, Stoney, with the air. Somebody makes the judgment. That play could have been made. Is a hit or is we know when it's the quarterback's fault. Now I'm talking about now just a bad read. We haven't seen that.
Yeah.
This dude,
I keep hearing about this throw to Ayuk that has split the football community in half.
Oh, well,
was it a great throw or was it a bad throw?
It was a bad throw.
Absolutely caused a rift in the NFL community.
It got completed, though.
Was it a great throw or was it a big-time mistake he got away with? Stay tuned.
Yeah.
If Dallas can't stop the run, it's going to be a long day. We're going right at Parsons, says the 650.
And quietly, that's how other teams have been trying to. That's how you stop a bully, is you run at him. And Dallas may try to do that with Bosa. Run at him, Steiny.
People sometimes, I don't really. People say, I'm not a big James Franklin fan, Penn State coach.
Who is? They covered last week.
Micah Parsons. Was he this good at Penn State?
I had no idea he was
exactly.
This good. Yeah.
Thank you.
No doubt about it.
Thank you. What's up, Evan? Oh, but he was an Outland Trophy winner. Go ahead.
No, he played inside.
Exactly.
He wasn't on the line.
Exactly. So he played him out of position.
Well,
guy didn't even put him in the right spot.
Yeah, well,
James Franklin. He got to the Dallas Cowboys and they unleashed him.
How about Ayuk? Who knew he was this good except Kyle at Arizona State? I didn't know he was this bad. Your boy's a 1.
Well, he was one of the 5 receivers we were talking about
name-wise,
that could go on any.
He's a Honda Accord. He ain't no CeeDee Lamb. He ain't Jefferson, a Ferrari. And now look at him. Well, I think I took my victory lap.
I know you did, and you usually do prematurely.
Nah, your boy's a badass.
He's been this year.
Yeah.
CeeDee Lamb was in that draft. Who's been better?
No, CeeDee Lamb's.
Yeah.
They're both 1. CeeDee Lamb's a badass.
But who's been better?
CeeDee Lamb's done it for longer. Yeah. Well, he ain't done it for longer. They've been the same.
But he has.
Yeah. And he's in a different offense that's featured him more. But this year.
But their quarterback stinks.
Hold on. This year, your boys, the edges number-wise is to Ayuk.
Well, 1 year out of 4?
Because the Dallas don't throw the ball past 15 yards.
Goo, even though I'll help you, Goo.
Yeah.
CeeDee Lamb's been better. It's okay to say it.
Who has more touchdowns this season? I'll wait.
Over the course of their career, CeeDee Lamb's been better. That's and it's okay. It's okay to say it.
You want me to be quiet?
40. No, I don't want you to be quiet. Just say it.
No, I don't believe that.
You don't believe CeeDee Lamb's been better? His numbers are better.
Over the career.
That's not hard to say. CeeDee Lamb's had a better career than Brandon Ayuk so far.
You tried to one-up me. I won the point when I said this year Ayuk's putting up better numbers.
So Ayuk
right now is.
So the bottom line is Ayuk's been dogging it for a couple of years, and now he's in a contract. In his one contract year, he's been better than CeeDee Lamb.
I'm not saying that.
I know you're
Lamb's
not.
a baller, and the career. I'll give the nod to CeeDee.
What about
Lamb.
Justin Jefferson?
Justin Jefferson.
What about T. Higgins? There was one more in that class.
It's close.
Who's the other wide receiver in that class? I don't think he's nearly as good as the other guy.
Judy.
Oh, yeah, Jerry Judy.
Yeah. And that's
That's close.
That ain't close. He's been hurt.
Also, Gabe Davis.
Who's that?
Gabe Davis from Buffalo.
Nah, he wasn't in that group. He wasn't on my list of top receivers.
We had him a tier down, Evan. That was pre-Evan, too, huh?
Who?
That draft with the wide receivers. Evan wasn't with us.
Was it? That name doesn't ring a bell. Was he one of the top 5 receivers taken that year? Gabe Davis?
No, but the other guy was Jalen Reagor.
That's right.
Rieger.
That's right.
And the Raiders took him.
And Ruggs. Ruggs was the Raiders.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Help
that's
me out,
thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you, 650. Two of the premier wide receivers in the NFL.
That is a fact.
Sunday playing against each other.
And Debo could be, is this going to be a Debo game?
Could be.
He's already sliced Dallas up in the playoffs a couple years ago.
I thought you were going to say, don't forget Debo as a receiver. But, we're talking route runners and precision.
We're talking about getting the ball and people scared to tackle you. There's one guy.
But apparently there's
19
2.
problems.
Apparently there's 2.
I would call
Kittle, too, because Diggs didn't want any part
you're
of
right
him.
there. I'll give you that.
Man.
My boy Manny said, we got to stop singing.
No.
You can talk to him.
No, I don't.
Well, they would have to play the beat.
I can feel it coming in the air.
Now, what bothers me is you really try to be serious.
Well, nobody's going to tell me what to do
like,
and what not to do.
Yeah, but that's just weak.
So you tell Manny going to the game with you?
He'll be there with his family.
Wait, Manny's a father?
Yeah. Mexican guy, my friend from the U.
Okay, that doesn't matter. We love all people.
You met him.
I did?
He used to come by the Warrior games. He has season tickets. I go, this is my boy Manny. You took a picture with him? You don't remember.
Big fella, really big.
Well,
6'5"?
Well, about 6'3".
Yeah, well, 6'5" to me because I'm not as big as you. Yeah. Manny! What's going on, Manny?
Back to the Niners. We got Merton Hanks.
Yep. Were you a big fan of the chicken dance?
I loved it. He was a badass.
He was good. He was really good. No doubt about it.
I heard he was neighbors with Gary back in the day. I don't know if it's still, I won't ask him. E40 and Gary Payton. Like they all lived in the same. That's the stuff I love, man. There you go, man. It's a fact, yeah.
Yes. I don't know if he did or not.
I won't ask him.
Well, you can.
Yeah. You're gonna be like, dude, you stalking me?
You usually ask. You'll ask one question to kind of get him comfortable. Like that's what the greats do, and I notice you do that too. Even though we lost that game, y'all singing was top 5 moment and bring it back.
Number 5.
There's a lot going on that day. 408.
Boy, oh boy.
There was a lot going on.
We could have won nationals.
Let's just put it this way.
Evan, you and I could have been on one of the 4-letter networks if we would have just mailed that clip of the show off.
Here's a 408. Here's why.
Evan wasn't even here.
The difference between that day and today is I didn't make curfew the night before that show. Look at Magic ripping the Commanders. Did you see that? Oh, you don't like it?
I'm still thinking about Joe Lake.
Accountability?
He's thinking about the A's. Dude, that came out of his mouth.
I love Joe.
If he could do...
I love Joe.
I'm going to stop.
Joe, though.
He being frisky.
Joe.
What would you say to him?
I'd say to Joe, you know I love you, but you're kind of trolling here and you're pandering a little because he's told you 7 times he ain't selling
Ask
to
him
you.
8, 9, and 10. That man, if he were to get him, it ain't over till it's over. You're saying there's a chance.
There's no chance.
You don't know.
It's over.
Yeah.
It's over.
Did Evan, Mr. Optimistic, say that?
No. Hey. I should say AAA's good.
We up against it.
Yeah, just talk about it. No, we got.
Oh no,
we got 4 minutes.
All right, Vine Chronicles. We all went in on Al Michaels since you're going Don Mayer. Dude, how he is checked out. It's like watching, like
he doesn't care what fans think. Did you hear him say that?
No, I don't think he cares what's happening on the field. And I don't know what to do because I can't age shame him. But come on, get that to a young guy, a younger. We all went in. I mean, I'm snitching. Now you're not comfortable.
I am not actually because he is a legend.
Dude,
Al
he's
Michaels.
just checked out.
Here's what it feels like to me.
Motel 6.
Take it from somebody who's not afraid to stick it to somebody. No, it feels like he's always trying to get off a snide, something that he isn't crazy about. He always tries to bring it up and just kind of say something and then let it there.
That's why I like Van Gundy
not
and
to get in
Jackson.
too
It
much
worked.
trouble.
This is different, though.
I think so too. But
I'm out.
And what specifically is it in your case?
There's no energy. He just. But he'll tell you about the spread. He'll throw that in there.
Who we got for Sunday's game?
Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth.
Okay.
Pigpen.
Well, so, look, this is, and we've been over this a lot. One of my I have a few. What are they called? Windows or holes in my swing, sports wise. I do
A little more than a few.
a few.
Yeah, we both.
I mean, if I were a baseball player, I'd still hit 390.
You'd be in triple.
The bottom line is, now I forgot what I was going to say. One of my holes is I don't know. Easy, Evan. Is I can't keep track of what announcers are on what station, what announcers do that game, what announcers do this, who the play-by-play guy for that, who does pregame, who does post. I can't keep it straight. I just can't.
So we can't ask you who's your favorite, like football announcer.
Well, give me some names and I'll be able to tell you.
See, that's what my point. It ain't the same then.
What do you mean?
Like you ain't in love. You would know that name of the person. That like Steiny, if I had one game and my life was on dependent on it, they enhance my watching play. Mine's Collinsworth.
What about the guy that's on Goose jersey?
Aikman.
Yeah, he's great.
I don't like any of it, to
He's
be
great.
honest with you.
No,
he's great.
And so is his partner, Buck.
Yeah.
I don't know
Give me
why
those two guys because you know what? When you hear them, you know it's a big game, just like Madden and Summerall.
Wow.
Yep. The other hole in my swing is years. Years I struggle. Hey, who won it in 2006? Oh, boy.
Remember you did that with McHale?
Let me think.
On the interview? And he goes, no, sir.
Yeah, I wish
Steelers.
Why did I do that to
2006 was the Steelers?
Yeah.
Okay, what about the NBA?
The Heat.
Baseball?
2006 was the Cardinals.
How far
this
back
is
do you think
fun.
you can go? Dickinson?
Baseball pretty
be
far. I don't
careful.
know about the NBA though.
Oh,
Actually,
you know
NBA is easy because like the same 8 teams have won it like the last 20 of the 25 or something.
Believe it
like
or not, I don't think I could do basketball from like 1980 to 2000. But
Football, I'm immaculate. Like if you gave me one right now and before break, I got it.
2002 MLB.
No, I wanted football.
By the way, what's the best of the month?
I told you the meeting was rescheduled the next week.
Oh.
Relax. You're doing everything to sabotage that account. I know what you're doing. Wow. The boss uses that, Cole. So it's working.
How much you get for that?
Get what? It's about pride, Stoney. Community.
Tell you pest of the week.
Merton
Dallas
Hanks.
Cowboys.
Merton Hanks on the other side on 95.7 The Game. It's all brought to you by Flag and Anthem.
Brought to you by Flag and Anthem. Premium clothes without the premium price tag.
It's officially fall here in the Bay.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Joe Starkey on the call
The
of that
legend.
That play. And joining us right now, Merton Hanks, Super Bowl 29 champion, 8 seasons with San Francisco 49ers and all-pro safety. Hey, Merton, thanks so much for joining us, man. Really appreciate it.
Oh, well, thank you for having me. I appreciate talking a little 49ers Cowboys football with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I don't know if you're on Zoom or not. You're not. Okay, so you don't see my partner who's wearing a Cowboy jersey. But when I say Cowboys-Niners, what do you think about?
Well, I think that the greatest NFL franchise God ever created in the San Francisco 49ers are taking on another excellent franchise in the Dallas Cowboys, multiple great memories across multiple generations. You know, this is one of the few games in NFL lore that your grandfather has a great memory of, your father has a great memory of, you have a great memory of, and now this generation, your son and daughter, can have great memories of these two excellent teams. And I think this game is going to go a long way towards playoff positioning, as it should be with the winner coming out of this deal.
Merton, these two teams have met in the playoffs the last 2 years, as you know, as the Niners winning. And I spit my coffee out this morning because you know what it's like to prepare and get ready for an opponent. But the Trey Lance, I was rooting for him. It didn't work out here. He's in Dallas. And I said to myself, these two teams know each other so much. Trey couldn't give them anything they didn't know. When you heard that little story, you know what goes on. Is there anything to that, or was I right to kind of laugh that off?
Well, I think there are, look, to be candid, whenever you have someone from another team, there's a reason that, you'll see the person taking off the scout team, for instance, signed to one of your future opponents. Look, scheme-wise, in regard to what you're trying to do offensively and defensively, you can pick those things up on film. It's the little things, how a certain, I'll say, for instance, a defensive back may like to play a certain route, for instance, that type of thing. That's the type of information that those players can share with that group at the time. But as far as, overall game plans and that type of thing, the old adage really is a true and safe adage. The eye in the sky doesn't lie. The 49ers will know what the Cowboys are trying to do and vice versa. It'll be upon those teams to execute when it's time to go.
Merton Hanks joining us on 95.7 The Game, all-pro safety, former 49er. As a former safety, I mean, you've seen Brock Purdy now play 10, 12 games. What do you think as a player who would go up against him if you were a contemporary?
Well, I think he's done an excellent job of executing the vision of Kyle Shanahan in the sense of minimizing mistakes, put the ball in your playmakers' hands. And look, if you could do that, you should win a lot of games. The 49ers, our fans really are in kind of a sweet spot in that perspective. I was having this conversation with a fellow NFL alumni. The 49ers have all-pro level talent, certainly on the offensive defensive side of the ball, literally at every level, right? Yep. From the defensive side of the ball, from the linebackers to the secondary, as well as obviously offensively from the tight end to the running back. Amazing what Pac-12 Stanford alum Christian McCaffrey's doing, and certainly at the wide receiver position. You're not lacking in elite level talent. And he's done a great job. He being Purdy has done a great job of not being bigger than the game plan. Just execute the game plan, get the ball to your playmakers, and minimize mistakes. You do that, you'll win a lot of games. And, George Seifert, former head coach of the 49ers, who said best, you can win a lot of games if you just don't mess it up. And Purdy hasn't messed it up. And so you got to give him credit for that.
Merton, I came in Monday after the last game against Arizona, and Arizona went 99 yards, and I felt like I was nitpicking, but I told my partner, you know what? This Niner defense with the addition of Hargrave and Bosa, I just expected more disruption. And Armstead, I don't feel like I've seen that, and I'm not saying they're playing bad, but I feel like the O might be ahead of the D. What have you seen from this Niner defensive unit 4 weeks in?
I think this game, look, Nick Bosa's obviously without all camp, that type of thing, and the NFL is the NFL. You got to kind of work your way into game speed and getting going. I think Hargrave has done a good job to date and that type of thing, certainly along with Armstead. I think Armstead's really underrated. I think he's really a pivotal player on that defensive line for the 49ers. I will say this is the game to get ramped up. As it pains me to say this, that Dallas front seven is an absolute monster in respect to what they do and how they unleash their pass rush on folks. In that the Parsons kid, obviously he's not a kid, he's a grown man, but that guy is a legitimate game wrecker. And so to match the energy that's coming, and again, I try not to pump up the opposition any more than I have to, but Dallas has a legitimate front seven that can cause problems. And I think defensively, certainly, the 49ers are going to have to match that. Fortunately for us, we have the personnel to match that.
Merton, let me ask you about games that are Sunday night games or Monday night games. Is there a difference between those games and a 1 p.m., let's say, start on a Sunday?
In many, night games are always kind of, because you're look, by Sunday, the old saying, the hay's in the barn, so to speak, right? You're ready to go, and now you got to wait these additional hours to get to your craft. But Sunday night games, Monday night games, everyone in your universe, i.e. the NFL universe, the sporting universe in general that's interested in professional football is paying attention. So you always just naturally ramp yourself up a little bit more for those games because, again, your peers are watching across the nation. So I expect really a well-run game. I don't expect a lot of penalties in this game. I expect it to be very well executed, and the players definitely will be turned way up in regard to their intensity in any Sunday night or Monday night game.
Speaking of turn up, Merton, every time I saw you play, when you busted out the chicken dance, something good happened. And what we do nowadays with technology is we can do the show and see the comments from the YouTubers. And I got like 50 answers to the origin of your chicken dance, and they're all different. Can you share with us where that origin from?
Let's see. I was watching Bert and Ernie on Sesame Street with my daughters, Maya and Milan. They were very young at the time, and they were doing this kind of funny walk, and they were doing the pigeon, doing a little walk, that type of thing. And so I was playing around with it, quite frankly, just to make my daughters laugh at home, and it kind of found its way to the practice field and then ultimately onto the game field. So that's the actual origin of that.
They got it right there. That was the leader in the clubhouse, Elmo.
Yeah, that was a couple guys had it. Couple guys had the details on that. Merton Hanks joining us on 95.7 The Game, Super Bowl 29 champ, 8 seasons with San Francisco. We had Jerry Rice on our station couple days ago, and we were talking about Deion Sanders because he went from San Francisco to Dallas, and obviously he's a big name in college football now. And Jerry told this story, and I want you to take a listen and maybe add some context to it if you don't mind. Take a listen.
I'm gonna take you guys back to Deion also because there was an altercation. I think it was Super Bowl 29 in Miami where some of the guys they decided to be a little late for curfew, and the coaches the next morning they turned it over to the team to deal with that situation. And everybody thought that Deion and I, we were trying to choke each other out or do whatever. I was just letting those guys know that it's important for us to go out there and win that Super Bowl. And we can party after, we can have a good time, but we didn't want to lose sight of what we had to get done.
You remember anything about that, Mert?
Absolutely. I was in the room.
So was it the day before the game or like a game or a night the week before, or a big deal or not a big deal?
It depends on your perspective. Right. I think I've said this publicly on many occasions. It was a Wednesday, I believe. Obviously, the game is played on Sunday. And the thing about athletes, and I would say people in general as far as their work schedule, once they get accustomed to what their schedule is, that's how they go about their business. So there were a number of us, and I will say I was one of those people who missed curfew. I have no problem saying that. That missed curfew, and George Seifert took the opportunity because he took the opportunity to kind of rally the team back together from his stead. Ironically, we amongst the players, I thought it was hilarious in the sense that the practices were going perfect. When there's an old phrase, you had a great practice when a ball doesn't touch the ground.
Right.
Every catch was being made, no blown assignments. Practices were perfect. We'd already played the opponent before in the regular season. Look, we knew we were winning the game. It was just going to be by how much, right? So George needed something because he couldn't point to anything in practice. You know how coaches are. They want to be able to correct you and hey, we need to focus in on this and focus in on that. We were so perfect in practice throughout that week. There was really nothing to complain about. So George took that opportunity to say, okay, here's my shot to kind of get my team's attention over a few very adult men not making it into their hotel rooms by, I think curfew was 10:15, 11:15, somewhere around there. So
wow.
I personally thought it was amusing, and I'll be the first to say I very much was hanging out on South Beach. I got in very late and still showed up on Sunday and had a pretty good game.
Wow,
so that's what I think of that.
Hey, you're real quick, Merton. That reminds me of the old story with the New York Yankees when Billy Martin was managing the Yankees or was playing for the Yankees, and he said, you could have dropped a bomb on the team hotel, but if it was after curfew, no Yankees would have died.
That's pretty good.
And again, and not to take away from the seriousness of Jerry's position and that type of thing, but it was an opportunity more for, quite frankly, the coaching staff to let's at least get recentered on the game. Everyone was centered on the game again. To me, it was quite frankly as much ado about nothing at the end of the day, because even after that conversation, we went out and had another perfect practice. That would have been a Thursday practice. And then we had a Friday practice. Saturday wasn't. So plenty of time before the game. No one, I've heard this story kind of morph into something more than, quite frankly, than what it really was. No one was out the night before the game.
Right.
Carousing and that type of thing. We were locked in and focused and ready to go. It is the Super Bowl against the AFC champion, then San Diego Chargers. So you have to respect that for sure. And I think the proof is in the pudding in regard to what we put on film that day.
Wow. Merton, we appreciate the honesty. Let me run this by you, Merton, because I raised my partner's blood pressure with this. I got some diehard Niner fans. Their slogan some years back, when we go, we win. That was the Super Bowl. Here lately, not so much. And I told him, you know what? Kyle Shanahan and the Niners should have won that Super Bowl in 19. That's just me, and I go through some of the play calling. So I came in this year, I said it's Super Bowl or bust. They got the new contracts. Nobody's getting fired. But when you look at this loaded Niner team, Merton, is it fair for me just to say, or any Niner fan out there, if they don't win it this year, Merton, when is Kyle going to win it?
Well, here's what I would say. I was at Super Bowl in New Orleans when quite frankly, Jim Harbaugh led team on that Super Bowl. I was literally standing on the 10-yard line. I was working with then EVP of football operations, Ray Anderson. We're standing on the 10-yard line watching that unfold in the fourth quarter. I knew the 49ers were winning that game, quite honestly. So there have been a couple of misses here as far as Super Bowl appearances. And I certainly think this team, even if it doesn't capture the Lombardi Trophy this year, I think this team is set up for long-term success. I think the majority of your key playmakers are relatively young or right in the middle of their careers. And so I think the runway for the 49ers is substantial. It's not a Los Angeles Rams situation where you better win it this year because you're going to have cap issues and you're going to have to do some things differently the next year because you kind of put yourself in purgatory. So the 49er fans should know that certainly as a team with a long runway for the Super Bowl, we're in very good shape. But to address your point, the team is actually built to win this year. They have everything that they need. Knock on wood, health. If they can stay healthy, they certainly going to be able to put themselves in prime position going into the playoffs. But if the 49ers don't win it this year again, I feel confident in where they're at as an organization and, quite frankly, their team structure, that they're going to be involved.
You got a prediction for Sunday, Merton?
The Dallas Cowboys have kind of changed their offense a little bit under Mike McCarthy. He's kind of running what I call the old Green Bay Packer offense. It's very much a more dominant running situation, more calculated throws. They're not taking as many deep shots as they used to. I think that might be a personnel issue. I think Michael Gallup back helps them with that. So I do think the 49er defense will have to really play exceptionally well, especially in the front seven, because if you can put the Cowboys behind and put them in third and medium to long situations, that certainly will play into the 49ers' advantage. I think offensively, on the Cowboys side of the ledger, them losing their all-pro corner in Diggs really has affected that defense. They're not nearly as good without him as they were with him. That said, the guy replaced him is not a bad player. I just think whenever you're missing that caliber player at the cornerback position, it automatically sets your defense back. So as long as you can control the Parsons young man in respect to keeping his splash plays at a minimum and quite frankly stay on the field as an offense, I think the 49ers have an excellent chance of winning. One of the things I've always said in these games recently with the Cowboys and 49ers, the fact of the matter is the 49ers enjoy running the ball. They're not a team that wants to throw and then, come back and run if they have to. They enjoy running the ball, and that's been an Achilles heel for the Cowboys. So with that said, I think Christian had a great game, and I'd be picking the 49ers to win it.
Man, Merton, you've been phenomenal. I'm trusting my people here. We'll get you out of here with this one. They say Merton's going to be signing at a Niner party in Fremont tomorrow. Is that true?
Yes, I'll be in town. I'm going to hit 2 or 3 spots.
Okay.
I'm going to come out.
So it's like that Wednesday before the Super Bowl.
South Beach.
Yeah. So I'll be bouncing around the Bay Area tomorrow, looking for all the 49er faithfuls where they gather and come spend a little time. And
that's awesome.
Look forward to interacting with the fans.
Awesome, Merton. Hey, thank you so much for joining us, man. Great stuff. And enjoy the game Sunday.
All right. You too now.
All right. That's Merton Hanks, Super Bowl 29 champion, 8 seasons with the 49ers, all-pro safety.
Man, cool cat. He said he owned it. He said, I was hitting a couple spots, huh? Yeah, a little ownership on South Beach, baby.
Listen, 2 weeks off before the Super Bowl.
And it was a Wednesday.
It was a Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah.
That's the difference. George Seifert probably said, hey, you guys, you got to figure this out. A guy like
who was the
Mark
Raider
Jackson?
guy? Yeah, who was the Raider guy
Mark
for Spadoni that went out the
Barrett
night?
Robbins.
Yeah, the night before. That's when you don't want to do it.
Didn't he go to Mexico, actually?
Yeah, he didn't go to the right place.
Spadoni, I could see a thumbs up.
My bad, Spadoni, yeah.
No, Merton was great.
Dude, he was.
Man, he keeps up with the game, too.
Man.
He knows exactly what's going on.
No doubt, man.
We'll open up the phone lines at 888-957-9570. You want to react to anything Merton Hanks said? Actually, I don't think anybody did get it right on the text line because he said Bert and Ernie. I thought the guesses were Elmo. It wasn't Elmo. It was Bert and Ernie. Sesame Street.
Did you watch that growing up?
No.
Neither did I.
It was corny.
You know what?
Even as a 6-year-old, I was like,
Mr. Rogers scared me. I didn't like him.
Oh, no, he was great.
He was weird.
Remember Mr. Robinson's Neighborhood? Eddie Murphy used to do that on Saturday Night Live. You don't remember that?
I'm laughing. You always laugh. I got to check that.
So Eddie Murphy used to do It's a Wonderful Day in the Neighborhood, but it was Mr. Robinson's Neighborhood.
I got to bunch it up, man.
Yeah,
he was mocking.
It was like an inner city neighborhood,
boy.
and he had
I got to dial that
some
up.
pretty funny stuff.
Mr. Robinson.
I don't know if he could do that anymore, to tell you the truth, but... I had a Foghorn Leghorn shirt on yesterday. There's some of his humor. You get thrown off the air, and it was a cartoon.
That's why I didn't let my kids watch SpongeBob. They had some weird stuff going on.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah.
That one, you know
But
what?
you know
How about
they
this?
had some little
I'm willing
weird
to do
stuff.
this, and I can't see him right now. I'd be willing to bet a lot of money that Spadoni liked SpongeBob.
Why? He must have signaled to you.
No, he didn't.
Okay.
I
We'll
just
find
feel
out.
like that's
But
right
don't.
up his alley.
Well,
I remember the first ever episode when it came on, 98 or 99. I was sitting in my, like Friday night. It was the anchovy episode. I loved it. And it was funny because I'm watching some like old episodes now with Benny when it's on like Nickelodeon or
Right.
anything. The amount of adult humor in that show, like my dad would watch it with me sometimes and just laugh his ass off. I was like, Dad, why are you laughing at this? This is a kid show. But the amount of adult humor, especially in the early seasons, out of control.
My mother-in-law used to be like, "What did you let them watch that?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about? It's cartoons." But I figured it out. Like, whoa.
And the bigger story here, ladies and gentlemen, is it just shows you the camaraderie among our staff here at 95.7 The Game. I know Joe Spadoni so well. We've gotten so tight. I know what he likes and he doesn't like, even if he doesn't have to tell me. We're just, I think we're the, you know what we are?
You better be careful.
The 95.7 staff is like the opposite of last year's Warriors.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
We
We're
got
connected.
summits left
We're
and
connected.
right. We are.
Who would you think? And
don't ruin it. We're
No
connected.
dark clouds here.
Right,
Sunshine
there you
and
go.
rainbows, baby.
there you go.
Nobody taking sabbaticals.
There you go. 888-957-9570 is the number. Cowboys 49ers. Sunday, 5:20. That game's on NBC.
Dude, he broke
Levi
it down.
Stadium. Yeah, he was terrific. Merton Hanks. Brock Purdy, obviously it was a great start for Brock Purdy, and he's got a big game Sunday. Talk to me about what else? What else do you see? Forget Brock Purdy for a second.
You said Cowboys defense
That's
against
right, yeah.
this Niner offense.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
That
It
got
was
me
Mr.
excited.
Rogers' neighborhood, not Robinson. But I thought they changed. I think
I'll come back with Mr. Robinson's neighborhood.
And
Okay.
I'm getting killed for
Right.
not knowing
it
Steiny.
was Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. That was the original.
Right.
The white dude from
Yeah.
Pittsburgh that they
I
made a
didn't like
movie
him.
of.
Yeah.
And on Saturday Night Live, I'm pretty sure Eddie Murphy did a Mr.
I
Robinson's
can hear him saying
neighborhood.
Mr. Rob. Wow.
All right. 888-957-9570. Let's have some freaking fun, man. What?
Yeah, no, I was just saying you got me laughing and thinking, but dude, you got me thinking now about how can Dallas just hold this Niner offense at bay like they did the last game, and I'm focused on the other side, but we'll all get the answers to that once Sunday night comes.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's talk some football. And by the way, as you know, 95.7 The Game, as you covered, with the best red and gold coverage out there. Larry Kruger and Lorenzo Neal get started at the Hilton Santa Clara on Sunday with a kickoff show at 3 p.m. Then Mark Grandy, Sterling Bennett, and Alan Stiles have your instant reaction and analysis immediately following the final whistle on overtime. Hear it all right here on 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570. Also, don't forget it's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. More 95.7 The Game on the other side.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA.
neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? I've always wanted to live in a house like yours, my friend. Maybe when there's nobody home, I'll break in.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Got a little sidetrack there with some.
So it was the
Eddie
hood
Murphy.
version of Mr.
Correct.
Raj
That's
way back
correct.
in when.
Boy, this must have been
Dave Chappelle stuff way back when.
Got to be late 70s, early 80s.
When Saturday Night Live was
Maybe
it.
a little later now.
83.
Word sent me the video. Yeah, so I'm familiar, man.
There's another line in it, apparently, where he says, the problem is when I move in, you all move away.
Well, hold on. You got to be careful now.
Fine.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. 49ers, they play the Cowboys on Sunday. By the way, Goo, I've been working on a list. I've been working on a list of if it's true that Brock Purdy isn't getting the respect he deserves. I got reasons. Like I think there's some I got
I
reasons,
can't wait to get to these.
Reasons why. Rick in Napa. What's going on, Rick, first?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Doing well.
So I got a great story about breaking curfew.
I love these stories.
I went to high school with a guy named Mike Ciani, who was a possession receiver for the Raiders back in the 70s.
Westchester University. He's from back east.
He went to Villanova. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
On Staten Island, New York. We went to high school together at Newark.
I know who he is.
So he relayed a story to me when they were in training camp years ago up in Santa Rosa. They had a curfew. And what the guys would do is they'd all come back in time for curfew, and then they would sneak out after they were counted. Well, one night, it was Kenny Stabler, him, and Marv Hubbard, and they were sneaking out, and they were hiding in the bushes this is grown men hiding in the bushes next to the hotel, and apparently Stabler hit somebody. He was moving in the bushes, and he looked over, and it was John Madden. He was sneaking out.
Oh, wow.
I don't doubt it. Back in those days.
The Raiders.
You're great. Nothing wrong with a good curfew story. Thanks, Rick. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, they used to kick it.
I never missed
Stabler and the
curfew.
Raiders.
I was a rule follower.
What was Stabler's line? How much sleep do you need to play a game that only takes a few hours?
Dude, man. The snake.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers Cowboys Sunday. And Brock Purdy. So how about this? Let's not call it criticism. Let's call it skepticism. Nobody's criticizing Brock Purdy. It's tough to criticize a guy who's played so well.
Well, Priest.
But don't.
That's my guy.
Don't. By the way, the last two times you flipped your lid, it's been after
he took
Priest
a dig. I
called.
thought, go ahead, finish your
I
list.
blew it yesterday.
No, that was me.
I tried to mollify, and it didn't
No, he
work.
took a dig at me that you didn't even know, and it got me.
Oh,
and
tell me.
I'll tell you later at the cafeteria.
Okay.
But he knows how to do it, and it was subtle, but it stuck me.
Priest, call in and make amends.
He's the
from
man.
yesterday.
He's a legend.
And then
Go
I
ahead.
made the mistake of saying, well, I think what Priest was trying to say.
No, that didn't get me.
Yeah, I wish I would have not said that, though. I wish I would have just let it out there.
That you were going Willard when you do that.
Willard stuck it in me. Okay.
Well, Willard will tell you what you're trying to say.
So, Brock Purdy. He's got some things working against him in terms of his reputation. And I think it's a combination of a lot of things. One is, I don't think he can ignore his draft position.
All right.
So he's picked in the 7th round. So that's going to lead some people
The
to,
last
to
pick,
question.
Steiny. Okay.
All right. He has come onto a team that objectively is among the most loaded in the NFL. Like they have one of the best offenses outside the quarterback position. And he's playing for a coach who is considered widely as the best play caller in the NFL. So, to me, this is nothing against Brock Purdy.
I follow.
Those are three areas where it's almost in a natural way. You're gonna talk about it. Well, he's a late pick. 49ers are loaded. Kyle Shanahan's a genius. All those things can be true. Doesn't mean Brock Purdy's not any good. So I don't think there's anything wrong with acknowledging that. But Purdy, for whatever reason, is the guy who's been able to put it all together.
You said no lies. My thing is, who's in the cleats? Who's in the number 13 jersey? Everything you stated are facts. But when he goes out there and he performs, he's hitting on all the high notes, like if he were an opera singer. So that's why I went off yesterday, not at Priest or you, Steiny. It was just, I don't have no skin in the game. At some point, we got to say this kid is bringing something to the table.
Definitely.
And I'm patting myself on the back, I thought it was just phenomenal what came out of my mouth yesterday when I said, I think people are starting to get mad at Brock Purdy because he's making it look so easy. Now, I do understand he's got a coach. He's got a tight end, 2 unique receivers, a running back that may get MVP, but he is mastering his part of it.
Absolutely.
But I think it's rubbing some people the wrong way.
I think somebody's saying the reason a lot of people disrespect it, plain and simple, jealousy and envy. Who's jealous of Brock Purdy or envious of him?
Okay,
what are they envious of?
Man
They're envious of his situation.
And you might have just solved it. So when Priest called, and he's not the only one, and said, hey, 90% of, why would we even look past, I'm just asking you, the situation he's in? Because when you do that math, let's just say it was 70. Purdy's not going to win that because you're saying the fundamentals of what you're saying is I'm trying to take something away from the situation he's in.
Yeah, I don't look at it that way. And that's, I think, at the crux of it. I don't think it's so if you're telling me that Brock Purdy's got the best weapons and the best coach.
Jimmy Garoppolo had him, and so did Trey Lance.
Right.
And they couldn't figure it out.
Well, that's not fair. It's not fair to Garoppolo to say he couldn't figure it out. I mean, this is where, say what you want. Garoppolo has gotten further than Purdy, and I know Purdy's only played 1 year. And I think Purdy's obviously got a chance to go farther than Garoppolo, and I think he's better than Garoppolo. But I don't think it's crazy because to me, we do this all the time. You know, what would somebody look like in another situation? If, Kevin Durant, when he was the man in Oklahoma City, then he comes to the Warriors. Well, how's he going to fit in? What's he going to do? And the one thing, I think it's not taken away from Brock Purdy to say, you know what, he is lucky he didn't get drafted by a bad team with a worse coach.
That's real.
Like, they got the best weapons in the league and one of the most innovative play callers. So he's got that going for him.
Penthouse, no doubt.
Okay.
But if I ask you right now, do you think Brock can read a defense at the line?
Sure.
I think you would, so far, Steiny, I think he's calculus.
Sure. He's done, I noticed when Merton Hanks was doing the interview, and he said something like, Brock can execute the vision of Kyle Shanahan.
Man.
And somebody said, see, that's all he's doing is executing the system. And I'm like, see, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that from Brock Purdy. I heard that Brock Purdy, out of Merton Hanks' mouth, is the quarterback that most utilizes Shanahan's system to Shanahan's way, and it's brought the most success. So I don't, I understand both sides, and I don't think it's a rip job on either side.
Well, what if I told? Hey, I hear you. But what if I told you, and I got to be careful here, Merton Hanks is also saying his IQ is high enough for him to take that vision from the head coach and execute it.
Yeah, he is. He's proven that
so far.
Even if he throws 2 interceptions, I think he's still proven it. We're not going to see a 180.
Let's imagine if we were in Texas or Green Bay and Brock Purdy's name was Tony the Tiger. I just don't. I believe we're so far down the road with footage and 2 playoff games, one being against one of the best defenses in the league. Steiny, I would be shocked and give you my socks if Brock Purdy regressed to the means of where. They're looking for their new quarterback.
He's not going to do a 180.
Yeah, I think some people are out there thinking.
No chance. There's no chance he does a 180.
Then they got their franchise quarterback in the 7th round.
That's
an above-average franchise quarterback.
That's what it looks like so far. Mo's in San Ramon. Hey, Mo, what's going on, buddy?
It's the Guru and Steiny, so baby, let's go.
This is the doctor.
No, this is Mo.
Oh, what's up, Mo? Mo Money.
What's up, baby?
Not a doctor.
What's up, baby?
What's going on, man?
Ready for the game or what?
Hey, let me ask a guy like you, Mo. You seem like a fun guy.
He drinking now.
You going to the game, or you going to the game, or you going to watch it at a bar?
There's nothing like watching it at home on a big screen TV and getting details and watching this game, man.
That's
you and me, baby.
Wow.
Look at
Kevin,
him.
do you watch a game with a notebook like me?
I watch it with my iBook.
I'll give you a 4 for that.
That's a 5.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, real quick on the game itself, and also on Brock. Right? I think Brock is a lot of this thing that has to do with obviously with success, as you both know. Timing is key, right? I think it's the right timing for him, and his timing hit. So for some people, when it hits, success becomes right there in your hands. And he needs to take advantage of the situation, which he is already. And I think that's the key right now, is the timing. Everything that's around him is timing. And that's why he's in the position that he is. And that's why I think he's going to be very successful with the team that we have. And going to the game Sunday night, my prediction, 34-23 Niners. All day long, baby.
All right. Appreciate the call. So they're going to put 34 on that Cowboy defense.
47 total. The total's at 40. Dibbs and I did liquidate all assets this morning.
Are you sure you got the number right?
You son of a... Hey, never go full Jeff.
Oh, boy.
Our guy. No, this is our
Who's
guy.
Who's he ripping today?
No, nobody's
Who
giving
we
us a fun
honoring
fact.
today?
And this is almost Jedi speak. Even Kyle said Brock's been out there on the field long enough to where there's enough video on him for people to still not think he's good. So you get what Kyle's saying? Like, there's enough out there for people to put something together to kind of stop the kid.
Why can't people understand that it's a natural reaction to something that they haven't? No, to something they haven't seen before for the most part.
Or too good to be true.
Exactly.
Because Jimmy hit the ground running. Dak hit the ground running. And I'm being real, Steiny. He's regressed. Hey,
who has?
I heard some, both of them, Jimmy and Dak. Dak ain't where Jimmy's at, but I wanted to say something to you about Dak, and I wanted to run it by you and Evan and Spadoni. I heard somebody talking yesterday, and I always give credit where credit's due, so much so I don't remember their name, but they said to Dak, he struggled against the Niners because they're a damn good defense. It's not like he's struggling against the worst teams in the league. And I thought to myself, I said, no, but when you're that good, Joe Montana stepped up. Dan Marino stepped up. Mahomes against Philly. So when you're that guy, and Purdy, real quick, has kind of done it against Dallas in the playoffs. So if you're worth your salt, or you're a Joe Burrow who's got to the Super Bowl, or a Stafford, don't you use those opportunities to show, I can slay the dragon?
Yeah, if you're a Hall of Famer, you know what I'm saying? Like
Dak's getting paid $140 million, man.
Right, but do you think he's a Hall of Famer right now? Like the one thing that we say a lot is, well, you said Mahomes, Montana,
Burrow, Young.
No, who's the other guy before
Stafford?
Burrow? No, it was an older guy. You said
Montana, Mahomes, Burrow, Stafford.
No, it was an older guy.
I know what words came out of my mouth.
No, it was an older guy.
Oh,
it was another quarterback. That's won a Super
Warren
Bowl.
Moon.
No, it was a Hall of Famer.
John Elway.
Somebody like that. I just don't like when we're talking about run of the. I'm not saying run of the mill.
Okay, use Joe Burrow, who's so young in his career.
Okay,
he's already been in the Super Bowl, lost it.
Okay,
but they didn't lose it because of him.
What was the score of the game?
Something. Why do you care? It was
why
close.
do I care?
They drove down at the
The
end.
reason I
Stafford
care
didn't want, if they
is
had it.
The
They
reason
blew
I
it.
care is because if it's 34-30.
23-20.
Okay, well, that's different.
And they had the lead.
The reason I care is because if it's 34-31, the losing quarterback shouldn't even be mentioned in that. Wow. Yeah, he mentioned Marino. That's right. It was Marino.
Did I?
Yeah.
I did. Damn, you got some. But okay, but yeah, I hear you. So 19-12, but when you throw 2 picks and you're the reason you lose a playoff game, Steiny, now we're talking about something different. Like Joe Burrow can say he played his ass off, but Dak single-handedly gave the Niners 2 picks in the red zone, one before halftime where they were getting the ball. That's a problem.
Well, it was a problem. It's not a problem Sunday. We don't know. I bet it's not a problem now. Yeah, he's got to be better.
Yeah.
Gus is in Tracy.
Hey, what's up, Guru? Steiny?
Hey.
Hey, Guru, you almost blew a gasket yesterday, man. I was worried about you. Yeah, I thought you were going to have a stroke.
Yeah. You and me, Gus. I was worried,
I'm
too.
all right, baby. Thanks for thinking of me. Yeah.
Good to hear. Hey, I'm kind of tired of listening and hearing about it's the system, it's Kyle. Purdy is playing quarterback. He's got to avoid the rush. He's got to make the decisions in a flash. So I don't care what system you're in, you still have to play the position, and that kid is doing it like a Joe Montana. I think I said this before. He reminds me of Joe. I'm not saying he's Joe, but he sure reminds me of Joe because that kid is cool as a cucumber, and he's quick on his decisions. And my prediction for Sunday,
give it to him.
The Niners 27-14.
All right.
Wow.
By the way, I'll say it.
He's an idiot.
No. Brock Purdy has been as good as Montana.
Oh, right.
over the start of his career.
Hey, man.
I mean, he's 70% completion, 21 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. He's 11-1 or 11-0 or 10-0, whatever you want. That's just as good as Joe Montana. It's just as good as Joe Montana so far.
I'm Joe Montana.
Hate to say it.
I'm going to take
I'm going to
take the play out of Shasky's book.
It's truth.
I'm going baseball. And it's no shade at our guy, our brother. Brock Purdy is what Shasky wanted Casey Schmidt to be when he came in hitting 400. And, be honest, I thought for a minute.
I didn't.
Nobody's going to hit 400, but Snotty, like, this dude might be the right-handed Tony Gwynn in the arm. But we found out offensively he came back down to earth. It don't seem like that's going to happen.
They all did.
Hey,
so did Patrick Bailey.
Boo, dude.
The next Buster Posey. Remember?
Hey,
He's the next Posey.
Boy, they all did. I'm a Miss Cap. But anyway.
That was Bochy.
No, I'm saying I'm a Miss Catholic.
No, you're not. See, this is why I have to check you. No, you won't.
No, I will.
No, you won't.
I've decided I will.
Nobody
we
miss
bag on
Gabe
dudes.
Kapler.
Yeah, JD went on him so bad, it made me feel sorry for him. I am, man. What do you mean by that? But listen, Brock Purdy ain't going to have that fall off like Casey Schmidt had when Casey was hitting like 600, and you're like, oh, my gosh. And Casey could still be – but nah, you had to return the glass slippers and go back to Macramento. Brock Purdy is – like when you say Joe Montana, I'm like, I can't say nothing else.
415. I love this text because I'm going to make a distinction.
You don't love it. You like it.
No, you're right. Actually, I don't love it or like it. You're right. Can people quit saying it's a knock on Purdy because he was picked last? That's not on him. That's on the idiots. That's correct, James in San Francisco.
Let's talk about this.
Well, but that's the point. It's not a knock on Purdy that he was a 7th-round pick.
What is it?
What it is because we've never or haven't seen 7th-round picks burst on the scene like they have, it's fair, Ron Limpus, it's fair to question something we haven't seen a lot of previously. It isn't a knock. There's some astonishment there, and you need an explanation as to why this guy's been able to do this, considering the idiots that draft couldn't see it.
And But there you go. You just have you ever been the last pick in a gym?
Come on.
Well, I have. And sometimes, not.
Oh my gosh. What is that? What is that like? I don't.
But normally, Steiny, if we did the analytics of pickup basketball, the last guy picked is probably the worst player. And I'm telling you, FU analytics on Brock Purdy, because they all put it through a computer and thought they could foresee what this dude was going to be, and he's defied all odds. So, yeah, he was a 7th-round pick and Mr. Irrelevant. It wasn't right. Everybody got it wrong. The computer and the metrics are wrong. But it is a damn part of the story.
It has to be.
He's shocking the world. He's got the double Kyries right now. Y'all thought please. You guys, you know, what is it? Paralyzation by analysis? I forget.
Oh, brother.
No, there's something where you study long.
Paralysis by analysis?
Yeah, my boy. Yeah, study long, study wrong. We say that in the streets. That's what this was with Brock. So we'll never forget where he was picked.
And here's what I'm going to challenge Niner fans. I'm going to challenge the Niner fans who think, Brock's getting persecuted and Brock, nobody appreciates him. And Brock's not getting his fair due. You think Kurt Warner played 10 games and everyone's like, this guy's going to be great. This guy is a super. No. I'm sure there were doubts on Kurt Warner.
There's a movie.
I'm sure there were doubts on Tony Romo.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just
Tom Brady.
It's the way it was. It's the way it works. It's the way it works.
But they all have not got up to this start.
Look at it.
And you're going to say
Mike Tomczak
from
did.
You. Did I hate you for that?
Sorry, I know.
He didn't get drafted.
You hate facts.
No.
You hate reality.
I was going to say, Romo didn't go to a team like the Niners. And all the guys you just mentioned.
They weren't good when he got there?
No. Well, they were okay, but it wasn't the Niners like,
Gotcha. Or Guru.
Okay.
Now,
I love this jersey, Steiny, but they sent me the wrong size, and they're saying I'm wearing Texas Stadium.
Start calling you Jerry
But no,
World.
people saying they can see I'm losing weight. I'll take that, but some are like it's a little big. It is big.
He's as big as Jerry World, my partner.
That ain't what that means.
Steiny, a lot of teams are waiting for the 2024 NFL Draft. Very talented. Penix, Caleb Williams, Cam Ward.
Man.
How about the guy from Utah? I like him. Well, he's a little banged up right now. Cam Ward, that team didn't draft Purdy. All those people got it wrong. Could still be right because the final outcome of Brock Purdy's not complete yet. Right.
Triple Z Coca on, I butchered that.
Oh.
Bart Starr's draft position, round 17, pick 199.
That's still higher than Purdy. They didn't have as many.
17.
Hey, Goose, speaking of that Cowboy jersey, though, I can see the reason it looks so big on you is because you look tiny.
I appreciate that, partner.
Sure.
And let me tell you why I'm smiling.
Yeah.
It's shout out to Soda, SOTA, weightloss.com. It's been a game changer, Stanley. I'm down 25. Add one. Put what on the board for your boy Goo, 25 pounds and counting. And what's going on is the fact that Soda has put me on this regiment, Steiny, to where now I'm watching what I put in my pie hole, and I've said no to snacks. I said no to Red Bull. I said no to carbonated soda. And right now, everything's clicking and working. And what I do is I talk to my nutritionist, Becca, one day a week, and I have my weigh-in to keep me accountable. And right now, I got friends, family, listeners asking, Goo, how you doing it? And again, it's Soda, SOTA, weightloss.com. Go right now, find the program that best fits you, and there's no appetite suppressants, no extreme workouts. It's all mind over matter. SodaWeightLoss.com, state-of-the-art weight loss.
And you're sure it's Becca, right?
Yeah, that's
not
my girl.
Becky.
Yeah, Becca.
Becca. And she's doing wonders. So shout out to Becca because my guy's looking svelte.
I never heard that word.
Svelte. SV. You don't see that partnership a lot. That segment was brought to you by Local Arena Ticks and also was brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. 49ers, Cowboys. What else needs to be said? You guys need to get in the game. Let's go. You know me. I never get too high or too low, but it's the weekend,
Yeah,
so
you're
let's
high.
get fired up.
Yeah.
On 95.7, the game.
Attention Bay Area sports fans.
to Guru and Steiny, so baby, let's go.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You were just in a great
I was.
mood, euphoria,
and
now you look like Archie Bunker.
But the last thing you said.
Oh, what? Don't snitch. Steiny, we
essentially said,
I need an NDA.
I'm not going to use the word used, but, Goo, not
lemon booty.
I made it up.
It's not always lemon booty or choking. Sometimes a team's just better.
But James Harden, tell him what we're talking about early against Game 6 in San Antonio. Kawhi was out. What
did he do?
He blanked up. Yeah, he got lemon booty. And that's been his... Dude, and you know why?
This is your go-to.
It's your
to
2
bother,
of 11.
Man.
You've shared with us now why that's a spot. And I'm not trying to poke it, but you think of that 2 of 11.
What about it?
And I figured out you defend guys that have a 2 of 11 or worse because you've been there.
No. Allen Tyson shut me down.
Not the game before the game.
He
You had 25.
down.
He played the lockdown.
He was stronger. He was quicker. He was hungrier.
That game.
He was hungrier that game.
But you gave
and
him
he
the
punched
business
me in
2
the
games
stomach
before.
on my first jump shot.
Was there a foul?
No, he got away with it.
Oh,
and then I was every shot. I was like, "Is he going to do it again?"
Oh my God!
It wasn't a punch. He went like this, right here.
He got away with it.
Good play.
D3.
Not everything's a show. That's all. By the way, somebody coming down your road.
When are they not? I can handle it. I'm here. What did they say, Stoney? Read it.
408. Can we please? This is directed at you.
Oh.
Can we please stop saying Brock Purdy's undefeated? How long did he have to play in that Philadelphia game to get that loss?
It sounds
Second
like a
quarter,
Dibs
third
text,
quarter. Hey, Daryl. I'm adding that for emphasis. If a pitcher gets hurt and taken out in the second inning, and he was losing at the time, this is all caps. He lost the game.
Hey, point for the texter, but the bottom line is
big point.
What's his record in the games that, get this, he starts and finishes?
He's 0-1 in big games.
I've got strongly disagree.
Brock Purdy.
That was worse than a fake laugh.
Yeah, I'm
I
just
didn't
saying.
like it.
You know you lie. Oh, man. Another thing I was talking about. What you said? One more thing.
Bonte?
No.
Well, you're saying B.
I was thinking, it's because you got me all discombobulated. Hey, do you see Kendra Andrews getting married?
I didn't think you could do that in
Malika.
Thanks, boy.
Oh, God,
what's
never
up, Goo? Hey,
that's a fact.
I didn't think that was frowned upon. Like, you don't fraternize like that if you're in the business.
You know what? Now, that's a great question, and we could get anybody from HR who knows the facts here, 888-957-9570. I think most of
this
that...
company policy is different, though.
No. I think the real issue is they don't want dating among non-peers.
So, like Stephen A. and Molly, they couldn't get together, right?
No, I think they could because they're both just announcers. But, like, Molly doesn't want to get together with the president of, like, you don't want to be with somebody higher or lower than you.
Right.
I
don't know.
I think that's the issue.
Yeah.
I think that's the issue. Like, let's say, hypothetically, one of, I don't want to get into affairs, but, give
me something.
Yeah.
Knock.
Like if one of our younger staff members were, I think.
All right, use Evan.
Whitley.
Okay, yeah.
I think if one of us, not us, not me, that'd be a little weird.
We're taking,
one of our young guys and her started to date, I think that's fine. They're peers.
Nahegan would let us know, or Odyssey would let us know. That could be frowned upon.
Why?
Just because, Donnie.
No, there's no power structure involved between colleagues. The real problem is when you develop a relationship with a boss or a subordinate,
all right,
then
let's do this.
Yeah, you're not allowed to date a subordinate.
So if Evan and
According to
Whitley
the
had a
5-1.
show and then they fell in love,
Right. That's fine.
I don't think so.
Go.
For the company, they would be like,
They would be like, what?
Back to Wiggins.
No, not back to Wiggins.
There you go. Yeah, back to
Here we
to
go.
Purdy. Here it is.
You're going to be wrong here.
Dude, I like this jacket, though.
Here he goes.
Yeah, here we go.
What's up, buddy?
How you doing?
Dynamite.
So it's Matt Nahigian,
Yeah.
program director.
Sure.
Here's the answer. Stop talking about this.
Back to Chris Paul.
How did he come up? Always get that. There. Hey, dude, I didn't see that coming.
Hey, we got to talk about Brock Purdy.
I didn't see that coming.
We got to get back to Brock Purdy.
Let's go. I
by the way,
see that coming.
If you're just joining us, we had Merton Hanks on earlier. He was terrific. You can go. Totally.
I really thought he was about to break it down to us.
We've heard this 7 times this week, but
Let's
just to get by myself some time. Peter King on Brock Purdy.
If you had to beat the Dallas Cowboys this week and you heard that one guy among Brock Purdy or Christian McCaffrey was going to miss this game, what would you say, which guy missing the game would give you the better chance to win?
All right, that's enough, Peter.
Yeah.
I got the gist of it. Now I got my bearings.
But his answer shocked a lot of people.
He said he would rather face better chance of beating the Niners without McCaffrey.
And I co-signed because I hadn't thought about it. Steiny, your boy's doing those throws. I just visioned Sam Darnold, and maybe that's why that was my answer. I've seen this Niner team for the 100th time go to the Super Bowl without McCaffrey. I've seen them go to multiple NFC championship games without McCaffrey. And I'll just set that there.
What's your answer?
Kyle can get it done without McCaffrey.
Well, no, he hasn't. I mean, like, if I want to be a stickler,
he's got to the Super Bowl and a couple NFC championship games.
But is it Super Bowl or bust?
Well, I guess the bigger point is it wouldn't stop them from reaching great heights. It's not about the wins and losses. He can do it without the stardom of a guy like a McCaffrey.
We don't know that.
Well, he's gotten to a Super Bowl and 2 NFC championship games. So to me, I'm just putting that all, lumping it in, like, because
wait, now you're giving guys Super Bowl rings for not winning a Super Bowl.
No, and now you're looking at me like I'm giving. No, the point is he can still win a lot of games.
Who?
Kyle Shanahan and that offense, and it has.
Tell me something I don't know.
Elijah Mitchell, when he was McCaffrey, it worked.
Not as well.
When Mostert was McCaffrey, it worked.
Not as well. And maybe the difference is once you get to McCaffrey, you can now win a Super Bowl because he's better. And Purdy's better than Garoppolo. McCaffrey's better than Mitchell. Right. Ayuk's better than he was back then. Debo is completely healthy now. That's why. But they have Bosa 4 years in. Like, to me, this team's better than the one that, if they're healthy, this team's going to be better than the team that lost to the Chiefs. So maybe the difference between them losing to the Chiefs and beating the Chiefs is not just Purdy, but it's Purdy, it's McCaffrey, it's Bosa, it's all the Warner and Greenlaw are playing at their highest level, let's say.
I had the best response to your Brock Purdy.
By the way,
being knocked
can you
out.
let that go? Don't stop it.
What happened?
It's a good thought. Let it go, though, now. It becomes less and less punchy if you keep repeating it. Don't you get it?
Well, this is the first time they texted. I was going to read it.
Well, no, but you've said it 6 times already. One of the reasons, maybe, hey, let me do it for you. Hey, everybody, maybe one of the reasons, you ever think of this? That Brock Purdy and the Niners haven't been tested is because of Brock Purdy. Right?
You should feel like an ass right now. You really should. I am about to read you a text, and you thought I was about to break out my material again for the umpteenth time. 1, I'm hurt, and 2, you don't listen to me.
It was a good thought.
No, it was about Brock Purdy finishing games, and had he lost a game, and the 707 said, postseason is not regular season. We keep separate books. He's undefeated. And you thought I was just trying to say my stuff. Apologize, sir.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
My bad.
Or you could just listen.
No, I have listened because...
You thought I was about to break that out? It didn't even fit.
I thought you were about to repeat it again.
That's done.
I'll give you credit for that. It was a good one.
Well, now you give me credit after you thought I was going to say it. I didn't say it.
Steiny, you're fired.
That's why.
There we go.
You ended up not saying. Jimmy! Jimmy's in Frisco. San Fran. Yee. What's up, buddy?
Feels great, baby.
What's going on? I like the yee. How you doing there, Steiny?
Oh, Dynamite.
Talk to us.
Real question. The usage of McCaffrey. Now, I'm a season ticket holder, been there 30 years and been going, still going to go to the game. But I've never seen a coach use a running back in the amount of times that they use McCaffrey, as far as knowing that he runs running back into the ground already. His daddy ran running back into the ground. Can we get some more? I mean, I know Mitchell may have been a little banged up last game, but he is definitely a dog. And Mason's showing a little something, and we got another running back there. You got to save McCaffrey a little bit for later on in the season.
Yeah, I think that's turning into a theme. Thank you, Jimmy. I do think a lot of it is a lot of it's Mitchell, though. Mitchell's got to be healthy. And it doesn't feel like, it feels like Mitchell's kind of as healthy as Debo
and it
in
ain't
a
like
way.
You're hurt because you've been toting a rock. It's like Dr. Dre, the chronic. Like, do you got chronic injuries? But I'm going to say this to you, Stoney. I know it's Dallas week, but this is a thing. The guys from Texas asked me, and I was on repping the Niners. If he were to get hurt,
who?
McCaffrey.
All right.
Are we going to double back and question Kyle about, dude, you didn't see this coming?
Well, you'll want him fired.
No, but
because that's what you saw.
No, but seriously, where is this? Because now this is getting. You came in the other day with it, but it's getting louder.
You know what? It's like Chrissy Hines of the Pretenders. It's a fine line between love and hate, but it's a fine line between overusing McCaffrey and you see what I'm saying? It's a fine line. And you never know when you're stepping over it.
All right.
You think you know, but you don't know.
My whole point is that's getting a national narrative.
What is?
His usage rate, McCaffrey. Like, is Kyle overusing
and you know what?
him?
And that's because that came from me. Because I came up with the magic number, 48%.
What if I say,
Put
okay,
in the
I
cap.
give you that? What do you feel better? Does your self-esteem go up? The fact that I'm just giving you that. Okay.
Yeah.
You got something right.
Yeah. And you know why I feel better? Because there's still ñaños on the text line saying, stick to basketball, Steinmetz. But you know what? I got football inside. Oh, yeah.
Big gay Sunday night.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
I'll tell you what. Dave is in a city that I've never been. Wichita, Kansas. What's up, Dave? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm good. I'm afraid the call screener misheard me. My name is Doug.
Okay, hey,
That's
Doug.
all right. I'll take Dave.
Are you from Wichita, though? That's more important.
Messed it up.
Yeah, I grew up here, born and raised.
Nice.
And I have actually been out to Frisco one time. Almost got into Candle. It was in the off season. Almost got into Candlestick if it weren't for some meddling maintenance guy.
Yeah. I got a story. I once snuck into Arrowhead Stadium, believe it or not, with Andre Damian.
Hey, so did I.
Did you? It wasn't.
I did.
Actually, wasn't that hard to sneak in.
Yeah, we got in just real quick before I hit the Niners on that. Me and a group of friends got in, and just as we got out and started walking around, we were met by a security guard who then offered us a tour of the stadium and the locker room and the whole 9 yards.
That's a difference. Awesome. That's a difference between Midwest hospitality and Frisco hospitality. We got to do better out here,
That's right.
people.
I'm telling you.
Yep.
I'm telling you, y'all did me dirty. No, but hey, check this out. Our Niners are going to put a beat down on the Cowboys. And when I say beat down, I'm not talking about 800 to nothing on the scoreboard. I'm talking about Dallas. When they leave Frisco after the game, are going to be hurt. They're going to be bruised and bloodied because we're back to football, baby. We're back to running it down your throat. We're back to CMC just killing fools. And I think this is going to happen. I think we're going to use Kittle a lot to be chipping off of Micah Parsons. Because that dude is a beast, man, and you got to get some help on him. And I could just see, we're going to lull him to sleep with that chip and block, and all of a sudden you're going to see Kittle get loose down the middle, baby.
Thanks,
90,
Dave.
30,
Love it. Oh,
17.
30-17.
Wow.
Dave's got 30-17.
Oh, we got to do our picks today, too. It's a show.
Did I say fine line between love and hate? It's a thin line, not
and I
fine
just sat
line.
here and watched it.
Well, you would have no idea.
It's
the
a great
Pretenders.
movie. No, it's a great movie by Martin Lawrence, Thin Line Between Love and Hate. It's a thin line between love and hate. That's the soul version.
So much after the original song was written.
But it's my era. I don't know your era, the Pretenders.
What do they call it? He sampled. He sampled.
No.
Otherwise known as plagiarizing.
Oh, well.
Come on, Will Smith. The heck?
Will who?
Will Smith. Who's the fine line between love and hate?
Martin Lawrence. Oh, my good God.
Oh.
Yeah.
Which one was he was in The King of he was Martin Lawrence. I never thought he was funny.
A lot of people like, but he's the millionaire.
Yeah. He's probably got more than that.
Gained some weight. But he's older. Went through some stuff. But he's back. He's doing good now.
One of y'all tell that last caller no one says Frisco. You know what, 530? My dad says it. He says, remember when I was out to Frisco? What do you want me to do? Say my 90-year-old, hey, Dad.
Have Bonte and Shasky call him.
Hey, my 90-year-old dad, hey, Dad.
We don't say that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Dude.
Yeah.
Micah didn't record a sack, Parsons, last time they played. DeMarcus Lawrence got
neither did Bosa.
Dude, wow. I'm waiting.
Those are facts.
I'm waiting.
He's going to have...
Let's do it. I'm saying
1.5.
I'm going over. I'm going over.
I would bet Bosa's going to have a sack.
All reports, Dallas, this will be their first game where all starting 5 of the linemen are there.
Give me the
Tyron
under.
Smith. You taking the under?
Yep.
You think they're going to...
McCarthy's getting rid of the ball early now, Steiny.
They're going to have a guy chipping him?
No, he's got Dak
No,
getting rid of the
guy
ball.
chipping him.
He's getting rid of the Texas
I
Coast
ain't
offense.
chipping. You combine that quick release with Chip and Bosa, you can take him out of a game.
Over 6.5 pressures.
People saying I could fit pads under this.
You could fit a goalie pads.
Dude, boy, they sent me the wrong side.
415. How do we really know Kyle Shanahan is running McCaffrey into the ground? McCaffrey's a professional. I'm sure it's pretty in tune with his body.
Real.
No, I mean,
it's happened to every Niner running back except him. Knock on wood.
The bottom line, though, 415, in all seriousness, is McCaffrey right now is on a pace to touch the ball more than any other year in his career, including his 420 touch year when he was 23.
And he ain't complaining. You know what I mean? He would know if you guys feed me too much.
Nobody would complain about that.
Debo, didn't we think that's why he scrubbed Instagram? Do you remember those shows?
Well, he didn't want touches as a running back as many because he knew the more touches he got at running back, the more the organization was going to try to stick it to him in free agency. Good for Debo. He's tough enough to run the ball as much as they want. Just don't try to pay him as a running back. That is the one thing I don't like. I hate about football. I hate it.
What they've done to the running back position.
No, just the way they treat everybody. The way the Niners treated Jimmy Ward, I didn't like. The way the 49ers negotiate.
Okay. Playing him out of position.
Thank you.
Wow.
Oh, you don't like
I've never heard this.
So you don't want to start?
Wow.
But why? Because Jimmy Ward was in the last year of his deal, and they knew they weren't going to re-sign him. Come on, that's all. Debo Samuel.
It's a business, Donnie.
They want to run him into the ground and then try to pay him as little as possible.
No, but he got paid. He got paid, though, Donnie.
Tell that texter to tell
San Francisco Hell Angels Club.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I know. Frisco's a city in Texas.
I told you that.
Can you please stop using it interchangeably with San Fran? Okay, sure.
It's more of a suburb.
It's where the Stars
Actually,
at.
Frisco's.
It's where their practice facility is at.
You'd be surprised how many people are in these cities in Texas. They're much more than you think.
And they got it going on. The practice facility is in Frisco, Texas. Remember the picture I took on the Star?
I know.
You guys.
I know. You tried to
nobody
snooker
responded.
Well, it's because you tried to schnook. Like the minute you sent that, everyone's like, he knows that's not the actual stadium, right?
It was the practice facility, Racketed Center.
Actually, I never saw it because you sent it to me on Instagram. Those just start stacking up, and I end up missing.
Spadoni and Shasky, they didn't like me.
No, Spadoni didn't. Is he still back?
They're on the thread. Yeah.
I better not talk about that. Boss will come in and say, hey, you stay on topic. You can't date a subordinate.
I thought I was special. That's why, Goo. I thought you were like hey, Spadoni.
But how did it come about?
I thought about you.
He
I
sent me one, and then you said, "Oh, he sent me." How did you guys know?
Because you send the same videos to Shasky and I. So he showed me. So I was like, "Oh, Goo sent me this one as well."
There we go.
So that's how we found out.
Right.
You and Phil Mo Mike can both keep your Instagram.
We had a long talk
comments.
on IG last night.
I know you did because I got the same video clip from both of you, and it was some. I don't even know who it was. Just one out of a million guys saying,
you on the streets.
"Hey, yeah, I think Dak has more pressure than Brock Purdy." Oh, okay. Some guy I don't even know.
He was just confirming what he's heard here originated being spewed over national. It's a compliment. But you
it's
don't
not
see
a compliment because Phil Mo knows. I said, well, okay, that's fine. I think more pressure's on Purdy than Dak. So Phil Mo and you have to try to stick it to me like, look at this nobody who says it's actually Brock Purdy with the most pressure. And I'm like,
I feel like Purdy's
this guy's
playing
not
with house money.
definitive. He ain't playing with house money anymore.
This week?
Nope. We're sticking it in people. No, I mean, if you want to, like,
No, seriously,
we're
though, Sonny.
I think he had more house money in the playoff game last year. Evan?
Wow.
Oh, you weren't listening?
Okay,
Never
well,
mind. He
listen.
Well, there's obviously more on the line in a playoff game.
That's hello.
But as Brock Purdy's concerned, if Brock Purdy lost the playoff game, I don't think people would hold it against him. If
no
he loses
chance.
this weekend, there's a chance that I think people might write a certain narrative about him.
Or put something in the file. But you, Willard, and Dibbs, and I talked about him off to this great start.
Great
Brock Purdy,
start.
to where when that day does come, or that first regular season L, he's done so much to where we're not going to come in here. Now, he could be
No, we're
the
not.
reason they lose and say, everything you've seen, erase it. We've established that.
Listen, I've established the truism for this Sunday game. Like, I've established it, and
We're waiting to hear.
and it will be agreed upon by most. The game itself, the 49ers and the Cowboys, the game last year in the NFC divisional game was bigger.
No doubt. Thank you.
For Brock Purdy, the game Sunday is bigger for him.
Why?
Because he had no expectations last year. And now people think he's great. And they're looking for a reason for him not to be great.
So example,
he had
let's just-
house
okay.
money all last year. Now everybody's like, Kenny.
I got you.
You're welcome, Bay Area.
But listen, Stoney, to that. So and again, I know Niner fans don't want to hear this. One bad game would equate to all the great wins. So why?
Stop.
So why is this one, if it were not a good one or resulted in a loss?
What if it's a great one?
You're acting like that would erase all that he's done.
No, what if he plays great? If he plays great, if I think it was a bigger game for him, then he responded. If he doesn't, okay, he didn't respond. Lost an important game.
But how
We're
are you
on to
looking at him, though?
Cleveland.
Yeah, but are you looking at him like, oh, okay, okay, Cleveland?
So I
shut you out.
What did I say yesterday, Gil? I put it perfectly. He's got a track record of 10 or 12 games, Brock Purdy. He played the Cowboys in the NFC division game last year. The 49ers won, but as David Lombardi wrote in The Athletic, it was his least effective game that he's played.
Gotcha.
So now we go into Sunday's game. If he has his second least efficient game or his least efficient game ever
against the same team,
what am I going to say?
He's got a Dallas
No.
problem.
I said what I was going to say yesterday. You just didn't hear me.
Go ahead.
Remember?
No, I don't.
You don't remember?
No, I don't.
I said, you know what? If he struggles against Dallas, you know what I'll say? Huh. You don't remember that? It was a great
I thought it
line.
was he has a Dallas problem.
That's what I said. That's what people will say.
Okay. Well, that's
some people will say that.
What would you
I don't
say?
want to break now, Evan.
Don't make me.
This what gets us exactly, Evan. Break.
We're the only show that breaks on time.
How do you know that?
Not all the time.
Whoa, boy.
I know. Sometimes I'm
Dude,
12
he just
seconds
threw
off.
A bazooka at you. Okay? He just whoa. He went commando on you.
20 seconds.
15.
I will say, because I don't overreact on one bad
I can't
throw
wait to hear
like
what
you.
you're gonna say.
Oh, that's what I'll say.
Yesterday
It's
was
somewhat
I thought you were-
interesting that he's had two of his worst games against the Cowboys. Of course, it's understandable. They're a great defense, but it's a team that you may have to go up against again. Come on, people. Rick Barry voice. Hey, 95.7 The Game has you covered with the red and gold coverage. Larry Kruger, Lorenzo Neal. Get it started at the Hilton Santa Clara on Sunday. Kickoff show, 3 o'clock. Get down there, say hello to the boys. Then Mark Grandy, Sterling Bennett, and Alan Stiles. They have your instant reaction and analysis immediately following the final whistle on overtime. Hear it all right here on 95.7 The Game. When we come back,
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3.
kidding?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, good. We're getting there. 12:33 on a Friday afternoon.
Yes, sir.
We got a couple things straight. So here's the bottom line. And you know when you tell me not to do this, I'm going to do it.
You should feel like an ass right now.
Well, you can tell me why in a second after I tell my story. Let's say you work in an auto factory.
Well, be careful here.
Say you work in an auto factory, okay? And I work on the assembly line, Matt.
Laverne and Shirley.
And one of my fellow assembly line workers is Harriet.
Yeah.
Okay?
You better be careful.
So Harriet and Matt are colleagues. Our boss is Jennifer.
Okay.
Okay? That's our boss.
Yeah.
I can date Harriet. I can't date Jennifer.
There is no one for all companies.
Yes, it is.
It varies, Steiny.
No, it doesn't.
It does. And I hate that you think it's just across the board. I got something for you.
HR, please. Anybody out there in HR?
Our boss said, he told you quit talking about it.
You know what?
What you got on my PG&E
Make me.
then?
Make me.
You are just...
Make me stop talking about I'm kidding.
You can't after the show. Hey, let me read something to you and Evan.
Yes.
This is from, I'll keep my ear to the street, NBC Bay Area. People are joining a new trend for the month. It's called Sober October, and it means abstaining from alcohol consumption for the entire month. The benefits could be life-changing.
But that's what
Want to try it?
Isn't that what people do in January? A dry January?
Well, I guess it's taking off in October.
Now they want 2 months. JJ in San Jose wants to talk Niners. What's up, JJ?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Happy Freestyle Friday.
Okay. You too, buddy.
Yeah. Oh, I be saying it's Freestyle Friday because I know Guru will be on that freestyle. You got to get on that game on that freestyle.
There you go, man. I might have one today.
Okay.
But you know, Steiny, you're driving me nuts right now.
Oh, no.
Brock Purdy take.
Why?
Come on, bro.
What?
I know what you're getting at. That the Cowboys might be that one team that got him if he struggles again on Sunday. But being the Cowboys are that team to most other teams, I need you to tell me that if the Niners win on Sunday and Purdy has a good game, you're going to start to tingle.
Okay. I'll give you that.
Because he beat Dallas last time they played. People acting like
49ers beat Dallas. Got some breaking news. The Broncos are trading veteran outside linebacker Randy Gregory to the 49ers.
That is big, man.
Now, funny, because yesterday you said you think he has anything left.
Yeah, no, that is big, though. They need help.
Denver never formally released Gregory, who now gets a fresh start with the San Francisco 49ers, and that's from Tom Pelissero, ESPN.
He was a bad dude in Dallas, Steiny. We'll see. He's been injured here most of his time with Denver, but man, the defensive line. Let's see if he can restart or re-jump his career here. Randy
so there it is.
Gregory on a good day was a beast, man.
The Broncos trading veteran linebacker Randy Gregory to the 49ers.
So he'll be ready, you would figure, against Cleveland after this Sunday night.
That's a good question.
Yeah. Man, they're telling you something, Steiny. A little light in the tail on the D-line. They got Hargrave, but they lost some. This is an excellent chance for him, man.
Small update from Adam Schefter.
Yes, sir.
Broncos are trading Randy Gregory along with a 2024 7th-round pick to the 49ers for a 2024 6th-round pick. So they basically got him for free.
Man.
Boy, John Lynch.
Hey, dude, this could...
We're wondering what they're going to do with all that cap space.
Man.
That's a good call because they just absorbed that salary. Absorbed. Mm-hmm.
And he wasn't getting chump change.
No, he wasn't.
No. He just got, man.
He's making $14 million this year.
Randy. Kind of happy for him.
No. Wow.
And them. We'll see.
49ers just got a little deeper on defense. Randy Gregory. Now San Francisco 49er. Philmo Mike. He's in San Francisco. What's up, Philmo? How you doing, man?
What's up with it, man? What's up with it, man?
Talk to us.
Always
It's never San Fran. It's always Frisco. You feel me?
But
people be riding through on the bus, them big old buses, and they be outside and be like, remember, it's always Frisco. It's never San Fran. They be like, thank you.
Philmo, I mean,
anyway, though.
My dad's 90 years old, and he said San Fran. I got to let it go, right?
Of course, yeah, of course. Yeah, you let it go. I understand when people get on. They just don't know. They're ignorant to it. So, you feel me? It's all love. Randy Gregory, I like that pickup. Very good pickup. Nick Bosa. You know what I think Nick Bosa's problem is, and it may hurt him, but I think he need to get a little bit more flexible. He got to do so. He almost too buff. You feel me? I think he needs to get a little bit more flex. If you feel what I'm saying, he's an awesome player. They always talk about his handwork, but I think he could use to be a little bit more leaner, a little bit more flexible, not as like buff and robotic.
Wow,
that's just me. And yes, sir.
Huh?
Now you and I have called him a cat, Steiny.
I call him Big Cat.
Okay. Because we've seen him on the ground and pop right back
he doesn't,
up. So the
he's like a cat. He always lands on his feet.
Yeah, he quick.
You
but
like that, Lucas.
I just think this is missing training camp.
Well, Guru, real quick before I go, don't be trying to do the reverse psychology thing you be trying to do. I think the Niners going to win.
How transparent is that?
Psychology, that little method you try to do. You've been trying to do it the whole week. That's why I've been called.
Mike, listen to me. I love you like a brother. Let me tell you.
For that, bro.
There is nothing left in the bag. If I thought that could really work, I would use it. This is 2 years. This is about to be the third year. The team's not ready, bruh. This is about to be 35-17.
You're doing it right now.
No, I'm telling you, it's 35-17.
Man, we going to smack the Cowboys, hopefully. Great game. Y'all have a great show, man.
You too,
Mike. Philmo, you're the man.
He is the man.
Philmo Mike. Steiny. Oh, no, I'm not doing that. I am going to get off the HR stuff.
The boss told you.
Well, that's not why. I'm doing it on my own. Okay, the boss may have told me not to, but I'm not doing it because I don't want to.
Grandy had Gregory 4 solo tackles, 1 sack in 4 games, 2023.
Well, did change of scenery?
Last year he only played 6 games. But dude, you can get something for nothing. He was a badass in Dallas.
I got a question for Niner fans.
And you're smiling.
I am, because I heard the youngsters, and I call them that because they're youngsters in the morning show.
Yeah.
Bonte and Shasky, they were talking about Jerry Jones. Who would you rather have as an owner, Jerry Jones or Jed York?
Wow.
Just a little food for yeah.
I'm going to say Jerry Jones. But I don't like
what?
I don't like his role now. I don't like his role now.
Lucas is looking at me like, why were you even talking? This guy.
No, that's not what I was looking at Guru as to why. Why would you rather have Jerry Jones?
Oh, okay.
Because he's the GM, and I think those two should be two separate persons. Joe Lacob had Bob Myers, now Dunleavy. Jerry can draft his ass off, but there's other stuff that he's doing that I think stunts the growth of the team and the power of the head coach. What owner do you know? Jerry Buss, Red Auerbach, that hold
Red Auerbach
every game after they're waiting on him. And then when the coach does this little thing, they're like, "Well, Jerry said Steiny said this."
I mean,
like, "Uh-oh."
If you want me to be honest,
that's the part I don't like about Jerry. York don't do that.
All right. Clearly, there's got to be a guy under Jerry Jones who is his general manager.
His son, Stephen Jones.
Okay. All I'm saying is, and Jerry has...
But Jerry calls this shit, you know.
Okay, let me ask you this. What's the difference between Jerry Jones and Joe Lacob?
Joe has enough or less of enough ego to say, I can bring a GM here and let him shine. Jerry wants all that power. He's trying to do both, and I don't think fundamentally you can. Jerry, what's wrong with getting a GM named Tom Thumb? You're that drunk on the credit? Joe Lacob has Myers. Joe Lacob, I know he could do that job, but he ain't all drunk on his own. Oh, it's got to be me.
But, okay, Jerry Jones' son is like Bob Myers.
No. Well, because he would have that role of GM. He's assistant VP. But Steiny, his daddy is Jerry. He's gonna veto everything he says. So his son's there to talk, but his son ain't never telling his dad, this is what we need to do. And Joe Lacob, I believe, has that. Just like Robert Kraft in New England. Well, now it's the hoodie, and he ain't making the best choices. All right, Stoney, you got to pass it off. You can't do both.
Well, I mean, my point
is... As
an
owner and a salesman of your franchise, Jerry's second to none.
I mean, Joe Lacob talks as much as any owner in the NBA.
He don't hold court after every game.
Oh, but he's easy to access.
I think that's part of the job, and I actually like that. This is overkill. Come on. Well, come on.
Okay,
That's too much.
So here's the bottom line. Jerry Jones is the owner, president, and GM.
All right.
He's got two guys under him, Stephen Jones.
They're yes men. They're his sons.
And it doesn't matter. Will McClay. How about Will McClay?
No, he's good at his
Will
job.
knows the game.
Yeah.
Here's all I'm saying. Jerry Jones with Stephen Jones and Will McClay under him is more similar to Joe Lacob and Bob Myers than what Jed York is doing.
Okay, well, I'll tell you this. That Tim Kawakami podcast from a year ago where Joe Lacob, and I believe him, said, it's not just my decision. It's all of ours.
It is.
I know for a fact, Jerry don't even say that because he knows it stops with me. You can have your
But it
ideal.
stops with Joe.
Well,
because that's the nature of being the owner, right?
I think somebody talked Joe Lacob into trading James Wiseman. And that's okay. I believe he really said, you know what? Is that your vision? I don't think Joe wanted to trade James Wiseman. Jerry Jones can't be talked into anything. That's my 2 cents. But as far as a salesman of your business and what he's built and having your team in the news, Jerry is, oh my God, he's Puff Daddy.
But see, to me, and listen, I hear what you're saying, and this is not a disagreement.
I believe Joe Lacob listens to other guys.
I believe Jerry Jones listens to other guys. But when they come out of the room, the Dallas Cowboys have made an organizational decision.
Okay.
And the Golden State Warriors have made an organizational decision. My feeling is Lacob and Jerry Jones are the exact same, and that dynamic is very similar. The only difference is when they make a decision, Bob Myers steps out of that office and says, here's what we're doing. And in Dallas, it's Jerry Jones who does that.
Okay, let's just take, for instance, Trey Lance, who Jerry just neutered as head coach and said, I didn't even tell him nor talk to him and the quarterback about getting Trey. He said it.
That's a move.
I believe Joe Lacob would have, just me, I could be wrong and naive. I don't think he ever would have done that to Steve Kerr to say I didn't get his 2 cents or that matter, the Bob Myers or Mike Dunleavy. That's the Jerry is a G like that.
Well, I can't believe there's actually a true Lone Ranger.
Let me ask you this.
Like, for example, you can't tell me that Dallas drafted Micah Parsons. And it was Jerry Jerry only.
Oh, when you talk about the draft that war room, Will McClay is
that's what I'm talking about.
Too. Oh no, that is I'm talking about the other stuff. Should we trade? What's going on? Like that stuff. I honestly believe Jerry Jones has a phone like they used to say, rumors.
Right.
Al Davis would call down and run this. I'm like, I wouldn't put that past Jerry. And that's why I believe Dallas has not got it done because he wants a yes man. He did one time with Parcells and York, learned from the Harbaugh mistake, and now he's got Kyle running it. And,
you ready for this?
I'm going to be honest. Who's the GM really here for the Niners? Because it's, to me,
Shanahan
it's
clash.
Okay, all right.
But
it's 70-30 Kyle to me, and I love you, John.
I'm going to be cynical here, but you know what? That's all Jed York did. He went from Harbaugh and Balky to yes man.
Yeah.
Now, a yes man is
Kyle ain't a yes man.
Yes,
now.
he is.
He's got the power.
Now, the reason, not a verbatim yes man.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is this. Yes, they've won, but the reason that Lynch and Shanahan are still here and Jim Harbaugh got told to pound sand is because Harbaugh can't work in a civil manner with Jed York.
No doubt.
And John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have some sliver of civility and understanding of how to talk to people, and that's why Jed York is comfortable with him, because they've got more depth to them than just a football Neanderthal
But hold
like Jim
on.
Harbaugh.
I'm going stars. It's a great show on there called Power. Jim never had the power Kyle had. He had my dog Rosie, and that there was a friction there. So Jim never had the, and that's why I say York learned from that debacle that was Harbaugh, and he gave Kyle the power.
See, I thought one of the big issues was that Harbaugh and Balky, like Harbaugh right, but that Harbaugh got his way a lot. 888-957-9570 is the number. Jerry Jones makes it. Jerry Jones is probably the biggest reason that the Cowboys are the Cowboys.
There's no that he's a
so
best salesman.
Would you want Jed York to be that kind of personality? See, to me, Jed York's got no personality. Joe Lacob's in the middle, and Jerry Jones is over the top.
I want to take Lacob, and then I'm going Bob Kraft. Those type of guys that, I can let the hoodie and my quarterback get all the glory. Jimmy Johnson's not in the Ring of Honor, and he's in the Hall of Fame, and this guy went to college with him. They played ball together, but he's got so much of an ego, he won't do it because of the way they broke up. It's like, dude, how you ain't got a lot of time left, Jerry. You may outlive me, but damn, right your wrongs. Put your boy up in the hall, man. The Ring of Honor. You still acting infantile as much as I love you, and I know you want to win, but you still are strung out on power.
Yeah, he's been like that. Jed
York's not like that.
You don't know that. He's just not like it publicly. Oh no, that's okay. I mean, yeah, you're right. I'm nitpicking, but like, I kind of like. Why did I like Jerry Jones? I think is good for football.
I am not saying he's a legend.
So I don't think but here's the thing. Why like Jerry
think it's
Jones
hurting his team.
Jerry Jones has done it. How many Super Bowls Jerry Jones? Jerry Jones got 3 Super Bowls.
Yes, sir.
Being Jerry Jones.
It's been 30 years now.
How many years has Jed on the team now? 20? He's had it for a while.
Okay.
So I'd rather have Jerry Jones, who's at least had success on the biggest.
All right, I'm not going to argue.
I'm not going to say I'd rather.
Okay, but
like, I mean, Jerry Jones has done something Jed's not done.
All right.
So yes, the 49ers have signed Randy Gregory from the Broncos. Per sources, Tom Pelissero.
4 tackles, 9 total tackles this year, Steiny. 4 solo, 5 assisted, 1 sack. And all I remember from the Randy Gregory in Dallas, just incredible. You want to get us out? Can I go back to 2018, Randy Gregory?
Sure, we talk about the Warriors winning it 7 years ago all the time.
The boy, you're something else.
Yeah, go ahead. No,
I was going to give you something I didn't like.
Give me the numbers.
No, not that impressive.
Oh, so he stunk?
No, he 2018 he had 6 sacks. 2019 he had 6 sacks. 2024, 2021, 5.
Well, what does he do well?
He's a big dude, and he can knock your snot out to a quarterback about 6
times a year.
But dude, the Niners, I knew something was up with they need depth, or they need another dog opposite of Bosa, Stoney. Not just Hargrave. They need something else.
It doesn't sound like this is a guy. I mean, he's going to have a chance.
And no doubt.
Are you counting on this guy to help?
I am. I know you're going to laugh.
What if he signed with the Cowboys? I got to believe you'd say, you would say he's not going to help.
No, I was lobbying for that to happen. It would have been a reunion, but it ended in such bad blood because he signed a contract or gave a verbal to Jerry. It changed his mind, Stoney.
Cowboys are the richest organization in sports. What more could you ask for?
Well, I'm not.
Well, Guru wants titles every year.
No, you want recent titles.
Yeah, you want recent success.
Well, Niners ain't had one since '94, but they've been there. Dallas ain't been to an NFC.
It is so funny.
Dallas ain't been to an NFC championship game, Steiny. You can see how people would take that, and I'd rather love and lost than never to have loved it all.
Depending on the conversation and who's involved, either getting to the Super Bowl is enough to trump something, or you use it against somebody. Like, I don't think it's fair. I really don't think it's fair to do that.
Well, what if when you get to the Super Bowl, Stoney, like the Niners did, you win your conference.
But you didn't win the Super Bowl.
No, but you are the kings of the NFC.
I'm just saying
there's some prestige in that. There's no rings or parades.
Thank you.
But that's a big deal.
No,
and
it
they
isn't.
stop the game.
No,
they have
maybe not to somebody who's Super Bowl or nothing.
So you're telling me you would rather?
No, I would rather go to the Super Bowl and lose.
Oh, me too.
My point is that you and others are the same kind of people that would say, well, Buffalo's a failure. They're a failure.
Wow.
And
I'll
I'm like,
give you
well,
one for that.
They're 0-4. Well, they got there. Well, that doesn't.
Right. But I would never tell you that Buffalo team and Jim Kelly and Thurman Thomas and Reed and Marv Levy weren't one of the best to ever do it. Like, I ain't dumb enough to say that. But when you get to 4 or 5, Stein, it's like, damn, this is Heartbreak Hotel. But, dude, they were phenoms, man.
Who?
Buffalo. That whole era.
But all I'm saying is they're also known as
Chokers.
Football's biggest losers.
Yeah, no doubt.
So,
but Tampa Bay Buccaneers can't call them the biggest losers.
But if
you know what I mean,
say let's say the Bills and the Cleveland Browns are comparing histories. Like the Bills could say, well, "We got the Super Bowl 4 times, you didn't," and the Browns are going to be like, "Big deal, you didn't win it."
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number.
Nice pick.
Steiny and Guru with you. Randy Gregory to the Niners. He was with the Denver Broncos. And he gives some 49ers some depth on the defensive side of the
Right
football.
before the break, guys, one update from 49ers practice today. The only man not spotted out there early, per Nick Wagner of ESPN, is running back Elijah Mitchell.
Also, Debo's a go. So who can spell McCaffrey if you wanted to?
Mason jar.
All right.
The Mason jar, baby.
Right.
Yeah. You know what they call him when he gets into a collision? Mason jar. Anything?
0.
Okay. You know what a Mason jar is?
No, that's a 2.
No, do you?
That's a 2.
You've heard of a Mason jar.
I looked at you.
You twist the thing. Hey, Clay.
Yeah.
Hey, Clay, get in shape this year, huh?
Duh.
Clay.
Oh, they talked to him about guarding fours. He was like, it's positionless basketball. Like, it ain't the old school where you guard two. I was like, he got a point.
No, he doesn't, because it isn't positionless because he can't guard point guards anymore. 888-957-9570 is the number. Dude. Fun times on 95.7. Oh, hold on a second, everybody. Real quick. Let me throw something at you. It is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Bottom line is this, people. It's a Friday on 95.7. The game.
If you take the pig around the barn and you come back with bacon, what happened to the pig?
Attention Bay Area sports fans, get ready for a game-changing experience with local arena ticks. A family of 4 saves about $150 when attending the favorite Bay Area sports game.
Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I've been holding it in all week, guys. Bonte, I hope you have a great flight, but I also hope you have the worst experience of your life in Dallas.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You don't remember that Friday? It was Pandemic Radio we were doing. And you guys surprised me with Michael, the playmaker, Irvin, at the end of the show, you and the boss. He's like, Guru, we got a special guest. The stuff I remember.
I remember Michael Irvin.
Like, let's go.
Okay, we do have some 49er news. The Broncos are trading veteran outside linebacker Randy Gregory to the 49ers per sources. Denver never formally released Gregory, who now gets a fresh start with San Francisco. That's Tom Pelissero, NFL Network.
And I hate the linebacker part, Steiny. He's a D lineman. You know, he gets after the passer.
He hasn't. If he plays well for the Niners, he may get on my Mount Gregory more.
Who's on there now?
The guy's on there now. Ed Gregory, former general manager of the Golden State Warriors. Obviously, comedian Dick Gregory.
I'm
going to put Gregory Brady of the Brady Bunch on there. And, of course, Gregorian calendar is number 4. So we'll see.
Gregory Peck?
Oh, I forgot
Gregory
about
Hines?
Gregory Peck.
Yeah, what?
He's niche.
Wow.
He's just for the tap dancing community.
But I loved you with Dick Gregory. He was great.
Hey, Scotty's in Pennsylvania. It's a big state, Scotty. I'm going to need you to be a little more specific. How are you?
Hey, yeah, I'm towards like Penn State University.
Happy
but I'm a
Valley.
lifelong 49er fan.
All right, so Harrisburg's an hour away, probably.
yeah, not too far.
You know what?
Not too far.
I don't care about anybody else.
Call in. We have a great.
Give me the specific little center port.
State College.
Oh, it's actually in State College. All right, my bad. Go ahead, Scott. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah. Hey, guys, we have a great matchup this Sunday. You know, we're 4-0 going against 3-1 Cowboys. Gives us control of essentially the conference here for the playoffs. And, I think obviously the Niners are looking really good. This defense that the Cowboys have, this is a great test for Purdy. I know we didn't face very well against them in the playoffs. We squeaked out the win, but this is a very formidable defense that Dan Quinn knows Kyle Shanahan's offense really well. But, so it should be a great matchup this Sunday. I just want to also add, I just seen the news about the Randy Gregory trade. Huge upside trade there. We definitely needed some pass rush opposite of Bosa, and he doesn't have, there's not going to be a lot of expectations for him. We traded a low draft pick for him, and he can rotate in with Farrell and Drake Jackson.
Man.
And we just need that pressure on the other side. And if he can get us at least a sack, if we could get a sack over on that side, just one. That's good.
Wow.
I'm kind of with you on a deal like this. Thanks, Scott. Appreciate the call.
Do I
and
take
appreciate
the
you
victory
listening.
lap?
Hold on. Appreciate you listening from all the way in State College, Pennsylvania. Thank you. Listening on the Odyssey app.
Probably big James Franklin guy, right?
I should have asked him.
Yeah.
But then the boss would have said, back to the Niners.
Well, you beat him up to get him to identify where he was at, but you got it.
I didn't realize he was from State College. I thought he said near State College.
But, dude, I've been telling you, I asked Merton Hanks, everybody this week, they haven't just been that disruptive on that left side of the Niner defensive line. Now they go out and make the trade.
You want...
No,
you're taking a victory lap for
them identifying
a statistic?
No, them making a change.
No, you
adding
didn't say
something.
It. No.
We were out of sugar.
No.
I went to the supermarket. We got sugar. They were out of rush, and they went and got some. It worked for me. No. Put it on the board.
No.
Yeah.
No. You said, no. I can't remember what you said. But we can't allow that victory lap, whatever.
Man, dude.
Hey,
okay. Go ahead.
Oh. Something happened during the Thursday night game last night. It involved Al Michaels, and it is the kind of thing that
I'm over.
I always make a note of it because I think these guys are all in cahoots, and they all.
Now I want to hear this.
Their whole job is to protect each other. So I love Jeff Van Gundy. I love him. But the one thing I can't stand is he never criticizes a coach, ever. He protects coaches because he's a coach.
You think so?
Yeah, oh, my God, it's not even he's never criticized a coach,
You
ever.
make me want to, and I love him.
Go
and
ahead and
miss him.
listen to the tape.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't care.
Listen to the tape.
Oh, boy.
So Al Michaels is part of this football machine, and it's a PR machine, and they stick up for each other, and they prop each other up. And so last night I'm watching that game, and it's 27-3. And here comes Ron Rivera to start the second half, and here comes the interview. What'd you say to your team at halftime? And Ron Rivera goes, I didn't say anything to my team at halftime. I let my team address my team. We'll see if they can bark.
I missed that.
I said what I said.
Okay. Vintage. Washington, who stinks. Okay, guess what? They drove the length of the field on their first possession. And Al Michaels, the proper upper of proper upper.
All right.
Well, I don't know. Whatever Ron Rivera did, whether he led his team, this is a different team, and Ron Rivera can motivate. And let me tell you, Ron Rivera, they were never in the game.
Well, it got close.
No,
though,
it
Stoney.
didn't.
To me, it did. They got the 2-point conversion. It was
It's
27-11. Yeah, so you're down. I mean, that's 2-score game technically. No,
Had the game ended there, it would have beaten the biggest point spread of the season.
Okay, I'm a defend Al.
27-11 is
what
not
do you
close.
want them to do? Say this game's a blowout, turn the TV off,
I
and
want
go
them
watch
to wait
Netflix?
until they actually make a run.
Okay.
Not like the Warriors lead the Oklahoma City Thunder by 20
I
at
gotta
half.
say something.
Hey,
All right.
Lou Dort with 2 threes. Wow.
So you're saying
Jimmy Daigneault, the coach, is unbelievable.
He threw Ron
Outta
a
here.
nugget for the drive when Ron
He didn't
said,
throw
I
Ron
let-
a nugget. He threw Ron flowers.
Nah.
Well, the Bears did blow a 21-point fourth quarter lead the week prior, so maybe he was sensing something along those lines too.
Are you with me though a little bit? Can you meet me halfway?
I'm with you on other things about Al Michaels. That's not one of them.
Yeah, and I'm Evan Wilson.
Well, it's because you guys don't dig beneath the surface.
Neither does he.
You go.
Well, when a coach
you go
tells
a
you what he
mile
did
wide.
to motivate or who he delegated to motivate the team, just real quick, and they go down and score, I don't think Al was cooking the books.
He was.
He was like, okay,
Now
we
that's
can't
cooking
ignore the
the
rat on the
books.
table, which was the interview. He said he didn't say nothing, and they go down professional and score.
Okay.
We got a game.
No, we don't. We didn't have a game. We never had a game.
Lead to me, Stoney.
27. Here it is. This is going to be great. Mark this tape. 27-11 is close, according to Guru in football. That's what you just said. You said it.
Did you see the Bears? They were beating Denver 50-0 and lost in the second
There he
half.
goes. Here he goes. There's been one come from behind win
Last
for more
week.
than 16 points this year. Teams that get down 16 or more are 1-42 this year.
Come on, man.
No.
Give me the...
No. And you know what else is funny? I remember trolling last year. I never troll, but I remember messing around
brother,
last
cut
2 years.
that.
This is 2 years ago. And we were saying, who would you want to coach the 49ers? I said, give me Ron Rivera. And you might have let me slide on it and said, I'll give you Ron Rivera. Better than Kyle.
Well, he's a cancer survivor. He's battled some real stuff, so I'm always rooting for Ron.
Don't go there.
I'm just it's what I am at heart, man.
Well, this...
I mean, I wasn't trying to make you feel bad. Dude's a real one.
That's right. Hey, two-time Super Bowl champ, Tommy Rathman, former 49er fullback. He's going to be on with Willard and Dibbs at
that'll be a good
4:15. By the way, I almost forgot. Clay, this is your chance as a listener to get into our NFL picks this week. Week number 5. 888-957-9570 is the number. Caller number 3 gets to play with us. So, the bottom line is, nobody heard it.
No, but
I'm not going to.
Nobody did. We didn't hear a lot.
Big deal. I'm just not going to. I'm not clearing the lines.
Oh, I got you.
There's 2 guys who are waiting. We will talk to them. They're just not going to be able to pick.
Let me read this.
Hold on. I got to do this better. 88 every Friday at 1:00. We do our NFL picks, 5 games, myself, Guru, Evan, and we always let one listener make the picks for the listeners team. So caller number 3, 888-957-9570. You get to pick with the boys in about 5 minutes. Caller number 3.
Somebody sent this text, so I got 2 points. I don't think I think there's no chance he'll play Sunday night, but what if go get quarterback? So
and then what if he over pursues?
No, I'm waiting for the debut in Cleveland. I like the pickup. Why I'm bringing that up, Steiny, is I think he's going to be like, damn, I'm playing, okay, let's do it. My thing is, people say, hey, guys, calm down. It's Gregory, not Von Miller.
I agree. Like, I don't think
but
this
they
guy's
needed just a little bit of the good version of Randy Gregory. Well,
what if it's the stink version?
But it's bigger than that. They're sending the message that we need a little help to get after the quarterback, and that's my victory lap.
You had me till victory lap.
Evan gave it to me. He counted it.
Why do you do that, Evan?
Well, he did. I'm just saying he did. Right. All week I've been like this.
You are.
They've been
You know who you remind me of, Evan?
Oh.
My 10th grade creative writing teacher, Mrs. Vanzel.
Sounds like a great woman.
She was great, but she was the easiest grader I've ever had in my life.
She wasn't a hater. Evan just heard me say, I need more from the D-line all week.
She never made anybody earn it, including me, and I'm not as great of a writer.
Earn it now, baby.
Okay, we got a guy?
Yep, he is locked in. Brian from San Jose.
Brian in San Jose, what's going on, man?
How you guys doing?
Let's go, baby. Hey, real quick, before we get started, how much you love this show, man?
I'd give it a 9 out of 10.
Yeah.
Every day.
All right.
What a question.
You can play. All right, Evan, take it over.
All right, gentlemen and gentlewomen, after 4 weeks in our picks against the spread, the callers are 11-8-1.
Wow.
Guru is 13-6-1. Steiny, you are 11-8-1. And I am 14-5-1 against the spread.
Wow. It's getting close.
All right. First game, boys. Well, just trying to do my thing here. San Francisco and Dallas. We'll start with the biggest game on the slate. Sunday Night Football, 5:20, NBC Sports. San Francisco is given 4 points at home at Levi Stadium to the men on Guru's shirt, the Dallas Cowboys.
All right, let's start out with Brian, our guest. Brian, Cowboys getting 4. Who do you like?
I'm going to take the Cowboys with the points, but I think the Niners are going to win by a field goal.
So you got something like 2017. Fair enough. Goo.
If you follow the boss on Twitter, he gives out these mattress bets. That means liquidate all assets. His version of it.
The
Niners. I've been saying it all week. I love you, caller, but the Niners are going to win this by 4 easy.
Okay.
4 would be a push, go.
5, my friend.
No, he meant they'll beat them by 4 easy.
Oh, I got you. By more than 4. Yeah, I got you.
No cover.
I'm sticking up for you, Go.
Yeah, I will take the Dallas Cowboys. I also think the 49ers win, but I think it's we'll call it 24-21 football game. I like the Niners to squeak their way out at home. Steiny?
I think I've taken... This is going to be a great game.
It may not be either.
This is a tough one.
Okay, you're that guy on the game show. Come on.
I'll take the Cowboys.
Why you and Evan and the caller?
10-9.
I'm the lone wolf.
It's going to be a 10-9.
10-9.
Yes.
Network.
Go back to the 70s. Wear some leather helmets.
Let's get to the next one, baby.
Second game on the slate. We're going to go across the pond over to London, where the Buffalo Bills hosting the Jacksonville Jaguars, and the Buffalo Bills are minus 5.5-point favorites, playing a footy, but the American kind.
This
How
is
you
a
going?
10.
That's not bad.
That's a 10.
We don't give those.
I give whatever I want, Jack. Go ahead and pick.
It's on a scale of 1 to 5.
Go ahead and pick.
Dibs meet it up. You don't change the rules if it's dibs. I'll start, and I will go the Bills. Bills are back.
Yep.
Bills are back.
That's my line. Bills are back too, Evan. You can go to the caller after this. I got the Bills to cover on this one.
All right, Brian in San Jose.
I'll take the Bills, too, to cover.
You like them?
Yep.
All right, thank you. Brian, just matter of fact, Brian.
Evan's turn.
Some expert analysis
No
from B-.
No extra sauce, just solid info. Go ahead.
I will also be taking the Buffalo Bills. I think quietly, throughout that one game, you make a case Buffalo Bills the best team in football. So I'll take the Buffalo Bills. We'll win by 6 in London.
All righty.
Here we go.
Game number 3. We always involve the Eagles, courtesy of Matt Steinmetz. They are on the road, taking the Los Angeles Rams on at SoFi Stadium. They are -4 after not covering last week against Washington, barely finding a way to win that game in overtime. By the way, that Washington team you thought stunk. So Philly is on the road in Los Angeles, -4.
Eagles are going to cover. They're going to win and cover. They're starting to click.
I can make the I can make the case they should have lost to the Redskins.
Oh, here we go.
Excuse me, the
and
Commanders.
The Patriots.
This is where I overtake Evan. Rams are for real. They win this. Give me the +4.
Oh, money line?
Yeah. No, the +4 points.
Okay. Yeah. Brian, San Jose.
I'm going to go with the Rams, too. Give me the +4. They might get cut back, and I think they're playing better this year, so I'm going to go with the Rams with 4 points at home.
Good knowledge, Brian. Good knowledge. He's got the Rams.
Yeah, Cooper Coop has been activated this week, so he is going to probably play, ending Puka Nakua's record-setting start to his rookie season, as you well know, Steiny. I will be taking the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't think the Rams can stop the run. I think the Eagles keep it on the ground and return to form.
Let me tell you what else I know about Stafford. He still just targets one guy. He will not, I guarantee you, either Kupp or Nakua has a great game and the other guy doesn't do much. I guarantee you it won't be like Nakua, 8 catches for 111 and Cooper Kupp back and looking like his old Cooper Kupp.
Now he's got another option.
But that's not what happens. No, Stafford relies on one guy.
We'll talk about it Monday.
Go ahead
and find out.
All right, 4th game on our slate, boys. Kansas City at Kirk Cousins and the Minneapolis Vikings. Technically Minnesota, but in Minneapolis. Kansas City is -3.5-point favorites on the road.
This is incredible.
Who you got, boys?
I got the Chiefs.
I got the Chiefs. This is just, they're giving away money.
Yeah, I get it. Man,
Come on.
Tell me if the Chiefs win 30-26, they cover?
Bingo. Cash me out.
I hate to do it to you, Kirk. By the way, you see Kirk Cousins at the Twins game with his family, and nobody even recognized it.
Well, what about the caller? What you got, baby?
Brian?
I'm going to go with the Vikings at home, getting with the 3.5 because I think the Chiefs haven't been playing that great. Last week they didn't look that good against the Jets. I think they gave up a lot of passing yards to Zach Wilson, who I think is a really bad quarterback. So I go with the Vikings getting the +3.5, but I think the Chiefs will win.
All right,
wow.
Good one.
There it is, baby.
I think there's one more.
Yeah, and I'm taking the Vikings. I think they'll cover the spread. I think they'll win
Evan.
This football
I'm going to
game.
overtake you.
Better hope they don't win.
This game's feeling awfully trappy. 3 points. Kansas City coming off a tough game. The Taylor Swift effect is not helping Travis Kelce on the field as much as it is on social media. So I'm going to take Minnesota at home +3.5.
Wow.
All righty.
And our final game, we will go to the Monday night game in honor of our Joe Spadoni. We will be going into the Las Vegas Raiders at home against the Green Bay Packers. The Raiders are 1-point favorites against the Packers. Jimmy Garoppolo might be back this week. Who's to say?
I'll go first. The wheels fall off. The Raiders are they don't know they're doing it, but they're going to try to get Caleb Williams. Steiny, I'm taking the Packers in love.
I'm taking the Packers too.
Yeah.
Brian?
I'm going to go Raiders at home.
All right. Brian's going a little against the grain. I love it. Hey, Brian, thank you for playing. Appreciate
Have a good weekend,
my man.
I will also be taking the Packers. Appreciate you, Brian.
Wow. I hope Spadoni didn't
Thanks,
hear this.
guys.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Good luck to you.
Well, not really.
No, I wish good luck to everybody. 650 says, wrong, Steiny. Odell Beckham Jr. did well with Stafford. Relax. He played 8 games with Stafford, and he had 20.
We got a ring.
Yeah, but he had 27 catches.
He would have been MVP in the Super Bowl had he not got hurt.
Wasn't the.
I'm just telling you the stats.
Right, and the stats fit my narrative. He didn't spread it out to Beckham. Beckham had 2 catches a game.
In the Super Bowl, Beckham was off to a hot start. Now he was
That's
on his
one game.
Oh yeah. I'm just telling you, he was about to get MVP. Dude, I like our picks. We're different.
Let's go to Fredo in Dallas. Hey, Fredo, how you doing, man? You got to. We'll talk to Goo.
Yeah, Mr. Goo, I believe that's his name. Man, I know it's probably a bit. You're not a Cowboys fan, man.
I'm over here from Dallas. I live here in Dallas.
Okay.
Now, every time Cowboys play any rival, I tend to listen to their sports radio just to get, behind enemy lines and get a feeling of what they. And, man, Guru, if I didn't know any better, I would have thought you're a 49ers fan. You've been coming with Brock Purdy this whole time. Man hasn't even completed a whole season. You already calling him Hall of Famer, undefeated. If they beat Dallas, they're going to be under. That's insane.
Hey.
That's insane.
Yeah, they're starting to eat their own.
Hold on, Scotty. Let him finish. Go ahead. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
And then also, and I'll go back to you were talking about Jerry. We all know Will McClay is the one that runs the show. He is in charge of the draft picks, and we've been doing a really good job. I think we're one of the have the most draft pick starting lineup in the NFL. I mean,
Jerry had Super Bowls before McClay was even there. You don't call me son. Talking about my fandom. I've been around twice as long as you have. Danny White on line 1. Don't you dare call me and check me. You ever heard of a job? I'm working. I'm objective. You don't call me with that weak crap talking about I said Brock Purdy should be in the Hall of Fame. I didn't say that.
Who calls the shots right
now? And you need to talk about whack-ass Dak. Let's talk about that, Jack. Let's talk about Dak and his failures.
You're going to give me...
Why you want no pussyfoot when you call here? Let's talk about Dak. Whack-ass Dak. Hey, what you say something about Dak?
This game coming up is crucial.
It ain't crucial. We already are finished. We're finished. You don't call me on my job trying to call me out about my fandom. Sucker!
I shouldn't have asked that call.
You've been with the
you don't call me talking about my fandom.
You don't know. I'm over here.
You're a fraud. You're phony. You're a fraud. You spy.
Hold up.
You don't know nothing about my fandom. You little punk. You don't ever check me about my Cowboy fandom. You punk. Sounding all nervous and timid. I'm all right now. I had to get that out.
You know what's honest?
It was a weak word.
I feel like I take a call.
Yeah,
and I
didn't like that.
No, but you're not. Do you blame me at all for that?
No, not at all.
Thank God.
I needed to let that out. And you want to bring up our quarterback.
You weren't even going to let him.
He started out, but he was timid. I could smell the fear.
Can I just tell you the only thing that
I had to let it out, Steiny.
So, if you remember, he started to talk, and I said, "What?" And you said, "Let him finish, Steiny."
No doubt.
But then you didn't.
Well, we got the gist of where it was going. Yeah. Call me up my work. I had to let that out, Steiny. Norman passed this down to me. I'm in the dumps. We're in the dumps.
You're not in the dumps. You're 3-1. You're one of the best.
That's bigger than that. It's 30 years of a non-championship, man. After you got 3 and 4 years. It should have had 4. Come on, guys. It's been 30 years. How many years do I got left? Yelling like this, it's going down. Steiny, it's been 30 effing years. Come on, man.
For the Niners, too.
Yeah, but they've been to the Super Bowl. Don't call me at my job.
Fredo.
Fredo.
Mount, get under Guru's skin more.
Priest, check me at my job.
Fredo.
No, Priest is my guy. Yeah. Pete Franklin did.
All right. I'd give out the number, but nobody's.
I felt therapeutic.
Nobody's courageous enough to call after that one. So 888-957. It's a Football Friday, brought to you by First 5 California, to learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. I'll tell you one thing. Don't let Fredo call. That is number 1 on the list. Go to firstfivecalifornia.com.
You don't call me on my job trying to call me out about my fandom. Sucker!
This
You spy!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Let's do one more of these to make sure. It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California to learn 4 things you can do, Goo, to overcome toxic stress. Go to first5california.com. And I'll tell you what, I don't know if I should do this or not.
What do you got?
Fredo's just called back.
You know what? I've been a caller. Let him on. I'm done screaming. Let him on.
Well, you lost your voice.
Yeah, 2 days in a row.
Fredo, are you willing to step back into the Lions' den again? How you doing, Fredo?
I'm good. Let me just land my point.
Turn Goose mic off.
Go ahead, brother.
All righty. So, back to Dak. Dak, I'm not afraid of the Eagles. We're not afraid of the Eagles. Just to get that clear. Just look at Dak's record against all these division rivals. And if we have a winning record, I'm not scared of the Eagles. The only one I will admit is the San Francisco 49ers. And to that game, to tomorrow Sunday's game, is that much important. Just for that mental hurdle.
I agree.
That we have to jump.
Can I ask you how old you are? Can I ask you how old you are?
I'm 24.
I'm 50. I've cried myself to sleep for 30 years. And all I'm telling you is respect me and respect that I got a job and I can do it objectively. Don't you dare call me. Well, hold on. Telling me I'm doing something wrong. The Dak era has been a failure. And I didn't appreciate him getting a job over Tony Romo. I've dealt with that. But don't call me checking me on my fandom, man. You need to do your notes. Find out who I am. Cowboy Daryl in the Metroplex.
The Eagles have not been able to beat Dak consistently enough when he started.
I understand that.
Okay? That's a fact.
Okay. Thanks, Fredo. Appreciate the call.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Appropriately named Fredo.
Was he a Fredo?
Nah, he was, I'm
afraid. Get it? Afraid of.
No, I said that last block.
Oh, I thought Fredo you because of the...
I need you to carry me so I'll have something for Willard and Dibs.
That's fine. I'll do it. Santino is in San Bruno, and he's a younger fan. Is that okay?
Oh,
you
spy! Dude,
Santino,
I'm not a mean guy.
The great Santino.
Hey.
San Bruno. Hey, buddy.
Hey, find you, Gru. What's up, guys?
What's up?
Hey, just real quick. I'm 29 years old, and I'm a diehard third-generation Cowboys fan living right here in the Bay Area.
Wow.
I'm going to tell you like it is, okay? I have spent all my life only living in misery.
Preach.
I was crying when Quincy Carter dropped that ball and fumbled against the Carolina Panthers, when Tony Romo botched the snap.
Oh.
All right? When Dez should have caught that ball in Green Bay. All right? I got 3 different types of Tony Romo jerseys sitting in the closet right now, collecting dust. And for what? I'm telling you guys right now, the fact that people view Cowboys fans as presumptuous, as hardy, I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't know what it is to be like that. I'm a humble man, and I'm asking for mercy.
Let it out, brother.
I need mercy.
Let it out.
Who? You know what I mean.
Hey, can you do me a favor? Seriously, man. Just leave your number with the producer, and we can get like a group together and just talk, man. I need it, man. I feel your pain.
I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you, all this since 8th grade, since middle school, I've been fighting off Niners fans. I don't know what it is to win, but yet somehow
I don't know what it is to win.
I'm getting gaslighted out here.
God
Santino,
bless you,
you're the man, man.
No doubt.
Thank you for the call, Santino.
And that's why
Hang in there.
when you say, well, the Niners quietly, it's been a drought, but they've been there. And I think you've been underselling the fact of winning the National Football Conference, the NFC, and then going on that stage is different than not going at all.
Do you think
I'm just being real?
I don't believe that because I don't. And I mean this seriously, is because that doesn't make 49er fans, it doesn't give 49ers fans any sense of satisfaction at all. I don't believe. Maybe I'm wrong, because you both haven't won it. Even though, okay, you got to 2 and they've got to none, it's like, okay, so what? So you've actually, 49er fans have had more pain.
But you've had the glory of the 2 weeks off, your team's name, organizations in the limelight, Steiny. And
I don't know.
Imagine had the Niners beat the Ravens and the Chiefs.
But hold on.
Oh, my God. They'd have 7. Oh, my God.
I don't think – here's all I'm saying. The 49ers and the Cowboys have not won it for a long time. Won the Super Bowl. I don't think any of their fan base – is either more frustrated or less frustrated than the other because the Niners got to the Super Bowl twice. I think they're both.
Evan, let me throw this to Evan.
Are losing their minds.
Evans is always a lot. Do you find that to be true, Evan? The fact that a fan base can experience 2 Super Bowls, some NFC championship games, obviously, or one that's just been bone dry.
So I might be the wrong person to ask about this, considering my favorite team has been to 1 Super Bowl. The opposing quarterback threw 6 touchdowns, and the last playoff game that my team was in, they blew a 27-point lead. So,
you know who aren't frustrated? Eagles fans.
Well, I think there's a little bit of it because they feel like they should have won that game.
They won a Super Bowl in the last 5 years. Notice I said they.
Damn, that was going to be 2.
I didn't say we. Yeah. I said they. I'm a Raider fan. We're going through it a lot worse.
Now we ain't that. That's just Spadonia. I love you. That's just Raiders of the Lost. No pun intended. Raiders of the Lost Ark. That's what the Raiders have been. Well, they just.
But what does that mean?
It's been worse than what we got. At least
the Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Their thing is so bad, their organization's going down the wrong road so bad that they don't even get the ability of SportsCenter to trick us to think that Jerry will make you think we got a chance. Mark Davis ain't doing that. And then they had to move.
I'm just trying to figure out the Harrison Ford movie. Raiders. I get it, it's Raiders.
Yeah.
But, it's Raiders of the Lost Ark, L-O-S-T,
could
not
be,
Lost, L-O-S-S.
Raiders of the Lost Mark Davis.
If I could curse, I would curse.
Hey, if you didn't curse during your rant with Fredo,
but it really wasn't a rant.
Good point.
Yeah. You know what, Goo?
You just went head-to-head with Don LaGreca right there.
Goo, that was...
No, he called me at work.
Everyone calls you at work.
Well, not call me out. But go ahead, start it back to the game.
Yeah, okay. By the way, flabbergasted. I love it when you don't yell at me. God, I'm going to walk out of here today feeling so good.
And I had an apology for you yesterday.
Which was what?
What are you doing calling? Take it out on you. And Priest is my guy. We go back to Pete Franklin.
What is it that Priest does that
he's so special at doing a dig? It's a little dig before he gets to the big, and he did it. And only him and I know. So I had to respond. He's probably like, Goo, what are you talking about? I can't wait, and you don't know where you're watching the game.
I don't yet. I got to see if my buddy's back in town.
All right.
My buddy back in town. By the way, you know who's not playing this weekend?
LeBron. Ron.
Yeah, see, this is like when Dibbs did the thing to Fortenbaugh, John Woodland or whatever. I'll tell you.
Okay.
But no, yeah, LeBron James not playing for the Lakers. He's healthy. He's just not playing.
LeBron James.
Notice Chris is speechless right now.
Meanwhile, Chris Paul's going to play 38 minutes.
There you go.
You know what? It doesn't matter. Speaking of exhibition, LeBron's not playing. I remember seeing an exhibition game between the Celtics and the Sixers in the 80s. Larry Bird played 37 minutes in a preseason game.
And you remember the minutes.
He had 30 points and 17 rebounds in a preseason game.
Against who?
Sixers in Boston Garden. All right, we got the we got a crossover coming up next. And red and gold pregame. 95.7 The Game has you covered with the best red and gold coverage out there. Larry Krueger, Lorenzo Neal. They get it started at the Hilton Santa Clara on Sunday with the kickoff show at 3 p.m. Then Mark Grandy, Sterling Bennett, and Alan Stiles have your instant reaction and analysis immediately following the final whistle. On overtime, you can hear it all right here on 95.7 The Game.
They call Bird why? Because he looked like a bird?
My
trying to call me out about my fandom. Sucker! You spy! Cowboy Daryl in the Metroplex.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Da 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 da. Steiny and Guru, along with Willard and Dibs.
Artist and name of track, Steiny.
No clue.
Wow. You know I know.
None. Dibs?
Of course, I know.
I know you know
Mark?
too.
It's
Mark?
You're telling me it's hip hop?
Let's go to Mark.
That would be
Because that's the only. Well, I shouldn't say. Never
Oh,
that would be Jay-Z.
look at my guy.
Big Pimpin'. Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
man.
All right.
Yeah.
mind. All right.
Straight out of Foster City.
Look at
Crazy
this.
mother father named Willard.
Hey, the mean cul-de-sacs.
What's
the mean cul-de-sacs?
What would you call the
Foster
music
City.
genre of Prince?
Oh, there's his own.
I love you for
Like,
that,
is he
man.
rock? Is he?
He could be all
hip
of it.
hop.
He can be all of it.
Yeah.
It's what we don't even talk about anymore, which is soul.
And
Interesting.
wow,
Good
dude.
old fashioned soul. And he had elements of rock and of R&B.
I'll keep going.
But to me, and I remember back to Dirty Mind and the early Prince days.
Little Red Corvette.
Thank you.
Do I say Alice or do I set my
Yeah,
guy up?
that was the one.
You're talking about
Look at Willard.
real soul, but that's what made Prince R.I.P. so good is he transcended multiple genre and generations. He went from the late 70s into the early aughts, and he was able to be malleable. Steiny.
Can you play an instrument, Willard?
No,
You
I've
did?
tried. I've tried.
And Steiny,
Yeah.
I haven't asked. Can you play the piano? Anything? Why are we laughing?
Prince was the same thing that we are right now, man. He's crossover. It's crossover.
That's a good point.
You guys come in hot.
That is a good point.
Hey, I just wanted to apologize. I know you guys getting ready for your show. And the one thing about brotherhood is we all have our character flaws. I'm not a yeller. I lose it sometimes, like yesterday with Priest. I really wanted to apologize.
And today with
And we had a spy call.
Tuesday with
little young
Steiny.
punk talking about you ain't no real fan, and that got to me. So I'm not that guy. So I'm just telling you, I lose it 0 to 100. But I
Real
thought about
quick.
they're in the other room. I don't come in here to do that.
No, we're not. It's not like a library. What do you think we're in there doing? I'm not writing some sort of a essay or something. Like,
But you know what though?
Hey, that helps.
you know,
me,
you know
okay.
what you are.
I was composing my sequelae.
Did you tell them that?
No.
You got it. Don't let us leave without telling Scotty that.
About Guru sequelae.
Trying
my
to slip
God.
it in
Yeah.
on liquidate.
Did he try to finagle his sequelae?
He tried, yeah.
But I told him myself.
I appreciate
Stop
it.
to roll the camera.
Go to like the 14-minute mark on Liquidate.
Willard, oh.
And I was going to let it go. I smiled and I chuckled. And I know.
Oh.
You're not.
You're
a
running hot, though, on the pod.
You're not a yeller, and you're also not a yeller. But that all goes to the same place. And I tell you this all the time.
Right.
Authentic. You don't need to apologize.
Yeah.
Good. At least you're not like me. You're not old yeller.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
That's a 4. That's a solid 4.
And real quick, Willard Priest, the reason I snapped is he thought he was he's a legend. He dissed Brock Purdy, but act like he didn't do it, and that's what set me off.
Okay. I
Diss.
literally
We had
just
to pick up the pieces of that call.
I just cut
Jerry
a video.
Rafferty.
I just cut a video for the
Another
station
4.
that's literally talking about
him.
this.
Oh, no
what
doubt.
you just said.
It's everywhere.
My antennas are up to all of you out there who like to make it a qualification sensation.
That's a buck.
And he's good. He's good. I'm not saying that. He's obviously good. And then there's a small pause, and then here comes your passive-aggressive attack of Brock Purdy. You can't avoid it. It's if you've ever had a spouse in this life, we do it to each other all the time. Dibs and I joke. If you say, I'm sorry, and the next word is if or but, you're not sorry. So don't say Brock Purdy's good, and if the next word is if or but,
the other spots
you're coming down his road.
How about though?
Yeah.
Hey,
that comes at the other end of the
I
sentence.
got some sound for you three. Surprise. Listen, play it, Evan.
The game is, can the 49ers win the Super Bowl like this?
They
and you think they can't?
No,
I
it
think they
just
can.
goes against. If they do, I'm done. I'm not covering the sport again. if they win it with Brock Purdy. Sam Darnold, sure. I can get on board with Sam Darnold. Not Brock Purdy.
We did the entire 5 o'clock hour on Mr. Ruiz.
Oh, he did that yesterday.
Wow. And, I don't even know what kind of energy I have left for it anymore.
That was hate.
We're all like torn based on the fact that he has successfully, as we used to say, got his name in the paper about 1,000 different ways. And so to a degree, we've all fallen into that trap. If it is indeed a trap, he's either inauthentic or a complete crazy person. And only he can answer which one of those it is. It's obviously a ridiculous opinion, and it obviously comes from, again, either he's trying to get attention, or he's the definition of a hater. Like, I don't even know. I don't know what else to say about it.
To me, it's even the kind of thing that if 10 years from now, Purdy never got it done for whatever reason, he's still not right. You know what I mean? Like,
he'll stop at his first sentence when he goes, I watch the games, and he's not doing anything.
Dude,
Done, period, send, seal, mailbox, night-night.
By the way, speaking of name in the paper, you see, you were mentioned in a prominent writer's piece.
Yeah, for coming up with draftism.
Yes.
Tell me.
The Mark Willard creation.
Mr. Ethan Strauss.
One of the most brightest writers we have out there. Ethan Sherwood Strauss wrote something on Brock Purdy, and he cited Mark Willard using the term draftism, which means where he was drafted is still having a bearing on how he's talked about.
Well, and he spent about 2-3 of the first paragraphs talking about how he's felt this way for years about Draymond Green.
Yeah, that's right.
And he's absolutely right. And we're doing the same thing to Brock that we've done for years to Draymond and still do today. No matter, like, Hall of Fame career now, statue someday in front of Chase, and we still will find people to go, yeah, but put him on another team.
I hate that.
And what would happen if you put him? And so we're already doing that to Brock, and it is literally the basis of what Stephen Ruiz is saying. And we've already, on a prominent level, done this once in the NFL world. It was called Belichick versus Brady, and we got our answer. He's not a system quarterback. Belichick might have actually been a system coach, and the system was Tom Brady. Wow. So the play coaches don't. Can they help players? Of course. I don't think coaches and systems make players. Not at this level.
The one thing my mom taught me this.
Mary,
she had a phrase: assume good intent. Okay, if somebody says something, assume they're just good intent. And I do think there's something where, okay, the fact that he's a 7th rounder, it doesn't mean that I think he stinks, but the fact that he's a 7th rounder is a big part of his story, and people need to figure out how a 7th rounder can be as good as he is. Okay? There's been a few examples before of undrafted guys. The other thing is, the other truism is the Niners right now are loaded. They just are.
Totally.
He just came onto a team that's loaded. That's the thing. But here's also where the whole Kyle Shanahan genius thing that we've been talking about for a while, that actually works against Brock as we talk about Brock, because we've acknowledged that Shanahan's a great play caller. So there are 3 things that I pinpointed that there's no hate, but we've called Kyle a great play caller. They do have unbelievable weapons, and this guy came out of nowhere. It's like, so you need an explanation. You know what I mean?
Well, the explanation comes from TJ Hushmanzada, who joined us a couple of weeks ago and said basically that he was misidentified.
And
he was underdrafted because teams did not realize how to properly analyze what he could do and who he was. Now, it's not to say that you look at Brock Purdy in college and go, yeah, first rounder, surefire. But he was definitely misidentified and he was underdrafted. And so when you look at those things, combined with what you're saying, great team around him, great coach, great system, everything else, it becomes part of the narrative.
I mean, at any level, because part of it is also his position, is because he's a quarterback. Couple things. One, Patrick Mahomes got drafted by a great play caller, had maybe the best receiver in the game, has the best tight end in the game, I've never heard anyone go, wow, what a great situation Pat ended up in. But first rounder, and there was already excitement about him, wasn't number one overall, right? Wasn't even top 5. But easier to explain, you look at the physical gifts, and therefore you can see it right away. So that's where, to me, that's where draftism comes from.
Tell me, let me just go ahead, Stan. You got to do the thing. You got a minute?
Go ahead. We're fine. We got all kinds of time. It's Friday. Where you going?
I'm not about
legal.
Tell me,
I know.
You guys help me grade my feelings here because my dad told me you can't grade feelings. But let's just say Barack Obama came from the hood and he ended up being the president. And he always cited where he came from and how hard it was, his upbringing. That's a part of his story and whomever's that comes from that background. You never want to forget about that. I'm not comparing myself to Brock Purdy at all. I won a radio contest. And when I first got into business, I was ashamed of it. Nobody knew because I knew I kind of didn't go the traditional route. And then I realized one day I slapped myself like, dude, you got to own that's where you came from and why you came from that. So when I say or take offense, tell me if I'm going against draftism. Brock Purdy, I think the beautiful part of this is he was the last pick. So why would we, and I'm not saying you guys are, try to erase that element of this story of mystery relevant, which says all you smartasses got it wrong, and we're not that he couldn't do it, but he got drafted there. To me, Mark, that is like a tattoo, a badge of honor in his story.
I agree.
Of just killing the game of you guys got it wrong.
But no one's saying that. See, it's like I'm not running. I don't think anybody wants to run from the story. The story's a movie. It's unbelievable. But instead of a lot of media members going, wow, amazing story, let's make popcorn.
Situation's good.
Let's make popcorn and let's give credit. They're going to go, well, we couldn't have been that wrong. So there must be some other reason that this story is happening. We need to Disney this thing up even more. I don't know why everyone's so cynical.
Well,
let Disney happen.
Here's a question that I have about misevaluated.
Man.
Okay, so I've seen him play 10 times, right?
Oh, you watched the games?
10
I
times.
thought only Steven Ruiz watched the games.
10 times in the NFL. Okay. Clearly, he's a much better athlete than people ever get. But why? He played 55 games. Why did that sneak up on anybody? He had to be that way in college. He had to be as accurate as he was in college, right?
Well,
at his size.
Think
I get
about
his size.
how we look at athleticism, and we look at quarterback athleticism as your 40 time, your 3-and-cone drill, your vertical leap, your combine throws and your arm and all the rest of it. What about his athleticism, which is being able to see what's coming and move in a 5-yard spurt faster than the defense can? And that's what he does.
He's got an unbelievable first step.
Man.
If they took all 53 Niners and lined him up and did a 50-yard dash, he's probably coming in 29th, I would imagine. He might gut it out over Trent Williams or, one of the various other offensive linemen. But his athleticism is functional, and it's not a combine number, which is, I think, why many people didn't look at him that way.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
Well, we have an announcement to make here on 95.7 The Game. I know you guys already had your breaking news moment, and that was Randy Gregory is now on the Niners. But we've got another one, and that is to let each and every one of our listeners know that it is on and you are invited. The Warriors Summit is now official. Wednesday, October 18th. Fieldwork Brewing Company, Tap Room and Beer Garden, downtown San Leandro. So,
East Bay.
In the draw.
Fieldwork again, but this one, San Leandro version. We're coming to see you. We hope that all of you come see us. And it's the same as it always is. Willard and Dibbs, 2 to 6. We'll be out there for the whole 4 hours, but the rest of you will join us from 4 to 6 for the first ever preseason Warriors Summit. Wow. And we want to start talking about it now so everybody comes out and sees us, because everyone who's come out to see him seems to have a really, really good time.
Yeah.
And you can see him on YouTube trying to encourage more people to come to these events. They're really fun.
And I'm being told in my ear that the mayor of San Leandro actually will be a part of it.
Hey.
Not the mayor that you think is the mayor, but the actual mayor, Steiny. Yeah.
We're going to have to check his schedule.
The big fella, Dana, a.k.a. Dana X.
Yes.
But Dana, I love you, but hold
AKA
on.
Dana Duffner.
Can the lovely Christy, the MVP, be there, Willard? You got to check the schedule, huh?
I have called her people.
Okay.
And we
TBD.
are working on it. We are currently working on it.
I mean, the big fella and Christy together.
You know what?
I
didn't hell of a 1-2 combo.
We may need a second stage because her personality and his personality, the collision of these two unbelievable people.
She's much more effective, though. She wouldn't want to be on the stage. She wants to help those who are.
Correct.
As you all very well found out.
Maybe the pride of KTVU comes out as well. Sal Castaneda.
Good call.
I mean, it's an East Bay home game.
Maybe we'll get some people out there.
I think we can mobilize our East Bay Army. Shout out the nickel and the dime.
I think we could too.
And Goo, you're a big deal. A little further down the Nimitz.
Boy.
You know, we get south of Hayward. That's where you really kick in. You know, north of Hayward is Steiny country. You know.
No, those are fun.
No,
those
it'll be good.
Fun.
It'll be good. And by the way, can I take just 10 seconds
Take your time,
from
brother.
Dibs and I to thank you two and Bonte and Joe.
Definitely.
Because we know that these summits are that's our show. And you guys are taking time outside of your shows to come do these. So it does not go unnoticed.
Hey.
I mean, it's worse for them.
I got to say this.
Because they get done at 10 and they got to.
But it's second worst for you.
Yeah,
it's
but
not a thing for us at all.
We get in the car and then we go.
At least we can.
They got to go and come back. And
we got 2 hours between our
whatever it is. I'm just saying, we appreciate it.
No, we do appreciate it. This one for Steiny, though, it's like, I'm out of here at 2. Cross the bridge, 2:20.
You got 'em down.
Multiple stops. I'm there at 3:55. Give me a lager. This one's a little bit easier on the Stein.
Yeah, this is okay. San Leandro for sure.
WNBA team, not to put you on the spot. I like the San Francisco Fog.
I mean,
anything come to mind for nicknames?
I threw one out yesterday.
You sure did. Everybody's got them, and they all stink.
Yeah, Dibs slammed it down. I wanted to call them the Bay Area Breakers. I want to call them the Bay Area Breakers because, A, it brings to mind, obviously, an iconic product here in the Bay 2 Breakers.
Gotcha.
But also breaking down barriers, breaking through the mold, that kind of thing.
If you don't like that,
Bay Area Breakers. That's my idea.
It's not that I
Steiny is
don't like
grimacing
it.
right now.
It's just the whole notion of what should we name them? Let's put the rat on the table. Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. They should have had a WNBA team
wake up.
25 years ago.
Okay.
Back when they're, and you Zygotes don't remember this. Steiny does because he's an OG. There used to be 2 professional women's basketball leagues in this country, and we actually had a women's basketball franchise in the other league, and then the NBA came in and they squashed it. They gobbled it up and put them out of business in the most nasty of ways. So
the San Jose Lasers.
Thank you. We have a history here in the Bay. Jennifer Azzi. So if you really want to make things right, then you call them the Golden State Vanderveers. And you tip your cap to Tara Vanderveer, who was there for the announcement.
Great. I love it.
If you want to talk about the all-time greatest figures in women's college basketball, she is on the Mount Rushmore.
Of course she is.
With the late Pat Summitt.
I was just about to go there.
Gino Auriemma, you can beat it. You're not making it.
Wow.
Muffet McGraw.
No.
Give me Muffet.
No.
Muffet McGraw.
Cut that.
Nancy Lieberman. Ann Myers.
Klein.
I go back to the pre-Klein days, and you know that, Steiny. You know me.
I go back to Carol Blazejowski.
See, if you want to talk women's basketball, we can talk about it.
I'm
it
just
goes
listening.
deeper than who? What should the name be? Let's get into it.
Like,
it's going to happen. They're
Yes.
going to have a
I'm
name.
sure you heard this.
They are going to have
They're
a name.
going to have a name.
Did you have the press conference? Lakeland promised the championship
Within
within 5 years.
yes.
Of course.
Of course.
Then why would you doubt him? It doesn't matter.
He'll get it right.
He
no
doesn't.
nickname.
Wait a minute. You saw him at the Bob Myers presser. He doesn't think
Wow.
that can stop him.
Chris Mullins
He
ceremony.
thinks they're going to
Exactly.
win.
That's
Exactly.
that should be a movie.
Like,
He
you know,
took it all like, y'all got it, go get me. But I'm going to be back, Jack.
Steph's going to
I'll play
retire.
myself in the movie.
Steph's going to retire, and Lakem thinks he's going to nail it the very next year because they're a great
Incredible.
organization.
Hey, and he mentioned the A's.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if he got a hold of them?
I mean,
I'm going to talk to him about that.
whoa, wow.
Is he taking your
that was
calls?
kind of a flex.
I'm not going to buy
He
it.
takes my text.
Get him on the show.
I mean, like,
Hey, yeah.
Get him on the show.
Joe knows he's playing to the crowd. Like, he knows the A's are not going to sell to him. He knows it, so he's kind
Close mouth, don't
of
get fed.
brings it up to stick it to the A's.
I like it.
But and you know, endear himself to the fans. Not that he isn't serious about buying a baseball team. I'm sure he would if he could, but he ain't buying. He ain't going to get the A's.
If John Fisher said, "You know what, Joe? I'll sell to you." Joe says, "Give me an hour," and he hangs up and he makes it work. Joe buys them.
And do they stay?
Could you?
Yeah,
there's no
absolutely.
doubt.
I think they
that's
stay
the
in
whole-
Oakland, and
hell
that's his
yeah.
way of kind of
They
making up
probably
for
have
the
a new
Warriors.
Yeah.
stadium
East
in
Bay make
5
good.
No
years.
doubt.
A new stadium.
No doubt.
It'd be great, but I mean, I heard you guys earlier, and you were doing your na 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 na, which I thought was a little mean spirited, but I didn't think you were wrong, because I do think that they're going to be gone. But God, that would be great. Not that
would be
Joe
great.
Lacob doesn't need to curry any. Shout out Steph Curry. He doesn't need to curry any
The
more
chef.
favor. He brought 4 titles to the Bay.
Good Lord.
But that would be the ultimate East Bay make good.
No doubt. No doubt. All right, gentlemen. Well, I know
We'll
you got
be
Tom
where you watching
Rathman
the game at? You too
at,
quick. You be
I
at the
mean,
crib?
I mean, it's in the middle of my show.
No,
I have to,
oh, God,
I have to
Will,
sit there and
I've
act
been
like
there. I
I'm
got
paying
you.
attention
Bet
to
you,
Kyle
we know
Rudolph
how
for
to do
3
it.
hours.
Yeah. The wife has a book, in quotes, club, which is really
Not at your house.
No, it's wine
Oh,
club.
okay.
It's not book club. It's wine club.
That's better.
So
Wine greater than books.
I already told her. I said it's just a question of where I take the baby, not if I take the baby. So
to the game.
hashtag guest room.
Right.
See that old Tommy
the
Lasorda,
game.
that old Lasorda commercial to the TV.
Totally. So me and Mama will be watching it. We'll
That's
be locked
awesome.
in. Yeah.
All right, I can't wait till Monday. We're back here talking about it. Willard and Dibbs next.
Go, you need to shrink that jersey.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibbs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
What a position that guy's in. I mean, this is now the second time we've done it. The last time was a playoff game, obviously. But I don't want to say feel for Goo. It's not like anybody needs him to feel sorry for him or anything. But I can relate, I can relate. I used to do radio in Los Angeles, and I had to talk about the Dodgers as if I didn't want to barf every single time I brought him up. So I don't think Goo actually wants to barf when he talks about the 49ers, but I get it, man. It's a navigation sensation.
Yeah, it's a buck.
He navigates it well.
Cha-ching!
Your fandom is your fandom, and he has completed 49ers Cowboys week mostly unscathed.
Well, just go to Liquidate All Assets on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Make sure you like and subscribe and download and all the rest of it, because Guru has made his pick on Niners Cowboys and his pick, and he even said, I'm going to put my money where my mouth is, Dibbs. He's betting on the Niners to win big.
Well, that's a hedge.
Big.
That's a hedge.
It's
that way you're happy
an
either way.
emotional hedge,
Yeah,
but it's a financial hedge.
Yeah.
He's in. I think it was 34-20 was his prediction. Niners, easy, comfortable. Brock 30 gets it done again. And, Niners, big. That's Guru's pick.
He'll be super depressed if they win by 2, because then he will not win anything that's on the board. But look, it's Niners Cowboys football Friday. Here we go Sunday night. There's nothing better than this. I will say this, and listening to the guys talk about the amount of pressure, whether it's on Dak, Goo's been saying that all week. Steiny says maybe it's a little bit more on Purdy. Do you believe that this is you could call it the biggest test of Brock's career? Or the most pressure-packed moment of Brock's career? Do you think either of those are true?
In the regular season, yes. But I don't think that this is more pressure-packed than the NFC Championship game, which was on the road at Philadelphia. That was more pressure-packed than this. And
that lasted about 4 minutes, but yeah.
Right, but that spot was more pressure-packed in terms of Brock Purdy. He went into the game not thinking, all right, 4 minutes in and I'm out of here and I don't have to worry about it. He went into the game thinking, this is the NFC Championship game and I have a chance to, in a game that's very winnable. I think the spread was, 3? Or
I can't remember what it was.
It was not much more than a field goal.
It wasn't huge.
So it was a winnable game, and Brock Purdy went into it thinking that even if he plays mediocre, they have a chance to win.
Sure. I mean, he went into it thinking that, but the actual performance itself mostly didn't even end up happening. So, I certainly hope nothing like that happens in this one. I guess this is my thought when you compare it to when they played in the playoffs last year. Like at that point, Brock is still trying to solidify the idea that he's going to be the starting quarterback for the 49ers going forward.
Right.
I mean, we went into an offseason where a lot of people weren't convinced of that, even though he made it to the NFC title game. But if you lose as a favorite at home, I do think that answer would have been different for a lot of people. So from that perspective, I find things that happened last year to be much more pressure-packed than this situation. This is large. I don't think you can underestimate it, any of those things. But at the end of all of this, if the Niners fall to 4-1, it's on to Cleveland, and no one is going to be questioning whether or not this is Brock's job. So I don't know. I see last year even getting thrown into the regular season when no one knew what he could do. Like he's trying to establish himself. I bet that was probably a little bit more, of a gulp moment for him than this.
Sure, but to me, the pressure, like going into against Miami and then going on to take on the GOAT and all the subsequent games that he played, there wasn't the same level of pressure because it was a free roll. Nobody had any expectation about Brock Purdy. If Brock Purdy goes in against Miami and then plays Tampa and plays the rest of the year because they had no choice, and he does okay, and they go 4-4, and they make the wild card and they lose, no one's going to say, oh, Brock Purdy, you got to cut him. He's done. You probably look at other options in the offseason, and I look at the Philadelphia game, and even at that, the pressure was there, but even if Brock Purdy would have played and stayed healthy and lost, you still would have been in that same situation of, all right, Trey Lance, we're going to bring back Trey, and what do we do at quarterback because Mr. Irrelevant, he can't possibly be the guy, and we have Trey Lance, and so Brock Purdy got hurt in that game, and you brought back everybody. You brought back Trey Lance, and you didn't bring back Jimmy Garoppolo, and you signed Sam Darnold and all the rest of it, and you tried to throw as many options as you could at the backup job because you thought that Brock was the guy.
Yeah, well, except for I think that behind closed doors, they were certainly much more convinced of that than all of us were.
Agreed.
So I don't know if that Philadelphia game was necessarily going to change their mind unless he had gone out, stayed healthy, and played horribly. But listen, I don't want to say that's not in his repertoire. Everybody can have an awful game, and nobody has ever had a career where there's not a really bad week, where you turn the ball over and you look bad and it looks like the other team's scheme just got you. I'm sure it's coming. Maybe it's coming Sunday night, but it is wild. It's wild how far in we are without ever having a moment where we all got back together on a Monday and said Brock had a bad game. Like, it hasn't happened yet. And almost to the point where I'm like, you know how when things get on a streak, it's almost like that pitcher that's got a no-hitter going? And you're like, don't talk to him. I don't want to talk about it because it's like he's so overdue to go out there and play poorly that you almost feel like you're manifesting it if you talk about it too much.
Yeah, and if you talk about it, we know that it'll get picked up by some of the great writers in America. So maybe I should talk about it, because if you talk about it and give it a nice nifty term, well then, geez, next thing you know, we're going national, baby.
I'm a big fan of Ethan Strauss, and I had no idea that he was going to do that at all. I saw it pop up on my feed about an hour and a half ago, and I haven't even gotten all the way through the article yet, but he's a hell of a writer.
Oh, yeah.
And so I enjoyed what I saw off the top, and I actually think it is a very interesting window into what could happen next, because he's talking about Draymond Green, and there's no doubt that is still today something that people say. I don't
think it has anything to do with where he was drafted. It's how he plays. So it's a little bit different to me, because Draymond Green was a second rounder, and he's already proved that he's better than a second rounder no matter where he plays. I think for Draymond, it's more about the question of, can he be this good, this effective elsewhere without Steph and Steve and Clay and the rest of them?
Okay, but maybe we have a little bit of a different path to get to what I feel is the same place, because that is actually exactly what everyone's freaking out about with this Steven Ruiz guy. The concept is, if Brock Purdy was playing somewhere else, he wouldn't be that good. And that's the same concept with Draymond.
That concept, you're right.
You're right that it sort of comes from a little bit of a different place.
Yeah, because your thing was draftism.
Draftism.
And, the fact that Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant, who had never even thrown a pass in the NFL, the Mr. Irrelevant pick, and yet this guy is now either the 7th best or the 25th best quarterback, depending on how you see it.
But think about it. In the NBA, is a second rounder same as a 7th rounder in the NFL? Maybe not. But it's definitely an afterthought. Nobody's expecting a second rounder to make the team. How did both of them get their opportunity? Same thing. Someone else got hurt, and they got thrown in there like, go help us.
Into a great situation.
Right, into a great situation.
Surrounded by a ton of talent.
And then you play well, so well, that they can't take you out. And the next thing you know, obviously Brock's got a ways to go before we can have this conversation, but the next thing you know, you're like a standard-bearing player within your league. And Draymond is obviously that Hall of Fame career, and Brock is on a damn fast track to it. He's getting talked about as much as anybody not named Kelsey in the whole league right now, is he not?
Pretty much.
Give me a name that gets uttered more. Kelsey, one. Who else?
It's easy to say Tyreek, but not as of late.
Yeah,
And
I think it's Brock.
Individual players. Right now, this morning, maybe it's DJ Moore. After what he did last night,
that was a hell of a
all
game.
over Washington.
Good Lord.
But in terms of
should have been another one.
Yeah, flavor of the hour, yes, it's Chicago and what they did last night. But in terms of overall names and people, he's on the short list.
Well, and also driving discussion that's sort of away from just reacting to games.
Sure.
Kelsey is dating one of the most famous people on the planet right now. There's a whole new audience. Instagram is going crazy. There's that. I think next, it's Brock Purdy and this debate that doesn't just go down to who he is and what he is. This throw into double coverage against the Cardinals last week that Brandon Ayuk caught has literally become something that people are debating, just that play. Was it a good throw?
Sure.
Was it a bad throw? Was it a good decision? Was it a bad decision? Was it on purpose? Or was it on accident? All of this is happening based on one throw.
Right.
So something in here is very much, it's become a crossover topic, if you will. There's football. There's our love for it and reacting to it. And then there becomes this thing that is on a totally different level, where whether you're a big football fan or not a big football fan, you start to sit around and at parties, this comes up, and it's just this thing. It's this thing that people are drawn to. I liken that a little bit earlier in the week to the whole Chris Paul starting thing. And, it's a media creation. All right, you can have that opinion. I would rather say it this way. It's become something that, from a bunch of different angles, human beings find interesting. They find it interesting. Big Warrior fans, not so big Warrior fans, whatever. people want to know about the dynamic. Brock Purdy and his movements on the football field have become that a debatable topic.
It's because it's easy to say yay or nay. It's easy to say one thing or the other. Is Brock Purdy good, or is he a product of the system? Because you can't look at Brock Purdy's success and say, well, Brock Purdy hasn't done very well, unless you're somebody who, what has he done? And that's what makes Steven Ruiz and all the rest of it just nonsense, and we should never mention him or his soundbite again, in my opinion, because all he's done is win every game that he has started, and he's finished. So let's put the is he good or is he not good question aside. Why is he good? Is he good because he's a really good quarterback, or is he good because he's around very talented people, laminated play sheet, excellent head coach, and a system that would make not any quarterback, but a system that allows a quarterback to be better than he really is? That, Mark, to me, is the question that is driving all of this.
But why can't the answer just be yes?
Because it doesn't work that way.
No,
and you know that.
I do think it works that way. You asked two questions, and my answer is yes.
Right. Your answer is yes, but because you believe that Brock Purdy is good, and you also are aware that the people,
he's in a
the
great
coach,
situation,
and the laminated play sheet, you see both. But if you're not this close to the situation, if you are, I don't know, just some random guy who writes for the Ringer.
Right.
Yeah, if you're some random Steve.
I just threw out the name.
I like it. I like a random Steve. If you're some random Steve and you don't really see what's going on and how it works, and you look at Shanahan and man, I know Ayuk and Debo and Kittle, and oh my God, they have McCaffrey too, and Trent Williams. This guy, he's a product. He's nothing more than a product. He was drafted last. There's no way 32 teams pass on him 6 times, and then the Niners just luckily happen into him. So that's where I think the question really lies, and it, to me, is interesting.
Well, it's incredibly interesting, and we, as always, we'll take your calls on this. We'll go to the phone shortly, 888-957-9570. But going back to Draymond Green's name coming up, this is one of the reasons that I find this to be a really, really interesting topic, because maybe there's a window into where it's going. Listen, you and I sat here a few months ago getting ready for the Warriors versus the Adorables in a playoff series. Okay?
Sacramento.
We're about to get ready for this playoff series. And what's going on? The two markets start jibber-jabbering, right? And our friends up there, D-Lo and KC. So KC comes on the show.
Kenny carried away.
And he fires Draymond Green. And what he did that day, what he did that day was exactly what we're talking about here. The difference is, how many years has Draymond played now? What a decade plus, right?
Yeah, I think 11.
Okay. 11 years into the league. And we are still, as a market, largely fending off people from the outside going, okay, but really, what is it that Draymond does? For real. I look at the box score. Mark Dibbs, I saw the box score.
Triple single.
Exactly. There's no double-digit anythings. There's some assists. There's some points. Sometimes there's a good rebounding number. What is it that you're actually doing? The people inside the league are going, I'll tell you what he's doing. He's playing really effective sports.
He's winning, Mark.
He's winning. Okay, so
it's a little different with Draymond because,
of course, sure, they're not exact.
No, but they come at Draymond because they don't like Draymond.
They don't like
and
him.
Even we in the Warriors fan base, there's a large number of us that don't like Draymond. And I would count myself among the people that doesn't really, quote, like Draymond.
But you can appreciate Draymond.
And I want Draymond on my team because I know that Draymond plays winning basketball. But I think that is a lot of what invites this notion for Draymond.
What if we go larger scale, 888-957-9570? Does this exist? Come up with a different example. Forget Brock for a second. Who's the athlete? Current or historically? Product of the environment. Not actually that good. Evidence, data. Let's do it. Football Friday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Your call's next. Willard and Dibs.
simple online application process.
Come on, let's freaking go.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
That's what I'm saying.
Finally, let's go.
Let's freaking go.
Let's freaking go.
We're streaming live on YouTube. Why don't you go over there? Because here's something I'm going to vow. A little extra today in terms of I will head over to the chat during breaks also and chop it up with everybody.
Okay.
So let's get as many people over to YouTube as possible. It's Football Friday. The Niners are playing the freaking Cowboys, okay? Yeah. And no longer, shout out to our family, but the rest of the day here, nobody's wearing Cowboy jerseys on the show, okay? Come on. Look, we love the guy. We love you, Goo.
Man.
But come on, man. Go back to YouTube. If you didn't want to look at the star's gone.
Cowboy Daryl in the Metroplex.
Okay?
It's funny because on our YouTube, we have a poll. What do you hate the most about the Dallas Cowboys? And Guru is not one of the four choices. The players, the star, the fans, or Jera. So feel free to cast your vote. I have casted my vote. And, wow.
Fans are tracking at 60%.
I voted for Jerry.
Not surprised. That doesn't surprise me either.
Just taking shots at the old guy. Let's go. I love the old people.
Gosh.
So, yeah.
It's funny. But anyway, yeah. Like, here we go, okay? It's Cowboys, and it's 49ers, and it's draftism, and it's all of these things that we're watching. Now, on that YouTube chat, when we threw that question out a few minutes ago, does this even exist? Like, give me the player. I don't even care what sport. A complete product of his environment. Turns out, in the end, wasn't all that good. There's some answers there, except for there's a problem with a lot of those answers. I only saw a couple answers come in on YouTube. One of them was Steph Curry. That's laughable and funny. And I think it was probably sent as a joke. And I think it might have been Uncle Loon sent in, well, Jimmy Garoppolo. Okay, let's talk about that for 1 second. Was Jimmy Garoppolo elevated by Kyle and the 49ers? Your thoughts?
Yes.
I agree.
Without a doubt.
I agree. Here's where the argument falls flat for me in terms of the comparison, because there's data to suggest that every quarterback who's played with Kyle Shanahan, his numbers go up a little bit, okay? But there is not data to suggest that quarterback is automatically the top-rated QB in the league. Doesn't throw incompletions, doesn't throw interceptions, and doesn't lose games. If you want to compare Jimmy to Brock, you can compare the situations, but quite frankly, you cannot compare the results. You can't. And all I said for years about Jimmy Garoppolo was that I thought he was a little bit underappreciated and he took too many hits. And I mean that from the public, not from the defense. But that's not to ever say, nor did I ever say, that Jimmy was a great quarterback. He's not. He wasn't, and he's not. Brock is tracking toward being a great quarterback. His numbers, his production, his winning percentage right now is tracking toward being great. And so...
Oh, he's already great.
That I don't know. I cannot remember a time where somebody was truly great and then, let's say, lost their coach or their system, and then it was just like fizzle into the background and become nothingness. I can't think of that. I don't think that exists.
Well, it's hard to put that into baseball because baseball is such an individual sport. Even if you have better hitters around you, if you're a good hitter, you can rise above and you can still be a good hitter. Even if you lose your two guys around you, the guy in front of you, the guy behind you, if you're a good player, you're still going to be a good player. So I think it's more of a basketball and a football sort of a thing. Jordan Poole's the one that strikes me most in terms of, let's see what Jordan Poole becomes, because he was 20 a game here in a certain role, and his role was constantly changing. You were a starter. We need you to shoot. We need you to not shoot, and all the rest of it. I wonder what kind of player he becomes in terms of going somewhere else and trying to make it on his own now, because you're going to be the one or the two in Washington, and so it's a little bit of a different story. than it is here when you're the 4 or the 5. But football, I think, is where this argument really lays and rests the most. And so far, you look at players in the Niners system, they've done, for the most part, better than they have in other spots.
It's actually true for almost every quarterback who has had Kyle Shanahan as a play caller.
Right.
Matt Ryan as the MVP. Matt Schaub with the Houston Texans at a certain point was like, wow, get that guy in your fantasy team. And largely couldn't do much in the league outside of that. So no one's here to debate whether or not Kyle Shanahan is great for quarterbacks. He most clearly is. Another one of our listeners just wrote on YouTube moments ago, Dilfer, Brad Johnson, and going down that route. And that's the one, I can't stand it when it goes there, because those guys were never statistically leading anything as far as quarterbacking in the NFL. They could go out there and they could function, and their defense was so elite that they were able to win football games. And yes, once upon a time, went out there and won Super Bowls. But at no point were you talking about them as like, oh my gosh, they're the highest rated quarterback in the league, or they're leading the league in not turning the ball over, or any of this stuff. That was never the case with those guys. So I find that to be a poor comparison.
It's poor as of now. I mean, those guys have Super Bowls and Brock doesn't, but Brock Purdy right now is trending more toward Drew Brees, as I said yesterday, in terms of his completion percentage, his diminutive stature. His yardage total is not as high as Drew Brees, but he won't throw it as much as Drew, so you can understand why that's the case. But right now, Brock Purdy is not looking like a game manager, which is what Brad Johnson, Jeff Hostetler, Trent Dilfer, these guys won Super Bowls by being don't mess it up quarterbacks, and Brock Purdy's being given a lot more weight on his shoulders than that.
Uncle Loon says, what about Tua? And I like that comparison. And we actually have compared Tua a few times on this show. And I've said there's two things that are sort of, different between Tua and Brock. One is Tua's left-handed. The other one is he's a first-round draft pick. And you'll notice, I find right now, people credit Tua a lot more than they do Brock, and I actually think they're incredibly similar. They're both undersized. They're both working with the same offensive system. They're both surrounded by incredible, fast, effective talent, and I give both of them all the credit in the world. And by the way, I don't know what outlet it was, NFL.com, ESPN, someone came out with their current MVP vote. Just 4 games in.
Mm-hmm.
Tua's the leader. Purdy?
Number 2.
Second.
Number 2.
Because they know it's quarterback awards. I know a lot of us here, 49er followers, we're like, Christian McCaffrey's the quarter pole MVP. And that's where I would vote, to be honest with you. But everybody knows that in order to win it as a non-quarterback, you've got to be so much better than the rest of the league. You got to overwhelm with your stats.
It's got to be special. And McCaffrey is on pace to be that special. If he winds up with 1,900 yards rushing and 600 yards receiving, his combined total might ultimately be the biggest combined total in history, even if he doesn't go 1,000. And if his touchdown total is north of 25, that would be special enough to win the award.
Let's go to the phones. Don in Berkeley. Hey, Don, what's up? You're on with Willard and Dibbs.
Hi, you guys. I think you have to look at a lot of different angles with Brock, but the one that I like the best is when you see him scramble for a first down and come up with this big smile on his face like he's a little kid playing the kid's game, or when he gets into the end zone on a quarterback sneak and you see that same infectious smile. He just seems like a really nice guy that you want to root for. And that's my main thing. I mean, obviously, if he weren't really good and really successful, that stuff wouldn't mean very much. But as far as whether he's a system guy or a pure talent, I think it's both. And I think I'm trying to imagine if you suddenly woke up one morning and Brock was the quarterback for the New York Giants and the Giants quarterback was the quarterback for the Niners, what would you see? You would not see the Niners having the success they're having because Brock is really accurate and really decisive and really quick and has amazing sense for all the different tools around him. If Brock were on the Giants, he wouldn't have those tools and he wouldn't have as good numbers. So in addition to it being a great story, I think he's a really good quarterback, and I don't think that the false dichotomy of it's one or the other really rings true.
Don, thanks. It's definitely both. I don't think the Giants would be 4-0 if Brock Purdy were their quarterback. I think they'd be better.
Right.
I think they'd be better.
Would the Niners be 4-0 if they had Daniel Jones as their quarterback? I doubt it.
I think no. Yeah, I think no. But there's no doubting that Daniel Jones, like, for instance, to me, the number one item on that resume where you're like, look, I don't know how to evaluate this, is what they did against Seattle in their most recent game. They thought, and this was clear, game planning. Daniel Jones comes to San Francisco on a Thursday night, and they did not sack him that much. Bosa got the one, but they didn't sack him that much. Why? Well, because the game plan was that defensive line is going to overwhelm us, get the ball out of your hand immediately. And so they never threatened anything downfield. Well, the game plan when they played Seattle was, we do think that we can give Daniel Jones time. And they were wrong. Like, huge wrong.
11 sacks, right?
But they thought they could do it. And I don't know if there's any QB, Mahomes included, who could have played well under those circumstances that we saw when the Giants played the Seahawks.
And now Brian Dable and company have to take on Miami. And I love the quote where he said, they asked him if he's sleeping in advance of the Miami game. He said, yeah, I'm sleeping like a baby, 2 hours at a time, and I wake up crying. And it actually hit me.
Sleeping like a baby, it is the worst analogy in the history of English.
Come to my house if you want that to be proven night in and night out.
Exactly. Who came up with that and why? Sleeping like a baby.
Somebody who never had a baby, Mark. Because the baby that I sleep in a house with is up now every morning at 4:15 screaming, only for 10 minutes.
Brutal.
And then back down to sleep. But just screams it loud enough and long enough to wake everyone up, and then, oh, you're back to sleep. Good for you, my.
Giants will do a little bit better against the Dolphins. Dolphins defense doesn't scare me at all. You saw what the Bills did to them last week. You saw what the Chargers did to
I gave out a pick on liquidate all assets, and I feel pretty good about it. Go to the pod wherever you get it, Odyssey, the Odyssey app, and wherever you get your podcasts. Your boy's looking for a bounce back this week. I've been in a little bit of a cold spell.
Well, yeah.
Guru, though, is hot.
Is he?
15-8.
Now,
confirmed.
You know what? Now, I want you to turn that thing around now. You got to turn that thing around. Now, here's what I mean by that. I don't mean start winning. I mean lean into your losing. If you're 0-4, then
I wish.
Then we can change the name of our Friday 5:55 segment to Fade the Dibbers.
Fade me.
Okay? Just listen
Fade
for the
me.
pick.
Fade him.
And then put all of your money on the opposite of whatever you say.
Yeah.
And people will love you.
Do it. Play him. Do it. And
do it now.
One of my picks is the over in the Giants-Miami game. I don't think that I think that Mike McDaniel and the never mind. My analysis doesn't
let's
matter.
hear it. Come on, Mike McDaniel what?
I'll wait for Granny to
Mike
go to the
McDaniel
bathroom.
what?
I'm a little gun shy here.
He's not going to the bathroom. Yeah, look, he put his hands up.
They're looking for a bounce back after getting embarrassed up in Buffalo.
Yes.
And the Giants are terrible. And
what's the number?
The over-under?
Yes.
I think it's 50.
You've
50 and a hook.
Here's my only issue with you. You've been betting a lot of overs,
A lot of totals.
dude. No, but a lot of overs. You keep looking at things and going, over. They're going to score. They're going to score like crazy.
I had the under last night, Mark.
Yeah.
How'd that work out for me, Justin Fields?
You didn't tell us that, no.
I just bet it privately.
Yeah, you got to tell us or it doesn't count. You can't say it after the fact.
I actually teased it and still lost it because, that thing was just...
what was there, 60 points in that game last night?
At the half.
Jeez.
No, it was 27-3, and Jags-Bills 48.5, and I'm going over. 48.5.
That's Jags-Bills. You said Dolphins and Giants.
I'm sorry. 47.5.
You don't even know what game you're betting. You're so cold.
47.5. I'm going over. That's what that was. Gurus on the Rams money line at home against the Eagles.
I think that now that's interesting.
Yeah.
I think the Eagles are in for a fight. A fight. Now,
you got to go out there and fight.
You got to go out there and be tough.
Yep.
They are going to have a lot of fans in their favor. That's for sure.
True.
Let's go to Daniel and Martinez. Hi, Daniel. What you doing? Daniel,
my brother.
Yes, hello.
Sir. Hello.
Hello.
Sorry. How you guys doing?
We're great.
We're great. Good. So I'm calling just because I have a funny story. My two friends the other night at their bowling league decided to make a bet when drinks were flying, and they decided they're going to a couple's Halloween party, and the loser has to dress up as Taylor Swift, and the winner goes as Travis Kelce.
Okay, loser has to go as Taylor Swift, and the winner goes as Kelce?
Yes, the two guys are doing this. Two of my buddies back in Cleveland, Ohio are doing this.
I don't know, man. I think the winner should go as Taylor Swift. They're going to get a lot more attention.
Yeah. Also, real quick, can you guys please beat the Cowboys, because otherwise you will trounce us next Sunday. And I don't want I want the game to at least be respected.
Oh, what are you? You said you're a Browns fan, Daniel?
He's a Browns. He's always going to be a Browns.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, don't worry about it, Daniel. We're going to trounce you next week either way.
Daniel, let me coach you up real quick. By the way, the reason he was calling in was to say that a player who is a product of his environment is Travis Kelce. That is how we got onto the Travis Kelce topic.
Oh, and then he ended up
Right,
just
Daniel?
talking about Halloween.
Yeah. Right, Daniel?
Yes, sir. That's
babe.
correct. Yes.
Okay, all right, that's an affirmative.
Kelsey right now is really big.
Okay, that's an interesting thought. Daniel, thanks. Travis Kelce as a product of his environment. Like, it's hard to dispel because we all are. Like, that's the other point here. We all are. There's no quarterback in the league who's doing well who doesn't have a good situation. That doesn't exist. So we can do this in both directions. Like, but I do think if you have to push in one direction or the other, in other words, if you're going to have a quarterback who's playing really well and a situation that seems to be really positive, and you ask yourself, which is more important? I'm going to argue the quarterback just about every time, and Brady over Belichick is exhibit A, B, and C. Now, I know that's going really high level because there were a bunch of Super Bowl championships, but by the same token, let's go to another situation where it's a good situation and the quarterback is producing. Give me, I don't know. I mean, let's go Buffalo. Let's go Buffalo, right? He's got good weapons around him. There's a good coaching staff in place. What do you think is going to stick longer? If Josh Allen plays for someone else, or how do you think the Bills would look without him? What's more important?
The more important piece is Josh Allen.
I agree.
And it's interesting with the Travis Kelce comp because he's had Andy Reid the entire time that he's been there in terms of being a starter, and he was good before they had Patrick Mahomes. And then they got Mahomes, and his numbers got even better than what they were with Alex Smith. So if he's a product of his environment, is that environment being with a really good head coach and a good offensive coordinator and a great system, regardless of the quarterback? And that is where I think a lot of this goes to the Draymond Green discussion, where Draymond Green is playing with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. And so, yes, because of that, Draymond Green is a product of his environment. But if Steve Kerr wasn't there, if it was still the Mark Jackson days, would Draymond Green and the team be as successful? I don't think so. So the whole product of the environment conversation comes down to more than just the quarterback for me.
Well, especially if you're a pass catcher. I don't think that's new. If you've got a really good quarterback, you're going to put up better numbers. I think there's examples all over the league of that. You know what I mean? Like receivers whose numbers, I mean, like, okay, let's talk about Mike Evans. Mike Evans goes for 1,000 yards, I feel like, almost every year. But when Tom Brady got there, it was like, oh, well, now there's like room for 2,000-yard receivers. Like there's Chris Godwin and there's Mike Evans. And we can go around and around in terms of receivers who will put up really good numbers when you have a quarterback, and then they're going to go down. That's sort of what I mean. I mean, are you and I products of our environment? Of course. Of course. I mean, you all see on the internet, you know how this station is doing. How many reasons are there for that?
2. Sorry, Lucas and Grandy. The answer is 2.
And what are those reasons?
It's me and it's Willard. Dibs. Clam up.
Like, here's the example I'll give. Do I think that the personnel in here, do I think that we are part of the reason? Yeah. Do I think that when Draymond Green punched Jordan Poole, that helped? Yeah.
Thanks, Day-Day.
I do. And that's okay. That's life.
And to a bigger extent, the fact that we got the Warriors on this station.
Sure.
If you want to track our success as a station, it kind of parallels when we got the Golden State Warriors and they were a championship outfit. That kind of helped a little bit.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that helps.
So does that make us a product of our environment?
To a degree, right.
Does that diminish what you and I and Grandy and Lucas and the entire team does? It shouldn't, because everybody's success is a product of their environment. The other station that we go against, do you think they benefited from 3 World Series in 5 years during a time where we were launching this fledgling little radio station? You think that helped them?
I don't
Duh.
I don't know any situation
I said duh.
in society where what we're talking about is not the case. Nobody ever is successful without being surrounded by a good situation. And the person or people who are successful in that good situation also get the credit, because you have a job to do and you have to go do it well, even if you're in a good situation, because you can also have a really good situation and drive it into the ground, because we've watched that 1,000 times too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's all over the place. I just think the whole thing is really, really fascinating, that he has become, look at this kid. This guy has become the most polarizing thing in the NFL right now.
He is a product of his environment, and he has taken that environment and done very, very well. So it doesn't mean that the environment is the one that's benefiting, or that he's only good because he's there.
I've got a minority opinion about this game that I want to share. Okay? Plus, we'll keep going on this. Dre, you guys are on the phones. 888-957-9570 would take your calls. But I got something that a lot of people don't think about this game that I want to share. We'll do it next. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking. No compromises. It's Willard and Dibs.
BMO has officially arrived. Our correspondent is on the scene.
Thanks.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You know, Eric Armstead, 25 minutes ago on Twitter.
On X, please.
I'm going to have a really, the whole Twitter to X thing is going to be no different than San Diego to LA with the Chargers. I'm sorry. This is going to take at least 8 years before I say this correctly.
And I'm going to say this to Elon Musk. I know he's listening. You don't get one of the 26 letters of the alphabet. You're not that good. You don't get it, Musk. You don't get a whole letter.
He's like, no, I did. I bought a letter.
I mean,
and it wasn't a vowel.
I bought a couple vowels. Damn wheel. Damn bankrupt space.
Eric Armstead,
Anyway.
Be excited about Randy Gregory. I'm hyped. He's going to be amazing for us. Also, send gratitude to Kerry Hyder Jr., who the Niners did release in order to make room for Randy Gregory. If you missed that part of the story, he says Hyder led our team in sacks in 2020, played end, played tackle on way to the NFC Championship game in 2022. That from Eric Armstead. What'd you think of the Randy Gregory signing for the Niners?
Makes perfect sense. And
acquisition, I should say.
Well, I was thinking about it yesterday and even 2 days ago when the Broncos released him, how he would be the perfect fit because they need somebody else on the other side of the D-line to take some pressure off of Nick Bosa. And I know that you've had Drake Jackson, who's done pretty well, and up the middle, Armstead has been great, and Javon Hargrave's been great. They have good depth on the D-line, but you could never have too much D-line. And if you have somebody on the other side of Nick Bosa who can really be a problem, maybe you unlock Nick Bosa. And I'm not saying he's played poorly. He's played well. PFF has him as the number one. You know what I'm saying? Like 9 guys with pocket protectors and their glasses on think that he's really good.
I don't know. That does not. The PFF stuff, I don't know what my opinion is because I don't know what it is. I never know what PFF is telling me.
Right.
I do know that Nick Bosa is often pressuring the quarterback. I also know that Nick Bosa has not gotten home. I also know that the other team is releasing the ball really, 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 really fast. It's very clear to me that that's a game plan for other offensive coordinators.
I also know that oppositions don't like to run the ball his way because he's really good against the run. So he's not a one-trick pony. He's not just a pin your ears back and let him loose kind of a pass-rushing phenom. He's a good football player. And the more good football players you have on a defensive line, the better you're going to be in trying to pressure a team. So I like the signing.
Yeah, the Gregory thing, and if you're just joining and you hadn't heard, Broncos trading Randy Gregory to the 49ers. Essentially, it was a pick swap. The 49ers give up a 6th next year in exchange for a 7th coming back.
Ooh, a 7th?
Well, the Broncos are not good, and the 49ers are. So what you're really talking about is moving back like, I don't know, 10 spots in the draft. It was really all you did here. You move back 10 spots. You get Randy Gregory. He is signed for 3 more years, but guaranteed none of it. And the 49ers are only paying him the minimum. The Broncos are paying the rest. So this is as risk-free as it could possibly be. And so that's wonderful. I don't have anything bad to say about it. Just a word of caution. The Niners have worked really hard on having everybody be sort of knucklehead free in the locker room. They've got a great locker room. They've got a great chemistry. I don't know Randy Gregory. I'm not calling him that, but he's been through some stuff in his career repeatedly. And so I just hope, and I'm sure the Niners would not do this unless they'd done their due diligence. I hope that everything from PEDs and beyond, I hope that has all sort of become a part of Randy's past if he's going to join this locker room.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned the word knucklehead, and they're knucklehead free, and I think about things that could be derailing factors, and I think about like criminal history, number one, and he doesn't have that.
Does not have that.
And I think about like me first behavior where a player is like, was it Antonio Brown with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he's going Facebook Live in the locker room, and then he burned his feet in a cryogenic chamber and all the rest of the stuff that dogged him throughout the tail end of his career. It became a distraction beyond football. Randy Gregory's a guy who's gotten into some trouble. He's missed some games based on bad decisions, I will call it. He was academically ineligible early in his college career, which is now 12 years ago. He's 30 years old. You would hope that he's gotten to a point where, he left Dallas under a cloud of discontent.
Yep.
Went to Denver, got a deal, didn't work out, and this is like your last stop, my friend. If you can't make it here with Chris Kasarik and this D-line and this defense and this team and this culture, this structure, if this doesn't work out for you, then it's a wrap, my friend.
The other message is, and not that anyone was questioning this at all, but my gosh, if you're a fan of this team right now, I think you rest easy at night with this thought, because there's so many fans, Super Bowl or bust. They got to do this, that, or the other, or Kyle Shanahan, we're coming for you. This organization, now, quite frankly, for about 2 to 3 years running, has just aggressively been swinging at every turn to say, we have got to do this now. Now is the message I get. And I think if you're a fan, you love that. You love that.
You have to love that.
Just load up. Load up everywhere you can and go get the dang thing. So that side of it I find to be very, very good.
And you look at what this means for their ability to take another swing and maybe a fourth swing. This does not hurt you at all.
None.
And they freed up $41 million under the cap that they'd like to roll over to next year. But if you get to the trade deadline, which is now 25 days away, and you realize, geez, we need a corner. We need a right tackle. We need whatever we need. You can do that because you have the cap room, and now you're showing the willingness to make a big swing. This is not a big swing, but this is a swing.
It's a swing.
And it's a no-risk swing like you're talking about.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. I want to go to the phones. The thing I was going to say about this game that I don't think a lot of people feel, it's just got a little gut feeling, plus the number is feeding me this as well. I think there's going to be a lot of points in this game. I think this might end up feeling almost not a total full-blown shootout, but mini version of, and we can get into that a little bit more here in a second. Let's go to Dre and Lemoore, though. Hey, Dre, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hey, you guys. I've been listening to you all week. Yesterday, I heard the little, that Ruiz guy, I think, the idiot, talking about Purdy.
Yeah, he changed his name to idiot, actually. Go ahead.
Yeah, he pisses me off as much as he pisses you off, so please don't have him on.
No, we won't.
And I heard you guys talking earlier about Jimmy Ward, and to me, he sounded like an ingrate. You know, the Niners drafted him in the first round, and I do believe they drafted him as a cornerback, not a safety. Moved him to the safety position. He did good. And this team's all about, hey, whatever we do for the team to win. So he was playing out of position, but I thought he played great last year. I thought in the playoff game against Dallas, he did really well. He made an open field tackle. I don't think he broke a guy's leg on purpose, but do you remember that tackle he did in the open field, and the guy was out for the game?
Jimmy Ward was a great 49er, Dre. Thanks for the call. We appreciate it. First of all, if you heard anyone talking Jimmy Ward earlier today, it wasn't us. I don't know who it was, but we did talk about it a few days ago. And I was critical of Jimmy Ward saying what he said on Richard Sherman's podcast for two reasons. One was he was talking about other people's bodies, talking about other people's injuries, and sort of acting like he would know what they should be feeling or doing. But he was also likening it to the financial situation that each of them are in. And I do not take a shot at Jimmy Ward for being upset that the Niners didn't play him where he wanted to be played and how often he wanted to be played. That's fine. I totally get it. But he seemed to insinuate in there that the Niners did him dirty. And even in the way he described it, I'm like, they didn't do you dirty. They looked right in your eyes and said, this is what we're doing. You just didn't like it.
Right.
And that's fair. That happens in business all the time. And you also are forgetting where you came from a little bit, because this is the same coaching staff that had your back when you couldn't stay healthy and re-signed you to be their starting safety when everyone else wanted Earl Thomas. So I felt like he forgot that in his comments.
I don't know if he forgot it, but he spoke freely, and he took the shot that he wanted to take at Jimmy Garoppolo in terms of whether or not he could have played. And he also really kind of rat-a-tat-tatted Kyle Shanahan as to why Jimmy Garoppolo didn't play. And so that felt to me a little bit short-sighted in terms of what the organization had done standing behind him in the past.
All right, we're sponsored by Lucky California. Plenty more, obviously. It's Niners Cowboys Day, Football Friday. Let's keep doing this. 888-957-9570. The continued discussion of draftism and why I think there might be more points in this game than a lot of us think. We'll keep going on this. It's Willard and Dibs.
Time's running out. Don't miss your chance to play in the prize-packed Monopoly Kick-Off the Savings game at Lucky. Sargento shredded or sliced cheese select.
Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
I got a thing for offensive linemen.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
It's true. That's why Jesse Sapolo came on the show yesterday. But today, we have a de facto offensive lineman.
Who's that, Mark?
Well, we have someone who's a fullback. So at times, they act as an offensive lineman. Other times, they go out in the flat and they make magic happen.
I dare you to call this guy an offensive lineman.
Not going to do it.
Yeah, you won't. I was going to get to my Lucas. You won't. Because Kyle Juszczyk is much more of an offensive lineman than Tom Rathman. Rathman was more of a glorified receiver. He was a fullback who he was a receiver. Juszczyk gets to touch the ball rarely, and that's why I was trying to get Kyle on this week so we could talk about his effort from the one last week against Arizona.
Got all the way to the half-yard line.
He sure did. He tried to go airborne, and
Was it Christian Okoye who used to have the line, you need 2 yards? I'll give you 3. You need 4 yards? I'll give you 3.
That sounds familiar.
That's it. That's just it. I'm just going to run into the line and fall over. I don't know what else you want me to do.
The Nigerian Nightmare.
It's so good. All right, news and notes. The Randy Gregory acquisition by the 49ers. I know a lot of people, just in time to play the Cowboys, former Cowboys. No, he's not going to be with the Niners this week. He's got to go back to Denver. I didn't know he wasn't already there. Are the Broncos maybe on the road this week and they're already out of town? Or I don't know. No, they wouldn't travel today. Anyway, whatever it is, he's got personal stuff to deal with, and the Niners have announced he will join the team on Monday in preparation for their game in Cleveland. But Randy Gregory will not be there this weekend and also not there, at least not available for football this weekend. Eli Mitchell, he is out. Again, the only 49er listed is out, but Mitchell will not play, which means take the over in terms of Christian McCaffrey touches again in this one.
Yes, I would imagine, and I would have played that over anyway, and I haven't looked at where the number is, the player prop, but it would have to be, probably 23 and a half, I would imagine, in terms of just overall touches, and I'm interested to see how the Niners try to go about attacking the Dallas front, because you saw Arizona really successful at running at Micah Parsons. And Dallas knows that Arizona was successful running at him. And one thing about Micah is he will line up all over the offense or the defensive line. So do the Niners try to pinpoint him and target him, or do they just try to run their stuff and expect that they're good enough to beat any defense with what they do?
Also want to take opportunity to mention 2 other things. One of them is, don't you love it when everything just works out perfectly? Want to say hello to anybody who is on a boat right now. You got Fleet Week, you got 85 degrees, you got the best weather week that we have had all year in 2023. And so I know, San Francisco, we know you are out and about today, and we hope that as you are starting your weekend a little bit early, that you are 2 things: A, being safe, and doing it with us. So shout out to everybody out there. I know lovely Christy is out there right now with some friends on a boat.
On a boat.
Well, she actually even said, a few days ago, she goes, hey, any chance you play hooky from work and we can get out on a boat? And I'm like, Friday before Niners Cowboys?
Yeah.
That's going to be a no from me, dog. That's going to be a no from me, dog. Yeah, Grandy tried to get it before I could say it. I didn't give him enough of a pause. That's my bad, and no, I don't call Christy a dog.
That was going to be the follow-up.
No.
That's going to be a no from me, Schnookums, or Honey Bear, or Sweetiekins, or something.
Just sweets. Can we just, it's just simple.
Or the lovely.
Just simple.
And I like that you call her the lovely Christy.
Yeah.
There's no way you have ever dropped her. That's going to be a no from me, dog, with the pause. That's going to be me on the couch tonight,
I do
honey.
not. Well, don't live together, so I get to sleep where the hell I want.
Strong.
But anyway.
Strong to quite strong.
Yeah, anyway.
Good for her and good for everybody who's out there, because...
Yeah, what a beautiful afternoon on a Friday.
You can't draw up Fleet Week any better than this.
So good. And please, be safe not only on the water today, this weekend, and be safe, everybody who's going to be in the air this weekend as well. And I know they will. These are professionals. They're unbelievable. Right. Hope everything is just as smooth as silk this weekend for Fleet Week.
I don't mean to be Captain Killjoy here, but do me a favor, Blue Angels. Yeah. Could you keep it down? Keep it down.
You're that guy, aren't you?
When I lived in the city, I was that guy.
Like Halloween, you're like out on your doorstep at 8:15. That's enough. It's over.
Totally.
Go to bed.
My light's off.
Little kiddies are done, you high school schmucks.
I will leave the bowl of candy out so that they can help themselves after about 8 o'clock. And you know, if you want to take it all and leave it empty for the next person, that's a you problem.
I love the young people.
That's right. When I lived in the city in 01 and I had a baby, dude, keep it down, you show-offs. I get it.
I think they say that now at Chiefs games, right?
Keep it down?
Yeah, you need to calm down. You're being too loud.
Totally.
Yeah. So, anyway, I think that reference flew over your head.
Totally.
It's not a rap song.
It's a Taylor Swift reference.
It's a Taylor Swift reference. Yeah, thank you.
Keep it down?
Grandy got it.
He doesn't know.
You need to calm down. You're
Please.
being too loud.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I don't know that song.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sure Grandy will now probably start our next segment with it.
Good.
If I know him at all.
He's a pro.
All right. And then the other thing I wanted to mention, if you missed it in the crossover, Warriors freaking Summit, people. We're doing it. We're doing it live. We're doing it again. We've never done a Warriors preseason summit, but there's a reason we keep building more summits. My message to each and every one of you who love any of the shows here on 95.7 The Game, if you haven't been to one of these, they go off. They're awesome. They're tons of fun. They are very unique. And our next one will be on Wednesday, October 18th. 2 to 6 is obviously our entire show. 4 to 6 is the summit itself, where all 6 hosts will be together at one table and all talking at the same time, except for when we can do our best to not do that. But I want to again thank Fieldwork Brewing Company, Tap Room, and Beer Garden. This time we'll be at the San Leandro location. So again, Wednesday, October 18th, and especially for those of you out there in that YouTube and Twitch family and everybody who's like almost putting pressure on one another to be at these, here's your next chance. Come, hang out, tip one back. Let's talk Warriors a little bit. Wednesday, October 18th, 4 to 6. Fieldwork Brewing Company, Tap Room, and Beer Garden, downtown San Leandro.
And I love the Dro. A lot of great spots out there in San Leandro, and this is the latest in a nice underrated myriad of spots in San Leandro.
No doubt. I can't wait.
It's
Tons
going to be
of
fun.
Yeah, it's going to be great. So, all right. Am I crazy for thinking that this is going to be a mini shootout? Here's where I'm coming from. And again,
You want me to answer that now or wait for the inevitable sequelaly?
Now.
Disagree.
Okay. Thanks for
two good defenses.
Thanks for your contribution.
Couple of I think tight offensive approaches. I see a lot of punts in this game.
What if I ask you then? Why is the number 45? Please explain.
45 is a middle number. It's not a low number, but it's not a high number.
You're suggesting it should be a low number based on what you said.
I'm suggesting 24 to 20 is going to be the ball game, which is 44, which goes under. I'm not saying it's going to be 19 to 12 again.
Yeah, I don't think that's that low scoring of a game.
It's low in terms of the over-under. The average score is 45.
You score 20 against the Niners, this fan base gets uncomfortable. Rams had 20 at the end until Sean McVegas jumped in with another 3.
Sean McVegas, I like that.
Yeah, come on, Sean, for crying out loud. But yeah, you score 20 against this team, we get uncomfortable. That's not the number we're looking for.
Okay.
We're looking for 13.
Of course, and it's nice to look for 13, but in reality, you haven't played a team as good as Dallas. And we can all hate on Dak or Yak or Gak or whatever Dallas Cowboy fan calls him who doesn't like the quarterback. They've got receivers that the Niners are yet to face in terms of their quality. They've got a rushing attack that caused the Niners problems last year in the divisional round. They were able to move the ball on the ground. The reason why Dallas didn't score more than 12 points last year was 2 Dak Prescott red zone failures. And I know they've been bad this year in the red zone, but I see this Dallas team able to move the ball like they did last year, possess it, And even if the Niners hold them late in drives, it's still a field goal.
Yeah, listen, when I say shootout, I say mini shootout. Because, like, for instance, I see you doubling Marge. She says, I don't see the shootout angle. I think Niners win 30-17. And I'm like, well, that's kind of a shootout.
That's over.
That's a mini shootout, at least with these defenses. I'm not saying the Niners-Saints game, the George Kittle fourth down, I'm not saying we're going to get that. Although that popped into my head when we think about, like, that was the Niners Super Bowl year. That was, like, a great defense, legitimately a great defense. And they showed up to New Orleans, and nobody could stop anybody. Nobody. And it was like, what the hell's going on? These games do happen from time to time where the defenses that you think are really good struggle. And here's where I'm coming from on this one. There's a few things. A, the number seems out of whack to me, so lean into it. B, these two defenses in this moment are largely being talked about based on their reputation, more so than what we're seeing this year, in my opinion. I know they're both top 7 defenses this year, but Dallas's 3 good games came against Zach Wilson, Mac Jones, and Daniel Jones. They have not faced an effective offense yet, period. And when they faced one that was only mediocre, they torched them. Arizona moved up and down the field, had big chunk plays, moved the ball very well. 49er defense, let's call it what we see. It doesn't look as good right now. Now, maybe that's because they're doing bend, don't break. Maybe it's because these offensive coordinators have a really good plan to get the ball out of the hands of the quarterback. But let's be honest. It does not look as dominant as it has looked in years past. And I think there's a transition with a new DC. And I do think they're going to be great by the end of the year. But they're not there yet. Dallas is compromised with Diggs out. They don't guard the middle of the field well. The Niners will take advantage of that. The 49ers have some issues that are still in transition with their defensive backs, and Dallas has a really good receiving core, and I think they're going to move the ball some too. So I got the Niners in this game. Purdy 30 seems like a thing to me, so let's go 30-24. I think that's the final score of this football game, but so it's not going to be crazy, but I think that these two offenses are going to move the ball.
Over under a half a pick for Brock Purdy. Does he throw a pick? Does Brock Purdy throw an interception in an actual professional football game in 2023?
Well, yes, at some point. Yes.
Does it happen this week?
Well, he's already done it in 2023, January 1st.
Yeah.
That was his last pick.
Against Dallas.
Yeah, no, against the Raiders.
Oh, against the Raiders, that's right.
He didn't throw any picks in the playoffs.
That's right. He coughed it up against Philadelphia.
Against Philadelphia, he did have a play that didn't go well in that game.
No,
yes.
he coughed it up,
yeah,
literally.
He fumbled.
Yes.
Yeah, he fumbled. So
he held the ball too long.
You can absolutely make that case, yes.
And he coughed it up.
And his legacy was tarnished forever.
Cost the team a chance to go to the Super Bowl.
It was a super bummer. But anyway, if you're going to force me into...
I'm not forcing you.
Well,
I just asked a question. You can dodge it if you want.
No, I'm not dodging it.
You can dodge a wrench. You can dodge a question.
I didn't mean to make it sound like you're forcing me. If a person asks me...
You're pretty heavy-handed as a partner.
You can be. Like put a number on what is the most likely number to be in the interception box for Brock Purdy this weekend. It is probably 1. That's probably what I would pick. Even though the guy does a great job of not throwing picks, I'm going to give Dallas the fact that they're the most ball-hawking defense in the NFL so far this year. They are very good. They are very aggressive. Yeah, maybe 1 happens. Maybe 1.
Okay.
I don't think 2. I definitely don't think 2.
You would say 0 before 2.
Yes.
That's
how I would handicap it if I was.
It would be 1, then 0, then 2 as the most likely interception totals for Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
And I think that's fair. And I look at Dallas defensively. They're 4th in the league in red zone scoring percentage, only allowing 33% of red zone scores. So that is another reason why I'm looking at this as a possible under. I think it's Jake Moody in a Mitch Wishnowsky game. I don't know if the Niners are going to have the same ability to go get their first possession and go 75 yards down the field like they have seemingly every game and set the tone and be up 7-0. This, to me, feels a little bit more of a black and blue game, more of a rock fight. Dallas gets you more uncomfortable than you've been based on their their defensive line, their defensive front, which is nasty, and it's deep, and I know they're down their top corner, but I think that they make this game more uncomfortable for Brock Purdy in the offense than they've had all year long.
You might be right. Look, I fully admit what conventional wisdom says here, but I see some spots where both teams can move the ball. I see a number that in theory on paper looks higher than it should be based on what we've known this matchup to be.
The spread or the
over-under number?
45.
45. Last year they played to 31 total points.
Yeah.
And I get that, there were some things that you would suggest would go higher this time, but higher than 31 is like, 39, 40, 41, 45. Again, you're basically calling for 6 touchdowns in the game. That's what you're calling for. At least 5. It feels hot. That feels really hot for these two teams.
I'm just looking at all the totals in the NFL, and as we go through them, the ones that are below 45, significantly below 45. You've got Baltimore at Pittsburgh, which is 38.
And potentially a backup quarterback for the Steelers.
Exactly.
Yep.
And you're playing right into my point, and I'm glad you're playing along because Baltimore is a good defense. Pittsburgh's defense is really pretty good as well, and you got a backup quarterback. 39 points in New Orleans and New England. New England's probably going with a backup quarterback. Their starter stinks anyway.
Good defenses by both teams.
Is Derek Carr back for New Orleans? Or are we still?
I think you're okay with Carr.
Couple of good defenses in that one as well. And you got 41.5 Houston and Atlanta. Atlanta's quarterback play is almost non-existent. Houston's the one, and Guru loves Houston plus the 2 at Atlanta.
Oh.
And C.J. Stroud has been terrific.
I hate it.
You think the bubble's going to burst?
This is the one.
But I look at Atlanta. That total at 41.5, and I think that could be like a 17-16 kind of a ball game.
It could be. But this to me, this is Atlanta's game. This is the one. Like, their defense has been sneaky good. I know that they're coming back from London. That's not necessarily easy, but this is a game where maybe a little bit of shine comes off of C.J. Stroud for a moment.
Yeah.
This is going to be a beat-em-up game, and I think Atlanta will get it.
My point about the totals is all those lower totals, you either have really good defenses, really bad quarterbacking play, or both.
Correct.
And this Niner-Dallas game at 45, you've got one great quarterback, Brock Purdy. One should be great, and at times is great, Dak Prescott.
Well, they're both good. Yes, they're both good.
2 good offenses, but 2 also very good defenses, which is why it counterbalances to 45.
I guess, except for what's the old adage in the NFL, which is the great defense beats great offense. We've literally already seen it from these 2 exact same teams. I know there are a couple of new players here and there, but these 2 teams just played, whatever that was, 9-10 months ago. They played to 31 total points, and in the last couple of years, everyone would argue if you said which is the better side of the ball for both teams, everyone would say defense. And I think we've reached a spot where maybe that's not the case for the 49ers. I really don't even know. Maybe not for the Cowboys either, based on Diggs being out, their biggest injuries on that side. I just think that the offenses have caught up, and they're catching these defenses at a time where, again, I don't think anyone's getting a 40. But I think there's going to be a measure of success. By the way, tucked into this, it's perfect for Brock because I don't think he cares about this. I think he just wants to win. But if you want to shut up morning debate on national TV, he wants Dallas to score 24 so that he can score 31 and be like, what now? Because literally we just watched, what was ESPN's segment 10 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Is this the toughest matchup in the history of Brock Purdy? And if that's the perception, go out and score another 30, and what are they going to say then?
Yeah, I'm sure he'd rather win 30-0 than 30-24.
Sure.
But to your point, I'm sure he wouldn't mind winning a high-scoring game. He'd rather win 30-24 than he would 9-6. I mean, if he's going to win the game, he would rather go out there and put up a Brock 30 if he could.
By the way, he's built for this. He's totally built for this. I know a lot of people, you're looking at this going, oh gosh, young quarterback, this Dallas defense, this is the toughest thing for him. Because of the way, and this is another ism, there's draftism, there's sizeism, and there's also, I think, lookism, which is I look at Brock Purdy and I go, oh, Hey, what college is he going to go to next year? Hey, son, you going on a college trip?
Are you sunning him right now?
That's what he looks like.
Yeah.
He's got his backpack. He's got his joggers on, and he's got his hands in his pocket, and he's walking to the car. But we know this because we've been watching, and we've been listening to his teammates. The dude has a streak in him. You just can't see it. But you can in little moments, like when he runs for that first down in Pittsburgh and gets up with that little grin and gives you a first down. I bet Brock has never been so ready for a football game in his life, where he's like, oh, Sunday night football, the supposed next best defense in football, and everybody thinking that my 4-0 bubble's about to burst? Okay, let's play. I guarantee you that's what he's thinking right now.
Yeah, I wonder if he plays with that chip on his shoulder. He doesn't strike me as that guy. He strikes me as a guy who just wants to go out there and execute the game plan to the best of his ability. I'm sure he's heard the noise, though, and the various posts about where he ranks and all the national talking heads about the bubble bursting and the biggest tests and all the rest of that nonsense. But when it all comes down to it and he goes into the huddle for the first time, he's going to be the same Brock that he's always been, which is just, what's the play call? Here's the play call. What's the cadence? Give me the ball. Who's open? Let's go.
Yeah, although I think he has been that guy.
Yeah, he has.
But I think he has been that guy that's got a streak, a competitive streak, that moxie.
He hasn't showed it a lot, but I think you're right. It's in there.
I think it's in there, and I think he ad-libs really well. I think that he's shown that. It's not just Kyle told me to do this and now I will. I think that's the perception that he's
Robo-Brock.
Yeah, that he's breaking down. Real quick, how about Jonathan in the city? Hey, Jonathan, you're on with Willie and Debbie. What are you doing?
Hey, just picking up my kid from school. I'm just wondering, guys, like how before Brock Purdy, what was being said about Kyle Shanahan's offense? Oh, it's very complicated with all the words. It's very wordy. It takes a quarterback a few years for them to really get a grasp of the complicated scheme of the Kyle Shanahan. Well, then Brock Purdy happened, and all this weirdness of all the angles that are nonsensical, and just where all of this coming from? All these things to discredit Brock Purdy. I don't get it, guys. I mean, why? How come we can't just give him credit for what he has done? Where he was drafted, that's irrelevant. Because guess what? He's here now, guys. He's the quarterback, and he's doing very good things. I'm not saying he's a great quarterback. I'm not saying he's going to be this. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. He's going to be that. But, guys, he's 14-0. I can't believe people keep calling their station, and they keep on coming up with stupid angles. What's going on? What's going on, Mark? What's going on, dude?
Well, yeah, Jonathan, thanks.
Thanks, brother.
Listen, it's a good point. The one he brings up at the beginning where he's like, wait a minute, I thought Kyle Shanahan's offense was so hard. It's complicated. People need to spend a year with the playbook. I thought that's what it was. Now suddenly someone comes in, masters it right away, and everyone's here to say, well, I mean, all you got to do.
Well, he did get 10 weeks of sitting there and listening and learning it. It's not like he walked off the street and like, oh, the cadence, I got it.
Absolutely. But the point is the sound of the talkers now is, well, all you got to do is snap the ball and huck it to Debo. He's standing right there. Piece of cake. It's not a piece of cake. It's not. It never has been.
And he's really good at the pre-snap traffic coppery of being the Niners quarterback, which is break the huddle, make sure everybody's in the right spot, pre-snap motion. This guy's going that way. He's going over there, setting everything, and then running the play. There is a lot to that.
I can't wait.
Me either.
Here we go Sunday night. Presented by Fremont Bank.
Me and the baby.
Full service banking. No compromises. You and the baby and me and the Rudolph. Yeah, that's what it's going to be like.
I have to call in. You guys take calls?
We don't.
Ah, come on.
Yeah, we would from you. You want to call in?
I would love to call in.
Call in with Mila. Absolutely.
Look, Gaga Goo Goo in the background.
Let's go. In the middle of the game.
Halftime.
I'm going to be. If you call in, you can host with Rudolph. I'm going to go watch a game.
Let's go to Dibs in the back.
Let's go to Dibs and let's stay there. 888-957-9570. Tom Rathman in a half hour. But coming up next, why did Draymond Green's name come up when Brock Purdy's discussion was out there? We'll explain. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
Gaga goo goo. I'm telling you that fame and fortune are...
promo credit ends. Eligibility requirements are no longer met. 0% APR.
I think the takes are horrible.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Most of the time, that's true. I got another terrible take. But it's,
no surprise
yeah,
there.
Here we go. You ready? Ready?
Talk to me.
But it's not mine. It's a take I hear other people saying. It's anybody who thinks that Trey Lance is going to have an effect on this game. Now, the only way Trey Lance has an effect on this game Sunday is if two Cowboys quarterbacks.
Hang in there.
Thank you. 3-2. The only way Trey Lance is going to have an effect on this game is if two quarterbacks get hurt for the Cowboys. That's how Trey Lance can have an effect on this game.
But the game plan and the insights and the intel.
I love it. I love it. I mean,
he's a double agent.
I heard people suggest that the Niners traded for Randy Gregory so that he can give them former secrets of what used to happen with the Cowboys.
Duh.
You spy! Okay. Listen, did the Cowboys call Trey Lance in and have this meeting that everyone was talking about? Maybe. But as Kyle Shanahan put it earlier in the week, he's like, I hope they're doing that because that's going to be a lot less helpful than just watching the film. Does anybody think the Cowboys are on their way to the Bay Area going, I don't know what they're going to do. I have no clue. Who? Christian who? Never heard of him. I don't know. We'll get out on the field and just see what happens. It doesn't work that way. They know exactly what the 49ers are going to try to do. Yes, there are formations for both teams. They're going to fool you. You didn't see it coming. And then there are just athletic moves where some guy will beat another guy and all of that. But, Kyle Shanahan's not new. Neither is Mike McCarthy. Everybody knows exactly what they're going to attempt to do. And it becomes a matter of, are you ready for it? And can you stop it? The idea that, Trey Lance is going to go into some back room with a joystick and explain all of the secrets of the Kyle Shanahan system, if it worked that way, it would already be everywhere. Every team has former players. They're all over. They have former coaches. Do you think if the Niners played the Texans this year, everyone would be like, well, I don't even know how the hell we're going to surprise him. He coached on his staff last year. Everybody's going to know everything that's going to happen before it happens. No. And even if they did, stop it. If you know Christian's getting the ball, does that mean you can tackle him? Not necessarily.
No, I mean, I would refer you to the Tampa Raiders Super Bowl from back in 2003 where Tampa Bay had every call and every play that the Raiders were going to run, and they didn't bother to change the terminology or the cadence or the verbiage or anything else. And
that's just bad coaching.
Exactly. So I do think that there's some of it that Trey Lance can offer up and say, all right, when they go to 21 personnel and they have Juszczyk up here on the line of scrimmage as a wingback, or if he's put out in the slot, how often do they like to run this play, or when do they like to do this play out of this formation? Trey Lance can offer up some of those insights, but to Kyle's point, if you're doing your film study, you can see that on film.
Right.
You can go to the film and see, all right, 21 personnel, but Juszczyk is in motion. What do they do when they put Juszczyk in the short motion over to Trent Williams' side? Do they run to that side more often? Do they run play action out of that? What do they do in this formation or that formation?
My perception is more what Kyle Shanahan is so good at is the on-field deception. In other words, you see the same formation, but you're like, I don't know which way it's going to go. Or I think it's going to go this way and it's going to go that way. He's very good at disguising what it is he's about to do. So you can be completely prepared for it. You'd be like, oh, yeah, I've seen that formation. But then what you think is going to happen next is not necessarily what's going to happen next. And that's true for all the teams, or at least the good play callers.
Well, it's especially true for this team because you have 4 of your maybe 5 or 6 skill guys who you can put in a number of different spots. You can put McCaffrey out wide and have Debo be the running back, or vice versa. You can put Juszczyk as a glorified second tight end. You can have him be the fullback. You can put Brandon Ayuk in a different number of spots, out wide to the right or to the left. You can put him in the slot. McCaffrey's a guy you can put anywhere. And because of that, and you break the huddle, and I talk a lot about the standard personnel, which is with Juszczyk and Kittle, Ayuk and Debo and McCaffrey. When you have those 5 guys, who knows what they're going to do? Run, pass, run with whom, pass it to who. You going deep, you going short, you run on the screen, over the middle. There's so many different things they can do with just that group of 5 guys that it doesn't matter if Trey is giving away the intel or not, because only Kyle and that beautiful laminated play sheet.
It is pretty.
They're the only ones that know what's really going on.
Tom Rathman in about 20 minutes here on Willard and Dibs. We'll keep taking your phone calls, 888-957-9570. We mentioned the Draymond Green connection, really an extension of a few conversations we've had this week, because Ethan Strauss, big fan of his writing, actually wrote an article that was sort of based around the concept that's come up on this show called draftism, and said that it's something that he's sort of viewed as a dynamic with Draymond Green through the years. And the comparison to me is maybe less about where they were drafted, because I don't know if a second-round pick in the NBA is equal to a seventh-round pick in the NFL. But what I see and what I hear that is very similar for these two guys is the concept that if they were on a different team, they would, and then fill in blank. And for the most part, it's people saying would not be as good.
Right.
Or in some cases, would flat out stink. I mean, honestly, what would Draymond on the Pistons look like? And truthfully, sure, we don't know. Are people buoyed by their surroundings? There's no doubt. Greatness always has to fall into great situations. The world thinks Michael Jordan never lost a playoff game, but he did. Scottie Pippen wasn't there. They never won the championship. He needed help too. Would they have won without him? No. Would he have won without what was around him? I think probably not, or certainly a whole lot less. So that's inherent in all of these conversations. But certain guys, and I do think their draft position, and in some cases their body, like Draymond Green, is not like, he doesn't look like LeBron James. And Brock Purdy doesn't look like Josh Allen. So their draft position and their body stop us from thinking that their skill set would travel. And I'm not telling you that Brock Purdy would be 4-0 on every football team, but I am telling you that most football teams' records would be better if Brock Purdy were their quarterback.
I also think that stats play a part of this, and it's more for Draymond than it is Brock Purdy. But when you look at Brock's numbers, and you see a guy who throws for about 220 yards a game for the most part. Yeah, he scores 30 points, but that's more of a function of the team in terms of the team scores those points. He's a part of the team. He gets credit for it, but it's much like when the Warriors are averaging 115 a night, you don't look at Draymond Green and say, yeah, they're averaging $115 a night because of Draymond Green's offense. No, it's Steph and it's Clay and it's all the rest of it. So I do think that the numbers of it plays a heavier role for Draymond than it does Brock Purdy, but that's part of the Brock Purdy hate, because if you don't really watch the games, and not everybody watches the games, we make our judgments based on what the numbers tell us. He doesn't often put up eye-popping numbers.
No, he doesn't often put up eye-popping numbers because the 49ers are very balanced. They run the ball well, all of that. However, he does put up some numbers that eye-pop. Like, I'm not overwhelmed by 300 or 400 yards. Do you know what it means if your guy throws for 400 yards?
It means you're probably losing.
There you go. It means that you're like, you need to. You know who threw for 400 yards a few weeks ago? Kirk Cousins. He lost. He lost in Philadelphia. Why did he throw for 400 yards? Because they were down the whole game. The defense couldn't stop anybody. Why on earth people want the 49ers? Thank you. Why do people want the 49ers? Throw it for 300 yards. Well, I'm sorry, they're up 27-10 at the moment, and they've got brains. So why do you want them to sling it? That would be stupid. But let's play this game. Let me throw out some teams. And 888-957-9570, what do you think Brock Purdy would look like on another team? Let's bite. Let's go into it. What if I gave you a few teams? You tell me what they would look like if he were on their team. Like, okay, what would be a really, really good example here? What about the Las Vegas Raiders? Let's start there. They're 1-3. They've got an elite receiver. They've got an elite running back. And supposedly, I know his reputation has been sullied a little bit this year, but supposedly an elite play caller as their head coach. They're 1-3. They've lost their quarterback for one game, okay? But outside of that, they're 1-2. What do the Raiders look like if Brock Purdy's their quarterback?
They're probably a game better. I still think that that's a flawed team with a flawed roster and a play caller who, yes, his reputation has been, quote, sullied. He actually might be, well, if Al Davis was still with us, RIP, he would be the first coach fired. I don't think he ever would have been hired, but let's pretend he would have been hired anyway. He would be the first coach fired in the National Football League. This would not be tolerated by Mr. Davis, not Mark Davis, but Mr. Davis. This team is not very good, but they're better than what they've showed, especially over the last 3 games. I'd say they're probably 2-2, though. They beat the Steelers if they have Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I agree with your assessment. Hell, they might beat the Chargers, too, to be honest with you. Here's another one. And I'm not just going to go around to the quarterbacks who are not performing, but I do think this tells a story. How would the Jets look with Brock Purdy as their quarterback?
Jeez, they would be a lot better. And, Zach Wilson has played better, in recent days, but last week he played much better, still took the L, but I think the Jets, if they would have lost Aaron Rodgers the way they lost him and they would have gone to Brock Purdy, a guy who knows a thing about coming off the bench, they're probably 2-2. I don't know if they're 3-1, but they probably have another win.
I think they're 3-1.
They beat the Patriots, and
I think
they beat the Chiefs.
I sure do.
I mean, the Chiefs kind of gave that to him on a platter, and they were unable to take it.
And I know Zach had his best game there. He threw for 245, but his high receiving yardage receiver was 61. Like it's not like the offense was humming. The defense set him up a bunch of times. They sort of took advantage of it, not quite enough, but yeah. I think they beat the Chiefs, and I think they beat the Patriots if Brock Purdy's their quarterback.
Yeah, for sure they beat the Patriots and the Chiefs. I mean, that was a game that they should have beaten with Zach Wilson, so I can't say you're wrong there.
I wonder if we go to some teams, though, that are getting, at least decent quarterback play. How about this one? What would the Lions look like with Brock Purdy? What's that record? They're 3-1. They won at Kansas City, only scored 21 points, got a pick 6. Lost in overtime at home to Seattle, and then a grinder game over Atlanta, offense humming in a win at Lambeau, although that was largely driven by the running game.
Yeah, I think they're probably in the same spot. I mean, Jared Goff has been good. He's been, more than functional.
Yeah.
And you mentioned they're 3-1 with an impressive win on the opening game of the season at Kansas City. Nobody saw them winning that game. Obviously bolstered by the defense in that one, and the offense wasn't the problem at home against Seattle. So they're probably 3-1. I think Jared Goff has had a good year and, a Pro Bowl caliber year. I know everybody makes the Pro Bowl now, but Purdy having a little bit of a better year than Jared Goff, but not by a lot.
Yeah, Goff, how many times has Goff he's been thrown 3 picks already this year?
Already, I mean, that used to be an afternoon for Jared.
Exactly.
Back when I was telling him to hang in there.
But I mean, 3 picks in 4 games, like you're on pace for what? Like
12. 13.
Yeah,
in theory.
It's a little hot. It's not terrible, but it's a little higher than you'd want it to be.
In the modern day where you don't want anyone to throw picks.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I mean, what I'm gathering from you so far, I mean, sure, nothing definitive, and there's no way to know exactly how this would all look, but I'm gathering from you so far that we haven't talked about any teams. Nobody would, go down, and some teams would go up. I mean, what if, okay, take us to the elite spots. What are the Bills with Brock Purdy as their quarterback?
They're probably in the same spot. I mean, I don't think that they lose any game that they have otherwise, would have won.
You know what's crazy? I think they're 4-0.
You think they...
The one game they lost, Josh Allen was terrible, and it was because of turnovers. Now, I would take Josh over Brock. I'm not saying that.
Right.
But if you think of what Brock does well... What he does well is what Josh didn't do well in that game and lost them that game. And the other 3 were total runaways, which I don't think Brock loses. They may not score as many, but they didn't need to. I mean, they have won 3 games in a row by at least 4 touchdowns. They are pummeling people.
Yes.
So
that Jets game was a weird one.
Really weird.
And the Jets defense is nasty. So if you want to talk about, this conversation after Sunday night against Dallas, I think we'll have a better idea of how Brock can do with, this sort of a pressurized situation, because the Jets, they lost Aaron Rodgers in that game, and then they proceeded to absolutely get after Josh Allen. And at least one of those interceptions I'm remembering was a terrible, terrible throw, but the Jets got after him. And we'll see if Dallas does the same thing Sunday night and how Brock responds.
One of the few that I would actually send in the other direction for a little bit of a, intricate reason, if you will. The Chargers might be 0-4 if Brock Purdy was their quarterback.
Wow.
They might be 0-4 because their coach tries to lose the game, and he often does. So they're 2-2, and if you follow Charger football, they're only the 2 wins have come because of late picks at the goal line, where they were all set up to lose against Minnesota and the Raiders, not good teams. Now, I would argue that if Brock Purdy's there over Justin Herbert, your run game is even less effective because you can attack the line of scrimmage more than you can against Justin Herbert. And also, Herbert has honestly, he has objectively been unbelievable. Statistically, almost perfect. He's only thrown 1 pick, but he's really, right now, so far this year, the best downfield quarterback in the game. And the Chargers have barely won 2 football games.
They barely lost 2 football games.
That's true, too. But if Purdy's their quarterback, it might be 0-4. Not because of him, but because of their coach.
And because of what that means to have a less mobile, less dangerous sort of a deep thrower in Brock Purdy as opposed to Justin Herbert. Herbert, with just the 1 pick you mentioned, 71% completion percentage, despite being sacked 9 times. So offensive line not as good as it is in San Francisco, and yet Herbert is putting up similar numbers to Brock Purdy.
How many QBs in the NFL have the Niners at 4-0?
Have the Niners at 4-0. I'd say safely probably 6-8. Because honestly,
I think that's fair.
Yeah, if you look at how they are 4-0, there hasn't been a lot of high leverage offensive football. You've been pretty efficient with McCaffrey and Brandon Ayuk, and then the Debo game that we talked about. Brock Purdy's been very good. I'm not trying to diminish what he's done, but, and I said this earlier in the week, he hasn't made a ton of high leverage, pressurized throws. It's been a lot of guys open, and there's been a lot of scheme victories, and Brock Purdy's delivering the ball. This is no disrespect, but if you talk about other quarterbacks who are having good years or quarterbacks who are elite in this league, could they be making these same throws that Brock is making? I think there's probably 6 to 8 guys you could say yes.
It's funny. You're tiptoeing in the neighborhood of the dynamic I'm talking about.
And I don't want to go there.
I know you don't.
Until Monday when they lose, and then I bury him.
Like, the dynamic I'm talking about is...
I've used the word before, too, and I'll use it again.
Anybody who is trying to say that they like Brock Purdy, they're trying to say that, and then they're like, right, so he's good, and then...
He's really good.
But his scheme... system.
There's the S word. Oh,
there's
yeah. All the S words. S-bombs.
I'm really at a spot where I'm like, I don't think you get to do that.
I just did.
No,
Mark.
you can do it, but don't say that you're not. Don't say that you're not ripping Purdy because you are.
I'm not.
You are.
You asked me how many quarterbacks would have them be 4-0. I said 6 to 8.
Yes.
And you agreed.
But
how is that ripping Brock Purdy?
Because
Tell
that's
me, Mark.
Previous statement. You called the 49ers wins this year scheme victories. And this is what I'm trying to get at. How many football games so far this year in the NFL Has there not been a scheme on offense?
They've all had a scheme.
Thank you.
Some schemes are better than other schemes.
That's
and his
true.
scheme is the schemiest scheme in the National Football League.
Yeah, but you know what's wild? Here's what no one wants to say. I'm ready to say it.
Say it.
You know
Sick of it.
You know who? Let's put two quarterbacks side by side. You want to know who looks better this year between these two? I'll give you two names. One of them's Brock Purdy, and the other one's Patrick Mahomes. Ask me who's having a better year.
Well, I don't have to. You're going to answer it on your own.
And it's obvious. In fact, it's not even close. He's thrown for more yards. He's thrown fewer picks. He's got a better record. Explain to me how Patrick Mahomes has done anything better than Brock Purdy this year.
Well, he doesn't have the same scheme. He lost his offensive coordinator, Eric Bieniemy, and they don't have the same level of talent that the Niners have.
Andy Reid's not an offensive coach?
He's all right.
Because the 49ers, does anybody even know who the Niners offensive coordinator is?
It's Kyle Shanahan.
Thank you. And it's also Andy Reid. Okay?
Well, it was Eric Bieniemy.
I understand that, but you know who is drafting the scheme in Kansas City? His name is Andy Flippin' Reid.
You're not going to sit here and tell me, and maybe you are, and I want to hear it from your mouth.
Let's go.
That Kansas City's skill guys are as good as the Niners' skill guys.
I didn't say that, and they're not.
I'm just asking you if that's how you think.
They're
because
not.
I don't think it's even close.
Not
you
this
take
year.
their tight end over the Niners' tight end.
Yeah.
End of list where Kansas City is better. So, yes, Mahomes is not having as good a year, and I think Mahomes has maybe played tougher teams than the Niners have played, and part of it is contextual, that he doesn't have the same weapons that Brock Purdy does.
Okay, but Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, for years, these are guys who, okay, the perception is that he's making the receiver more than the other way around. But this is somebody who played for years with Tyreek Hill, the fastest receiver in the game. Travis Kelce, they've definitely had a lot of production out of the backfield and got it the other night. Huge game from who I think is an underrated player in Isaiah Pacheco. Am I going to put their skill guys up against the Niners' skill guys? Hell no. Of course not. But since when does that mean quarterbacking works? Because you know that I can give you a list of NFL teams who have a really good running back and a really good receiving core, and it doesn't mean the quarterback is automatically good. Like, we got to stop saying that Brock Purdy is a production of having good weapons.
It's certainly a part of it.
Tons of guys have good weapons.
I don't think that you could find more than 3 other teams that have a running back, a tight end, and 2 receivers that are as good as what Brock Purdy has. I'd be interested, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
No.
Because if you want to go across the National Football League and find all 3 of those groups where you've got Christian McCaffrey at running back, he's probably, number 1.
What if I argued this? And sure, we're going to go. McCaffrey there's no equal. He's the best.
Correct.
Okay, so they're going to win that battle. But what if I argued this? At least in the neighborhood, what if I gave you Philadelphia?
It's in the neighborhood.
Okay.
I thought you were going to go Cincinnati.
A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, and DeAndre Swift, and what other headed monster wants to go alongside him?
I think we look at the top 4.
Okay, they're very, very, very good. Very good. And my only argument would be, because the Eagles are also 4-0.
Yeah.
Not once, and he's a young player who was not a first-round draft pick. I've never heard someone say that the reason Jalen Hurts is good is because of all that around him.
He's done more than Brock Purdy in this league. He's been to a Super Bowl. He was the number 1 seed last year. He was the borderline MVP candidate. Are you saying that he hasn't done more than Brock Purdy in this league?
I'm not saying that. He's had more time, and obviously an unfair situation when the two of them got together to meet, and Brock didn't get to play.
Right. Well, he got to play. And he got knocked out. Yeah, right. Only one of those 2 quarterbacks was unable to survive the game.
Correct. And you can make that his fault if you want.
I'm not trying to blame him.
No.
I'm just pointing out the fact that one man played all 4 quarters. I don't even know if he played all 4 quarters. I think it was a blowout.
No, he did. It's a Football Friday, and Draftism exists. It's brought to you by First 5 California. I want to tell Brock to learn 4 things that you can do to overcome all of this toxic stress that's being caused by the world around you. You should go to first5california.com. We'll take your calls on this, 888-957-9570. And Tom Rathman, 49er great, fullback, who absolutely not just a great fullback, but a very smart offensive mind who can tell us exactly what he sees with this specific offense and get into the rivalry between the Niners and the Cowboys. He will join us next right here on Willard and Dibs.
At Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, we know how hard it is to care for loved ones. Come and check out the 5-star facility.
application process. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, we're working on it. Tom Rathman working on connecting with another 49er. Great as we get ready for Niners and Cowboys. It's been a ton of fun to listen to all the parade of voices from this rivalry gone by on 95.7 The Game all week long. Jesse Cipolla was on the show with us yesterday, getting to hear Merton Hanks with Steiny and Goo today. Jerry Rice and T.O. With the Morning Roast the other day. Randy Cross has been on. One of the things I love whenever the Niners and Cowboys get back together is the parade of all these guys coming back out to let us know how they're doing and just what they remember from the whole thing.
Just the memories, and they come flooding back for everybody who's of a certain age or of a certain ilk. And I think about the first ever NFL game that I went to, which was in 1981, Cowboys and the 49ers out at Candlestick. I got tickets through the Junior 49er Minor Club, brought to you by Berkeley Farms. They would give away tickets to kids, and so I got free tickets, and my dad took me out there, and you go to your seats, and I don't know if you remember the configuration of Candlestick.
Very well.
So I was all the way down the right field line for baseball, which puts you in obstructed viewing seats.
No doubt.
And no wonder why they were giving them away for free. So your boy is way deep in the end zone, and I was there, Niners 45, Cowboys 14, and we all were surprised that they were able to take down the Cowboys. And, come to find out later, well, in the next year, but later that season, they would play again in the NFC Championship game, which would be known as the catch game. But my first ever NFL game was Cowboys-Niners, the first matchup that year.
I think I don't remember if it was my first one. I've told you the Cowboys-Niners story before, right? With the finger?
Love it.
Good Lord.
Mark, you going to cry.
I tell you what, it set me up for a life of Cowboy hatred.
Because some Cowboy fan told you to put your foam finger down.
Dude, my parents bought me one of them foam fingers.
Probably spent $5 on it.
I mean, I had a little, sideways mesh cap and all the little things that a little kid has. Probably had a lollipop in one hand and a foam finger in the other. And I couldn't believe that I was at a Niners-Cowboy game. And my dad was telling me the whole time all about it, about how the Cowboys used to keep the Niners down for years. It was a late-season game that the Cowboys didn't need. The Cowboys were bad that year. Niners needed it for playoff positioning and to get in. And the Niners got off to a bad start. And my dad, I'll never forget, he looked at me and said, "Don't worry. The team that needs it will get it." He was very Yoda-esque with this whole thing. Mm-hmm. But what I also remember from the game is putting the foam finger up and just being all excited. And I put it up a couple times, and then some. I would not be able to pick this guy out of a lineup of two people. All I know is that he was a Cowboy fan. All it is, you're sitting there as a little kid watching the game, and somebody leans forward and whispers into your ear, "You put that foam finger up one more time, I'm going to shove it down your throat." Or something like that. I don't know. I was
it's chilling.
I was so locked up immediately.
And you were about 10 years old?
I don't know. Let's go with 3. I was 3 years old. No, I don't remember exactly what I was, but this would have been in the early 80s.
Yeah, I see a game in 1985.
Late regular season.
December 22nd, Mark was shaken in 1985.
That's probably it. And I was indeed 10 years old. That was probably it.
Barely pre-Rathman, by the way. So Tom wasn't there to have your back.
Not yet. If Tom had been there, forget about it.
Thank you.
That Cowboy fan never would have said anything to me.
Hello.
But it set me up to hate the Cowboys for life, and here we are. And speaking of here we are now able to connect with Tom Rathman, 49er great, joining us on Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. It's an honor to have you, sir. How are you?
Hey, I just hearing your story there. My wife feels the same way.
Right? I mean, how about that? Hatred of the Cowboys. How does that get built? And what's your wife's story?
She got hazed in, I want to say it was Levi Stadium. They had this, the cowboy that has the cowboy hat, the big cowboy hat, and the vest. that sits in the stands, he was sitting behind her and was just hazing her, and she couldn't get over that. So he's a hater now.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't blame her. We all have our origins of hate for the Cowboys. Mark with a foam finger. Mine goes back to the mid to early 80s. But now here we are, Tom, and it's a rivalry again. The Cowboys come in with high hopes. Niners undefeated. How do you see this matchup in terms of the rivalry and just how much viscous there is on this bone?
Well, I just think that both teams are really good. So I think the team that doesn't beat themselves is probably going to win the football game because they're very talented teams, both offensive, defensively, and special teams. So all three phases are pretty good by both teams. And, it's going to be fun to watch.
Tom, especially because not just as a great player, but because you had a long coaching career after that, I want to ask you your thought on how coaching affects young players, and specifically because there's so many people saying that Brock Purdy is a product of Kyle Shanahan. What is your perspective on that?
I think coaching is huge. I mean, you can have a huge impact in the development of a young player coming in, and not only a young player, but older players, to get them doing things that they didn't do when they first started, things that will benefit them. And I just think it's huge that that the team, the players buy in to who's coaching them, not only positionally, but obviously the coordinators and the head coaches, all that. I think that's huge for the players.
Niners coach does it a little bit old school, using the fullback, and they got a number 44. You wore 44, and Kyle Juszczyk does a lot of the same things that you did in terms of being able to catch it, run it, and also in the blocking game. How much do you admire what Kyle does, and also just the way Shanahan goes about running this offense?
Well, I think it's pretty dynamic, and they've got all the pieces in place, to have a winning operation, and not only a winning operation, but one of the best, in a long time. I don't really see too many defenses out there right now that are going to shut down the 49ers. Like I said earlier, I think if anybody's going to shut them down, it's going to be themselves by making mistakes. And hopefully, they're coached well enough, and I know they are, because it's been shown on film over and over that the players are going to, do the right thing.
Two-time Super Bowl champion Tom Rathman with us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Mm-hmm. That's interesting when you talk about this 49er offense. So even this Dallas defense, you think if the 49ers avoid mistakes, are they unstoppable? How would you phrase it?
Yeah, if they don't beat themselves. I mean, that's going to be a big test because, they've got really good players over there on Dallas's defense. One of the best players in the league, Michael Parsons, and, he's going to have to keep him under control. But, I mean, there's 10 other players, out there on the field at the same time, and, they're well-balanced and, they play good defense.
How much confidence can they have in Brock Purdy? I mean, you played alongside Joe and Steve, and it felt like your offense was at times unstoppable. Do you think this Niner offense, playing with Brock Purdy, a guy who's never lost, is starting to reach levels of confidence that no other team can even match on the defensive side?
Well, I don't think there's any question about that. As long as they keep improving, I think they're going in that direction. So, but here I want to hit you guys with one thing here. We've got this Golden Heart Fund run that we're going to run on the 14th of October. Can I just give a shout out?
Oh no, we were gonna lead you there, Tom. There's no question. Okay. Yeah, Jesse came on yesterday, and we're very excited about it.
Yeah, and so if you want to sign up for it, it's goldenheartfund.org. That's how we're going to get everybody together. And really, what it is you're running the stadium. It's a 4.9K, which is 3 miles. You can walk it, you can run it, and what it is you going through, maneuvering through the stadium. So you'll see spots, places that you've never seen before. So I think I recommend it to everybody to go out and try to sign up for this and, make it a real successful event. And the little kids also, we want to get them involved.
Yep.
Because, it's all about working out and staying healthy. They run a .49, and they're running around the football field. So that must be about 3 laps that they can either walk or they can run. So, but I think it's great. You're going to see Jesse Sapolo. He's going to be the race starter, 4-time Super Bowl champ. You'll see other 49ers there, alumni. And that's really who this fund is for. It's for, alumni, people that are trying to navigate through life that's having a tough time, whether it be medically, mentally, or financially. They reach out to this Golden Heart Fund, and this fund, analyzes it, and they figure out what direction they need to go to get these former players back on their feet so they're not struggling. So I think it's a great opportunity to give back to the players that everybody has watched over the years, and it'll be a great event.
Yeah, no, great cause for sure. All proceeds benefiting former 49ers players facing a range of challenges with their post-football lives. Tom, that website one more time where people can go to sign up?
Well, it's www.goldenheartfund.org.
goldenheartfund.org. Absolutely think it's going to be a phenomenal event next weekend, October 14th. So yeah, we'll send everybody your way. Tom, would love your thoughts on this though as well. How is playing the Cowboys different?
How is playing the Cowboys different? I don't think it's different at all. I mean, you approach every game the same. Now, some games are bigger than the other, depending on who your opponent is, because you know that you're going to have, a tough match. But, as your approach to the game, I don't think there's any approach that is different than any other game. So, but I think you get up a little bit more for these games that are Sunday night, Monday night games.
Yep.
When you're talking about 2 really good football teams, 2 of the top teams in the league, it doesn't get any better than that.
1993, Tom, it was a year where you ended up going up against the Dallas Cowboys and didn't go your way. Is that one that sticks in your craw? Because I know a lot of Niner fans remember those 90s games against Dallas, and that's partly why the rivalry is so fueled.
Yeah, I believe it was both 92 and 93.
Yeah.
They beat us in the championship game and went on to win the Super Bowl. So, I mean, that was, to get that far and not be able to win that football game to get into the Super Bowl, that's tough. That's a tough game to win, though. I mean, you got 2 really good teams usually that are playing, and we just didn't get it done back in 92 and 93. So, it would have been great, but just didn't happen. Things didn't go our way.
Tom, great to catch up with you. Not only thanks for coming on, but for your words and your work next week. goldenheartfund.org. We hope it's a wonderful success.
Yeah, 8 o'clock in the morning, so get your sleep.
Nice.
Yeah.
And also, tomorrow's your birthday, Tom. You got any plans for the big day?
I'm going to give everybody bed checks.
Nice, nice. Happy birthday, Tom.
Running the race.
Nice.
So, yeah, I'm going to be 61. How about that?
How about that?
What are you doing tomorrow night, Tom?
I don't think anything. We're celebrating, I think, Sunday night.
Okay.
Sunday night game. Got a pool table out in my garage, and got the family coming over, shoot a little pool, watch a little football, and, eat a little cake.
Sounds good,
That's
Tom.
so great.
I love it.
So
love it.
great.
Tom, thanks so much.
Okay, man. Anytime, guys. I appreciate you guys.
All
Thanks,
right,
Tom.
there he goes. Tom Rathman here on Willard and Dibbs, turning 61 tomorrow.
Yeah,
that's not possible.
Well,
please don't say that that's true. Tell me Wikipedia's lying to me right now and that Tom is turning 48
it's Football
tomorrow.
Reference, and I just wanted to check because I was thinking in my mind about the Juszczyk Rathman comparisons, and I was thinking, man, it seems like Tom Rathman touched it a lot more than Kyle Juszczyk. And, well, yeah, he carried it a lot more. 544 carries in his career, 320 catches, but Kyle Juszczyk, sneaky, a lot more catches than you would think. He doesn't carry it that much, but he's got 249 catches, Kyle Juszczyk does. So I was just thinking about the Rathman Juszczyk comp, and I know Tom was much more of a ball carrier.
Yeah, well, no, my perception was the same, but I think it's something to do with there's so much more passing now.
Yes.
That when there was that passing game back in the past, maybe it stood out more, because it does. It feels like Tom Rathman was a huge part of the passing game, but I think it was more so Bill Walsh sort of using the fullback more so than it had been used in passing games in the past. So there was a lot of talk about it. But it wasn't actually that big of a deal if you compare it to passing games today.
Yes and no. You're right in terms of, now it feels like there's a lot more, but he's a fullback who had 73 catches in 1989.
Just in 1 year.
1 year.
Damn.
And, Kyle Juszczyk doesn't get that many opportunities. His biggest year receiving was 41 catches in Baltimore. And since he's been a Niner, 33, 30, 20. So the whole idea of a fullback is much more of an outdated position. Rathman was a little bit more of a hybrid, though.
Yeah. And I do feel like the Niners are looking Kyle's way less than they did maybe a couple of years ago. I don't know if that's accurate, but it feels that way.
I think the stats would meet that out so far. He's only got one target through 4 games so far this year.
Yeah.
A lot of that's the Christian McCaffrey effect. And
no doubt.
If you're Kyle and you're looking at that beautiful laminated play sheet, and you're like, I got a Debo, an Ayuk, I got Kittle and McCaffrey. Let's go to Juszczyk.
How about a wheel route?
They do go that route. They try to get it to him, and he's got the 1 catch for 4 yards and a couple of carries we saw this last game. So, but man, Rathman's a throwback now because he was a little bit of the fullback, halfback hybrid.
I love that he's turning 61 tomorrow on a Saturday night. But he's like, we're not celebrating tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're going to do it Sunday. Pool table, food, Niners, Cowboys, LFG.
It's perfect. It's perfect. I'm not sure where he is residing these days. I know that he retired from coaching.
The internet says that I'm not going to give the city, not that it matters, but the internet on the peninsula.
Oh, okay.
But the internet could be wrong.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But
Because
that's
I know
where
he went
was.
to Nebraska. I didn't know if he had gone back to the motherland after his coaching career had subsided.
I think he's still around. I mean, he was coaching for the 49ers until Kyle Shanahan came in. That's when he was not retained. I wanted to ask him, do you hate Kyle Shanahan?
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
4.9K run and 0.49 for the Littles.
That's right.
And I was picturing my 1-year-old daughter who can't even walk out there trying to crawl 0.49K and how long that would take.
Put her in the Bjorn and take her around the stadium and let's go.
Put her in the Bjorn.
GoldenHeartFund.org. Should be a really good event. And again, a week from tomorrow, 8 in the morning. So he says, get your beauty rest.
We're doing a bed check.
Let's go. I mean, not that early, actually. 8 a.m., you could do that. Come on.
For sure.
Especially when you turn 61. I figure he's probably be up by 4 hours by then.
Yeah, he'll be up 3 or 4 times by then.
Yeah, thanks. Larry Kruger's going to hop on here in less than 10 minutes to find out what's going on in practice and beyond. And I always give him a lot of credit because people talk to me all the time. Oh, gosh, Mr. Purdy over here. You got Purdy's back yet? Larry was first now. Larry will forever go down as the guy who was first to the Purdy party. There's no 2 ways about it. He was excited about him when everyone was like, why are you even talking about this? He's the 3rd-string QB. Who cares?
Do you prefer Kruger's coattails or Kruger's crumbs? When I refer to you heretofore.
We used to do a segment called Krug's Crap Picks. I'm not even kidding.
Oh, that's been me lately.
Krug's Crap Picks. Maybe we could reinstitute that here.
Head-to-head, Krug and
10
I.
minutes, yeah. Because he got some crap picks, man.
Yeah.
He would come out and be like, this weekend, I love Colorado State minus 14 and a hook. Like, it would just be weird. That's the thing with Larry. His brain goes to weird places because he knows stuff that you're just not supposed to know.
I do like Colorado this week, -4 at Arizona State in a prime time bounce back.
Arizona State's a mess. Arizona State's a hot mess.
Yeah, and I think
Are they on their 8th quarterback still? They had all kinds of injuries at the QB position.
I think Coach Prime is looking for a bounce back in a big way. And Shadur's played well now.
Shadur's been great.
He hasn't been the problem. So.
Well, remember Peter King on this show. We didn't get to it, but he went to see USC play Colorado, and quarterback he came away impressed with was Shadur Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
So, not that he wasn't impressed with Caleb Williams.
Right.
But, that's the dude right there.
Yeah.
That's the dude. He might be playing in the division. There's a story running around out there that Cardinals will be potentially looking to move on from Kyler Murray at the end of the year.
I mean, that's a tough ask when you got to knock on the owner's door and say, yeah, I'm going to need, hey, how you doing, coach? Oh, I'm good. Hey, do you have $97 million that I can have so we can have our quarterback just go away?
Yeah. What am I investing in? Oh, nothing.
Right.
There's no chance of you getting any of it back.
Yeah, it's a moving van. It's really expensive.
You just put it in, and then it drives away.
You know those pods that you see? Like when somebody's moving, they get a pod
like
delivered.
Spaceballs, when they're like go into the pods that get shot out into the space.
Yeah. But these are those pods that you see in people's driveway. It's like, oh, somebody must be moving. They got a pod from Pods. Yeah, it's going to be a $97 million pods for your boy.
You know what the owner would say if you walked in and you're like, could I have $97 million that I could just throw into the ocean? You know what most owners would probably say in that position.
I do, Mark. I do.
Man, Grandy, just left me hanging.
That's
going to
be a no from me, dog. That's what that's going to be.
He didn't have his headset on. He's like, wait.
Sorry, Lucas is distracting.
Come on, Luke. If you're going to leave early, then just go. If you're going to distract Grandy.
James Kincaid's distracting
We're
me.
trying to do something in here.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
What's Kincaid got for us? Has he got presents?
WNBA basketball.
I want a present. I want a present from James Kincaid because of what just happened on this show.
Come on.
Can we have a present?
That's enough for me.
Really late.
Hey,
Better
James,
late than never.
Hey, James, can we get a little something for the effort? That's going to be a no
from
me.
Mr. Lakem. Yeah.
Dog.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, so that's too bad. Anyway, we'll get in here with Larry coming up next and dive further in to sort of where this conversation has gone. That's what's most interesting to me about the whole thing. You sort of step back from 10,000 feet, conversation you and I were having off the top of the show. It is pretty wild. It's one thing that, okay, he's good. The Niners are 4-0. Outside of what do we call him? Swelsey? Outside of Swift and Kelsey.
Yep.
Dude is the most talked about player in the whole league. It's really odd, quite frankly, when you look at who he is and the way he performs.
Well, if you look at storylines across the NFL, like the Miami 70-point outburst was a story, and then you go to Buffalo and you get hammered, so that story kind of recesses a little bit. Philadelphia is undefeated. That's a story. Jalen Hurts is continuing to do it, and they're kind of doing it smoke and mirrors. They haven't been dominant. Then you go to the Niners at 4-0 with Mr. Irrelevant, a guy who's never lost a game in the regular season. How is that not a story?
We are on the search. Players in sports who actually weren't really great and were completely a product of their system or their coach. Got any ideas? Because we're being told right now that that's who this is. He's just this guy. Someone gave him a jersey, and everything worked out. 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls. Krug's going to jump in here with some crap picks coming up next. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3. It's because of the Xfinity 10G network. Internet that can handle a house full of screens at once, with basically no interruptions. And it's
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Now, look, you guys know me. I'm a pretty patient dude when it comes to what we're all doing around here. Yes or no?
I'd say by and large, patience and
oh my God,
equanimity. You're pretty even-keeled guy. Those are some of your qualities.
Sorry, I got distracted there. I got distracted.
I just did too.
Yeah, there's one thing. We're about to have a conversation, and then at 4:48 in the afternoon, Joe Shasky just walks into the room.
He thinks it's 4:48 a.m. Come on in. Spadoni's off today.
Yeah.
He's here for the morning crossover. Bush, the door is always open for you, kid.
I love the old picture you posted. It's awesome. It's awesome.
He had a beer in his hand.
Yeah, and a beard on his face. And a beanie, and it was at the stick, and it was amazing.
You could say what you really think.
No, it
was adorable.
No, it wasn't adorable. You know what?
And little Butch.
He's
so young.
It was, but I wouldn't son him like that.
40-something. I'm not trying to son him either.
I mean,
he still looks young today.
It looked like the only thing is he looked like a bunch of dudes from Boston. Is what it kind of looks like. You know what I mean? You could have been in Goodwill Hunting with that picture. You could have. Looking at people like tailgating, like how you like them apples. You like apples?
Knowing what I know about Joe's younger days, and then you look at that crew, and the mind wanders. Because at the time, Candlestick in the 2010s, a lot of fun was being had with that crew.
Well, I'm glad Joe is here as an interlude to now Larry joining us live on the show, because I was about to, do what I don't do, which is I was about to start throwing stuff around here. I'm like, look, it's one thing when we have a hard time connecting with Tom Rathman and it takes a minute.
Yeah.
But if we're having a hard time connecting with Larry Krueger, then what the hell are we doing? Like, honestly, Larry, well, the first time they called you, you didn't answer. What were you doing?
I told Lucas, if it just said Lucas, I would have answered, but it said Infinity something or other, Xfinity, whatever. And I'm like, you know what? I don't know Xfinity. It's a sales call. And then I forgot that I was on with the two biggest radio power brokers in the Bay. But I'm glad that I answered, and I'm glad that I'm here, and I apologize if I'm late.
You forgot, huh? You forgot.
I had a lot going on, man. I had Randy Gregory on the brain, and it was a big day today, big day.
All right, well then let's hear it. Let's hear it, Larry Krueger. What do you think of the Randy Gregory acquisition?
Mark, it's an amazing acquisition because of the timing, and this is something that I've been talking about since the end of training camp. The 49ers traded essentially their depth at defensive end for Javon Hargrave. I mean, they let Menahue and Willis and Ebukam walk, and those guys averaged 91 snaps per game in their 3 playoff games. So those guys weren't just like guys. And then when I talked to Chris Kocurek this summer, I'm like, you may have the NFL's best first-team D-line. Are you going to play them additional snaps? And he's like, no, I'm going to play my guys in the same rotation I've always played them in. And then I kind of went, uh-oh, because, Kerry Hyder was a little long in the tooth. I love Kerry. He's a great guy, but he's a little old. And he's asking a lot of Drake. And then Cleveland Farrell has 10 sacks in 4 NFL seasons. So, it's not like he's LT in his prime. So they've lost some good defensive ends, and they didn't replace them with guys who were equal talents. So they had a void there. And I don't know if you saw the stat, but those 3 guys that they have, Hyder, Jackson, and
Austin
Farrell, Farrell had combined for only 8 quarterback hits in like 243 pass rush snaps. And then you take, Gregory, for example, he's got 4 quarterback hits and 73 pass rush snaps. So it's a major upgrade, and ultimately they may be trading the last pick of the 6th round for the first pick of the 7th round.
So it eventually becomes a true lateral pick swap, and they're picking up the majority of the contract, and it's such that they can get out of the deal at the end of this year. So we know that he won't be able to show up in time for the Sunday night game against Dallas. So how do the 49ers generate enough pressure to augment what Nick Bosa is starting to do on the other side?
It's a great question. I mean, Steve Wilkes says that he thinks he can get pressure with his front four. If he can't, he'll dial up some exotic blitzes. They'll definitely play some games up front. They found a way to get it done because their offense is putting up such points that they're making teams very one-sided by the second half of these games. They're taking away the run from teams by just what they're doing on the other side of the ball. So, I mean, I think they're hoping they're probably more of the same. This game is the big thing in this game is Dallas benefits from huge negative plays because they put a lot of pressure on opposing quarterbacks. They get turnovers, short fields, etc. Brock Purdy just has to be willing to throw that away, and if they have to punt and play field position and play a little bit more conservatively. Don't let Dallas needs big negative plays from opposing offenses to win games. Just don't make those big negative plays, and the 49ers should win this game by 10.
Larry Krueger with us here, Willard and Dibbs, talking 49er football. Hey, was it your question the other day that got Kyle Shanahan to say it was ridiculous, the idea that Brock Purdy is a product of him?
Yeah, that was.
Yeah,
and I thought I had that question dialed up like literally 48 hours ahead of time. I knew I was asking him.
Yeah, like what do you think of the, quite frankly, national conversation that has come up surrounding Brock?
Well, I mean, are you talking about that? I was listening to you guys the other day when the Ruiz guy. You talking about that Ruiz?
Well, any of it. Just simply the fact that he has become one of the hottest topics in the entire league across the nation, trying to decipher how to label him and how to explain what he's doing.
I know it's phenomenal. What a story! I mean, Mark, this is amazing. This guy went from Mr. Irrelevant to very much in the MVP discussion for the league. I mean, that's not overstating things. And if anything, people say, well, his numbers are inflated because of Kyle and the Niners and their weapons. No, you got it wrong. His numbers are actually deflated because he's dead last in the NFL in fourth quarter pass attempts. The Niners are getting to three quarters with a double-digit lead and shutting down the passing game, and it's deflating his numbers. But he doesn't care because he's all about the win. He's all about the W, so he doesn't care about any of that. But that's the reality. He could have even bigger numbers if he just got into a game where he had to throw the ball down the field for all four quarters.
That's true, and so far they haven't had to do that. Even in the one-score win over the Rams, it really was a two-score win, and McVay decided late to kick a meaningless field goal in that one. Micah Parsons, Larry, I'm fascinated to see how Dallas tries to exploit the Niners' O-line. I know they like to move him around a lot. They'll put him in the A-gap if need be. Would you imagine he lines up a lot over McKivitz trying to expose the weak side of the Niners' O-line?
Well, you would think so, Dibbs, but it's not necessarily always the way they think. In the playoff game last year at Levi's, he actually played 12 more snaps against Trent Williams than he did against McGlinchey. So go figure. You would think you would run with both feet away from Trent and take those McGlinchey matchup all day, and this year McKivitz matchup all day, but that's not the way they played it last year. Now, I'm not sure how they'll play it this year. The one thing about Dallas that's so impressive is not that they have Parsons, is that they have 7 guys on their defensive front that have 6 or more pressures. And they've got a bevy of starting defensive ends that they can just roll out in a rotation. So the thing that jumped out to me when I watched them on the All-22 the last couple of weeks, because I checked out their last couple of games, it's the speed of their defensive line. The UCLA kid, and I won't even try to pronounce his last name, but his first name's Osa. He's one of the fastest interior defensive linemen in the entire league. So that's going to be the real challenge. It's going to be on Burford, and I think it's Burford and McKivitz that are really going to be challenged the most. And they're going to have to step up and really play well. And then, the Niners are going to have to run the ball successfully. I mean, it's been a great matchup for the 49ers. Why? Because the Niners can run it on Dallas, and Dallas, can run it a little bit. I mean, last year Pollard got knocked out by Jimmy Ward, but they don't run it as successfully, and they definitely don't stop the run. So, I mean, that's the game plan. Run it a lot. And but then I talked to Chris Forster this week, and he said, hey, look, if you run away from Parsons, He's got a motor and pursuit ability that's the envy of the whole league. And if you run at him, he just throws away blocks and comes off blocks and makes the play. So I think what you got to do to Parsons, guys, is you got to block him with a bunch of different guys. You got to double him from different angles and make him have a head on a swivel and just cause the slightest bit of hesitation. And if you can get him to slightly hesitate, I think you're winning.
Larry Krueger with us, Willard and Dibbs. Okay, because you broke down all 22, here's something that's been bouncing around in my mind with, quite frankly, both of these defenses. Outside of Matt Stafford, these two defenses have largely faced like the dregs of the league. You know, Dallas has 3 wins. It's Zach Wilson, Mac Jones, Daniel Jones. Are these two defenses, or have they proven that they're actually the top 2 defenses in the league this year?
I mean, that's a great question, too, but we have more than this year to go on. The Niners were the number 1 defense in the NFL last year, number 1 against the run, and they added Javon Hargrave. Dallas has had a high-pressure defense, but they used to have Diggs, and now he's done for the year. So I just think Dallas is deep and fast up front. They're real, and they're kind of a bully team, Mark, where if they can get up, the key in this game is stay ahead of the chains, don't get into third and forevers, and then stay within an arm's distance on the scoreboard. If they prey on teams that fall behind the chains and fall behind on the scoreboard, and they can dial it, they can turn a 21-3 game into 35-3 in the blink of an eye, which is big playability, and that's what Dallas is. I don't think Dallas. I mean, Cardinals ran for over 7 yards a carry with Connor. They had 222 yards rushing. And Niners are going to run the ball, and if Dallas can have any success in this game, they're going to have to prove first they can stop the 49er run. And if they can't, it's going to be a very one-sided game. I expect them to do a decent job at shutting down the Niner run game and forcing Purdy to pass. And then it's going to be, can Purdy be efficient and take care of the ball, or is Dallas going to get turnovers and make this a really close game, or maybe even win it?
Dallas and the Niners are ranked 1 and 2 in fewest number of missed tackles on the year. Dallas actually is first with only 9 missed tackles. So, Larry, what is the problem with their run defense? Is it run fits? Is it losing at the point of attack, or all of the above?
They got a lot of pass rushers. Pass rushers see dollar signs and want to sack the quarterback. It's much more difficult, to play, head up, stay in the hole, engage, and then fire off blockers. And it takes a lot of discipline. It takes a lot of, fortitude. They like to get up the field and hunt the quarterback. So that I think is the primary issue. And they've got some DBs that are terrific ball skill guys who grab interceptions, but they're not the greatest tackling group of DBs. They don't even have a big hitter necessarily back there. So I think that's really it. They've got guys who corners who love to intercept the ball, and pass rushers that love to sack the quarterback. The 2 inside guys are both good players, but I think they can be exposed in pass coverage, and I think Shanahan's going to try to make those guys the conflict defender and kind of isolate them in space against McCaffrey, against Kittle. I think McCaffrey, Kittle have big games.
Yeah, those are the names, right? Middle of the field. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, Willard and Dibbs, and we're talking with our guy, Larry Krueger, as we get ready for Niners and Cowboys. Okay, Larry, how would you answer this? How does the conversation sound if Purdy wins this? How does it sound if he loses this?
Well, if he loses it, it's going to be the guy with the iffy arm strength against the fastest defenses can't cut it. And, he's a good quarterback and you can win some games with him. I'm not saying that he's terrible. You'll have those kind of comments. But, he's, against the fastest defenses, he won't make plays and he doesn't have the zip and he can't put it in the tight windows. And that's why he'll never be good enough to win. And, it'll be that kind of stuff. If he wins, and it also depends how he wins, right? If they win and they run for 220, then it's a big, wow, man, look at this. Dallas can't stop the run. That's their problem. Can they win the Super Bowl? All the talking heads are talking about that. And McCaffrey for MVP. Is he going to be an MVP? Oh, my goodness, look what he's doing. But what happens if they win big and it's a Brock fest and he's 3 bills and 3 touchdowns and the Niners put up 35 and win going away and he makes lots of plays? It's going to be this unbelievable story of, like the national story will then start to look at this guy as, hey, you know what? This guy's for real. This could be, in some ways, like we all know the guy's for real. At least we should by now if we've been watching. The nation will know this guy's for real if he has the big game against the Cowboys.
How does Dallas go about exposing this 49er defense? We talked about the Niners running it and using the middle of the field. Does Dak Prescott and the offensive line have the scheme and the wherewithal to give him enough time to go deep down the field and expose a Niners secondary that has been beaten at times?
Well, the one thing Niners lucked out last year because Jimmy Ward made that swinging gate tackle, which is borderline dirty, but we all looked away because it was Jimmy Ward for the Niners. But he took out Pollard and broke his leg in the playoffs. Well, Pollard, if you watch the film, looks like the same. It looks like he never got hurt. I mean, it's amazing watching him. And even Wilkes said that this week. I was like, you know what? I know Steve's watching that film because that's exactly what it looks like. It looks like he's never been hurt. So now the Niners have to defend Pollard for 4 quarters and not just a quarter and a half. That's a huge difference between this year and last year. And I think the other difference is you're going to see CeeDee Lamb play in the slot against Isaiah Oliver. And I talked to Oliver about it this week, and he said, CeeDee's a different kind of a player because he's really, really quick, and he's hard to get your hands on him at the line. But to me, that's like the key matchup. Cowboys are using CeeDee in the slot a lot more this year to isolate against their best matchups. They're going to do it against Oliver. And Oliver's a veteran, and he's a big-bodied guy, but he's not quite as quick. And whoever wins that matchup or how that matchup goes probably determines a lot in this game.
You think there's a psychological edge that the 49ers have here?
Definitely. Mooney Ward said it in front of his locker. People were like, hey, are you sweating the Cowboys? I forget exactly how the question was asked. And he's like, hey, man, we won. We're cool. We're good. It's like the Cowboys are the ones going, I don't know if you saw Arch or one of the Cowboy media guys talk to Dak. He's like, how did you feel at the end of that game? I'm like, I thought Dak was going to cry. He literally broke down he stared the guy down. He's like, really? That's the question. You guys probably get the audio. Cowboys have the Niners, absolutely. They've got this game circled. That's why this game's so awesome. Because if the 49ers can put one on Dallas here, Dallas circled this game. It's sneaking up on nobody. The Niners have ousted them from the playoffs the last 2 years. They know it. The Niners have the upper hand mentally. The Niners are the team rolling in with the swagger. The Cowboys are rolling in wondering if they can do it. And if they get slapped around, it'll be a devastating game for their season.
Well, before we get additional bonus predictions from you, Larry, because I understand you're like Krug's to Dramas up in this piece, what's your prediction for this Sunday night game?
I think the Niners. It's this one. I think it's Niners 35-14.
Whoa!
Coming in hot.
Wow! You think it's a blowout?
Yeah, I do. Because at the end of the day, the Niners have Greenlaw and Warner, and they stopped the run. They, look what these teams have done. Dallas is a bully team. But if you had a quarterback that was super talented but turned it over left and right, you'd be like, I don't know, man, a little bit of a coin flip, right? Because if our guy turns it over a couple times, we easily lose this game. But when you have Brock Purdy, and Brock Purdy's taking care of the football, and Shanahan's got all these phenomenal weapons that all can excel right around the line of scrimmage. Ayuk is acting like every ball in the air is his personally his. He's just, I don't know if he's dropped anything all year. And Debo's in the best shape of his life. They're primed. Kittle got really close to some catches the last few weeks, and he's hungry, man. He's going off in this game. So I think 49ers are going to put, Niners are scoring about 30 a game. I think they're going to put 35 up, and I think Dallas will have some turnovers, and they'll put up 14 and leave town.
All right, there it is.
It is.
Larry Krueger is on the payroll, so it doesn't really count. when you say that's a great question, but you gave each of us one. That means you're the tiebreaker. Who asked better questions today, Larry?
Well, you know what? I was on your guys' website, and I saw some pictures of Dibs wearing Marvin Hagler sunglasses. And just because Dibs can get away with Marvin Hagler sunglasses in public around fans, I think I'm going with Dibs.
On the scoreboard,
That's the deal breaker.
Okay.
Thank you, Larry.
Right, hang up on him. Hang up on him. Yeah.
I thought he was going to say, well, that's a good question, Mark.
That's what I was going for.
Totally.
Who asked better questions? You should have said, that's a great question. I can't believe that you missed out on that, Larry, and forgot about us at the beginning of this conversation.
I know. Well, the forgot is the real disrespect. It's been a big Friday, a lot going on, and, I zoned a little bit. But check out me and Lowe from the Santa Clara Hilton, by the way, in the pregame. I love my man, Lowe Neal. Last week, guys, he pulled Larry Centers,
nice,
the all-pro fullback, who then told us that he played with Tom Brady and that Brock Purdy reminded him of Tom Brady on the pregame.
Hey, now.
Man.
Yeah.
Larry Centers and Lowe, both among the 122 modern era nominees for the Pro Football Hall of Fame, Larry, as you well know.
No. As we all know, if we watched them, two guys who played the exact same position completely differently.
Very differently, yeah.
And yet both are Canton. I mean, as sure as I'm standing here, those guys are Canton.
No doubt. No doubt. 3 to 5:20, Larry and Lowe live from the Hilton.
All right, Larry.
Don't be late, Larry.
I was late last week.
Yeah. No doubt.
And when your work day is like an hour and a half or 2 hours and you're late, it's generally not a good thing.
Yeah, it's pretty weak. That's pretty weak. That's what I've been telling my son every week. All right, buddy. Good to talk to you. Thank you.
Have a great weekend, fellas.
All right, you too.
Thanks, Larry.
Larry Krueger and Lowe Neal, 3 to 5:20, as you said, coming up this weekend, leading you right up to Sunday night football.
It's great.
Oh, my gosh.
What is it, another primetime game for the Niners? And they've got they got a Monday night ahead. They got a Thanksgiving night game. They got a whole host of primetime games on the docket.
Larry says a 3-touchdown victory for the 49ers. Listen, I don't know if that's going to happen. I can tell you this. If that happens, I would love to know where the conversation's going to go next, because the whole Brock Purdy conversation that has developed here in this country is all based on stubbornness. And so I know people will go, oh, if he does that, well then, man, it's going to be mea culpa time. And everyone's going to be a believer in Brock. No, they won't. No, they won't. In fact, I think that if something like that happens, in some ways it's only going to get worse. It's going to be like, oh, the Niners are so good. They're so good. How good are they?
Thank you.
They're so good that absolutely anybody can quarterback this team.
It depends on how that 35-14 happens.
Fair
And Larry
point.
made this point. Dallas is, I think, they're 16th in yards allowed on the ground total. But if you go by yards per attempt, they're 26th. They're giving up 4.6 yards per carry. So if the Niners do follow the Larry blueprint and they run it 40 times, McCaffrey goes 22 for $130, and you get TDP gets a little bit, and Jordan Mason gets some, and Juszczyk and Debo gets a taste, and you go 40 carries for 275, and Brock Purdy throws for 180 yards and 1 touchdown. Well, you're right about the narrative come Monday. It's going to be, Christian McCaffrey, Kyle Shanahan, Trent Williams, the road grader, George Kittle like a nina blocking it up. This running game, man, they don't even need a good quarterback because they got Shanahan and they got this ground game. So 35-14 can look a number of different ways. And if Dallas is this vulnerable against the run, and the Niners do, Kyle likes to run it 30 times. It's a blueprint for victory.
No, you're not wrong. There have been blowout victories before where the quarterback came out looking awful. Look at the NFC title game when they took on the Green Bay Packers. Jimmy Garoppolo came out as the butt of a joke, and they were on their way to the Super Bowl. So I don't know how this is going to sound, except for in one direction. 35-14, that's what Larry says. How that looks for the 49ers will shape the narrative, but not in the other direction. The Cowboys are in deep, deep doo-doo from top to bottom in that organization if the final score is something like that. Listen to what Peter King told us a couple of days ago.
Dak Prescott, in my opinion, really needs this game. I'm not saying that he necessarily, that I'm going to think a lot less of him if he doesn't win this game, but he really needs this game because in the past 2 years, if you look at the game 2 years ago, was that a mental mistake that he scrambled so far that he left himself not enough time on the clock? Or was it a little bit of a different story? Was that the coach's fault? I don't know whose fault it was, but it was a big, big whiff at the end of that game. And then last year, I remember I wrote this, the next day in my column after the game at Levi's Stadium last year, where essentially in 48 seconds, the Cowboys had a great opportunity with 3 minutes to go in the game. And they go 3 and out. It takes 48 seconds. And I wrote that those are 48 seconds that Jerry Jones will never get back. And my feeling about that game and that drive is that it cost Kellen Moore his job. So now Mike McCarthy has his opportunity, putting his fingerprint all over this game without any question. I think this is a really, really important game for both Dak and for Mike McCarthy. And in my opinion, this is a more important game for the Cowboys than the Niners.
I agree. And I do think we should keep that in mind. That doesn't mean you don't absolutely go for it. It doesn't mean it's not a big game, vital, home field advantage, all of these things. But if you do consider for a moment where it leaves the Niners if they lose this game, it is kind of like, okay, all right, let's go play Cleveland. And you keep on trucking. If Dallas, especially if they lose by a lot, if they lose this game, it is very much going to feel like an overhaul, back to the drawing board type of a sound to the post game from the fans, from the media, beyond. The Niners, they can recover from this. I don't know if Dallas can. And you said it yesterday. Niners win this in any home field advantage conversation. You're talking about a 2.5 game lead, essentially.
Well, it's really 3 because it's 2, but plus the tiebreaker.
That's why I call it 2.5.
I get it.
3, Dallas would. Anyway, yeah, I get your point.
If it's 2 and it's a tie, then you hold the tiebreaker. So however you want to call it, Dallas is in trouble. If the Niners lose it, it hurts. You're 4-1, and if Philly wins, now you're the 3 seed all of a sudden because Dallas would hold that tiebreaker over you. So it's not a nothing game for the Niners to be certain, but I do think from a broader where are you at standpoint, if Dallas loses and they lose it in that sort of a fashion, even if they lose this game 19-12, like they did last time they came here, and that was a game where they had every opportunity to win the game. The defense kept the 49ers in check. Dak made 2 ghastly turnovers, and you remember in that game, Ray McLeod fumbled on a punt, which set the Cowboys up, and they could only get 3 points out of that. So it was not a clean game by any stretch by the 49ers. Dallas's defense was up to the task. It was earlier in Brock Purdy's career, and the offense wasn't humming like it is now. But if it goes the way that Larry was saying, 35-14, Dallas does have a hard look in the mirror.
Speaking of that game, the last time they played, how that sort of affects this one. Here's what Brock Purdy said about that.
I mean, it was obviously a fourth quarter game. It was a very physical game. They did a good job of what they do up front, stopping the run and, getting in on some pass plays and stuff and disrupting just the rhythm of some of our concepts and the rhythm of, myself and dropping back. So those are things, we saw and, they're a good defense. They do some really good things up front. Secondary is really good too. And so, yeah, just looking at that game and sort of just putting ourselves back into what was at stake, as a playoff game, just the rivalry of, the organizations and understanding, what's at stake for this Sunday too. It's a big game. And yeah, so we've definitely gone back and looked at a lot of stuff in that game.
As I said earlier, man, I think that he's built for this. I think that Brock Purdy is a guy who, at every level, at every turn, everything that we're talking about, he is something other than what he looks like. And I think that is fundamental to this larger conversation. Sure, there's the part about draftism and sizeism, and I get that everyone is starting to see, he's got a little something extra. But Brock has got such a streak in him that I think only grows when it comes to prime time, comes to Dallas Cowboys. Everything about this guy, from the way he looks to the way he plays to the accuracy, the decision-making, the wins, the success, the lack of turnovers, all of it. Purdy is something other than what he looks like, and that, to me, is what has led to the conversation sounding like it does.
He doesn't look like he is a stone-cold killer. He looks like baby-faced, and he's got those ruddy cheeks, and he looks like a kid. And yet, you're right, Mark, if you look at how he's played, he's not afraid to hold the ball for a long time, maybe too long. He's not afraid to take a hit. He's not afraid to take a deep shot. And I was looking at Brian Baldy's breakdowns of the throw to Brandon Ayuk, that everybody is split on what kind of a throw it was. And I encourage everyone to go to Baldy's Twitter and just watch what he says about Brock Purdy and the 7-step drop. And when he hits the back foot on step 7, which is when the ball is supposed to come out, and 7-step drop, you're supposed to be 9 yards behind the line of scrimmage, and you look at it, and his foot is literally at the 9-yard mark behind the line of scrimmage. And he makes the throw, and he puts it right on Brandon Ayuk. It wasn't underthrown. It was thrown perfectly in terms of where it needed to be. So for all of you amateur quarterback analysts out there, listen to an expert and just watch the way he breaks it down, because it was a seamless play. It was a textbook footwork move, and the throw was right where it needed to be.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know if I remember throws being pulled apart like this. When the ball goes in the air and it's complete, like that's it. That's it. There isn't that wasn't the right decision. Did you do this on purpose? It's as if everything that this guy does, we've got to find a reason that attributes it to luck. And it's not. And by the way, I want to address this as well, because this is now on the internet. 95.7 The Game's Twitter feed has my quote out about Mahomes versus Purdy. Ooh. And I know how some people are going to translate it. Oh, Mark said Purdy's better than Mahomes. An absurd idea. Not what I said at all. But if you want to go line by line and simply ask who's had a better season so far, I don't think it's even close. It's not even close. There's not one number that where Mahomes is doing better, including his record. He's got fewer yards per attempt. He's got more interceptions. He has the loss against Detroit. He probably should have lost against the Jets on Sunday Night Football. It's a tiny little sample and doesn't even really matter in the large picture. But for whatever it's worth, it is that. It is that. Brock Purdy is having a better season than Patrick Mahomes across the board. There's not a metric you're going to find in Patrick's favor.
Right. And
resume. Well, but that's not what I'm talking about.
Sure. And it's a 4-game sample, and ultimately, if Brock Purdy was 1-3, it wouldn't matter for a hill of beans if he was having a better year than Mahomes. But the fact that his team is 4-0 means that, that is an actual thing that matters, because Patrick Mahomes is a great quarterback, and he's had a couple of shaky moments, and he's had a couple of maybe unsure football games, including one that they were able to survive and not lose against the Jets. Brock Purdy's undefeated. So whatever his resume or his stats indicate, that's all fine and good. It ultimately matters what your team's record is. And at 4-0, he's on the best team right now alongside Philadelphia.
I mean, listen, I know where some of your brains go. I can see it on YouTube right now. You know, Travis, he got 2 rings. Right. Did you hear? Are your ears open? I did not say anything about resume. And then there's another user on here, ZZZick01. I don't even know how to. Willard, you're delusional now. Call the show. Don't hide behind your laptop. What's the metric? 4 games. Tell me where Pat is having a better year than Brock so far this year. I'm listening. My ears are wide open. You want to tell me I'm wrong? Tell me how. And then maybe I'll say, you know what, I was wrong. Patrick Mahomes, 8 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. That's an interception TD ratio 2-1. Brock Purdy, 5 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Brock Purdy, top-rated QB in the league. Brock Purdy, 4-0. Patrick Mahomes, 3-1. Brock Purdy, 1,019 yards. Patrick Mahomes, 1,006. By the way, 31 more pass attempts by Mahomes. Fewer yards. Completion percentage, Patrick Mahomes, 64.3. Brock Purdy, 72.3. And again, yards per attempt, 9.1 for Brock, 7.0 for Pat. I know that Brock's got a better cast around him.
More yak yards.
I fully understand that. But that's the statement. You want to call me crazy, go ahead. You've got absolutely zero data in your favor.
Well, you can go to some of the advanced metrics, but even the ones where Mahomes is ahead of Brock Purdy, it's by microscopic levels.
Yeah.
On target percentage, Mahomes 81.9, Brock Purdy 81.3. So he's 0.6 more accurate in terms of the balls he's throwing, which doesn't really matter.
No, it
comes
doesn't
down
matter.
to yards, QBR, and record.
Patrick is better. His resume is better. I would trade Brock for him right now. He's the face of the league. Get all of that stuff out of the way.
Right.
Get it out of your head. It's not what I said. Brock Purdy is having a better season than Patrick Mahomes. I've watched all 4 Chiefs games.
Is there a quarterback who's not having, or is there a quarterback who's having a better year than Brock Purdy?
Oof.
Because
probably Tua. Probably Tua. I mean, I know he's 3-1. He has thrown for 300 more yards. His completion percentage is also north of 70. He's the second-rated quarterback in the league. He's got 9 touchdown throws. I know there's 3 picks in there as well. He's been dynamic. Justin Herbert is probably, I would argue, having a season right now that is, as at least alongside Brock's, you could certainly argue is got a more dynamic level to it. Those are probably the only 2 I'm wanting to say Josh Allen, but Josh literally lost a game. Like
with 3 picks.
Like he lost it. He lost it. But those are the names I would like if you want to have a conversation of who's having the best season.
Yeah.
Again, ESPN has Brock Purdy ahead of Patrick Mahomes in the MVP debate, but I'm delusional. Okay.
In QBR, ESPN's quarterback rating that is much more in-depth and more accurate than the old quarterback rating. Purdy is 1, and Tua is number 2, and then it's a big drop down to Allen and Mahomes, who are tied for 3rd.
Right.
And then Baker Mayfield is in 5th place in just
having a surprising
QBR.
season.
He's having a great year.
He's having a surprising
and
season.
they factor in a lot more than the old quarterback rating. But if you go by the old quarterback rating, it's Brock, then Tua, and then Allen and Russell Wilson would be tied for 3rd, which is why I don't really look at that quarterback rating, because Russell Wilson, a lot of big numbers in garbage time for a Denver team that's been terrible.
Yeah, the Wilson thing is real interesting because if you do go to what you're talking about, your advanced QBR, Wilson's all the way down at 18th.
Yeah.
That takes a more of that into account.
Yes.
So, yeah. But those are the guys right now. Those are the guys.
It's just hard for people to hear what you're saying.
It's not a crazy statement at all. Not even a little bit.
Well, it's crazy when you attach the names to it and you start to think about resume and legacy and Super Bowls and contracts and draft status and all the rest of it. If you just look at 4 games this year, 2023, Brock Purdy's having a better year than Patrick Mahomes.
I mean, did you watch?
And it's okay to say that.
Totally. No, he's still the best player in the league. There's no question about it. It's Patrick Mahomes. He'd be the number 1 overall pick in any draft if you were drafting players who are in the league right now. I don't think anybody questions that. I loved the heady play that he made to end the game the other night.
Yeah, the slide.
The slide is great. He's a phenomenal player, obviously. But did you watch the rest of the game? There were quackers coming out of his hand. He threw 2 picks. There's another one that probably should have been, was a pick. Got lucky with a penalty call. Might have lost the game to the New York freaking Jets, who are awful. It's not his fault that Zach Wilson finally looked good against the Chiefs' defense, but he wasn't good. It was very, very mediocre. So
only 5 quarterbacks have thrown more interceptions this year than Patrick Mahomes.
What's he at, 4?
He's at 4.
Yeah.
2 of those guys have played 5 games. One of them is your heartthrob, who's coming back from the concussion protocol this weekend, it looks like.
Jimmy.
He's managed to throw 6 in 3 games.
In 3 games.
And
Jimmy.
Stat Padford has got 5 as well.
Yes, he does. Daniel Jones has 6. Sam Howell has 6. As you said, he's played an extra game. Sam Howell actually leads the NFL in yardage right now.
Sure.
Because he's played 5 games and because he was down by 100 points last night.
Exactly.
So, you can do anything you want with stats. But right now, the MVP, I don't even want to get too far into MVP because it's stupid to do after 4 games. But if we're going to have that conversation, if there were a vote today, I don't know who would win it, but 1 and 2 would be Brock and Tua in one order or the other. That's who would win the award right now if you had it. So I'm pretty sure that's a fact based on actual voters and based on what they're saying.
I'd be surprised. I think Josh Allen, and again, voters, you're talking about human beings.
Yep.
Some of whom have ranked Brock Purdy as the 25th best quarterback in the NFL right now. And that's a human being basing his opinion on what he sees. He watches the game, and Brock Purdy doesn't do anything. So as much as the numbers and what we've seen from Brock Purdy, because we watch every game, I'm sure there'd be a lot of voters out there looking at Josh Allen and saying, well, Josh Allen's better, or Patrick Mahomes and saying, well, Patrick Mahomes is better, so I'm going to vote for those guys.
He's definitely better. He's the best. Gosh, there's so many stats that you can play with. It would shock you. And again, we've had an extra game here or there, so some of these things get out of whack. Do you know who's leading? Do you have them all in front of you right now?
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna play with you in terms of who's leading the league in touchdown passes right now.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. Well, I would have guessed Tua, but I just looked at who it is, and I'm a little surprised.
2 guys tied at 11. It's Kirk Cousins and Justin Fields. Justin Fields leads the NFL in touchdown passes. 2 weeks ago, he's in the biggest firestorm of his life, and the whole team is a complete fire. And
what a difference a day makes.
Not even a day. I know they lost last week. If you look at the last 2 Justin Fields games, oh my God, he's looked incredible.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible.
Well, last night's a great example where 1st and 10, I'm throwing it deep. Okay, incomplete. 2nd and 10, I'm just going to go deep. 44-yard pickup. 1st and 10, I'm throwing it deep. They have decided, I think Chicago is going to be the IDGAF team for the rest of the season. And if you're Justin Fields, you're playing for your career because if you wind up with the worst record, they're drafting your replacement.
Why not? Let it rip.
They looked fun last night. I mean, that was they looked dynamic, and he looked confident, and DJ Moore is unguardable.
In the last 2 games, the one against Denver, the 31-28 loss, and last night's Thursday night game. So in the last 5 days, Justin Fields has over 600 yards through the air. He has 8 touchdown passes against only 1 interception, and he also has 82 yards rushing on 15 carries. That's the last 5 days for Justin Fields, who felt like we were getting ready to leave him for dead after his trip to Kansas City and Arrowhead, where he didn't even get to 100 yards passing.
I mean,
everybody was the Bears were the joke of the league. Fields was not going to cut it. The coach was terrible. A lot of this is still true.
Yes.
But in 5 days, I don't know what the hell happened. It all changed. It all changed for Justin.
43 of 64 for 8 touchdowns and 617 yards over the last 2 games. 8 touchdowns. And if you go backward during that long losing streak, he'd only had 3 touchdown passes in a game once. And their wins, they beat San Francisco last September. Then they beat Houston. They lost 3 in a row. They beat New England. They didn't have a win for almost a full calendar year before last night.
It's wild. And a lot of that came when Fields started playing well statistically. He was winning fantasy games for people. He couldn't win a real one. And then it happened again last week where he's winning fantasy games for people, but he couldn't win a real one, largely because of his coaching staff, by the way. And then last night, they finally turned that thing around, and DJ Moore had the night of his life, and it should have been even better.
He rushed for $178 last year in a loss to Miami. Then he comes out and rushes for $147 in a loss to Detroit. He rushes for $132 again against Detroit in a loss. I mean, it was a lot more of that than what we saw last night, where he's starting to actually throw the ball with some confidence.
No doubt. All right, 888-957-9570. Talked about a lot today with regard to 49ers Cowboys, the Brock Purdy conversation, Ethan Strauss article that brings Draymond Green into the conversation with regard to draftism and what would a guy look like if he was on another team. I mean, a lot of this stuff, you can even look at it in a different direction. In terms of, hey, let a guy go to that team and he'll flourish. There's obviously a little bit of that. Like, let's take Matt Stafford, for example. He became a Super Bowl champ. People look at him differently when he left the Lions to go to the Rams. But if you do go back to his Lions career, it's not like people were saying he was a chump. He was already a good player. I just think this conversation needs to all happen in moderation. That's what bugged me about the whole Steven Ruiz thing yesterday.
From the Ringer, yeah.
If you want to say that Brock Purdy is not what he's cracked up to be, all right, we'll see where it goes. If you want to say he's doing nothing, that's ridiculous. Draymond Green, he's completely a concoction of Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. Obviously, 100% ridiculous. I just don't see how we can get to pro sports and look at it that way. Now, flip side, go back to the conversation we've all been having all year long with regard to Trey Lance and James Wiseman. And the idea that they needed a change of scenery or they needed somewhere that would give them minutes because that didn't exist with the teams where they were. I mean, is anybody really expecting those two guys to pop in their new homes?
James Wiseman may not make the team. And I think he will make the team, but the early scuttlebutt, the early talk out of Detroit is that he's playing and competing for a backup job. So he's on more of a Trey Lance track than we ever would have thought when we made that comp, because he might be a third stringer. And he's already on his second team. Trey Lance is on his second team, and he's a third stringer. James Wiseman on his second team, and he might be a third stringer. And in the NBA, third stringers play about as often as they do in the National Football League, which is to say, not much at all. Jordan Poole is an interesting one, and I said this yesterday. I wonder how much he has the ability to go out there and average 20 a game and be as productive with Washington as he was here.
Don't you think he's probably going to score more? I think he's going to score more.
Sure.
Jordan Poole.
He has the chance to score more, but what does it look like? Are we looking at 40% from the floor and 30% from three?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he's going to have...
I can show you some of the worst years for players who average 20 a night in the history of the association.
He's got a large...
Including one from Kobe Bryant, rest in peace.
Interesting. I mean, he's got a bigger runway in Washington, no doubt about it.
Right. And if you want to ever look at the basketball reference page of Kemba Walker, a guy who always averaged 20 a night, he was about 43% from the floor, if that. A couple of years, I think he was down near 40.
Yep.
Volume shooter. So if Jordan Poole wants to go out and go, 10 for 25, he'll have that ability, and I don't think that anyone in Washington's going to care, and he'll get you 25 a night going 10 for 25 from the floor. Okay. Does that mean that he's better in the NBA because you're a stat filler?
Definitely not. And
that's where we thought of Matt Stafford in Detroit, because he would always load up the stat sheet, but they would never win. Their team stunk. But now that he's a champ, we think differently about him.
You look at him differently. OG in San Jose, next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, OG, what you doing?
Hey, what's going on, guys? What a great start to the year. So excited. 4-0. Such a big game this weekend. I want to talk a little bit about Brock Purdy. I don't think people fully understand what we have here, because they're looking at his arm strength and saying, that's not ideal for an NFL quarterback. No. This guy throws with anticipation, accuracy, and he throws with excellent placement of the ball. And those are traits that Montana, Fran Tarkington, and Russell Wilson in his prime all had, and Purdy has it. That's why he keeps winning. So I think we got to take a step back and look at what we have here. It's very special, and we should all enjoy it. I also want to talk about the defense. I think Gregory's a great add. He's a ferocious pass rusher. I'm a little bit concerned about how offenses are countering our defensive line. I feel like they're using the quick game, and I don't know if we've adjusted to that yet. Stafford did it, and we got a little bit of it last week as well in Arizona. And I think we just have to be a little bit more prepared on that front. Otherwise, very excited about the year, and, let's go get them Cowboys.
OG, thanks. Yeah, I wonder about that because I know that the Cowboys so far this year are sort of waiting to go downfield a little bit less than they normally do. They've gotten into the quick passing game. That's also what everyone's been trying to do against the 49ers. Wilkes had to dial up the blitz in the second half against the Rams in order to finally get there because you got to get there quicker. That leaves your guys on an island a little bit. That chess match is going to be interesting this weekend. We'll see if Dallas just kind of goes to the well the same way the other teams have. It's one of the reasons I do think there's going to be some scoring in this game. I got Niners 30-24 this weekend.
Okay, 30-24. You like the over? I personally like the under, and I will save my prediction for closer to the end of the show. Mark, how about that?
Your end of the show predictions have not gone well.
Oh, I've got a winning pick this week, Mark. I'm breaking out of my 0-for-4 slump. I got a slump buster that even you won't believe.
You sure? Because I think it's much more reliable if we just fade the dibbers.
Fade me. Fade me at your own risk.
Fade the dibbers. All right. We got the Defensive Player of the Week coming up here in just a little bit. Also, fall brings the best weather, breathtaking views, and amazing sunsets to Bodega Bay. Come enjoy it all at the end of the tides with the fall midweek special. Now through November 26th, rooms start at just $279 a night. Book your escape now in at thetides.com. We'll take your phone calls. Defensive Play of the Week coming up next. Willard and Dibbs.
Down the 7 bridge. The Eagles present
live on Twitch and YouTube right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
Brock Purdy is the bomb.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Friday! Let's go!
I'm feeling it.
Are you feeling it?
I'm ready.
We made it. We did it.
It's been great. It's been a great week, but now is the tough part. It's the waiting. It's the hardest part.
Thank you, Tom.
24 hours away, roughly, until kick.
Incorrect. 48 hours away.
That's what I said.
You said 24.
What?
I could have sworn you said 24.
Let's go to the buzzer.
Know.
Let's go to the tape.
Earwax? Is it a problem?
I wasn't listening. I'll check the tape.
Brady's so busy
All right,
back.
please.
Brady, let's go to the tape. You're not doing anything.
Luke left and was just like, I'm out.
Luke.
Yeah.
Luke.
Like, what's happening here? What kind of happy Friday action is this?
Were we not supposed to put that out on the air that he bounced?
Probably not. He's just in the next room.
Go on.
Anyway.
You want to check the tape?
Let's hear it.
Here it is.
It's the hardest part.
Thank you, Tom.
24 hours away, roughly, until kick. Roughly.
I just
give or take a day.
I know. I've got so many people I want to thank.
Oh, Grandy.
I want to thank Mark Grandy for his hard work. I want to thank Matt Hagee and Stacy Kaufman, those who are responsible for me being here.
Name dropping the big boss.
95.7 The Game.
I want to thank David Field.
I'd like to thank Guru. I think he's an inspiration on a daily basis. I want to thank Steiny, Bonte, Joe. Wow. Joe came in here today, gave us a look. You know, that was nice. I want to thank the lovely Christy. I want to thank my parents.
Can you play him off with some music,
I would
please?
like to thank my kids. All of them. They're very, like, the support that I feel. All of you listeners, even those of you who hate me. The guy who tweeted me last night and said that, got to get Willard off the air because the ratings are going to hell. And
I had to like that tweet.
I know, I did. I sent him the link, though, that I was just like, just so you know, here's what's actually happening with the ratings. But anyway, like, I want to thank all of those people for having my back in moments like this. It feels good. Just once.
Can you play him off with something, please?
I'm searching for stuff, and I'm coming up empty.
Coming up, Jennifer Lawrence gives out the Best Actress Oscar and in memoriam, including my career, my credibility. That's all next.
Coming up.
48 hours, Mark. Yes, it's the waiting. It's the hardest part. I said roughly 24 hours.
You did, but I was like, damn, dude, is the game in 20? Why are we on the air right now? I didn't know it's coming in here on a Saturday.
Yeah, boy.
I'm sure there's some college games coming up in 24 hours. They're going to be fantastic.
Including my lock.
Pac-12 after dark. Oh, you're going college.
Yeah.
Look at you.
I'm not trying to get too defensive here.
You're not? The defensive play of the week is brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. When you need the best defense, you need to call the Bay Area's top criminal defense attorney. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. Let's check in on Cowboys fans ahead of this big Sunday night football matchup. Just about 4 hours ago, or as Dibs would call it, 2, a caller named Fredo dialed up Steiny and Goo to tell Goo he not a real Cowboys fan. Obviously, Guru did not appreciate that, leading to our defensive play of the week, Guru defending himself.
Don't you dare call me and check me. You ever heard of a job? I'm working. I'm objective. You don't call me with that weak crap talking about I said Brock Purdy should be in the Hall of Fame. I didn't say that.
Who calls the shots right
and
now?
And you need to talk about whack-ass Dak. Let's talk about that, Jack. Let's talk about Dak and his failures.
You're going to give me...
Why you want your pussyfoot when you call here? Let's talk about Dak. Whack-ass Dak. Hey, what you say something about Dak?
This game coming up is crucial.
It ain't crucial. We already are finished. We're finished. You don't call me on my job trying to call me out about my fandom. Sucker. You don't call me talking about my fandom.
You don't know. I'm over here.
You're a fraud. You're phony. You're a fraud. You spy.
Hold up.
You don't know nothing about my fandom. ever check me about my Cowboy fandom? You punk!
Whoa. Whoa.
Sucker!
I mean, that's,
And then 7 minutes later, he looked at you and me and went, now look, I'm not a yeller. That's not what I do.
Guys, I know you're out there in the green room.
Actually, no, he didn't say that. He went like this. I'm not a yeller.
Right.
That's not what I do.
Steiny with a good old yeller in there.
Not somebody who usually raises his voice or loses his voice. That's not what I do.
You're going Mock Rivers.
I mean,
it's pretty
come
good.
on, bro.
My favorite is he starts out with a nice, quiet retort, and right when the caller starts to come back, don't talk to me about my fandom. He just explodes.
By the way, we love him so much. There's nothing better than when Goo turns himself up. There's nothing better. Because he doesn't, like a lot of people in this life need to be inspired or poked or prodded. All he got to do is reach down. I think it's right on his hip. He's got this little lever. Just whoop, and just turn it up.
Oh, yeah.
And then bam, it's on.
And you always talk about, and you mentioned it when we started the show together, authenticity. You promised to be authentic, and you have been. That guy is authentic. And if he, whatever, he didn't get mad, but you got a punk, you got a couple punks and a sucker.
You a spy!
Oh.
You spy!
Dude, the sucker is pretty clean.
Because of the pause. The pause that leads to it. He takes a breath. Sucker!
Trying to call me out about my fandom. Sucker!
And he even got away with a pussyfooting.
He did. Jock Peterson was over there playing pussyfooting in the corner of the clubhouse.
Dose.
The Defensive Play of the Week was brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. East Bay Law Practice knows how to go the distance for you by providing the defense you need to help reduce or eliminate your penalties. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. All right. That was incredible.
That was. I hadn't heard it in its entirety. I'd heard a couple of the pieces of it. I hadn't heard the whole thing. That was gold.
There's 2 days in a row that I arrived here. I went to the bathroom, and I'm like, why can I hear Goo from the bathroom?
And they've got the radio station usually on in the bathroom, but you didn't need it.
No, I'm like, what's happening? What happened? Everything was fine when I parked the car. What happened? I went up the elevator, and something happened. And my guy is mad.
Really mad.
Let's go to Mark in Oakland, who we should change his name to Bookend, because, Mark, you love to come in right at the end of the show every night, and I'm kind of digging that about you.
I guess I didn't even think about that, but that's true. That's about how it works out. Although I listened before this, I just can't talk. But that was great. Thanks for replaying that. That was hilarious. And just on your show, the two of you, so my experience, just like to go back to, I first heard you all come on, and I was like, oh, are they like filling in? Because I didn't know what happened with this slot. And I was listening. I'm like, that's a bummer. I wish these were the two guys that were on right now. And then you were. You guys stayed. So I love this show. And I think you two are a great combination. And Divs reminds me of like a comedy Mayweather. Like he gets in with these quick jabs, and then he kind of backs up and he's on the sideline again. Like, hey, I'm good. Nothing happened. He doesn't take it. I love your humor, man. I've laughed out loud so many times.
Thank you, Mark.
And I don't usually. Yeah, that doesn't happen much during sports talk, but it happens all the time. And I love kind of debating with you, Mark, and so I love this show. I just want to say that to start off. And but the thing I wanted to focus on, I've been someone who's leaned more towards, Purdy to me is solid, but I'm not ready to say he's great or, that kind of thing. It's a great team, all that, but whatever, that's kind of, we've talked about that a lot. But what I do see the 49ers doing, and this is going to kind of bring in some 49er history, I feel like they're not repeating a mistake from the past, and I love it. And it has everything to do with Brock Purdy and his style of football. And going back to when Alex Smith was the quarterback, I don't know if you remember, they were in the NFC Championship. They almost had it won, and then the punt returner fumbles it. The next year, he's the highest-rated quarterback in the league, I believe, when he gets injured. They bring in Kaepernick. Smith is ready to come back, and they don't bring him back. And I was like, they went with the flash. But over and over, it seems like the guys that can do the fundamental, just accurate, work the ball down the field more often they win championships. The Flash doesn't win that much. And so I feel like they went that way this time. They took the quarterback that is reliable and consistent, and maybe he has some flash and I haven't seen it yet, but I don't think you even need that to win a Super Bowl, so I'm really loving this choice, which I know sounds odd because I've been someone who's saying he's not amazing. It's partly because of the team, but I think he's perfect fit, and it feels like it's healing because I've always been like, I wish I could have seen Alex Smith do more. And Alex Smith showed the clutch gene, which we'll see if Purdy has that, but that year with New Orleans in the playoffs, drives them down, goes ahead with a few minutes left. Drew Brees pulls off one of his last second field goal things, and Alex Smith does it again. And
Yeah, I tell you what, Mark,
Thanks, Mark.
It's an interesting point, although this time there's no sort of flash available. It's like they're not picking substance over flash because there's nothing available but Brock,
right?
Obviously, but it's an interesting point that flash is just that, and that what wins Super Bowls is maybe just decision making and fundamentals.
20 for 21 is pretty good. It's pretty flashy.
Yeah. Well, that too. Hey, fun week, brother.
Yeah.
Ready to do it again?
Absolutely.
I have a feeling we're going to have something to talk about on Monday.
I think we will. Absolutely. And just before we go, I want this on the record. Colorado minus 3.5 against Arizona State. That's my pick.
Oh, I like that pick.
Taking Team Dion, giving the 3 and a hook.
Almost forgot. I'll take the Cardinals +3 at home against the Bengals.
Done.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Perfect.
Merton Hanks was great with Steiny and Goo today. That's going to lead off the Grandy Man with the best of, which is coming up here in mere moments and is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Go Niners.
Yeah.
Okay?
48 hours away.
48 hours away. 47.
Thank you, Grandy. Whatever.
All right.
I'll give it to him.
My brother, I
That's
needed
about
it.
it. Just
I needed it.
buzzer beater with a non-buzzer. For Dibs, for Grandy, and for portions of Lucas.
I'm Mark.
I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
East Bay Law Practice knows how to go the distance for you by providing the defense you need to help reduce or eliminate your penalties. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. Here's a message for Bay Area architects and designers. If you're about to start a remodel or design project with one of your clients, be sure to visit Golden State Window and Door Design. They work with a number of manufacturers, including Marvin for windows, that offer outstanding quality and a large selection of colors and styles. Take a look at the Golden State's window and door design showrooms virtually at goldenstatelumber.com. For 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.